Two star architects were forced to compete in a high-stakes design battle. Unknown to each other, they'd been secretly sharing their deepest dreams online every night. But when he discovered her true identity, he used her secrets against her in the boardroom. What happens when love becomes a weapon in a war of ambition? The Lines We Kept, a web novel, Enemies to Lovers. The complete audiobook, only on Novel Charter, free to listen. Subscribe so you never miss a new release. Chapter 1 begins now. Chapter 1. The merger briefing begins at 9, which means Mara Ellison has been standing at the window for 17 minutes before anyone else arrives. Greyport spreads below her in the November rain, a city of wet rooftops and harbor fog, and she counts the buildings she knows from the inside. The courthouse annex, the waterfront transit hub, the social housing block on Sackett Street where she spent 3 years fighting the city council for window heights that let in actual light. All of it hers, all of it earned the hard way. The door opens behind her. She does not turn. She knows the room by heart, the long conference table, the recessed lights, the glass wall that lets the whole floor watch the powerful pretend not to perform. She prepared for this briefing the way she prepares for everything. She read the merger documents. She ran the staffing scenarios. She told herself this would be a bloodless corporate ritual, signatures and reassignments, the kind of day that leaves a bruise but no wound. Then Elena Voss says, "Mara, good, you're early." And Mara turns and sees the drafting table. It sits in the center of the room like a mark she was supposed to recognize. A single drafting table, angled toward the wall, with a clean sheet of mylar stretched over its surface. No one has touched it yet. The pencil tray is empty. The lamp is dark. The room has 10 chairs. She chose none of them. Because a man is already leaning against the far end of the table, arms crossed, shirt sleeves rolled to his elbows, silver watch catching the ceiling light. Dark hair, Wade wise the color of harbor winter, a small crescent moon of a mole near his right jaw, and a thin white scar running along his left palm like an old contract he signed in another life. Jack Roan. She knows his work. Calder Ward Studios' star architect. 3 years younger than her, 2 major civic projects, an office reputation for being unshakable under pressure, and irritatingly charming while doing it. They have never met in person. She has seen his name on competition results, his face in firm newsletters, his signature on the opposition's proposals. She has never seen him smile at her like he already knows how this ends. "Mara Ellison," he says, and his voice is warm, unhurried, almost amused. "I've heard you can clear a room with a single red line. I've heard you smile through every budget cut you've ever delivered." She sets her bag on the conference table, not the drafting table, because she will not touch it until she understands what it means. "I wasn't expecting a show." Neither was I. He pushes off the table and gestures at the mylar. "But it seems we're the entertainment." The door opens again, and Elena Voss enters with Gideon Ward behind her. Elena is elegance in charcoal wool, silver hair pinned tight, the kind of presence that makes every ring feel too small for her ambition. Gideon matches her in a navy suit, smiling like a man who knows the math before anyone else does. Behind them, the glass wall fogs with the heat of bodies pressing close. The staff are gathering. Mara sees Plia Desai in the corridor, coffee in hand, already reading the room with the careful analysis that makes her the best project manager Mara has ever worked with. "Take your seats," Elena says, and Mara stays standing. "What's the table?" Elena's mouth curves, but not in warmth. "That's yours, both of yours. 8 weeks, 1 war room, 1 drafting surface. The harbor library goes to the stronger concept, and the stronger concept will be created under the same roof." Gideon Ward moves to the head of the table, spreading both hands like a man about to bless a negotiation. The Voss Calder Collective is a new firm with an old problem. 2 legacies, 1 future. We've decided the future should choose itself. Mara tries to feel relief. The drafters in the hall, her 9 people, the ones who trusted her when she told them the merger would not gut them. If the decision rests on a competition, there is logic. There is a process. There is a path she can defend. But the table sits between her and Jack like a second boundary line, and he has not stopped looking at her. Design director, Elena says, goes to the architect whose final concept the jury selects. The losing team's staff will be evaluated for restructuring. Restructuring. Mara's stomach goes cold. How many positions? She asks. Elena does not flinch. That depends on the strength of the concept we retain. I expect we'll need to consolidate approximately 40% of the combined design staff to match the adjusted budget. 40%. 9 people. Maybe more. Layla Sato, who stayed late 3 nights like Streak to fix the transit hub model. Tomas Hearn, who has a 3-year-old and a partner in grad school. Priya, who has never once let Mara walk into a meeting unprepared. 9 people who tied their futures to her because she promised she would not let the merger make them collateral. And across the table, Jack Roan is the single variable she cannot control. The war room is on the 4th floor, Gideon says. Key cards are being programmed now. Missed reviews count as forfeits. Weekly scoring, public ranking, final jury presentation in week 8. Any questions? Yes. Mara's voice comes out flat, controlled, the tone she uses in every negotiation where she cannot show she is bleeding. Who chose the table? Elena's smile sharpens. I did. The Library Commission requires 1 signature on the finer drawings. This felt like appropriate trotting. Jack laughs, low and private, and it is the first sound that makes Mara want to hit something. The briefing dissolves into handshakes and corridor murmurs. Mara stays at the window, watching the fog sticken over the harbor, until the door clicks shut and leaves her alone with the drafting table. She runs her palm across the mylar. Cool, smooth, untouched. 8 weeks, 1 concept, 1 winner. 1 signature that will decide whether her people eat or scramble. Footsteps stop behind her. It's a good move, Jack says. Putting us in the same room makes it personal. It was personal the moment you walked in smiling. He steps beside her, close enough that she catches his scent. Rain and soap and something faintly chemical from drafting ink. I'm not your enemy, Ellison. I'm just the other option. Then stop smiling like you've already won. I smile because I'm nervous. He says it without irony, and for half a second his guard dropped, and she sees something behind the charm that looks almost like exhaustion. You should try it. Might throw me off. He leaves before she can answer, and the room feels suddenly too large. Mara stands alone at the drafting table, her fingers resting on the mylar, and she thinks about midnight, about Draftlight, about the handle she has not used in 2 days because the merger ate her evenings whole. She needs to tell Northpaper. She needs to tell the only person who has ever understood that this career is a war she fights with a smile on her face and a blade below her teeth. She needs to hear him say she is good enough, sharp enough, hard enough to win. She needs him to be real tonight, because the man who just walked out of this room is real, and he is dangerous, and she cannot afford to let herself want anything except victory. But at her desk, when she opens Draftlight, she finds Northpaper already there, a single message waiting. Heard you had a morning. How bad? Mara stares at the words. She does not know why she thinks of Jack Roan's blue eyes. She does not know why she remembers the way his voice dropped when he said he was nervous. She types, worse than I expected. The table is literal, and he smiles too much. She waits. The reply comes fast. Smiling is usually armor, you know that. Mara's hands still over the keyboard. How do you know? No answer for a long moment. Then, because I wear the same kind. Somewhere in the building, a door closes, and Mara cannot shake the feeling that she just told the wrong person the truth. Chapter 2. Mara arrives at the war room at 6:30 the next morning, before the coffee cart, before the cleaning crew has finished wiping down the 4th floor windows, before anyone else can claim the drafting table as their own territory. The room is smaller than she expected. Glass walls on 3 sides, harbor gray carpet, a single drafting table centered under fluorescent light like an operating theater. Her laptop charger, her trace roll, Her mechanical pencils in the aluminum case Priya gave her 3 years ago when she made senior. She claims the left side, the window side, the side where the morning light hits the table before noon, where she can watch the harbor while she works and remind herself the library is real, is concrete, is the only thing that matters. She is drawing sightlines when Jack walks in. He does not knock. He does not announce himself. He simply opens the door, coffee in hand, shirt sleeves already rolled, and stops at the threshold to survey the room like he is measuring its capacity for his own use. 6:30, he says. I thought I was the early one. You thought wrong. He sets his coffee on the right side of the table, not the edge, dead center, exactly on the axis line of her sketch, and the cup leaves a heat ring on the mylar. Mara watches the mark bloom and does not move. We need ground rules, she says. The ground rules. He settles into the chair across from her, leans back, stretches his legs under the table. Name one. You don't put drinks on active drawings. He looks at the ring, then at her, and does not apologize. That's a good rule. I'll respect it. She waits. He picks up his coffee and moves it to the side table near the wall. See? He can be trained. You can be watched. Training remains unconfirmed. He laughs, and it is the same low, private sound from yesterday, the one that made her want to hit something, and also, separately, to understand what it would cost to make him stop holding everything so easily. Mara turns back to her trace, the harbor outline, the pier edge where the library will sit, the tide line she has been dreaming about for months, the way the light should feel borrowed from the sea. You're thinking about the approach angle, Jack says. She does not look up. I'm thinking about where the feet meet the water. Same thing. No, the approach angle is a technical constraint. The feet meeting the water is a philosophy. If you can't tell the difference, we're going to have a long 8 weeks. Silence. Then Jack pulls a chair to the drafting table and sits beside her, close enough that she feels the warmth off his coffee cup, and he points to the corner of her sketch where the harbor edge softens into a theoretical boardwalk. You're being careful with that transition. You don't want the building to just land on the pier. You want it to feel like it grew there. Mara's hand stops. She does not look at him. She looks at the line she has drawn, the one she has been afraid to commit to ink, because getting it right means admitting how much she wants this library to mean something more than a commission. That's not a philosophy question, she says. That's a load-bearing question. The pier can't support the weight distribution if we push the mass too far toward the water. I know. Then why did you say it like that? Jack leans back, and his chair creaks, and when she finally looks at him, he is not smiling. He is watching her with the same focused attention she saw for half a second yesterday when he said he was nervous, before the mask snapped back. Because I wanted to see if you'd correct me or agree. That's a test. Everything is a test. You know that. She does. She hates that he knows she does. They work in silence for the next hour. The room fills with the mechanical rhythm of pencils on trace, the squeak of chairs, the occasional tab of keyboard. Mara sketches the harbor elevation 3 times before she lets herself look at Jack's side of the table. He works fast, loose, confident strokes, the kind of drafting that looks effortless because he has done it so many times the hesitation has been trained out of his hands. His lines are clean, his proportions hold. She can already see the shape of his concept taking form, open and light, and angled toward the water in a way that makes her chest tighten with professional envy. She hates that too. At 9, Priya appears at the door with a second coffee and a stack of briefing documents. She looks at Mara, looks at Jack, and does not comment on the arrangement. Review schedule, Priya says, setting the stack on the side table. First, public ranking in 1 week. Jury composition confirmed. Nadia Bell is chairing. Mara's stomach drops. Nadia chairs the concept jury? She was appointed yesterday. She recused herself from selection, but she overseeing the evaluation protocol. Priya's voice is careful. She wants to meet both of you before the first review. Her assistant called. She's available tomorrow afternoon. Jack looks up from his trace. Nadia Bell, the preservation architect who wrote The Ethics of Urban Assembly. The same, Priya says, should despises spectacle. She despises architecture that serves its own ego instead of the city it claims to serve. There's a difference. Jack's mouth curves. You've read her. I've memorized her. Mara does not add that she read The Ethics of Urban Assembly at 23, alone in a studio apartment, annotating margins with the desperate hope that someone in the profession believed buildings could mean more than square footage. Tomorrow afternoon, I'll prepare. Priya nods and leaves, and the door clicks shut, and Mara is alone again with Jack Roan and the morning light moving across the drafting table. Nadia Bell, Jack repeats, almost to himself. This just got real. It was always real. No, it was competitive. Real is different. Mara looks at him. He has stopped sketching. He is staring at the harbor through the glass wall, and something in his profile has shifted. The charm gone, the ease gone, replaced by a stillness that makes him look older than 31. What's the difference? She asks. He turns to her, and his blue eyes catch the light, and for a moment she sees the exhaustion she glimpsed yesterday, the weight he carries behind the smile. In a competition, you lose a prize. In real, you lose people you promised to protect. The wids land harder than she wants them to. She thinks about Layla, about Tomas, about the 9 names on her team roster, the ones she has been carrying like a debt she cannot afford to default on. I'm not going to lose, she says. Jack holds her gaze. Neither am I. The silence that follows is not hostile. It is worse. It is the space where 2 people recognize the same fear in each other and do not know what to do with the recognition. Mara looks away first. She turns back to her sketch, picks up a pencil, and draws the harbor edge again. This time she lets the line curve the way she sees it in her head, the way she has only ever admitted to Northpaper, the way the library should wrap around the water like it is holding something precious. Jack does not comment. He works beside her, 3 feet of drafting table between them, and when he reaches across to grab a reference book, his hand brushes hers. He does not apologize. She does not pull away. The contact lasts half a second, and when it ends, Mara realizes she has been holding her breath. Chapter 3. She does not turn the apartment light on. The door clicks shut behind her, and Mara stands in the dark with her bag still strapped across her chest, listening to the silence of a space that has never felt like home. The harbor library sketches are burned into her retinas, Jack Roan's hand on hers, the half-second of contact she has been replaying all evening, the way he did not apologize and she did not pull away. She drops the bag by the door, kicks off her red boots, pads barefoot to the kitchen, and pours water she does not drink. The apartment is small, 1 bedroom, a window that faces the brick wall of the next building, a desk covered in trace paper and reference books she brought home from the office 2 years ago and never returned. The only light comes from her laptop screen, still open to the Draftlight login page from last night. She has not closed it since she messaged him. Smiling is usually armor. You know that, because I wear the same kind. She stands over the desk, her reflection faint in the dark glass of the monitor. Her gray streak catches the glow. Her ink-stained fingers rest on the keyboard. She should not do this. She should shower, eat something, review the budget sheets Priya left on her desk. She should stop thinking about Jack Roan's blue eyes and the way his mouth curved when he said in real, "You lose people you promise to protect." Instead, she sits. The keyboard clicks under her fingers. The cursor blinks in the message field and she types before she can stop herself. Ren_draws. Do you ever feel like you are the wrong person for the one thing that matters most? She stares at the words. Her chest feels hollow, scraped out by the weight of the day. The 9 names, the single drafting table, the review schedule ticking toward the first ranking like a countdown she cannot stop. She hits send before she can delete it. The reply comes in under a minute. Northpaper, every day. What happened? She exhales. She did not know she was holding her breath. Ren_draws. First day of the thing I told you about. The war room. The person across the table is exactly as good as they warned me he would be. Northpaper. That bad? Ren_draws. Worse. He is charming. He is fast. He sketched a whole concept while I was still measuring my first elevation. And I watched him do it, and I hated how much I respected it. Northpaper. Respect is harder to fight than contempt, because I wear the same kind. She stares at the line, shakes her head, types. Ren_draws. It is not just him, it is what I told the partners, what I have been telling myself for 3 years, that I could protect the people who trusted me, that I am capable enough, sharp enough, prepared enough to carry them through something like this. And now I am sitting in a dark apartment at 11 o'clock wondering if I have been lying to them the whole time. Northpaper. Why would you be the wrong person? Ren_draws. Because I am terrified, and I do not think they know. And if I am wrong, if I fail, they do not just lose a project, they lose their jobs, their futures, the thing I promised them I would help build, and they will have lost it because they trusted me. She presses her palms against her eyes. The apartment is too quiet. The harbor is invisible from here, but she can feel it, dark and restless, pressing against the edges of the city. Her phone buzzes. She ignores it. Another notification from Draftlight. Northpaper. You are not the wrong person because you are afraid. You are the right person because you are afraid and you showed up anyway. That is the whole difference. The people who are not afraid are not paying attention. The people who are afraid and keep moving are the ones who do not let their people fall. She reads it 3 times. Ren_draws. How do you always know exactly what to say? Northpaper. I do not. I am guessing. But I have been watching you for 3 years, Ren. You do not fail the people you love. You do not know how. Her throat tightens. She thinks about Jack Roan's hand on hers, the way she did not pull away, the way he looked at her when he said, I have people I promised to protect. And she knew with a certainty that made her furious that he meant it. She types a slow line. Ren_draws. What if I lose myself trying to win? The cursor blinks. A long pause. Then, Northpaper. Then you find yourself again afterward, and you will not have to do it alone. She closes the laptop. She does not know why she does it. The message sits unfinished, the cursor still blinking on the screen, but she cannot read another word without something cracking open in her chest. She sits in the dark. Her hands are shaking. Across the city, in an apartment 3 blocks from the harbor, Jack Roan stares at the Draftlight screen until the backlight dims and the display goes dark. His jaw is tight. His fingers are pressed against his mouth, and his silver watch catches the glow of the street lamp outside his window. Theo's voice echoes from earlier that evening. You look like someone who just found out the ground is thinner than you thought. He told Theo he was fine. He is not fine. He is sitting in the dark, in a chair he pulled too close to the desk, staring at words that feel like they were written directly into the soft tissue under his ribs. What if I lose myself trying to win? He has been asking himself the same question for 2 months. His phone glows. A notification from Draftlight. Ren_draws is offline. He does not move. He sits in the silence, in the cold spill of streetlight, and he thinks about Mara Ellison's gray eyes, the ink on her fingers, the way she said the library should feel like it grew there. And he heard Ren's voice for the first time in daylight, and he did not tell her. He typed, You will not have to do it alone. He meant it. He meant it in a way that terrifies him. Jack closes his laptop, presses the heels of his hands into his eyes, and does not sleep for a long time. The war ring waits for both of them in the morning. Chapter 4. The war room fills before 9. Nara arrives to find her side of the drafting table already ringed with coffee cups, 3 of them, in a neat diagonal that feels like punctuation. Jack's team has colonized the corner near the window. Theo Mercer hunched over a tablet, 2 junior drafters Mara does not recognize, and a woman with silver glasses and a measuring tape looped around her neck like a weapon. Jack is not there. Jack it is. Draped over his chair, sleeves still rolled, the fabric warm-looking in the flat fluorescent light. She sets her bag down, pulls her sketches, arranges them on the left third of the table, and feels the weight of 9 people watching from the corridor. Priya appears beside her, coffee in hand, expression unreadable. They brought 7. I see them. Layla is standing in the hall because there is no more room at the table. Mara looks up. Layla Sato is pressed against the glass partition, arms crossed, watching the Calder ward side with the careful stillness of someone counting exits. Then she should come in, Mara says. We are not hiding. The door opens again and Jack walks through. He did not sleep. She knows this before he speaks, by the way his collar is pulled too tight, by the lack of irony in his eyes. He looks at her team, at the 7 people Calder Ward brought, at the crowded room, and something in his face goes flat. "Morning," he says. "Roan." He takes his jacket, does not put it on, stands at his side of the table and surveys her sketches with a professional stillness that makes her want to push him off balance. "Shall we?" The review starts cold. Mara presents first. She walks them through her circulation logic, the way visitors should move from harbor edge to reading room through a sequence of compressed and open volumes, light narrowing and expanding like breath. She talks of the thresholds, the moment between outside and inside, the way a building can make you feel the city before you enter it. Jack's junior drafters take notes. Priya watches their hands. When Mara finishes, Jack does not clap. He leans forward and points at her second elevation. "Your main stair here," he says. "You have it terminating at the mezzanine with no visual connection to the water. You force a turn. Why?" "Because the reading room needs silence. You do not open a library floor onto a harbor view without acoustic separation. You could use a glazed baffle. A baffle is a compromise. It suggests a view and denies it. Users learn to stop trusting the building. And a forced turn does not. You are asking them to walk into a wall and then discover the room. That is theater, not architecture. Architecture is theater," she says. "The question is whether the audience knows they are being directed." Jack's mouth twitches. He straightens, pulls his own scotches forward, and the room shifts as Calder Ward leans in. His circulation scheme is inverted. Where Mara brings visitors up and inward, Jack opens the ground floor completely to the harbor, glass walls sliding into pockets, the reading room spilling onto a tide-level terrace. Light moves through the building like water, uninterrupted. Mara sees it in seconds. The flaw. "Your climate control is a ghost," she says. "You have no thermal buffer between the harbor and your collection. One storm surge and you are drying out rare books in a parks and garage. We build on a raised plinth. The mechanical core handles humidity variance on a zone-by-zone basis." "On what budget?" "You are proposing a mechanical load that will equal you operating reserves in 5 years. Jack's eyes go colder. "And you are proposing a library that turns its back on the water that defines this city. You are building a fortress and calling it contemplative. I am building a library that will still be standing in 50 years. You are building a library no one will want to enter." The room goes still. Theo Mercer sets down his pen. Priya's jaw tightens. Mara does not look away. "Then we are both wrong," she says. "The question is, whose flaws get caught before the jury sees them?" The silence stretches. The door opens. Nadia Bell walks in. She is smaller than Mara remembers from the lecture hall photographs. Silver-haired, straight-backed, wearing a charcoal jacket and carrying a leather folder thin as a blade. She does not greet anyone. She sets the folder on the drafting table between Mara's sketches and Jack's and looks at both of them with the patience of someone who has watched architects burn their own careers for less. "I heard the end of that," she says. "Continue." Jack hesitates. Mara does not. She points at his circular diagram. "Your harbor-level entry floods the collection zone with humidity during storm season. You have not modeled the slip coefficient on your tide-level terrace, and your mechanical zoning assumes a budget that the advisory panel has already signaled will be cut. The concept is beautiful. It is also fragile." Nadia Bell turns to Jack. He meets her gaze. "She is right about the thermal buffer. I have a revision that wraps the collection core in a secondary envelope. The terrace drainage can be resolved with a graded approach that doubles as seating. The budget concern is valid, but the community value of open harbor access outweighs the mechanical cost if we reduce the glazing spec by 8% and source local stone for the plinth." 8%, Nadia says. "You have run that number?" "Last night." Mara watches him. He did. She can tell by the way he does not look at his notes, by the way the number sits in his mouth like something lies tasted. Nadia Bell turns to her. "And you. You know your stairwell is a problem. It is deliberate. It is defensive. You are so afraid of the water that you have designed a building that treats it like an enemy. The jury will see that. They will ask you why Greyport's Harbor Library does not trust Greyport's Harbor. Mara feels the words land like a palm flat against her chest. I am trusting it to stay, she says. I am trusting it to still be here in a century, when the glass and the baffles and the sliding wall pockets have failed. I am designing for the building's old age, not its opening day. Nadia Bell studies her. The silence runs long enough that Priya shifts her weight. I know who you are, Nadia says finally, quietly. For Mara's ears alone, though the room is small and everyone is listening. I know the risk you took to get here. I know what you are carrying. Mara does not blink. But the jury will not care about your people, Ellison. They will care about whether you built something that makes Greyport better, not safer. Do you understand the difference? Yes. Then show me. Next week, both of you. Nadia picks up her folder. She walks to the door, and before she steps through, she turns and looks at Mara again. A long look. The kind that says she sees the split, the crack, the woman hiding behind the architect. Then she is gone. The room exhales. Jack's team gathers their materials in silence. Theo catches Mara's eye and nods once, a gesture that means nothing and everything. Priya twitches her elbow. That was not a loss, Priya says. It was not a win either. It was a warning. Mara looks at the door Nadia Bell walked through, at the space she occupied between two sets of sketches, at the judgment she left behind like an afterimage. Jack is watching her. She feels it. When she turns, he does not look away. Your stairwell is good, he says. The forced turn. It is frustrating. It will make people angry, but they will remember it. She does not know if it is a compliment or a strategy. She does not ask. Your terrace, she says. If you fix the drainage, it might work. He almost smiles. Almost. See you tomorrow, Ellison. Count on it, Roan. He leaves. His team follows. The war room empties until only Mare and Priya and the ring of cold coffee cups remain. Priya hands her a fresh one. They are changing the rules, Priya says quietly. Gideon's assistant let slip that the jury is weighting community access higher than structural innovation. The first public ranking is not just a score, it is a signal. Mara stares at her sketches. At the stairwell, Nadia Bell called defensive. At the harbor, she has been too afraid to open herself to. What kind of signal? The kind that tells you whether to double down or pivot, and we have 6 days to decide which one saves us. Mara picks up her pencil. She pulls a fresh sheet of trace and begins again, drawing the stairwell from a different angle, a different logic, a different trust. Behind her, the door clicks shut, and on the other side of the glass, Jack Roan stands in the corridor, watching her through the war room wall, his hand pressed flat against the partition like he is testing whether it will hold. Chapter 5. Sofia Alvarez arrives without knocking. She is smaller than her reputation suggests, dark hair pulled back, a messenger bag slung across her chest like a weapon. She drops 2 binders on the drafting table, and Mara watches the impact rattle a coffee cup. Which one of you is the architect who thinks the Harbor Library exists to impress other architects? Mara sets down her pencil. That would be neither of us. Then explain the donor wing. She flips open the first binder. Mara's binder, the one Priya prepared for the advisory panel 3 days ago. There is red ink in the margins, sharp diagonal slashes through sections Mara spent 2 nights getting right. There is no donor wing in my scheme. There is a reading room on the east elevation with sight lines calibrated to the ferry terminal. That is a donor room. You know it, I know it. The donors who arrive by ferry will see it first and feel like the building was designed for them. Mara feels the heat rise along our collarbone. The east elevation opens to the harbor light. That is not a donor calculation. That is orientation. It is both. Sofia turns. And you. Jack straightens from where he leans against the window frame. I was hoping to make it through the week before you found me. I found you 10 minutes ago. Your ground floor is open. Glass walls, tide-level terrace. Beautiful, inviting. Who does it invite? Everyone. Everyone with shoes that do not wet through in harbor spray. Everyone who does not need to ask whether the library has a space for a legal aid clinic. Everyone who already feels welcome in buildings like this. Jack's jaw tightens. The terrace is public. That is not cosmetic. It is cosmetic if the public cannot afford the transit to get here. Sophia pulls a folded map from her bag and spreads it across the crafting table. The neighborhood south of the harbor, the one the development plans pretend does not exist. 10,000 people in these blocks. Half are rent-burdened. A third are immigrants who use the current branch library for English classes, citizenship prep, notary services. The current building has one meeting room and no private consultation space. She taps the map. The harbor library is not a monument. It is infrastructure. If you do not build consultation rooms, after-school labs, a career center, a place for an immigration lawyer to sit with a client for an hour, you are building a tax shelter with nice windows. Mara stares at the map, at the red ink, at the anger in Sophia's voice that is not anger, it is exhaustion. The exhaustion of explaining the same thing to every architect who walks into a room with a sketch and no understanding of the people who live under the shadow of their vision. I can build that. Sophia looks at her. I can build that, Mara repeats. The stairwell is already designed for acoustic separation. That floor can be reconfigured. Private rooms along the north wall, soundproofed, with independent access to the street level. You just said the stairwell was fixed. I said it was deliberate. That does not mean it cannot bend. Sophia studies her. The silence holds. Jack moves to the table. He traces the map with his index finger, the white scar along his palm catching the light. The terrace drops to tide level here. If we recess the ground floor by 4 feet below grade, we gain wind shelter and the sightline stays open. The space underneath that overhang can be enclosed for community rooms without breaking the glass line. You have run that calculation? I have run the structural load. The foundation is over-engineered for the original scheme. The savings in glazing cost I mentioned yesterday covers the enclosure work. Sophia turns to Mara. And you? Can you integrate the stairwell with the community floor without creating a fortress? Mara pulls fresh trace. She draws fast, the pencil moving in the rhythm she uses when the idea is already there, waiting. The stairwell wraps the north wall. The community rooms bleed into the reading floor through a screened partition that can open or close depending on the hour. The harbor light still reaches the main reading room, but passes through a secondary veil of local stone, the same stone Jack proposed for his plinth. She looks up. Jack is watching her hand. He is reading her sketch before the lines settle. The veil works as thermal buffer, he says. You solved both problems. Yours and mine. Ours. The word lands between them. Singular. Shared. Mara does not correct him. Sophia picks up the sketch. She holds it to the light, turns it, sets it down. This is a conversation, she says, not a concept. If you present this to the jury in this condition, they will ask you to choose who owns which line. It is one building. Buildings have one architect. That is how the competition works. Sophia gathers her bag. She leaves the map on the table. I want the library you just drew, but I do not vote on the jury. And the jury will not care about our conversation unless you make them care. Do you understand? Yes, Mara says. Yes, Jack says. Sophia nods once. At the door, she turns. One more thing. The people who live in those blocks, the ones I showed you, they do not need a building that makes them feel small. They need a building that makes them feel like it was built for them, not around them. She leaves. The door swings shut. The war room is quiet. Mara looks at the sketch, at the map, at the lines she drew in the same minute Jack spoke, as if their hands shared the same rhythm without permission. That was not a loss either, Jack says. It was not anything. It was the first time you stopped fighting the building. She looks up. His eyes hold hers. The space between them is the width of the drafting table, the length of the 8 weeks still unwritten. Do not make it mean something it does not, she says. I am not making it mean anything. I am saying you are better when you are not defending. And you are better when you are not performing. He does not flinch. He holds her gaze. The door opens again. Elena Voss stands in the frame. Mara, a word. Mara follows her into the corridor. The glass partition behind them reflects Jack's silhouette still standing at the table, still watching. Elena's voice is low, precise. I just heard Sofia Alvarez walked out of your war room looking satisfied. That is dangerous. She pushed the concept. It is stronger because of it. It is collaborative. The jury does not reward collaborative. They reward authorship. And the first public ranking is in 5 days. I know. If you lose this competition because you spent the week designing a building with the man who is supposed to be your opponent, you will not be here to defend the result. Your team will not be here. 9 people, Mara. 9. Mara's throat closes. I am not losing. You are not winning yet either. And sweetening his concept with your community logic does not make you generous. It makes you a source. Elena walks away. Her heels click down the corridor, fade into the elevator hum. Mara stands in the glass corridor. Through the partition, she watches Jack pick up her sketch, turn it, study it the way he studied the map. She watches him set it down gently, like it matters. She does not move toward the door. She does not move away. Her hands are ink-stained. Her fingers are cold. The first ranking is in 5 days, and she just showed the enemy her best idea. Chapter 6. She sits in the dark again. The laptop glow is the only light in her apartment. The trace paper from earlier is still scattered across her desk, the stairwell sketch on top, the one Jack studied like it held answers. Mara does not look at it. She opens Draftlight instead. The inbox is quiet. Northpaper's last message from 2 nights ago sits unread at the bottom of the thread. You will not have to do it alone. She scrolls past it. She scrolls past the fear confession, the terrified honesty she poured into the dark at midnight, past the messages from the first day, the ones where she described Jack's smile, his coffee ring on her sketch, his hand brushing hers. She stops at an older thread, 3 months old. The subject line reads, Light and how it moves through rooms. She opens it. The first message is hers. 2:14 a.m. A timestamp she knows by heart because she typed those words in the hour between 2 bad meetings and 1 worse email, when she was sure her career was a staircase leading nowhere. Stairwell light should feel borrowed from the sea, not stolen, borrowed. The difference is whether you plan to give it back. She reads it twice. She reads the conversation that followed, Northpaper asking what she meant, her explaining that a stairwell is a hinge, not a room, that the light moving through it should carry the memory of where it came from, that a person climbing should feel the harbor before they see it. She types before she decides to. I have been thinking about that old thread, about the stairwell. I drew one today that might finally match what I meant. The reply comes in under a minute. Did it work? She stares at the screen. Almost, she types. The lines are right. The harbor light is not behaving yet. The harbor light does not behave for anyone. A line I have used before. You can use it again. It is yours. She breathes. The apartment is silent. The rain has stopped. The window shows nothing but her own reflection, the gray streak in her hair catching the screen glow, the ink on her fingers darker than the shadows. Can I tell you something strange? She types. Always. I used that phrase today. Aloud. To someone who would not understand it the way you do. The cursor blinks. Maybe you are wrong, he writes. Maybe they understood more than you think. She reads it 3 times. The words feel like they know things they should not know, like they are reaching through the screen and touching something she left unprotected. They are my competitor, she writes. We are fighting for the same job. I know. How? A pause. Long enough that she watches the cursor pulse, waits for the ellipsis that means he is typing, and then nothing. Because you would not say it to anyone else. She closes the laptop. Her hands tremble. The same tremor from the first night, the one she thought was exhaustion but was never only exhaustion. She presses her palms flat against the desk. The paper cuts sting. She opens the laptop again. I should sleep, she types. You should. You have a ranking in 5 days. Do you keep a calendar of my life? I keep a calendar of everything you tell me. The words hit her chest like something solid, like a door she did not know she was leaning against just swung open. Good night, Northpaper. Good night, Ren. She closes the laptop, does not open it again. 3 blocks from the harbor, Jack Roan does not close his laptop. He stares at the thread. At her phrase about stairwell light, the one she typed at 2:14 3 months ago, the one she spoke in the war room this morning, the one that cracked his certainty open because he heard his own words coming out of her mouth. He pulls his war room notes from his bag. The sketch he made of the harbor-level scheme. The notes on circulation, on how light should move through the building. He finds the margin where he wrote, in his own hand, a phrase he typed to Ren_draws 6 weeks ago. A building should feel like it is listening to the water, not telling the water where to go. He looks at his screen. At her message from 3 months ago about borrowed light, he looks at his notes again. The stairwell, in his current sketch, has the same orientation she drew today, the same logic, the same trust that the harbor will cooperate, not resist. He did not copy her. He did not have to. Their minds already meet in the dark, in the margins, in the hours when no one is watching. He closes his eyes. He does not sleep. He sits in the glow of 2 screens, the war room sketch and the Draftlight thread, knowing that every line she draws, he would have drawn the same way. And that is the most dangerous truth he has ever held. His phone buzzes, a message from Theo. "You still up?" He types back, "Yeah." "Working?" "Worse." He sets the phone face down, looks at the sketch again. The first ranking is in 5 days, and he is falling in love with the woman he is supposed to beat through words she wrote to someone else, to a version of him that does not yet have a face. He presses his palm flat against the table. The white scar catches the light. He does not move. Chapter 7. The morning air in the war room is wrong. Too still. Too clean. Mara feels it the moment she steps through the door. Priya is already there, standing stiff-backed near the drafting table, her aluminum pencil case clutched like a shield. 3 of Jack's senior drafters cluster by the window, and none of them are sketching. "What happened?" Priya's jaw tightens. "Gideon called a partner meeting. Elena, too. They are coming down in 10 minutes. Jack walks in behind her. Mara catches the way he stops, reads the room, the tension in his shoulders before he masks it. He sets his coffee at his usual spot on the table's edge, but he does not drink from it. "You know what this is about?" she asks him. "Budget review. They want to consolidate workflow before the ranking. That is not what consolidation means when partners call it." He looks at her. Something flickers in his expression, surprise that she sees it too, or gratitude, or both. Then the door opens and Gideon Ward steps in with a tablet and a smile that does not reach his collar. Elena follows. She does not smile. Gideon claps his hands together like a man about to announce good news. "Quick huddle. We are adjusting the team structure for the next phase. The ranking shifts the focus, and we need deployment efficiency." Mara's stomach drops. She knows this language. She has heard it before in a different firm, in a different year, when architects were called resources, and the cuts were announced 2 days before Christmas. "Calder Ward's senior drafters will move to a shared support rotation," Gideon continues. "Theo, Owen, Thomas, they will float between concept teams based on demand. It keeps everyone billable without committing to either side too early." Mara glances at Jack. He is very still. His hand rests flat on the table, the white scar pale against the wood. "Floating," Theo repeats from the window. His voice is neutral, but the word lands like a splinter. "Temporary," Gideon says. "Strategic. The partners need flexibility." Elena speaks for the first time. "It is not punitive. It is practical. The ranking will determine which concept carries, and we cannot have idle drafters on either side while the other is under pressure." Mara looks at Theo, at Owen, at Thomas. She has shared a war room with these men for 6 days. She knows Theo's line rec is cleaner than hers. She knows Owen caught a dimension error on her section drawing yesterday and pointed it out without making it a weapon. She knows Jack brought them from his father's collapse, that they are the people he promised to protect. "Mara," Gideon's tone is patient, inviting, like he is offering her a chance to agree before it becomes a fight. "They are not floaters," she says. The room shifts. Jack's head turns. Elena's eyebrows lift by a fraction of an inch. "Theo has 13 years of Pakka library experience," Mara continues. "Owen runs the best textural detailing team in this city. Thomas speaks 3 languages and just finished a Civic project in Rotterdam. You want to put them on rotation because you are afraid to commit to a concept that is not done yet?" Gideon's smile does not move. "We are not afraid, Mara. We are prudent." "Then be prudent with your own time, not theirs." Silence. Jack is staring at her. She can feel the weight of it, the question in it. the why buried under everything else. Elena folds her arms. You are advocating for Calderwood's drafters. I am advocating for skilled people being treated like furniture. That is not your fight. Mara does not look away. It is as if to sit in this room. The pause stretches. Gideon taps his tablet twice. Noted, he says. The word is a dismissal, but the edge in it tells her she has cost him something. Time, probably. Or the clean victory of an unopposed decision. The rotation stands, he announces. But we will review after the ranking. If both concepts show strength, we will reconsider. He says it like a concession. Mara knows it is a delay. Elena is already turning toward the door. Full concept review tomorrow at 10. Gideon has the details. She pauses at the threshold and looks back at Mara. Her expression is unreadable, but Mara feels the weight of it anyway. Like a check she has just written against an account she is not sure can cover it. The door closes. The Roan exhales. Jack's hand is still flat on the table. He moves it, finally, runs his palm along the edge of his sketch like he is checking that it is still there. What was that? Mara pulls her trace paper closer. Bad strategy. That was not strategy. You do not know my strategy. No, he says. I do not. The words hang. She hears what he is once saying. That she defended his people. That she had no reason to. That in a competition where every advantage is supposed to be taken, she just gave him one. Gideon will pull this again, she says, because the silence feels too full of things she cannot name. He will find another way to consolidate control. The ranking gives him cover. And you just told him you will fight it. I did not say I would fight it. You did not have to. She looks at him. His blue eyes hold hers, and for a moment the war room contracts to the space between them. The same charged air she felt when their hands touched the second day. No, he says. Not a problem. He turns back to his sketches. His hand moves toward his coffee, stops, hovers. Thank you. The words are low, barely audible. She does not know how to answer. She pulls trace paper and starts drawing again, but her hand is not steady. The war room door opens. Gideon's assistant steps in, a single sheet in his hand. He slides it onto the grafting table between them. Revised schedule. The public ranking has been moved up, tomorrow at 10. Mara reads the sheet. Her blood goes cold. The review is not a closed jury assessment. It is a public presentation. With the community advisory panel present. With Sofia Alvarez. With the media. Jack reads over her shoulder. She feels the warmth of him, the nearness, before she registers what the paper says. A ranked list, he reads aloud. First to last. Published. Mara looks at him. And the bottom concept as to notes. Her hand presses flat against the table, next to his, close enough that the edge of her smallest finger almost touches the white scar on his palm. Neither of them pulls away. Chapter 8. The room fills too fast. Mara arrives at 20 to 10 and finds the war room transformed. Someone has pushed the drafting table against the wall. Chairs line the glass wall in 3 rows. A projector stand occupies the corner where her trace paper bin used to be. The harbor light pours through the windows, turning the space into an aquarium, and she stands in the middle of it with her binder pressed against her chest, watching strangers file in. Sofia Alvarez arrives first, messenger bag slung, dark hair loose. She nods at Mara but does not stop. She takes a seat in the front row and pulls out a notebook. Nadia Bell follows. Silver hair, straight back, the thin leather folder tucked under her arm. She does not sit. She stands at the window and looks at the harbor excavation, the crane, the skeleton of what will become something. I hope you have not been polishing, she says without turning. Mara feels the words land in her chest. I have been working. Good. Polish is for the presentation after the building is built. Elena Voss arrives with Gideon Ward. They take seats at the back, together, a show of unity that feels staged. Elena's eyes find Mara once, then slide away. Jack walks in at 9:58. He looks like he slept in his shirt. The sleeves are rolled unevenly. His jaw carries a shadow of stubble. He carries rolled drawings under one arm and nothing in his expression. He stops next to her. You ready? I have been ready since the first day. I know. He does not look at her when he says it. That makes it worse. The room settles. Gideon stands, adjusts his jacket, and addresses the assembled group in the voice of a man who enjoys running meetings. Welcome to the first public ranking of the Vostkalder Harbor Library Concept Review. The format is simple. Each lead will present for 15 minutes. The panel will ask questions for 10. After both presentations, the jury will deliberate and deliver a ranked decision. Mara watches the media representative in the corner, a young woman with a recorder already running. Bottom concept goes to notes, Gideon says. Top concept proceeds to week 2 with full team support. The room is silent. Mara, you are up first. She steps forward. The projector hums. Her first slide appears. The harbor elevation she redrew after Sophia's visit. The reconfigured stairwell with community rooms tucked behind the screened partition. She hears her own voice filling the room. Calm, measured. The voice she practiced in front of her bathroom mirror at 5 a.m. She walks them through the structural logic, the thermal buffer, the circulation strategy, the stairwell that borrows light from the harbor without stealing it. The phrase slips out before she can stop it. Borrowed from the sea, she says, not stolen. She sees Jack's jaw tighten. Nadia Bell's pen stops moving. The questions come like a current. Sophia presses her on community access ratios. A donor representative asks about the terrace seating capacity. Nadia waits until the end, then leans forward. You fixed the stairwell? She says. Mara nods. You were afraid of the harbor 3 days ago. I was. And now? Mara looks at the projection. The stairwell opens toward the water. The light spills through the partition like something invited. I am listening to it, she says. Nadia's expression does not change, but she writes something down. Mara's time ends. She steps back. Jack moves forward. He does not use slides. He uses drawings, unrolled across the table. The same scheme he showed the first day, but refined, sharpened, deepened. The open ground floor, the tide-level terrace, the recessed community spaces under the overhang, the same solution he offered after Sophia's visit. He talks about cost per square foot, about donor naming opportunities, about the building as a civic landmark that will appear on postcards. Mara watches the donor representative lean forward. She watches Sophia's pen move slower. She watches the room tilt toward him. Jack finishes on a phrase about water and listening, and Mara feels the floor drop. Thank you, Gideon says. The jury will deliberate. We will reconvene in 30 minutes. The room empties. Mara stands at the window. The laptop glows. Draftlight is open. She stares at the cursor blinking in the message field. She types before she thinks. I hate how quickly a firm can make human beings feel interchangeable. She shiz it. The reply comes within a minute. That is because you have never been interchangeable to anyone who mattered. She stares at the screen. The words are too precise, too close to the wound she has not named aloud. How do you know that? She types. A pause. The dots appear, vanish, appear again. Because I know you. She closes the laptop. Her heart is hammering. She opens it again. The message is still there. The cursor blinks. Northpaper is online. Who are you? She types. The dots appear. They vanish. They do not return. Chapter 9. The rain starts at 7 and does not let up. Mara hears it first, against the glass, a steady percussion that builds into something closer to assault. The war room is empty except for her. Priya left at 6. Layla at 6:30. The Calder drafters filtered out by 7:15, leaving their coffee cups and their heat behind. She should leave too. She does not. The facade elevation is wrong. The east glazing reads as a wall, not an open, and every time she tries to fix it, the proportions shift wrong. She has been redrawing the same section for 90 minutes, and the rain is not helping. The light is gone. The harbor is a smear of dark water and darker sky. She hears footsteps. Jack appears in the doorway, jacket wet at the shoulders, a takeout bag in his hand. You are still here, he says. So are you. I live 3 blocks away. I forgot my notebook. He points at the table. The notebook is there, open to a page of margin notes she read earlier without permission. Then take it. He does not take it. He stands in the doorway, rain dripping from his sleeves onto the floor, and watches her. The facade is wrong, he says. I know it is wrong. May I? She hesitates, then steps back from the table. He walks over, sets the takeout bag on the corner, and looks down at her drawing. The facade is wrong, he says. I know it is wrong. May I? She hesitates, then steps back from the table. He walks over, sets the takeout bag on the corner, and looks down at her drawing. His shirt sleeves are wet. The fabric clings to his forearms. She watches him trace the elevation line with his finger, not touching the paper, just following the contour. You are fighting the material, he says. I am fighting the budget. Something. He looks up. His blue eyes catch the fluorescent light, and for a moment he looks tired in a way she has not seen before. Not strategic tired, just tired. The rain is not stopping, he says. There is a place on Harbor Street that delivers. I ordered too much. She stares at him. Are you asking me to eat dinner with you? I am telling you I have extra food and it will go cold if I eat alone. That is not an answer. It is the only one you are getting. She should say no. She should pack her things, walk out into the rain, and go home to her empty apartment and her laptop and the question she asked Northpaper that still has no answer. Instead, she pulls out the chair. You paid for the food, she says. I did. Then I am doing you a favor. He almost smiles, almost. They eat in silence for the first 10 minutes. The food is good, hot, spiced in a way that cuts through the damp. He ordered rice and something with ginger and chili that burns clean on the way down. She eats faster than she means to, realizes she has not eaten since breakfast, and slows down. You draw when you are hungry, Jack says. I draw when I am angry. The hunger is incidental. That explains the facade. It explains nothing. The facade is wrong because I cannot decide if the building should open itself to the water or shield itself from it. Both. Both is not a material specification. It is a design philosophy. The glass faces east, the stone wraps the north and west. The harbor side opens in summer and seals in winter. It is not either or, it is when. She sets down her chopsticks. You have thought about this. I have thought about this building every day for 3 weeks. I have thought about it while sleeping, while eating, while pretending to listen to Gideon talk about branding synergies. Branding synergies. I cannot say that without wanting to put my fist through a wall. A laugh escapes her, surprising her. She covers it with a sip of water, but not fast enough. His eyes catch hers. You laughed, he says. I coughed. That was a laugh. It was a reflex. Do not read into it. I am reading everything into it. It is the only interesting thing that happened all day. The air shifts. The words hang between them, heavier than intended. She looks down at her hands. The ink stain is there, a dark smudge across her index finger and the web of her thumb, the mark of someone who does not own a decent pen case and refuses to learn. Jack's gaze drops to her hands. You be entirely wealth. She asks that for violence. You have ink on your hand? He says quietly. I always have eat on my hand. I know. The words land wrong. Too intimate. Too certain. She pulls her hand back. What does that mean? Nothing. It means I noticed. You have noticed a lot today. I have noticed everything. The admission cracks through the air. She feels it in her chest, the weight of it, the way his voice drops at the end like he said something he did not mean to say aloud. The takeout containers sit between them, cooling. Jack does not look away. She should leave. She should stand up, grab her coat, and walk out into the rain. The question she typed to Northpaper is still unanswered. The silence in the war room is still full of things neither of them will say. But she does not move. Tell me about the facade, she says. Which part? The part you are not saying. His jaw tightens. He looks at the drawing, then at her, then at the rain streaking down the glass. The building should feel like it is listening to the water, he says. Not telling the water where to go. The words hit her like a door slamming shut. She has heard them before, at 2:14 a.m. 3 months ago, typed by Northpaper in response to her message about Stairwell light. She goes cold. "You said that before?" she says. "Did I?" "You know you did." The silence stretches. The rain drums against the glass. Jack's hands are still on the table, palms flat, the white scar along his left palm catching the light. "Who are you?" she asks. The same question she typed to Northpaper 3 hours ago. The same silence. Jack looks at her. His blue eyes hold something she cannot name. Fear, hope, the wreckage of a choice he has been making for weeks. "I am the person who has been trying to tell you the truth," he says. "And sailing." The rain does not stop. The words do not soften. She looks at his hands, then at the ink on her own finger, and she understands that something is about to break. Chapter 10. The rain does not stop. Mara stares at him across the takeout containers, the words still vibrating in the air between them. "I have to be at the site at 6, she says. "That is 4 hours from now." "Then I should sleep." "You should not be alone right now." The words land soft, almost gentle, and that is worse than if he had pushed. She stands, gathers her coat, and does not look back at him. "You said you were trying to tell the truth," she says, at the door. "Try harder." She walks out into the rain. The harbor excavation is wetter than the war room could have prepared her for. Dawn comes gray and sullen over the water, the tide low enough that the exposed pilings look like bones. Mara stands at the edge of the slurry wall, boots caked in mud that smells of salt and rust and old diesel, watching the light struggle through the cloud cover. The site supervisor hands her a hard hat. "You are the Voss lead?" "I am." Calder's crew already here, down at the north edge. She finds Jack standing at the harbor wall, not far from where the foundation will bite into the earth. His jacket is wet, his sleeves rolled despite the cold, and he is looking at the water like it owes him something. He does not turn when she approaches. "You are early," she says. "So are you." "I could not sleep." "Neither could I." The excavation gapes between them, a wound in the ground where the library will rise or fail to rise. Cranes stand silent in the half-light, their booms cutting gray lines across a grayer sky. "The sight line from the street," Jack says without preamble. "You lose it at the corner. The approach from the south will not see the entrance until they are already on top of it. The entrance faces the harbor. The harbor is not where people live." She feels the jab land exactly where he aimed it. South of the harbor. 10,000 people, half rent-burdened. Sophia's Mac slides into her mind like a blade. The entrance faces the harbor because the harbor is what the building is supposed to engage, she says. Engage is an architect word. It means nothing. It means the building should open to the water. It means the building should open to the people who can afford to stand and look at the water. The words hang between them, harder than any critique Nadia Bell delivered in the war room. Harder because they come from him, because he knows exactly where her design is vulnerable, because he spent the night telling her he was failing to tell the truth, and now he is using his knowledge of her to cut. "Where do you want the entrance?" she asks. "Where the wind does not make it unusable 9 months of the year." "The wind is not my fault." "It is your problem. The library faces east. The winter storms come from the northeast. You cannot have a glass harbor wall without a windbreak at the corner, and if you put a windbreak at the corner, you lose the sight line anyway." She opens her mouth to answer, but Sofia Alvarez appears at the edge of the excavation, messenger bags slung across her chest, hard hat already on. She picks her way down the muddy slope like she owns it. "I thought you two would be here," Sofia says. "Good, walk with me." She leads them past the excavation, past the slurry wall, to a chain-link fence where the neighborhood presses against the construction zone. A row of brick buildings, laundry lines, a corner store with a faded awning. A woman sits on a stoop with a toddler on her lap, watching the cranes. "That is Dilia," Sofia says. "She lives 3 blocks from here. She works nights at the Hotel Lull Harbor Avenue. She has a 7-year-old who does his homework at the current library because their apartment has mold in the bedroom, and the heat goes out every January." Mara says nothing. Delia does not care if the entrance faces the harbor, Sophia continues. She cares if her son can walk to the library without crossing the highway. She cares if there is a desk where he can sit, and a bathroom that locks, and a person who speaks Spanish at the information desk. Jack's jaw tightens. She cares if the library is open past 7, Sophia says, because she gets off at 9 and she cannot take her son to a building that is already locked. The wind picks up. The toddler on the stoop presses closer to the woman, and the woman wraps an arm around them without looking away from the cranes. The library is not a monument, Sophia says. It is a room where people try to survive. You two are arguing about sightlines and windbreaks when the 7-year-old does math homework on a bus because there is nowhere else to go. Sophia walks away, back toward the site office, leaving them at the fence. The rain begins again, light at first, then steady. Mara watches the woman on the stoop, the toddler, the laundry hanging limp in the wet air. The entrance faces the harbor, she says slowly. But the approach from the south needs a covered walkway, a porch. Something that reads as entrance from the street, not just from the water. Jack looks at her. Where does the covered walkway go? Into the community rooms. If you put community rooms at the south edge, you lose the structural continuity with the reading hall. I will cantilever the reading hall over the lobby. The weight transfers through the core. I can do it. You have not modeled the load. I will model the load today. He is quiet for a long moment. The rain streaks down his face, and he does not wipe it away. That is a better building, he says. I know. Then why did you not design it that way from the start? She turns to face him. The question sits between them, heavier than any critique. Because I was designing to win, she says. Not to serve. And I did not realize those were different things until Sophia showed me a photograph of a 7-year-old doing homework on a bus. Jack's expression shifts. Something cracks behind his eyes, something he has been holding closed since the war room, since the takeout containers, since the moment she asked him who he was. It is not too late, he says. Is that what you tell yourself? The question lands where she aimed it. He flinches. I am trying, he says. Try faster. She walks away from the fence, toward the site office, toward the models waiting on her desk, toward a design that needs to become something better than a monument. The rain follows her, soaking through her collar, running down her neck. Behind her, she hears Jack's boots in the mud. Then Theo's voice, low and urgent. Jack, a word. She does not turn. She keeps walking. But she slows enough to hear. The partners just called an off-record meeting, Theo says, his voice barely carrying over the rain. They are changing the Week 2 criteria. They did not tell the jury yet. They are not going to tell anyone until the ranking is announced. What are they changing? Scoring weight. Community integration gets bumped down. Donor visibility goes up. They want a library the rich people will fund, not one the residents will use. Jack says something she cannot hear. She keeps walking. The rain keeps falling, and the woman on the stoop is still watching the cranes. Chapter 11. The review room is glass on 3 sides, and the morning light cuts through like something surgical. Mara stands at the table with her drawings spread in a fan, pointing at the section cut through the east elevation. Her voice is steady. She has been working on this circulation sequence for 3 days, tracing every possible path a person could take from the street to the reading hall, and she knows it better than anyone in the room. Elena sits with her arms crossed. Gideon leans against the back wall, checking his watch. Nadia Bell is the only one actually looking at the drawings, her thin leather folder open, her silver hair catching the light. The problem is the vertical stack, Mara says. The stairwell reads as a service corridor. It moves people, but it does not welcome them. The circulation feels like a fire code diagram, not an invitation. She flips to a new sheet. The sketch shows a different configuration, wider landings, a shifted axis, a pocket of light at the turn. I have been trying to find a way to make the vertical movement feel connected to the harbor without forcing the view, she says. The stairwell light should feel borrowed from the sea, not stolen, borrowed. Nadia's pen stops. The room tilts. Jack goes still beside her. She feels it before she sees it, a sudden absence of motion in her peripheral vision. He is not breathing. His hand is frozen halfway to his coffee cup, fingers curled over the rim like he forgot what he was reaching for. She looks at him. Problem? He does not answer. His eyes are on her mouth, on the shape the words left behind. Jack. He blinks. The coffee cup lands. His hand drops. No, he says. No problem. But his voice is wrong. It is not the voice he uses in reviews, not the one he uses when storing points or deflecting charm. It is the voice of someone who just stepped onto ground that turned out to be much thinner than he thought. The meeting continues. Mara finishes her presentation. She answers Nadia's questions about the structural logic of the shifted stair axis and handles Elena's budget concerns with numbers she has already memorized. She does not stumble. But Jack is not listening to her answers. He is hearing her voice from 3 months ago, at 2:14 a.m., when she typed that exact phrase into Draftlight. The stairwell light should feel borrowed from the sea, not stolen, borrowed. He remembers how carefully she chose those words, how she deleted and rewrote them 3 times before sending. He remembers thinking that she was the only architect he had ever encountered who understood that light was not something to capture, but something to earn. And now she is standing in front of a jury, saying the same words to the room while wearing red boots and ink on her fingers, and he is known for 3 blocks in a confirmation that should have landed weeks ago. Because it was her voice. It was always her voice. He watches her during Jack's presentation. She takes notes. She frowns at his section cut. She asks a pointed question about the thermal envelope that makes Gideon shift his weight. She is sharp and precise, and she does not give him an inch. But he is not hearing her questions. He is hearing the Draftlight thread where Ren_draws told Northpaper that she was tired of being the only woman in rooms where men spoke over her. He is hearing the message where she confessed that architecture had made her harder than she wanted to be, and that she was not sure she knew how to find the softer version again. And now that softer version is standing across the table from him, using the same words she trusted him with at 2:14 a.m. He does not interrupt. He does not give himself away again. But when the review ends and the room scatters, he stays at the table, staring at the section cut she left behind. The stairwell, the light marks she drew in soft graphite, the careful hand that shaped every line. Nadia stops at the door. Jack, he looks up. You were quiet today. I was listening. She studies him for a moment. Her eyes are old and patient and they see too much. To the building, she says. Or to something else? He does not answer. She leaves. The room empties, glass walls with grayport beyond, a single drawing left on the table, and Jack alone with it. He touches the edge of the paper. His finger traces the stairwell line, following the axis she shifted, following the light pocket she carved into the turn. 3 months ago, at 2:14 a.m., he wrote back to her. Borrowed light sounds like a building that does not take more than it needs. She replied, that is all a building should be, a thing that takes only what it needs and gives back more. He has lived inside that sentence for 3 months without knowing it was hers, and now he knows. He lifts his hand from the paper. The ink on his palm is a different kind of stain, one she has never seen up close, one he has never offered her to read. He looks at the drawing. He looks at the door where she walked out. He does not follow her. He stays in the glass room, surrounded by her words, and waits for the weight of what he just learned to settle into something he can carry. Chapter 12. The review room empties in waves. First the juniors, then Gideon checking his watch, then Elena with one last look at the section cut. Nadia goes last, her heels clicking toward the elevator, and then it is only Jack and the drawing. He does not follow Mara. He stands at the table with her stairwell section under his hands, graphite dust on his fingertips, and the sentence still hanging in the air between them. Borrowed from the sea, not stolen, borrowed. He knows that sentence. He has held it in his chest for 3 months. His phone is in his pocket. Draftlight is still installed. The messages are still there, archived in the thread called light and how it moves through rooms. The one Ren_draws told him about the pressure of being the only woman in rooms where men spoke over her. She had typed it fast, without capitals in places, raw in a way that made his chest hurt. Some days I think the hardest part is not the work, it is the watching. Watching them decide I am too much before I open my mouth. Watching them calculate how to use what I say against me. He had written back, I see you. Not the version they decide to see. The version that shows up here. Her reply had taken 17 minutes. That is more than most people give me in a year. The elevator door is open. Jack steps into the lobby. The harbor is gray through the glass, rain starting to veil the cranes. He walks past the security desk, past the potted plants that smell like wet soil, past the receptionist who nods at him and says something he does not hear. He walks 3 blocks to his apartment. The door closes behind him. He stands in the dark, rain on his shoulders, phone still in his hand. He opens the thread again. 2 weeks ago, Ren_Draws wrote, I have a gray streak in my hair that I did not gain through wisdom, only through staying awake too long. 3 weeks ago, my fingers are always stained. Ink, graphite, coffee. Pick your poison. 6 weeks ago, I wear red boots to job sites because I want them to see me coming. Jack closes his eyes. He has seen the gray streak. He has seen the ink stains. He has watched her cross a construction site in those red boots, unafraid of the mud, unafraid of the men who stared. He has known since the first meeting, since her voice in the briefing room shaped the words the library should feel like it grew there. He knew then, in his gut, in the way his spine went cold and his mind went white. He did not act. He told himself he needed certainty, needed proof, needed to be sure before he risked everything. And now he has proof. And still he does not act. He sits down at his desk. The laptop is closed. The drawings from today are stacked in a corner. The stairwell section he traced with his finger is still in the review room, 3 blocks away, under fluorescent light that does not know what it holds. He could call her. He could text her. He could drive to her apartment. He could stand on her doorstep and tell her the truth, tell her that he is Northpaper, that he has been Northpaper for 3 years, that he recognized her on day 1 and chose silence like a coward, building his own justification brick by brick. He does not. He tells himself it is not the right time. The competition is too close. The ranking is tomorrow. She needs to focus. He needs to focus. If he tells her now, she will think every critique was strategy, every collaboration was manipulation, every charged moment in the war room was a performance he planned in advance. That is not true. But it will be what she believes. So he waits. He tells himself he needs the right moment, the right words, a way to make her understand that the silence was not cruelty but fear, that he was afraid of losing the only person who ever saw him clearly. The argument sounds hollow even inside his own skull, but he does not move. The next morning the war room is tense. Mara arrives first, as always. She is already at the table when Jack walks in, her coffee cup steaming, her pencil case open, her hand moving across trace paper in quick, certain strokes. She looks up. You look terrible. Did not sleep well. Join the club. She goes back to her drawing. No follow-up, no concern. She is not his friend. She is not his confidant. She is his rival, and she is winning, and she has no reason to care whether he slept, except that she asked. Jack sits down. He opens his laptop. He pulls up the section he was revising before the review, before the words borrowed from the sea cracked something open in his chest. He cannot focus. He watches her hand move across the paper, the ink stain on her middle finger, the way she bites her lower lip when she is working something out, the gay streak catching the overhead light. She looks up again. What? Nothing. You are staring. I was thinking. Think faster, we have 4 weeks. She goes back to her drawing, and Jack goes back to his silence. That night, Mara logs onto Draftlight. Jack is already there, waiting in the dark of his apartment, laptop screen the only light. He watches her handle appear in the thread. Ren_Draws online. His chest tightens. A moment later her message arrives. Today was hard, but I thought about something you said once, about listening instead of fighting. It helped. Thank you. Jack reads it. His hands are steady on the keyboard. His breathing is even. He looks like a man in control. He is not. He types a reply. Deleted it. Types another. Deleted that one too. He wants to tell her. He wants to write, I am here. I am right here. I have been here the whole time, and I am sorry, and I am scared, and I do not know how to undo what I have done." Instead, he writes, "You do not have to fight alone. You never did." He sends it. The message appears in the thread. Ren_draws typing dots appear, vanish, appear again. Then her reply. "I know. That is why I keep coming back." Jack stares at the screen. His silence is no longer a delay. It is a choice. And he is making it again, right now, with his fingers on the keyboard and her trust glowing in front of him. He closes the laptop. The room goes dark. He sits in the silence, surrounded by her words, and waits for the weight to settle into something he can carry. It does not. Chapter 13. The war room settles into a rhythm that feels nothing like before. Jack notices it in the small things, the way Mara tilts her head when she reads bad news on her phone, a fraction of a degree toward her shoulder, as if bracing. The way she rolls her wrist in slow circles when the drafting cramps her hand, the motion unconscious, private. The way she stacks trace paper in exact alignment before she redlines a section, a ritual of control she does not know he is tracking. He notices everything now. It is unbearable. She is at the table before him, as always. Coffee steam rises between her face and the window. She is working on the cantilever, the reading hall she redesigned after Sophia's intervention, the one that made him say it is a better building and mean it. He sits down, opens his laptop, does not look at her. "You are late." By 3 minutes. 3 minutes is late. Noted. She does not look up. Her pencil moves. The gray streak catches the light. He watches her wrist roll, watches her press the heel of her hand against the edge of the table, once, twice, then reach for the coffee. He looks away. The morning passes in the kind of silence that feels deliberate, not accidental. Priya comes in with coffee for Mara and a stack of community survey reports. Theo follows with a roll of structural prints for Jack. They exchange nods like diplomats in neutral territory. Nadia Bell arrives at 11. She does not announce herself. She simply appears in the doorway, leather folder under her arm, silver hair catching the overhead light. She studies the drawings pinned to the wall for a full minute before speaking. The cantilever. That is new. Mara straightens. Redesigned yesterday, the southern approach needed a covered transition. Nadia steps closer. Her eyes move along the sightlines, the load path, the way the reading hall hangs over the lobby like a lantern waiting to be lit. You solved the wind problem. The wind problem was never structural. It was political. The harbor winds do not care whose name is on the building. Nadia's mouth does not smile, but something shifts in her expression. Approval, maybe, or recognition. She turns to leave. At the door, she stops. "Jack, I would like to see your revised terrace section by tomorrow morning." Of course. She leaves. Mara watches the door close, then she looks at him. "She never asks me for revisions. She knows you will deliver without being asked." That is not an answer. Neither is most of what she says. Mara holds his gaze a moment too long. Then she goes back to her drawing. Jack watches her wrist roll, watches her reach for the coffee, watches her bite her lower lip. He notices everything now. The afternoon meeting is called without warning. Gideon Ward appears at the war room door at 2:47 p.m., phone in hand, expression smooth and unreadable. "Conference room, 5 minutes, both of you." Mara's pencil stops. "We are in the middle of... This cannot wait." He is gone before she finishes. Mara looks at Jack. "What is this about?" "I do not know. You always know." "I do not know everything." She studies him. "That is the first honest thing you have said all week." She stands, grabs her notebook, heads for the door. Jack follows. The conference room holds Elena, Gideon, and 3 junior partners Jack has seen but never spoken to. The table is covered with spreadsheets, not drawings. The air feels transactional. Gideon gestures to the chairs. "Sit." They sit. Elena speaks first. "The integrated wall solution from Mara's stairwell section, the one that resolves the thermal buffer without adding structural load. We want to adopt it as firm language for the competition presentation." Mara goes still. Jack feels the words land in his chest like a weight. The integrated wall solution is not firm language, Mara says. It is my solution. I designed it. My team modeled it. My section cut proves it works. Gideon's smile does not reach his eyes. And it will be credited to Voss Calder Collective. That is how these things worked. Shared IP strengthens the proposal. It is not shared. It is mine. Mara. Elena's voice is careful. The competition is about the firm, not the individual. The jury wants to see cohesion, a single architectural voice. Then let the single voice speak for itself. Do not borrow from mine and call it yours. Jock says nothing. He watches the exchange with the clarity of a man who has stopped pretending he is neutral. He watches Mara's spine stiffen, her hand curl around the edge of the table, the way her jaw tightens when she is fighting for something she will not surrender. He sees the risk she took to get here. He sees the weight she carries. He sees the woman who defended his grafters against Gideon, who redesigned her entire concept because Sophia showed her a woman on a stoop, who logs onto Draftlight at night to confess her exhaustion to a stranger she trusts more than anyone in this room. He sees her, and he knows what silence costs. Call it what is. The words come out before he thinks them through. Everyone turns. Gideon's expression shifts. Excuse me? Call it what it is. Jack's voice is steady. Mara's solution. Put her name on it. Give her credit in the consolidated boards. If the jury wants cohesion, they will see two architects working from a shared language. They do not need to see theft dressed as collaboration. Mara stares at him. Elena's eyes narrow. Jack, this is not... I know what this is. He does not look away. I know exactly what this is. The silence stretches. Gideon's jaw tightens. Elena's fingers tap the table once, twice. Then Elena exhales. Fine. The solution carries Mara's name in the boards. The goat carries firm trending. Are we satisfied? Mara says nothing. Jack says, yes. The meeting ends. In the corridor, Mara catches his arm. Her grip is tight. Her eyes are unreadable. Why did you do that? Because it was the truth. That is not a reason. Not from you. He meets her gaze. Maybe I am tired of pretending. She holds his eyes for a long moment. Her thumb presses into the fabric of his sleeve, a gesture that could mean anything. Then she lets go. You are not who I thought you were, Jack Roan. She walks away. He watches her go. The words hang in the air. A door cracked open. A question neither of them is ready to answer. He is still standing in the corridor when his phone buzzes. A Draftlight notification. Ren_draws has sent you a message. He reads it in the empty hallway. I had a moment today where someone saw me, really saw me. I did not know what to do with it. Jack closes his eyes. The weight of his silence settles deeper than ever. Chapter 14. Mara walks back to the war room with Priya's footsteps behind her. The corridor feels longer than it did this morning. The light through the glass walls is flat and gray, the kind of afternoon that makes Greyport look like it is underwater. She wants to close her eyes. She wants to sit down. She wants to stop feeling the ghost of Jack's defense in her ribs like a second heartbeat. Mara, Priya's hand on her elbow stops her at the war room door. You need to sit down. I need to finish the terrace section. You need to sit down. Priya steers her past the drafting table to the corner where the lamb at counter holds a coffee machine that has not been cleaned since the merger. The water tastes metallic. Mara drinks it anyway. Priya stands close, lowers her voice. What happened in there? Gideon tried to take my wall solution. Jack defended me. Elena compromised. That is not what I asked. Mara sets the cup down. Her hand is steady, which surprises her. Then ask what you mean. Priya's eyes do not waver. I mean, you look like someone who has not slept in a week and just got saved by the person she is supposed to beat. I want to know what is happening inside that head before it costs you something you cannot get back. The words land hard. Mara opens her mouth to deflect, to say she is fine, to say she has been handling worse than this since she was 24 and the only woman in a room full of men who thought her name was a typo on the attendance sheet. But Priya is still looking at her. Priya has been looking at her for 7 years. I am tired, Mara says. That is all. I am tired. Then stop carrying it alone. I am not. You are. Priya's voice is quiet but sharp. You take the Redlines. You take the revisions. You take every meeting with Elena and Gideon like it is a siege you have to win by yourself. You do not ask for help. You do not delegate the things that matter. You hold everything, Mara. And people who hold everything break. Mara's throat tightens. I have 9 people depending on me. You have 9 people who would help you carry the weight if you let them. I do not know how. Priya's expression softens. I know. That is what I am telling you. She touches Mara's shoulder once, brief and warm, and steps back to her desk. The drafting table waits. The terrace section waits. Jack's revised boards lean against the wall, covered in trace paper, and she can see the outline of his cantilever beneath the sheets, close to hers, too close. She does not look at him. She does not look at Priya. She picks up her pencil and works until her fingers cramp. At 7:23 p.m., Priya drops a stack of printed spreadsheets on the table. Review trail, chronological order, comments from the first jury pass, the partner annotations, and the scoring breakdown Nadia sent for transparency. Mara flips the first page. The numbers look right. Mara's concept holds a narrow lead across 3 categories: structural innovation, programmatic clarity, spatial generosity. Jack scores higher on budget discipline and material sourcing. But the 4th page catches her, a column she almost misses because it is printed in a smaller font than the rest. Donor alignment potential, scored separately, not included in the ranking average. She looks up. Priya, what is this? Priya comes around the table. Her finger traces the column. That is the category they are adding for week 2. Theo's source confirmed it. The partners are weighting it at 20% of the final score. It is not in the published criteria. It is not supposed to be. Mara's pencil stills. A category that does not appear in the official rubric, but will count for 1/5 of the final score. A category no one told the architects about. A category that measures how well a design appeals to the donors who funded the partners' last 3 projects. She sees the shape of it immediately. Her community walkway, her cantilevered reading hall, her stairwell that borrows light instead of stealing it. None of it is designed for donors. It is designed for Delia's son, for the woman on the stoop, for the 10,000 people south of the harbor who rent-run themselves to stay in the city they grew up in. Jack's proposal is sleeker. His material choices read more expensive. His facade references the kind of architectural language donors photograph for their portfolios. If donor alignment counts for 20%, she is already losing ground she did not know existed. Thank you, she says. Priya waits. Mara says nothing else. Priya returns to her desk, and the silence of the war room settles around them like a building she cannot escape. She stays until 9:47 p.m. The terrace section is finished, but she does not trust it. The lines feel tight, cautious, drawn by a hand that is second-guessing every stroke. She sets her pencil down and stares at the board until the edges blur. Jack left at 8. He did not say goodbye. She walks home through rain that is barely more than mist, the kind that soaks through her coat without her noticing, until she is standing in her apartment with water dripping onto the floorboards. The apartment is dark. The laptop glows on her desk. She sits down, opens Draftlight, finds the thread ran. Mara, I told someone today that I am tired. I do not think I have ever said that out loud. She waits. The cursor blinks. Northpaper. What did they say? Mara, that I do not have to carry everything alone. Northpaper. They are right. Mara, I know. Northpaper. Knowing and believing are different rooms. She stares at the sentence. She has seen this shape before. Northpaper's phrasing, the way he builds a metaphor like a structural detail, precise, load-bearing, designed to hold weight. She has seen it in his design comments. She has seen it in his war room notes. She has seen it in Jack's handwriting. She pushes the thought away. Mara, when did you learn the difference? Northpaper. When I realized I was building rooms for other people and refusing to live in any of them. Her chest tightens. Mara, that is exactly what I am doing. Northpaper. I go. Mara, how do you know? The cursor blinks. A long pause. Northpaper. Because I have been reading you for 3 months. You build for everyone. You do not build for yourself. She reads it twice. The third time she closes her eyes. Mara, I do not know how to stop. Northpaper, you do not have to stop. You have to let someone hold the line with you. The words from the war room. Jan's voice, Priya's voice, Northpaper's voice, merged into one sound she cannot separate. Mara, maybe I am starting to learn. Northpaper, good. She closes the laptop, sits in the dark. The rain keeps falling. And somewhere 3 blocks away, Jack Roan is sitting in his own dark apartment, reading her words again, feeling the weight of his silence press down like a building he has designed but cannot inhabit. Chapter 15. The rain starts before they reach the excavation edge. Mara feels it first as a single cold drop sliding down her collar. Then the sky opens, fast and mean, the kind of harbor rain that arrives without warning and turns everything slick in minutes. The site inspector is already retreating toward the trailer, shouting something about lightning protocols and rescheduling. Mara does not stop walking. The boards beneath her boots are wet, and the harbor wind cuts through her jacket like it knows exactly where she is weakest. Jack is beside her. She does not know when he fell into step. She only knows he is there, dark hair plastering to his forehead, rolled sleeves soaked through, the silver watch catching the gray light. We should turn around, he says. The scaffolding is already rigged. If we wait, we lose half a day. Half a day is better than a cracked rib. She keeps walking. She hears him exhale, long and low, and then his boots hit the boards again beside her, matching her pace. The harbor excavation yawns below them, a raw wound of mud and rebar and standing water. The temporary scaffolding rises 40 feet above the eastern edge, where the foundation work is still exposed. The wind hits it, and the whole structure groans, metal singing against metal in a frequency that settles in her teeth. Mara stops at the base and looks up. The lighting rigs are lashed to the top platform with ratchet straps. She watches one of them shift, a slow pendulum swing that should not be happening. Those straps are loose. Jack follows her gaze. His jaw tightens. They were tight yesterday. Yesterday was not a storm. She steps forward. Jack's hand catches her arm. Mara. She turns. His fingers are wrapped around her forearm, wet and warm, and his eyes are not on the scaffolding anymore. They are on her. Wait, he says. The word is quiet, not a command, a request. She should pull away. She should tell him she does not need his protection, that she has been walking into half-built structures since she was 23, that she knows how to read a failing rig before it fails. She does not pull away. The scaffolding groans again, higher this time, a different pitch. They both look up. The lighting rig at the top platform has shifted again, further this time, the ratchet strap holding it at an angle that is no longer safe. Get back, Mara says. They move at the same time, stepping away from the scaffolding shadow, but the wind changes direction, a hard gust off the harbor that hits the exposed face of the structure like a fist. The strap snaps. Mara hears it before she sees it, a wet, cracking sound that is not thunder, and then the rib is falling. 30 pounds of steel and housing dropping through the air and a trajectory that brings it straight down toward where Jack is standing. She does not think. Her body moves before her brain finishes the calculation. She grabs the front of his shirt, both fists twisted into the wet fabric, and she pulls, hard, using the momentum of her own weight to drag him sideways. They hit the ground together. The rig crashes behind them, metal against mud and rebar, a sound that vibrates up through the boards into her spine. She feels it in her teeth. For a long moment, neither of them moves. She is on top of him. That registers slowly, in pieces, the wet heat of his body beneath hers, the rapid rise and fall of his chest, his hands cupping her elbows like he is checking that she is still whole. Rain runs down her face and drips onto his. His eyes are open, blue, wide, fixed on her with an expression she has never seen on him before. Not charm, not calculation, something raw and unguarded, The kind of look a person only wears when the mask has been knocked off by force. "Are you hurt?" Her voice sounds strange, hoarse. "I am not the one who hit the ground first." She registers the ache in her shoulder, the burn where her palm scraped against the boards. None of it feels urgent. Behind them, someone is shouting, footsteps on wet metal. The inspector's voice, high and panicked. Neither of them moves. Jack's hand comes up, slow enough that she could stop it. His fingers brush her jaw, barely a touch, and she feels it everywhere, a current that has nothing to do with the storm. "That was not strategy," he says. "I know. That was not professional instinct." "I know. You saved my life." She should say something sharp, something that puts distance back between them, reestablishes the boundary she has been maintaining since the day he walked into that conference room. Instead, she says, "I know." His thumb traces the line of her jaw once, featherlight, and then his hand falls away. The inspector reaches them, breathless, already apologizing, already explaining about the straps and the weather and the subcontractor who was supposed to check the load limits. Mara pushes herself up, off Jack, onto her knees, then standing. She offers him her hand. He takes it. His palm is warm against hers, the scar along his left hand pressing into her skin like a known thing. And when he stands, they are close enough that she can smell the rain on his jacket and something underneath it, clean and sharp, that she has no name for. "You are bleeding," he says. She looks down. Her palm is split, a shallow gash across the heel where she caught herself on something sharp. The blood mixes with rain, thinning to pink before it drips off her fingers. Jack is already pulling a cloth from his pocket. A handkerchief, old-fashioned, white with a dark blue border. He presses it into her hand, folding her fingers over it. "Keep pressure. I know how to treat a cut." "I know you do." His voice is low. His eyes are still holding hers. Around them, the site comes back to life. The inspector is on the radio, calling for an engineer, calling for a safety review, calling for someone to document the failure. The rain keeps falling. The harbor keeps churning. Mara stands there, Jack's handkerchief pressed to her palm, his warmth still lingering on her skin where he touched her jaw, and she cannot find the words to break the moment. She does not want to break the moment. That is the terrifying part. "Thank you," Jack says. The two words land like a structural load, heavy and necessary, and she knows he does not mean only for the rescue. She nods. She turns. She walks back toward the trailer, boots wet and shoulder aching, and the taste of something unnamed on her tongue. Behind her, Jack does not move. She can feel him watching. She does not look back. Chapter 16. The temporary site office is too small for 4 people, and the thing that just happened? Rain pounds against the corrugated roof. Water pools on the floor where Mara stands, dripping from her coat, her boots, the hem of her trousers. The handkerchief is still pressed to her palm, the white fabric already stained pink. Jack stands 3 feet away, soaked through, shirt plastered to his chest. His hair is dark with water, falling across his forehead in a way that makes him look younger, more vulnerable, more like the man who touched her jaw in the rain. The inspector is still talking, fast, apologetic, something about subcontractor liability and safety protocols, and a full investigation that will be completed by end of week. Neither of them listens. "You should have waited." The words come out of Mara's mouth like a door slamming shut. "I told you I needed to check the rigging alone." Jack's eyes snap to hers. The softness from the excavation site is gone, replaced by something harder, something that matches the set of his jaw. "You walked onto an active site during a lightning storm without a hard hat. I was supposed to stand there and let you? You were supposed to trust my judgment. Your judgment nearly got you killed. My judgment got us both out of the way." They are facing each other now, the space between them charged and brittle, and Mara can feel the shake starting in her hands, the adrenaline crash that comes when the body finally understands it was in danger. She clenches her fist around the handkerchief. "Back at the firm, you tell me my design is reckless. At the site, you tell me to wait. Pick a lane, Roan." His jaw tightens. The crescent mole near his jaw stands out against his pale skin. "You are impossible to protect. I did not ask you to protect me." "No, You just throw yourself in front of falling objects and expect everyone to be fine with it. Would you rather I let it hit you? The question lands like a second impact. The room goes still. The inspector stops mid-sentence, finally realizing no one is listening. Jack's chest rises and falls. His hands are shaking. She sees it before he hides them, shoving them into his wet pockets. "Of course not," he says, and his voice is quieter now, scraped, raw. "That is not what I meant." The door opens. Priya steps in first, face pale, eyes scanning the room until they land on Mara. Theo is right behind her, taking in the scene with the quick assessment of someone used to reading disaster scenes. "Are you hurt?" Priya is already crossing to Mara, hands reaching, checking. "I am fine. Your hand." "It is a scratch." Theo moves to Jack, lower voice. "What happened?" "Ratchet strap failed. The rig came down, and she pulled you clear." It is not a question. Jack does not answer. He does not need to. Priya is peeling the handkerchief away from Mara's palm, examining the cut with practiced efficiency. "This needs cleaning and proper bandaging. There is rust on those scaffolding boards. If anything got in..." "I know. Do you have a first aid kit here?" The inspector nods quickly, already moving toward the cabinet in the corner. Mara does not look at Jack. She stares at her own palm, at the blood welling up through the fabric, at the dark blue border of the handkerchief he gave her. "I will drive her to urgent care," Priya says. "That is not necessary." "Mara, I said it is not necessary." The silence that follows is worse than the shouting. Priya's hand is still holding hers, steady and warm, and Mara can feel the weight of her concern like something physical. Across the room, Theo is watching Jack with a look that says they will have words later when they are alone. Jack clears his throat. "Your shoulder." Mara looks up. He is not looking at her hand. He is looking at her left shoulder, the one she landed on when they hit the ground. "You winced when you stood up, back at the site." She did. She had not realized he noticed. "It is fine." "You have not moved your arm since we walked in here." "I said it is fine. You are holding it like it hurts." The room contracts. Priya goes still. Theo's gaze sharpens. Even the inspector pauses, bandage in hand, watching. Mara wants to snap at him, wants to tell him to stop looking, stop noticing, stop seeing the things she does not want seen. The words are right there, sharp and ready. But she is tired. Her shoulder aches, her palm throbs, and Jack is standing there, dripping wet, still pale, still shaking, looking at her like she is something he cannot afford to lose. She does not say anything. The silence stretches. Priya breaks it first, gentle, careful. "Let me look at your shoulder." Please." The word undoes her. Mara nods. Priya guides her to the chair by the desk, and she goes, because her legs are not steady and her hands are not steady, and she does not trust what she might say if she keeps standing close enough to smell the rain on Jack's jacket. The inspector hands Priya the first aid kit. Theo steps back, giving them room. Jack stays where he is, motionless, watching. Priya helps Mara shrug off her wet coat. The movement pulls at her shoulder, and she hisses before she can stop herself. "It is probably just bruised," Priya says, "but you should get it checked." "I will. Today." "Priya." "Today, Mara." The look they exchange is 7 years of friendship, compressed into a single moment. Mara looks away first. Jack's voice comes from across the room, low, careful. "I will call a car." She wants to tell him not to bother, that she does not need his help, that the handkerchief and the rescue and the way he touched her face in the rain are already more than she knows what to do with. But her shoulder screams every time she moves, and he is still watching her like she is something he cannot afford to lose. "Fine," she says. The word lands like a surrender. Jack pulls out his phone, steps into the hallway. His voice carries back, low and precise, arranging the car, the timing, the destination. Theo moves closer, not to Mara, to the desk, where he picks up the clipboard with the inspector's notes, reading, filing away. "Mercer," Priya says, without looking up from Mara's bandage. "Theo, whatever you are thinking, keep it between you and your team for now." "I always do." Priya's hands are steady as she wraps clean gauze around Mara's palm. "Good." The room settles into something that is almost calm. The rain eases. The fluorescent light buzzes. The inspector fills out forms with shaking hands. Jack comes back. "Car is 5 minutes." Mara nods. She stands, careful, testing her shoulder. The pain is manageable. She has worked through worse. She reaches for her coat. Jack is there first, holding it. Not offering to help her into it, just holding it where she can reach it. His eyes meet hers. Her palm aches where the handkerchief pressed against the wound. "Thank you," she says. The words are not for the coat. He knows. His jaw tightens. His throat works. For a moment she thinks he might say something that will crack the careful surface they have both been maintaining. He does not. He just nods. Mara takes the coat, shrugs it on. The movement tugs at her shoulder, but she does not let it show. Priya is already at the door. Theo is gathering the inspector's paperwork. The office hums with the aftermath of nearly dying. Mara walks past Jack, close enough that she could reach out and touch him if she wanted. She does not, but she wants to. That is the part she is not ready to name. At the door she stops. Without turning around she says, "That handkerchief, do you want it back?" A beat. "Keep it." She steps into the rain. Behind her she hears the office door close, and she does not look back. Because if she looks back, she is not sure she will keep walking. Chapter 17. The news breaks at 7:14 a.m. Mara is already in the war room, left arm braced against the drafting table, right hand tracing the terrace section she abandoned tonight before. Her shoulder burns with every motion. She ignores it. Priya's footsteps are fast in the corridor. The door slams open. "The jury just released the revised scoring rubric." Mara looks up. Priya's phone is already extended, screen lit with an email header. "Harbor Library Concept Evaluation. Updated criteria." "Read it." Priya reads aloud. "Community integration weighting increased to 35%. Housing adjacency scored as primary circulation logic, not secondary amenity. Public access hours and program plurality elevated to tiebreaker status." Mara's pencil stops moving. That is Sophia's entire agenda. Word for word. The room fills behind Priya, Layla, Thomas. 2 junior designers Mara barely knows by name yet. The faces carry the same question. "What does this mean for us?" "It means," Mara says slowly, testing the words, "whoever builds the better civic building wins, not the better trophy." Priya's eyes hold hers. "Or whoever pivots fastest." Mara turns back to the terrace section. The southern walkway she sketched, the covered arcade she designed for weather protection. It is good, but it is not enough. She pulls fresh trace paper from the roll. "Cancel my 10 o'clock. Already done. I need the neighborhood density maps, the transit overlay, the school district boundaries. On your desk in 20. Priya is already moving. The team scatters like a disturbed tide pool, each person grabbing a task, a tablet, a roll of drawings. Mara's pencil hits the paper. She does not look up when she hears Jack's footsteps in the hallway. Does not look up when his voice carries low and sharp as he issues orders to Theo. Does not look up when the drafting table between them becomes the dividing line between 2 armies both pivoting toward the same prize. But she hears him pull out a chair. Hears him say, "Owen, pull the St. Clair public housing precedent. Thomas, I need the section cut on the eastern elevation redrawn with a shared courtyard transition." Shared courtyard. The phrase snags. Mara's pencil keeps moving, but her mind catches on those 2 words and holds them, turning them over. Because a shared courtyard is not a library amenity. A shared courtyard is a threshold. A negotiation between public and private. A space that belongs to the building and the neighborhood at the same time. It is exactly what Sophia would want. It is exactly what Mara was about to sketch. She pushes the thought away. Too early. Too many variables. She needs the density maps first, the transit overlay, the cold, hard numbers that tell her where the community actually lives and moves and needs. But the thought does not leave. It lodges like a splinter. By noon, the war room has transformed. Mara's side of the table is buried in maps. The neighborhood south of the harbor spreads across 3 sheets, census tracts in pale pink, school catchment zones in blue, bus routes in orange thread-thin lines. She has marked every community center, every health clinic, every legal aid office within a mile of the harbor site. There are 14. 14 existing services that could be amplified by adjacency to a library with flexible program space. She is marking the 15th when Jack's voice cuts across the room. The eastern elevation needs a direct pedestrian connection to the housing block. Mara's hand stops. Theo's voice, cautious. That puts the service corridor underground. Then underground it goes. Cost, Jack. Find it. Mara looks up. Jack is standing at his drafting board, shirt sleeves rolled, silver watch catching the fluorescent light. His revised section cut is pinned to the board. From where she sits, she can see the shape of it. A building that opens toward the neighborhood instead of turning its back. Her chest tightens. That is my building. She blinks. The thought is irrational. Libraries have been opening toward neighborhoods for decades. There is nothing proprietary about a shared threshold. Nothing stolen about a pedestrian connection. But the tightness does not ease. She looks down at her own sketch. The southern walkway, the covered arcade, the community room she designed to face the housing block rather than the harbor. They are the same gesture. Different language, same meaning. It does not mean anything, she tells herself. Great architects think alike under pressure, but the words feel hollow. At 2:30 p.m., Nadia Bell arrives. She does not knock. She simply appears in the doorway, thin leather folder under her arm, silver hair catching the light like a warning. I hear you both received the updated rubric? Mara and Jack answer at the same time. Yes. Good. Nadia steps into the room. Her eyes move across Mara's maps, across Jack's section cut, across the tension that hums between them like a live wire. Show me what you are building. Mara gestures to her board. The southern walkway becomes a covered arcade with direct access to community program space. The reading hall cantilevers over the public plaza, weather protection without enclosure. The stairwell. I saw the stairwell, Nadia says. It was strong last week. What else? Mara hesitates. Jack does not. The eastern elevation, he says, and his voice is steady, even though Mara can see his knuckles white against the edge of the drafting board. I am reorienting the main entry toward the housing block. Pedestrian connection below grade to preserve the service corridor. Shared courtyard at the intersection of library and residential zoning. Nadia's eyebrows lift a fraction of an inch. A shared courtyard. Yes. And the housing adjacency? Integrated at every level. Public access hours extended. Program plurality embedded in the ground floor layout. Nadia turns to Mara. And you? Mara's throat is dry. She looks at her maps. Her 14 marked locations. The southern walkway, the covered arcade, the community room facing the housing block. I am building the same thing, she says. The words land like a confession. Nadia studies her, studies Jack, studies the space between them where their visions are quietly, dangerously converging. Interesting, she says. She does not explain what she means. She turns and walks out. The war room does not recover. By 5 p.m., Mara has redrawn the terrace section 3 times. Each version brings her closer to Jack's elevation. Each revision shaves off another difference, another distinction, another way to tell their designs apart. She tells herself it is the rubric, the criteria, the pressure. She tells herself great architects think alike. She tells herself it does not mean anything. At 6:47 p.m., Jack leaves without saying goodbye. His revised section cut is still pinned to his board. Mara waits until the door closes, then walks around the table and looks at it. The shared courtyard, the pedestrian connection, the program plurality embedded in the ground floor. Her hand reaches out before she can stop it. Her fingers trace the line of his elevation, following the edge of the courtyard where it meets the housing block. These are my ideas. The thought is cold and certain. These are my ideas, and I do not know how he found them. She steps back. Her fingers are shaking. She looks down at her own board, the southern walkway, the covered arcade, the community room facing the housing block. They are not copies. They are not thefts. They are the natural result of the same criteria, the same pressure, the same civic urgency. But they are the same. And Mara does not know why that feels like a wound. Her phone buzzes. Draftlight notification. She pulls it out, hands unsteady, and sees Northpaper's handle glowing in the dark corner of the screen. One new message. She opens it. Tell me what you are building. Her breath catches. She types, deletes, types again, deletes again. Finally, she sends, something I am not sure I own anymore. The three dots appear immediately, then stop, then appear again, then, what do you mean? Mara stares at the screen. The fluorescent light hums. The war room is empty. Her shoulder aches. Her palm throbs. The handkerchief is folded in her bag, dark blue border visible. She types, the lines between my work and someone else's are getting thinner. I do not know if that means we are both right or one of us is wrong. She sends it before she can stop herself. The reply comes fast. Maybe it means the building is finding its own shape. Mara reads the words twice, then a third time, and something cold settles in her stomach because the phrasing sounds familiar. It sounds like something she heard today in Jack's voice when he said shared courtyard with the certainty of a man who had already seen the answer. She closes the app. She does not reply. Behind her, on Jack's drafting board, the shared courtyard waits like a question she is not ready to answer. Chapter 18. The war room lights hum at 11:47 p.m. Mara sits alone at her drafting board, left shoulder throbbing, palm bandaged, the handkerchief folded in her bag like a secret she has not decided what to do with. The terrace section is wrong. She has redrawn it 5 times, and each version reads like an echo of Jack's elevation. The same curve, the same orientation, the same quiet logic that says, this is where people will gather. This is where the building breathes. She pushes back from the table. The fluorescent light buzzes. The trace paper curls at the edges. Across the room, Jack's board is empty. His revised drawings tucked away in a flat file drawer she has no right to open. She packs her bag anyway, walks out, locks the door behind her. Her apartment is dark. She does not turn on the lights. She drops her bag by the door, kicks off her red boots, and sits on the floor with her back against the wall, laptop open, Draftlight loading in the dark. The cursor blinks. She has not replied to Northpaper's message. Maybe it means the building is finding its own shape. The words are still sitting in her chest like a stone she cannot swallow. She types, I am still here. The reply comes in under a minute. I was hoping you would be. She exhales. I keep redrawing the same thing. I cannot tell if it is mine anymore. Whose would it be? She stares at the question. I do not know. That is the problem. Tell me what you are trying to build, not the program, not the circulation, the thing underneath. Mara closes her eyes. The thing underneath. She thinks about the harbor, the rain, the way Jack looked at her when they were lying on the ground, his hand on her jaw, his eyes raw and unguarded. She thinks about Sophia's voice. Who are you building for? She thinks about the city she grew up in, the one that pretended public spaces were for everyone, while quietly designing them for the people who already had enough. She types, I am trying to build a city that does not make people prove they belong. The 3 dots appear, disappear, appear again. That is specific. It is personal. Tell me. She hesitates. Her fingers hover over the keyboard. The cursor blinks. I grew up in Grotport. Not the Greyport the brochures sell. The other one. The one where the library was the only place you could sit without buying something. The one where public buildings were not invitations. They were warnings. Keep moving. Do not stay too long. This is not for you. She pauses. Then she keeps typing because stopping feels harder. I wanted to be an architect because I thought I could build places that did not feel like that. Places that felt like they were waiting for you, not checking if you deserved to be there. But the longer I do this, the more I realize the city does not want those places. It wants monuments. It wants proof of wealth. It wants buildings that say, look what we can afford, not come inside, you are safe here. She sends it before she can delete it. The silence stretches. Then, who told you that you were not welcome? The question lands like a hand on her chest. She types, no one had to. That is the worst kind. He reads it 3 times. Yes. What would you build if no one was watching? Mara stares at the screen. The answer comes before she can stop it. A library that does not lock its doors at night. A reading room with windows that open. A courtyard where the neighbors can sit, even if they never check out a book. A building that does not ask for proof of address, proof of income, proof of deserving. She stops. Then, a place that does not make people split themselves in half to belong. The cursor blinks. Northpaper does not reply for a long time. When he does, the words are quiet. You are describing a home, not a building. Mara's throat tightens. Maybe. Have you ever had one? She types, I thought I did. Once. On a forum. With a stranger who asked better questions than anyone I have ever met in person. She sends it. Then she closes the laptop before she can see his reply. 3 blocks away, Jack Roan sits in his dark apartment with a Draftlight notification glowing on his phone. He reads her message. Then he reads it again. His hands are shaking. He sets the phone down and looks at his own drawings spread across the kitchen table. The shared courtyard, the pedestrian connection, the program plurality, the building that knows exactly who it is for because he borrowed the knowledge from someone who trusted him with her most private dreams. He thought he could separate it. He told himself the convergence was organic, natural, the inevitable result of 2 good architects solving the same problem. He told himself he was not taking from her, he was synthesizing, building on shared language, honoring the conversation they had spent 3 years creating. But the boundary is not clean. It has never been clean. He picks up his phone and reads her words again. A place that does not make people split themselves in half to belong. He thinks of her, of Ren_draws, of Mara Ellison standing in the war room with her gray streak and her ink-stained fingers and her red boots that look like they have walked through every fire she ever survived. He thinks of the way she looked at him when she said, "You are not who I thought you were," and the way he let her believe it. He puts the phone down. He picks up his pencil. He draws a single line through the shared courtyard and his elevation. Then he sets the pencil down and stares at the mark, because erasing it from the page does not erase it from the design, and erasing it from the design does not erase it from the truth. And the truth is that he has been building with her bones for weeks, and she does not even know it. His phone buzzes. Draftlight notification. I should not have sent that. I am tired. Forget it. He types, I will not forget it. The 3 dots appear, then disappear. Then, why? He stares at the question. He thinks about telling her, right now, in this message, before the damage gets worse. Because someone should remember who you are when you are not splitting yourself at half. He sends it. Then he waits. The reply comes slow. That is the kindest thing anyone has said to me in months. Jack closes his eyes. His thumb hovers over the keyboard. He could type his name. He could type, I am Jack. I am here. I have always been here. Instead, he types, You deserve kind things, Ren. She does not reply. He sits in the dark, phone in his hand, drawings on the table, and listens to the rain start outside. 3 blocks east, Mara closes her bedroom door and presses her back against it, phone dark in her hand. The word Ren, still glowing in her memory like a wound she does not know how to close. Chapter 19. The call comes at 6:47 a.m. Mara is already at the war room, coffee cooling beside her, when her phone vibrates against the drafting table. She sees Elena Voss's name and answers on the second ring. There are no pleasantries. Donor tour, Harbor Point to the South Pier, 9 a.m. sharp. Mara's hand stills on the trace paper. I have a terrace section due. Jack Roan will meet you in the lobby. The line goes dead. Mara stares at the phone. Then she looks at her elevation, the lines she redrew 3 times last night, the version that still feels like it belongs to both of them, even though she drew every millimeter herself. She thinks of the word Ren glowing in the dark. She thinks of his hands shaking when he gave her the handkerchief. She thinks of how she closed the laptop before she could see his reply, and how she has not opened Draftlight since. The name on the caller 499 catches her eye, Elena Voss. She wonders if Elena knows, if the partners are watching, if this tour is a test of something she has not yet named. She does not have time to decide. Jack is already in the lobby when she arrives. He stands near the glass doors with his hands in his coat pockets, silver watch catching the gray morning light. He looks like he has not slept. The shadows under his eyes are deeper than yesterday, and the line of his jaw is tight in a way she has learned to read as something held back. He sees her. nods once. She nods back. Neither of them says good morning. The car idles at the curb, a black sedan with tinted windows and a driver who does not meet their eyes. Mara takes the back seat on the left side. Jack takes the right. The space between them on the leather seat could fit another person. The driver pulls away without asking where they are going. The first donor is a woman in a waterfront office with glass walls and a view of the harbor she clearly wants to keep private. She asks about parking ratios. Mara answers. Jack supplements with structural timeline. The women decide to write the thing down. The second donor is a man in a penthouse who calls the library that thing in the old fish market district. Jack corrects him gently. Mara watches the way he does it, polite but firm, and feels something twist in her chest that she refuses to name. The third donor is a couple who want to know if their name will be on the building. Mara keeps her face neutral. Everything goes to the jury for approval, she says. The wife smiles, the husband does not. Gideon Ward's voice echoes from the phone call they were both patched into before the tour. Smile. Let them feel included. No visible fracture. Mara smiles. Jack does too. It feels like wearing a mask that does not quite fit. By the fourth stop, the sky has gone the color of old lead. The harbor is visible from every window on this stretch, and what Mara sees makes her pause. The water is darker than it should be at this hour, the surface textured by wind she cannot feel from inside. The flags on the pier are standing straight out. Jack notices too. He glances at her. She catches the look. Neither of them says anything. The fourth donor keeps talking about naming rights. The storm hits at the pier. They are walking the edge of the waterfront, the donor a retired developer who wants to see the site from the water side, when the wind shifts so sharply that Mara feels it in her chest. The first raindrops are cold and horizontal. Then the sky opens. The donor's assistant is already on the phone, voice tight. Roads are closing. Harbor Point to the bridge is already submerged. The donor looks at Mara like this is her fault. Jack steps forward. We need to get off the pier. His voice is not loud, but it cuts through the wind. Mara sees the donor register it, the authority in the quiet. She follows Jack's line of sight. The tide is rising faster than it should. The stairs they came down are already slick with spray. We have a car, the assistant says. Not fast enough, Jack says. He turns to Mara. There is a hotel, 2 blocks east. We need to move now. She does not argue. She does not think about the fact that she is following his lead without question. She just runs. The hotel lobby is chaos. Guests crowd the front desk, phones out, voices overlapping. The staff are calm but stretched thin, handing out room keys with apologetic expressions. Someone is asking about the bridge. Someone else is demanding a transfer to the airport. The rain pounds against the glass doors like it is trying to get in. Mara stands near the entrance, water dripping from her coat, hair plastered to her face. Jack is beside her, equally soaked, shirt clinging to his shoulders in a way she forces herself not to notice. The donor's assistant appears. The donor has been moved to a suite on the top floor. Your rooms were already reserved through the firm. She hands Mara a keycard. 8th floor. Mr. Roan is across the mall. Jack takes his card without looking at it. The assistant disappears into the crowd. Mara looks at the key in her hand, then at Jack. He is watching her. 8th floor, he says. She nods. They walk to the elevator together, soaked and silent, and she does not know if the tension between them is the storm or something older, something that has been building since the first day he walked into her war room and smiled like he already knew her. The elevator doors close. They are alone. Mara watches the floor numbers climb and feels the space between them shrink in a way that has nothing to do with the size of the car. The doors open. She steps out first. Her room key works on the first try. She pushes the door open, steps inside, and hears Jack's door open across the hall. She does not look back. She closes the door behind her and leans against it, heart hammering, and tells herself the storm is the only reason she is shaking. The lights flicker once, then die. The room goes dark. Through the wall, she hears Jack's voice, low and quiet. Mara. Not are you okay? Just her name. She does not answer. She does not trust her voice. Outside, the harbor storm keeps building, and there is no road back to Greyport until mooring. Chapter 20. The knock comes again, harder this time. Mara stays pressed against the door of her dark room, rain still dripping from her coat onto the carpet. The power is dead. The storm howls past the window like something hunting. Mara, Jack's voice through the wall, low, controlled. The front desk is calling rooms. There's a problem with the reservations. She opens the door. He stands in the hallway, phone in hand, screen lighting his face. His shirt is still wet, dark hair plastered to his forehead. The crescent moon near his jaw catches the glow. What kind of problem? Your room and mine were booked under the same reservation block. The system double-counted. He pauses. They need one of them back. Mara stares at him. You are joking. I am not. She steps into the hallway, pulls her door closed behind her, and walks past him toward the elevator. He follows. She does not look back. The lobby is worse than before. Guests crowd the front desk, voices overlapping, someone demanding a manager, someone else crying. The storm has knocked out half the streetlights, and through the glass doors the harbor looks black and endless. Mara pushes through to the desk. The clerk is young, harried, trying to keep his voice steady. I am very sorry, ma'am. The system showed 2 rooms available on the 8th floor, but after the power failure, the backup only confirmed 1 reservation. The other was a duplicate. Then find another room. There are none. We are fully booked and the roads are closed. Every hotel within 5 miles is full. Mara feels the words land like a physical weight. Behind her, Jack steps up beside her. She catches the scent of wet wool, salt, something warm beneath it. 2 people cannot share 1 room, she says. She turns to face him. Do not answer for me. I am not answering for you. I am stating the only option that does not leave us sleeping on lobby furniture. Then you take the room. I will stay in the lobby. The lobby will be full of donors by midnight. Gideon will hear about it by morning. Mara hates that he is right. She hates that he is calm. She hates that she is standing here, soaked and exhausted, with the man she has spent 8 weeks learning to distrust, and the only dry place in the building requires sharing a door with him. Fine, she says. She does not look at him as she says it. The room is smaller than she expected. 1 queen bed, a single desk lamp, a radiator that ticks and hisses in the corner. The window faces the harbor, but the storm has turned the glass into a wall of black noise. Mara stands in the doorway, taking it in. Jack is already inside, hanging his wet jacket over the radiator. The shirt beneath it is thinner than she expected, fabric clinging to his shoulders in a way she registers and immediately represses. There is only 1 bed, she says. I noticed. She steps inside, closes the door behind her. The lock clicks into place with a sound that feels permanent. I am not sharing that bed. I did not ask you to. She looks at him. He has pulled the desk chair to the far corner, is draping his shirt over the back. The scar along his left palm is visible in the lamplight. You are taking the floor. If I have to. She does not know if the offer is genuine or performance. She is too tired to tell the difference. She hangs her own coat over the radiator, keeping her back to him. The heat seeps into her fingers, and she realizes how cold she has been all day, how long she has been running without stopping. When she turns, Jack is sitting on the edge of the bed, head down, hands resting on his knees. She has never seen him look like this. Still, unguarded. The weight of something that does not fit in a war room. Jack, he looks up. Why did you take the donor tour today? The question comes out before she plans it. She hears the edge in her own voice. He holds her gaze. Because Elena asked. Because if I did not, Gideon would have sent someone else, and you would have spent the whole day fielding questions about structural timelines alone. That is not an answer. It is the one I have. She crosses her arms, feels the pull in her left shoulder, the ache she has been ignoring. You could have said no. Could I? The room goes quiet. The radiator ticks. The wind pushes against the glass. Mara looks at the bed, at the single lamp, at the man who has been drawing lines through her courtyard and calling her name through walls. The floor is yours, she says. She takes the bed. She lies on her side, facing the window, her back to the room. The sheets smell like bleach and something floral. The radiator keeps the air warm enough that she has stopped shivering. She hears Jack settle onto the floor, the creak of his weight, the rustle of fabric. Good night, Mara. The words land in the dark, low and careful, like he is testing whether they will break something. She does not answer. She listens to the storm, to the tick of the radiator, to the sound of his breathing on the other side of the room. And she thinks about how easy it would be, in this dark, with this warmth, to pretend they are not enemies. The thought terrifies her more than the storm. She stares at the window until her eyes adjust to the black. Chapter 21. She lies awake long enough that the rain changes. The wind shifts direction, and the sound against the glass turns from assault to something steadier, a rhythm the building has learned to absorb. Behind her, Jack's breathing has evened out. She wonders if he is asleep. She wonders if she wants him to be. The radiator ticks. The room is warm. The dark is absolute. "You are still awake," he says. Not a question. She does not turn over. "So are you." The floor is harder than it looks. "Take the bed." "No." The word lands flat, decisive. She hears him shift, the scrape of his back against the wall. "I am not taking your bed, Mara." "It is not my bed. It is a hotel bed. We are both paying for it through the firm's account. Then, technically, it belongs to Elena Voss, which means I would rather sleep on the floor." She almost laughs. The sound catches in her throat, unexpected. "That is the most honest thing you have said all day." Low bars. Very low. Silence. The rain finds a new rhythm. She is still facing the window, but her attention has turned inward, toward the space between them. "Why did you become an architect?" The question comes out before she decides to ask it. She hears how it sounds in the dark, too direct, too soft. Jack is quiet for a moment. "I wanted to build things that lasted." "That is a brochure answer." "You asked?" "I asked why, not what." The silence stretches. She hears him exhale, slow and deliberate. "My father was a builder, residential. He had a firm in the North End before the recession. He was good at his work, but he was better at charming people into believing he was good at his work. The buildings were fine. The veneer was better." She turns onto her back, stares at ceiling she cannot see. "What happened?" "He lost everything. The firm, the house, the reputation. He died 2 years later, and I spent the next 5 years paying off debts I did not incur because the banks did not care whose name was on the paper." She does not know what to say to that. The ceiling offers nothing. "That is not why you became an architect," she says. "Maybe not. Tell me the real reason." The rain fills the pause. "Because I wanted to build something I did not have to apologize for." His voice is different now, stripped of the polish he wears like armor in the war room. She hears the exhaustion underneath. "Your turn," he says. "My turn for what?" "Answer the question." She closes her eyes. The dark does not change. "I became an architect because I grew up in a city that never dealt anything for me." She says it before she can stop herself. The words fall into the space between them, and she cannot take them back. "Greyport Southside," he says. "Rent-controlled building near the rail yards." She does not ask how he knows. Maybe he guessed. Maybe Theo told him. Maybe it does not matter. "The public library was the only place I could sit without buying something," she says. "The heating was unreliable. The windows were drafty. The building was falling apart. But no one asked me to prove I belonged there." She feels the weight of his attention in the dark. "So you built a library?" "So I am trying to." The words hang. She hears herself and realizes how much she has given away. "When I was a kid," Jack says, "my mother took me to the North Branch every Saturday. She did not read. She could not, really. Her English was functional, but she never learned to love it. She sat in the children's section and watched midterm pages for 2 hours, every week." Mara's throat tightens. "She died before I finished my degree." "I am sorry." "Me too." The room is very still. The rain has softened to something almost gentle. Mara sits up. She cannot see him. The dark is complete. But she knows where he is, knows the sound of his breathing, the shape of his silence. "Jack, still here. What were you going to tell me?" "At the site, before the rig fell." The question lands in the dark and does not move. She hears him draw a breath, hold it, then let it out. "I was going to tell you that I have been lying to you." The words are quiet, careful. She feels them hit her chest. "About what?" The pause that follows is the longest of her life. His phone buzzes. The sound is small, a single vibration against the floor, but in the silence it is enormous. She hears him reach for it, a rustle of movement. The screen glows briefly, illuminating his face from below. She sees his expression change. It is not fear, not guilt. Something else. Something she cannot name. The light dies. The room goes dark again. "Who is that?" she asks. "No one." Liar. The word comes out flat. He does not answer. She stares into the dark where he is sitting. "Theo," he says finally. "Checking in." The name comes too late. She knows the shape of a lie when she hears one. She has been telling them long enough. "Give me your phone." "No." "Jack, give me your phone." Silence. She gets out of bed. Her feet find the floor, cold, and she takes 2 steps toward where she heard his voice. "Show me the notification." "Mara, show me." She is standing over him now. She can feel the heat of his body, the nearness of him in the dark. She reaches down. Her hand finds his wrist, the silver watch, his pulse, fast. The phone is in his other hand. She feels for it, her fingers brushing his. He does not pull away. She takes the phone, presses the home button. The screen lights up. A notification from Draftlight. She reads the preview. Northpaper. One new message from Ren_draws. Her own handle, her own name. The phone glows in her hand, and she stares at it, and the world tilts. "Mara." She looks up. She can see his face now, lit from below, the crescent mole near his jaw, the blue eyes she has spent 8 weeks learning to read. "I can explain." She does not speak. She is still holding his phone, still staring at her own message, sent from a thread she believed was safe. "Please," he says, "let me explain." She opens her mouth. Nothing comes out. The Draftlight notification glows between them, small and devastating, and Mara Ellison stays very still, the requisition settling like sediment, slow and cold, in the bones she thought she had armored. Chapter 22. The screen glows in her hand, and she cannot look away. Northpaper. One new message from Ren_draws. Her handle, her name. Staring back at her from Jack Roan's phone. The room tilts. She feels it in her knees, in the cold floor under her feet, in the way her breath stops somewhere between her throat and her chest. "Mara." His voice. Close, careful. She looks up. His face is still lit from below, the blue of his eyes catching the glow, the crescent mole near his jaw, a detail she has traced in drawings she never showed anyone. "I can explain." She opens her mouth, closes it. The phone feels hot in her hand, or maybe that is her skin, maybe that is the blood rising to the surface of everything she thought she knew. "How long?" The words come out flat. She does not recognize them. "Mara, please, just let me—" "How long?" The silence stretches. She watches him try to find an answer that will not destroy her. "From the beginning," he says. "I have known from the beginning." The beginning. Day 1, the conference room, the single drafting table. His smile, relaxed, infuriating, already knowing who she was. She drops the phone. It lands on the carpet with a soft thud. The screen goes dark. She backs away. Her calves hit the edge of the bed and she sits, hard, the air leaving her lungs in a sound she does not recognize. "Mara, please. I was going to tell you, tonight, before the notification. Before the notification saved you from having to." He does not answer. She stares into the dark where she knows he is sitting and tries to find the shape of a life that makes sense with this in it. 3 years. 3 years of late nights, of confessions she never made to anyone else, of sketches she sent into the dark, trusting a stranger who asked better questions than anyone she had ever met. 3 years of believing someone out there saw her, and he was here the whole time, across the drafting table, leaning against the window, laughing at her in meetings while she told him everything, about the library, about the South Side, about the fear that she was not enough. "You read my messages," she says. every night. And then you came to work the next morning and you smiled at me like I was nothing. That is not, what was it, Jack? Entertainment, research, a way to get inside my head before the next review. It was not, then what was it? The words are sharp. They cut through the dark and she feels them hit him. I loved you. The words stop her. I loved you, he says again. Before I knew it was you, before I knew who you were. I loved Ren_draws for 3 years, and then I walked into that conference room and you opened your mouth and I knew. I knew your voice before I knew your face. She shakes her head. He cannot see it, but she does it anyway. That is not love. That is theft. Maybe. The word is quiet, defeated. Maybe it is, he says. I do not know anymore. I have been trying to figure out the difference for 8 weeks, and I keep coming up empty. She presses her palms against her eyes. The dark does not change. Why didn't you tell me? Because I was afraid. Of what? Of this. His voice cracks, just barely at the edge. Of you looking at me the way you are looking at me right now. Of losing the only person who ever made me feel like I was not performing. She laughs. It comes out harsh, broken. You did not lose me. You never had me. You had a version of me that only existed because I thought I was safe. The words hang between them. I have to go, she says. It is 3 a.m. There is nowhere to go. I do not care. She stands, finds her bag in the dark by feel. Her fingers close around the strap. Mara, please, do not walk out of this room. She stops at the door. I have spent 3 years trusting you with everything I was too afraid to say out loud, and you spent 8 weeks using it to win. I do not know what you were doing. That is the problem. She opens the door. The hallway is dark. The emergency lights glow faintly at the far end. She walks toward them, and she does not look back. The lobby is empty. A night clerk dozes behind the desk. She finds a chair in the corner, far from the windows, and sits with her bag in her lap, staring at nothing. She does not sleep. The morning comes gray and wet. The storm has passed, leaving the streets slick and the sky low. She is still in the chair when the first donors drift down for coffee, when the front desk starts starting out emergency bags, when Jack appears at the elevator. He sees her, stops. She looks away. The elevator opens. He steps inside. The doors close and she watches the floor numbers climb, and she tells herself she does not care. By the time the donor van arrives at right, she has built a story she can survive. The notification could mean anything. A crossed wire, a shared server, a practical joke. She does not actually know how Draftlight works on the back end. She does not know how many people use it. She does not know. She tells herself she does not know. Jack sits 3 rows ahead in the van. She watches the back of his head, the way his shoulders are set, the tension in his hands where they rest on his knees. He almost told her. That is the part that keeps catching. He said he was going to tell her. He said he was lying. He was about to confess before the notification interrupted him. That means something. She does not know what. At the second donor stop, she catches him watching her. His expression is careful, stripped of the armor she has spent 8 weeks learning to read. She looks away first. In the elevator, alone, on the way to the 4th floor, he says her name. Mara. The doors are closed. They have 30 seconds. I was going to tell you. You said that. I mean it. I do not know what that means anymore. The elevator dings. The doors open. A donor's assistant is standing there with a clipboard and a smile, and the moment dissolves. He almost tries again at coffee. The 3rd stop runs long. The donors are slow, distracted, asking questions that have nothing to do with architecture. By the time they break, the van is 20 minutes behind schedule, and everyone is fractious. Jack appears beside her at the catering table. She reaches for a cup. He reaches for the same pot. Their hands brush. She pulls back. Mara, when we get back to Greyport, can we talk? There is nothing to talk about. There is everything to talk about. She looks at him then, really looks. The blue of his eyes, the exhaustion carved into the lines around them. I do not know who you are, she says. You know me better than anyone. No, I know Northpaper. I do not know you at all. His phone rings. He glances at it and something in his face shifts. Theo. He silences the call. 1 hour, he says. That is all I am asking. 1 hour. No interruptions, no donors, no excuses. She thinks about it. She thinks about the library, the deadline, the 9 people waiting for her to bring them through this intact. After the presentation, she says, not before. She does not know if she means it. She does not know if she is buying time or offering a chance. His phone rings again. Theo again. This time he answers. What? She watches his face change as he listens. Something tightens around his mouth. Now? A pause. I will be there. He hands up, looks at her. Theo found something. In the review trail. She feels it settle. The opening she gave him, closing. Go, she says. Mara, I said go. He hesitates. Then he turns and he walks away. And she watches him go. And she tells herself the suspicion in her chest is just exhaustion. She does not believe it. She pulls out her own phone, opens Draftlight, stares at the inbox. One message from Northpaper, unread. She closes the app. The rest of the day passes in a blur of donor handshakes, site logistics, and practiced smiles she has worn so long they feel like her real face. By the time the van pulls into Greyport, the sky is darkening again, and her hands are shaking from caffeine and dread. She walks into the war room. Jack's board is covered. She stops. The single line he drew through the courtyard is gone. Instead, there is a new elevation, revised, cleaner, with notes in the margin she recognizes as his handwriting. But the bones are hers. The shared courtyard, the screened partitions, the underground connection to the housing block, the flexible learning spaces she sketched at 2:14 a.m. and sent to a stranger who promised to keep them safe. She stands very still, and she knows. She knows in her bones, in the cold that settles through her chest, in the way her fingers find the edge of the drafting table and hold on. Jack Roan has been building with her dreams for weeks, and she just gave him 1 more hour to explain. Chapter 23. She stands in the war room with her hands on the drafting table edge and watches the world tilt. Jack's board is not a revision, it is a translation. His handwriting fills the margins, technical notes, load calculations, material specifications. But the architecture underneath speaks in her voice. The shared courtyard opens south toward the housing block, exactly where she placed it in the sketch she sent Northpaper at 2:14 a.m. The screened partitions run along the eastern edge, not for decoration but for acoustic separation, the same justification she typed into a message thread titled Light and How It Moves Through Rooms. The flexible learning spaces fold into the community wing like rooms she drew on trace paper at her kitchen table, alone, in socks, with coffee going cold beside her. She traces the elevation line with her finger, the underground connection to the housing block, the legal aid office on the ground floor, the circulation path that does not force visitors past a reception desk before they can find a chair. All of it. Every private hope she trusted to a stranger who asked better questions than anyone she had ever met. The stranger who has been standing 3 feet from her for 8 weeks. Her hand is shaking. She notices it distantly, the way she might notice rain on a window she is not looking through. Mara. Priya's voice. She did not hear the door open. Mara, what happened on the tour? You look. Priya stops. She is looking past Mara at the board. The silence stretches. Jack did this? Mara cannot answer. Her throat is closed. Priya steps closer. Her eyes move across the elevation, the section cuts, the material callouts. She is fast. She has been reading architectural drawings for 15 years. It takes her less than 30 seconds to see what Mara saw. That courtyard, Priya says slowly. You sketched that. I saw it on your desk 3 weeks ago. Mara nods. One motion, stiff. And the underground pedestrian connection. You were working on that the night before the site visit. Another nod. The legal aid room. 2 weeks ago. Mara's voice sounds like it belongs to someone else. I sent a sketch to Priya, stops, turns to face her fully. You sent a sketch to who? The question hangs. Mara thinks about Draftlight, the dying forum, the handle she chose because she liked the way Ren felt in her mouth, small and quick and unnamed. The years of late-night messages, sketches, fears, hopes, the parts of herself she never learned how to say out loud. She thinks about Northpaper's gentleness, the way he asked about her day, the way he remembered details she forgot she had shared. She thinks about Jack's hands trembling in the hotel room. I was going to tell you that I have been lying to you. To someone, she says. I sent it to someone I trusted. Priya's jaw tightens. She does not ask for the name. She is too good for that, too smart, too loyal. Can you prove it? Mara looks at the board again. The ink is dry. The lines are clean. There is no signature from Ren_draws on any of it. No. Then we need to figure out how to play this. Because if you walk into the final presentation and accuse him without evidence, the partners will bury you. I know. Do you want to win, or do you want to be right? The question cuts. Mara thinks about the 9 people on her team. Priya, Layla, the drafters who stayed late last week to help to rework the stairwell section. She thinks about the library itself, the building she has been trying to design since she was a child sitting on a cold floor in the South Branch, trying to disappear into a book. She thinks about Jack's face when he said, I loved Ren_draws. Both, she says. Priya holds her gaze. Then we need proof. Real proof. Something that ties his design decisions directly to your private work. I have the Draftlight archive, which shows messages between Ren_draws and Northpaper, not between Mara Ellison and Jack Roan. Mara's stomach goes cold. She is right. The firm was anonymous. The messages carry handles, not names. Anyone could have been Northpaper. Anyone could have been Ren. Except Jack. Except the man who froze when she said borrowed from the sea. Except the man who touched her jaw in the rain and called it an accident. Priya, I'm listening. Find me the meeting notes, the partner reviews, the scoring changes, everything Theo was looking at. Priya's eyebrows rise. You want me to dig into the firm's internal records? I want you to find out if this competition was rigged before I walked in the door. Because if Elena and Gideon were already manipulating the criteria, then Jack is not the only one who has been lying to me. Priya is quiet for a long moment. Then she nods. I will need access to the server. Layla has the after-hours keycard. Tell her I sent you. And you? Mara looks at the board again. At her dreams, rendered in someone else's hand. I am going to find out how long he is known. She pulls out her phone, opens Draftlight. The notification is still there, unread. The one message from Northpaper she has been avoiding since the hotel room. She opens it. Northpaper. I am sorry I did not tell you sooner. I was afraid. I am still afraid, but I need you to know that none of it was strategy. You were never a game to me. You were the only real thing. She stares at the words. They sound like Jack. They sound like Northpaper. They sound like the same voice she has been hearing in 2 different rooms, and she cannot tell anymore which one is the lie. She types a reply. Ren_draws. How long? She sends it before she can stop herself. The war room is quiet. The board glows under the fluorescent lights. Her hands are still shaking. She waits. 3 minutes pass. 5. The notification appears. Northpaper, from the first meeting. The moment you said the library should feel like it grew there. Mara closes her eyes. 8 weeks. He has known for 8 weeks. Every conversation, every critique, every moment of grudging respect and unwanted tenderness, all of it built on a foundation she never agreed to. She opens her eyes. Priya has not left. What did he say? Mara looks at her. With a question that has been forming since she first saw the notification in the hotel room, finally takes shape. I need to know if Elena knew. Priya goes still. What? If Elena knew Jack was Northpaper? If she put us in that war room on purpose? If the donor tour was arranged to force a confession or a collapse? Priya's face shifts. The steady project manager calculation behind her eyes. You think she orchestrated this? I think I have been playing a game I did not know the rules of, And I think the only way to win is to find out who wrote them. Somewhere in the building, a door closes. Footsteps in the hallway. Mara turns toward the sound. Jack stands in the doorway. His shirt is rumpled. His eyes are red. He looks like he has not slept since she walked out of the hotel. He looks at her, at the board, at the phone in her hand. "You opened the message," he says. She does not answer. "I meant every word." Chapter 24. The war room is empty when Mara arrives. Jack's board still glows under the fluorescent lights, 23 pieces of her scattered across his elevation like bones she never buried. She stands in the doorway and forces herself to look at each one. The courtyard orientation, the screened partitions, the underground connection to the housing block, the flexible learning spaces that she sketched at 2:14 a.m. and sent to a stranger who turned out to be the man sleeping across the hall. She should take it down. She should photograph every line, document the theft before he can claim it was parallel thinking. Instead, she walks to her own desk and opens the revised schedule. The final presentation is 6 days away. 6 days to prove her designs were hers before he copied them. 6 days to find out if Elena knew. 6 days to decide whether winning matters more than being right, and whether she can have both without becoming the person she hates. She pulls out trace paper and starts drawing. Not the library. Something else. Something she has never shown anyone, not even Northpaper. A building that exists only in the space between her ribs, where hope and fear press against each other. She draws until her hand cramps. The door opens. Priya slips in, her laptop under one arm, her face unreadable. She closes the door behind her and sets the laptop on Mara's desk without a word. "I started with the scoring changes." Mara looks at the screen. A spreadsheet, dense with columns. Dates, criteria, categories, weighted percentages, reviewer initials. "What did you find?" "Nothing obvious. The community integration weighting changed at 7:14 a.m. on the day it was announced. But the internal log shows someone accessed the rubric file at 2:03 a.m. that same morning." "Who?" Priya hesitates. "Elena's assistant, under Elena's credentials." Mara's stomach tightens. So Elena changed the weighting before the jury knew about it? Or she had advance notice and adjusted the timeline. Either way, the partners knew the criteria were shifting before anyone else. "Can you prove it was Elena and not her assistant?" "I can try, but the server logs are cleaned every 72 hours. If I want anything older, I need to pull it from the backup archive. And that requires a higher access level than Layla's keycard gives me." Mara looks at the spreadsheet, at the 2:03 a.m. timestamp, at the clean, professional lie of a merit-based competition. "Keep digging," she says. "Focus on anything that looks like criteria shifting before public announcements, and check the donor tour reservations." Checking Elena's travel bookings? Checking if the double booking at the hotel was real or arranged. Priya's eyebrows rise, but plight. "Who proved?" "Elena is navedly exact." Meyer Pounder stuttered measly. "The ground floor footprint discrepancy. I found the original. We need to talk." Mara's pulse ticks faster. The ground floor footprint. Jack's terrace section extends 3 feet beyond the property line on the south elevation. He claimed it was an error in the base survey. And Theo found the original? Either Jack made a mistake or the survey was altered, and Theo is the one who caught it. Mara looks at Jack's board, at the terrace that extends 3 feet beyond where it should. "You think Jack knew?" "I think Theo is the most meticulous drafter in this building. If he says he found the original, he found something that does not match the current drawings." Mara stands. Her legs are stiff from hours at the desk. "Where's Theo now?" "Jack's studio. They've been in there for an hour." The war room doors are glass. She can see across the hall to the studio where Jack's team works. The blinds are half drawn, but she catches movement. Theo, bent over a drafting table, his hand tracing something on a print. Jack standing beside him, arms crossed, jaw tight. She should stay here. She should let Priya investigate, let Theo confront Jack, let the truth surface without her fingerprints on it. Instead, she walks to the door. "Mara," she stops. "If Jack knew the terrace was over the property line and submitted it anyway, That is not just a mistake, that is a liability. Mara looks back at Priya. Then I need to know whether he knew before he submitted it, or whether someone changed the survey after he signed off. She steps into the hallway. The studio door is ajar. She can hear Theo's voice, low and insistent. I am not saying you did it on purpose. I am saying the numbers do not match, and if this goes to the city review and someone checks the original plat, we are looking at a permitting delay that kills the timeline. Jack's response is too quiet to hear. Mara lingers in the hallway, half hidden by the angle of the wall. Theo straightens. He looks at Jack with something between frustration and concern. When did you last sleep? That is not relevant. You are building like you are trying to outrun something. And your best work lately? It does not look like you. It looks like you are borrowing from someone else's vocabulary. Mara's breath catches. Jack does not answer. I have known you for 12 years, Theo says. I was there when your father's firm collapsed. I watched you rebuild from nothing. And I have never seen you this careful with your designs or this reckless with your boundaries. Jack's voice, finally audible. What are you asking me? I am asking if you are hiding something that is going to get us all buried. Silence. Mara waits. Jack says, I am handling it. That is not a no. It is the answer you are getting. Theo picks up the print. His hands are steady, but his shoulders are tight. The ground floor footprint wants to be corrected by end of day. And whatever you are carrying, Jack, you need to put it down before it crushes you. He walks toward the door. Mara steps back, but not fast enough. Theo sees her. His eyes widen, then narrow. He does not say anything. He just looks at her, at the war room behind her, at the half-drawn blinds that separate Jack's studio from the rest of the floor. He knows. Or he suspects. He does not know what, exactly. But he knows that whatever Jack is hiding, she is connected to it. Theo walks past her without speaking. Mara stands in the hallway, caught between two rooms, two secrets, and the growing certainty that the competition was never about design at all. Jack appears in the studio doorway. He looks at her. His eyes are dark, hollow, the same red-rimmed exhaustion she saw in the hotel. How much did you hear? Enough. He does not deny it, does not defend himself. Theo is right, he says. I have been building with borrowed lines, and I do not know how to unbuild them without tearing down everything I have left. Mara looks at him, at the man who was Northpaper, at the man who has been carrying her dreams in his hands for 8 weeks. Then stop building, she says. Start telling the truth. She walks back to the war room. Behind her, Jack does not follow. The door closes, and in the silence, Mara pulls out her phone and opens the Draftlight archive one more time, scrolling past the 23 stolen elements to find the messages she sent before she knew who Northpaper was. The ones where she told him about the building she had never shown anyone. The one that existed only in the space between her ribs. She reads them once. Then she deletes every copy. Some dreams, she realizes, are too precious to leave where they can be taken. Priya is waiting at her desk, laptop open, face pale. Mara. What? The backup archive. I got in. And? Priya turns the screen toward her. The spreadsheet has a new column, time-stamped 4:17 a.m. 3 weeks ago. A modification to the jury criteria that shifted the scoring weight from structural innovation to donor alignment potential. The modification was made under Elena Voss's credentials, but the IP address traces to Gideon Ward's office. Chapter 25. The war room has become a review space again, the glass walls reflecting the gray harbor light, the drafting tables pushed to the edges. Mara stands beside her board, prints stacked in her hands, the paper warm from her grip. Nydia is beside her, thin leather folder open, silver hair sharp against the charcoal jacket. Nydia says, "We want to see how both of you have internalized the new rubric: community integration, housing adjacency, public access hours." Sophia adds, "Show us who your building is for." Mara does not wait. She steps forward and flips her first board, the stairwell section she spent 3 nights refining, the covered southern walkway she sketched after talking to Delia at the excavation fence. The harbor site sits between two neighborhoods that have never been connected by public infrastructure, she says. The library's ground floor needs to function as a pedestrian corridor, not just an entry sequence. I have designed the southern elevation as a continuous covered walkway that links the bus stop on Harbor Street to the housing block behind the site. No one has to enter the building to use it, but if they choose to, the walkway feeds directly into the community resource wing. She flips to the next board. The program floor, legal aid intake, adult literacy classroom, career center. 14 existing services within 1 mile of this site. I mapped them. Health clinics, legal aid offices, community centers. My building does not duplicate them. It connects them. A resident can walk from the legal aid intake to the health clinic without crossing a single street. The library becomes a hub, not an island. Sophia nods. She is not smiling, but she is listening. Nydia says, cost. The walkway adds structural load but reduces the need for separate weather barriers. Offsets 70% of the material cost by eliminating the redundant canopy system from the original program. Mara finishes. She does not look at Jack. She can feel his presence, though, like pressure against her ribs. Nydia turns. Jack? Jack steps forward. He moves differently than he did at the donor tour. Slower, heavier. He flips his board. The shared courtyard, the underground connection, the screened partitions. Mara has seen them before. She has traced them with her own eyes, counted them, memorized them. Seeing them presented now, under the review lights, is a different kind of wound. The library's public space extends below grade, Jack says. The housing block behind the site has no commercial ground floor, so the community currently has no reason to walk through this corridor. By lowering the courtyard to the basement level and creating a direct pedestrian tunnel to the housing block, I draw residents through the site without requiring them to enter the main building. His voice is steady, professional. The same voice she heard in the hotel room, raw and cracked. The tunnel also serves as a weather-safe community corridor during storm events, which this neighborhood experiences 4 to 6 times a year. The housing block's existing basement level aligns within 3 feet of the library's proposed foundation depth. The connection is structurally minor but programmatically significant. Nydia says, maintenance liability on an underground tunnel in a coastal flood zone. Jack answers without hesitation. Sealed access points, automated bilge pumps, and quarterly inspection schedule. I have budgeted for the additional operational cost in the first 2 years, with a renewable maintenance fund contributed by the Housing Authority. Sophia leans forward. And the Community Resource Wing? Your earlier proposal had flexible learning spaces. Where are they now? Jack pauses. It is half a beat, barely visible, but Mara sees it. Integrated into the courtyard level, he says. The screened partitions allow the space to be reconfigured for evening classes, weekend markets, public meetings. Sophia says, where, specifically? Jan's jaw tightens. The northern edge of the courtyard, adjacent to the tunnel entrance. Sophia waits. He does not elaborate. Nydia says, you mapped the 14 existing services within 1 mile? Jack hesitates again. That half beat, that flicker. I have the map in my materials, he says. It is not on the board. Put it on the board, Nydia says, before the final review. Jack nods. Mara watches him. He is holding something back. Not lying exactly, but not telling the truth either. Mapping the services was her work. She spent 3 nights cross-referencing city records with Priya. Jack never asked for her data. He never asked for anything. He just took it. Nydia stands. She walks to the center of the room, between their boards. You have both proposed buildings that claim to serve the same community, she says. Same site, same population, same adjacency to housing, same courtyard, same underground connection, same flexible program spaces. She looks at Mara, then at Jack. I want to know who this community is. Not the abstract one, the real one. Tell me who lives in the block behind your site, without reading from a spreadsheet. She leaves. The door swings closed. Mara stands beside her board, hands steady, heart hammering. Jack is still at the other side of the room, staring at his materials. The numbers are in the file, he says, quietly, to himself. Mara picks up her prints. "I know," she says, "but you should have known them before you drew a single line." She walks toward the door. Behind her, Jack does not move. She stops at the threshold. "There are 214 children under 12 in that 3-block radius," she says. "I know because I asked Delia, the woman Sophia introduced us to at the fence." She does not turn around. "You did not ask her anything. You just took her neighborhood and turned it into your argument." She steps into the hallway. The door closes, and in the silence of the war room, Jack Roan stands alone with a design built from borrowed dreams and a community he cannot name. Nydia Bell is waiting for Mara at the elevators. "Well done," Nydia says. Mara says nothing. Nydia presses the button. "I have been watching him for weeks," Nydia says. "He has been running on fuel he cannot explain." Mara looks at her. "What are you saying?" Nydia does not answer. The elevator arrives. "I am saying," Nydia says, stepping inside, "that when a good architect starts building with borrowed materials, it is only a matter of time before the structure fails." The doors close. Mara stands in the hallway, the word "borrowed" echoing in her chest, knowing exactly whose materials Jack has been using. Chapter 26. Sofia Alvarez is waiting at the end of the hallway. Not at the elevators, not near the war room door, exactly halfway between. Messenger bags slung across her chest, arms crossed, dark hair still damp from the rain that started falling during the review. She has been standing there long enough to watch Mara walk out, long enough to hear the silence through the closed doors. Mara slows. Sofia does not move. "You knew," Sofia says, "about the community data. You knew he did not have it, and you let him fall." "I did not let him fall. I answered the question he could not. Same result. He should have asked Delia himself. I gave him the introduction. I gave him the fence. He chose not to step through it." Sofia studies her. A long, measuring look that makes Mara feel the weight of every file she has been carrying. "You have been in this competition for 8 weeks, Sofia says. Tell me what you think the jury is actually measuring." Mara stops. The question is too wide, too simple. It smells like a test. "Design," she says. "Structural innovation, community integration, cost efficiency. The rubric is public." Sofia tilts her head. "The rubric is public," she repeats. "But you have been in the room. You have seen the criteria change. You have seen the partners disappear into closed doors before every ranking. You have watched your rival build a proposal that mirrors yours, and you are standing here telling me the rubric is what decides who wins." Mara's jaw tightens. "What are you saying?" "I am saying you are smarter than this." Sofia steps closer. Her voice drops, not threatening but intimate. The voice of someone who has spent years watching institutions pretend to be fair. "You think a duel between 2 architects determines the future of a public building? You think the partners care which one of you wins? Or do they care that both of you are too busy fighting each other to notice they are cutting the program budget, shrinking the community wing, and moving the legal aid office to the basement?" Mara's breath catches. She has not looked at the program budget in 3 days. She has been focused on the elevation, the terrace, the data, on winning. "The community wing is not optional," she says. "It is optional if no one is watching it. The partners know that." Sofia's eyes are steady. "They are not afraid of your design. They are afraid of your demands. A building with 14 community services, legal aid, after-school labs, a career center that operates independently of library hours, that changes how the neighborhood uses public space, that changes who has power." Mara says nothing. "The question is," Sofia says, "whether you are building the library Greyport needs, or whether you are building the library that gets you promoted. Because those 2 buildings are not the same. And right now, the only person in this hallway who cannot tell the difference is you." The accusation lands clean. Mara feels it in her ribs, sharp and cold. "I know the difference," she says. "Then prove it." Sofia adjusts her bag strap. "Because the competition you are fighting in is not the competition you think it is. The duel is a distraction. The partners designed it to keep you looking sideways while they move the finish line. And if you keep treating Jack Roan as your only obstacle, You will win a fight that does not matter and lose the building. She turns, walks toward the stairwell. At the door, she pauses. You asked Delia about her neighborhood. You walked the blocks. You counted the children. You knew the median income before you drew a single line. She looks back. That is not the behavior of someone who wants a promotion. That is the behavior of someone who wants to build something real. Do not let them make you forget which one you are. The stairwell door closes behind her. Mara stands alone in the hallway, the word borrowed still burning from Nadia's warning, and now the word distraction added to the pile. She walks. Not toward the elevator, not toward the war room. She walks to the end of the hallway, to the window that overlooks the harbor, and presses her forehead against the glass. Below, the construction site is quiet. The crane is locked. The scaffolding stands empty. The hardwood is gray and flat, the rain beginning to scatter the surface. She thinks about Sophia's question. What is the jury actually measuring? She thinks about the rubric change at 4:17 a.m., logged under Elena's credentials, traced to Gideon's office. She thinks about the hotel rooms pre-reserved before the storm. She thinks about Jack's proposal, built from her dreams, and the way Elena assigned them to the same war room before either of them knew the other was on Draftlight. The pattern is there. She has been looking at pieces instead of the whole. The competition was not designed to find the best design. The competition was designed to produce a winner the partners could control. And if she wins straight, on merit, with community roots and public accountability, and a building that changes who has power, they will not let her win at all. She pushes off the window. Her reflection stares back at her, pale and sharp, the gray streak catching the fluorescent light. She needs to see Priya. She needs to see the server logs. She needs to see the room bookings, the partner meeting notes, the budget revisions that happened while she was looking at elevations. She turns, walks back toward the elevator, and stops. Because Jack Roan is standing at the war room door, watching her. He looks worse than he did during the review. Hollow. The rolled sleeves are rumpled, the silver watch catching the light at a wrong angle. His blue eyes are fixed on her with something that looks like the beginning of a confession. Don't, she says. I did not say anything. You were about to. He holds her gaze. A long breath passes between them. Priya asked me to stay away from you, he says. She said if I came near you again, she would make sure everyone in this building knew about the terrace. Then listen to Priya. She also said you sought evidence that the competition criteria were manipulated. Mara's blood goes cold. She should not have told you that. She did not tell me. She told Theo. Theo told me. Jack steps forward slowly, hands loose at his sides. I am not here to fight you, Mara. I am here to tell you that if the criteria were rigged, the partners are not going to let either of us win clean. The duel was never about choosing the best architect. It was about making whomever survives look like a legitimate victor, while they cut everything that does not serve the donors. Mara stares at him. He sounds like Sophia. He sounds like he has been thinking the same thing, in the same room, for the same amount of time. Say you are not building that, he says. She does not answer. Say you are not building the library that gets you promoted instead of the library Greyport needs. She still does not answer. And in the silence, Jack's face changes. Not accusation, recognition. You have been thinking it too, he says. Since the review, since Nadia's question. You know the duel is a cage. Mara breathes. What is your point? Jack steps closer. Throw a seat between them now. Close enough that she can see the crescent moon mole near his right jaw, the thin scar along his palm. My point, he says, is that if the competition is rigged, fighting each other is exactly what they want us to do. And I am tired of doing what they want. The words hang between them. Unbearable. True. Mara holds his gaze for 3 seconds. 4. And then she turns and walks into the war room without answering, the door swinging shut behind her, leaving Jack alone in the hallway with the echo of what he just admitted, and the certain knowledge that for the first time in 8 weeks, they might be standing on the same side of a line neither of them drew. Chapter 27. The email arrives at 4:17 a.m. Mara is not asleep. She is sitting on the edge of the hotel bed she barely used, still in yesterday's clothes. Her laptop opened to a blank search bar she has been staring at for 40 minutes. The notification chime is soft. She almost ignores it. Then she sees the subject line. Draftlight. Final archive window opens in 72 hours. Her hand moves before her brain catches up. Clicks. Opens. The message is short, clinical. The kind of email written by someone who has already grieved the decision and moved on to logistics. Dear Draftlight community, as previously announced, the Draftlight forum will be permanently taken offline at 11:59 p.m. on Friday. This email initiates the final 72-hour archive window. All users are strongly encouraged to export their message histories, sketch files, and thread data before the shutdown. After Friday, no data will be recoverable. Thank you for 3 years of honest conversation. We hope you built something that lasts. Below it, an export button, a link to a FAQ, a countdown clock already ticking, 71, 48, and 12 seconds. Mara reads the email 3 times. The first time, she registers only logistics. The second time, the weight hits. 3 years of late nights, of confessions she never spoke aloud, of sketches she sent to a stranger who became the most intimate relationship of her adult life. All of it compressed into a countdown she can watch tick down in real time. The third time, she thinks about what is in that archive. Her messages to Northpaper, every single one. The thread about the library she wanted to build before she knew it would be real. The night she admitted she became an architect because public buildings never made her feel welcome. The 2:14 a.m. confession about stairwell light. The sketch of the courtyard with screened partitions. The underground connection she drew before she knew the harbor site had a basement level. All of it, sitting on a server that will disappear in 71 hours. Her phone buzzes. Priya, got the shutdown notice. You okay? Mara types and deletes 3 replies before settling on, fine, exporting now. She is not fine. She is sitting in a hotel room she shares with the man who stole her dreams, watching the countdown to the death of the only place she ever felt safe enough to be soft. Outside the door, Jack is probably still in the hallway. Or maybe he finally left. She does not care. She cares. She cares too much to look. She opens the export tool. The screen asks her to confirm her handle. Ren_draws. She clicks yes. The system begins compiling her archive. A progress bar appears. 3%, 7%, 12%. She watches it climb and feels something crack open in her chest. Because once that bar hits 100%, once she downloads the file and saves it to her hard drive, the thread with Northpaper becomes a document, a record, something to be reviewed and analyzed instead of lived in. She closes the laptop. The progress bar stops at 34%. Jack sees the email at 5:02 a.m. He is not in the hallway. He is in the hotel lobby, sitting in a chair facing the window, watching the rain streak the glass. He has not slept. He has been replaying the moment Mara walked into the war room and shut the door, replaying the look on her face when he said the duel was a cage, replaying every word he has not said to her in 8 weeks that is now pressing against his ribs like a physical weight. His phone lights up. Draftlight. Final archive window opens in 72 hours. He reads it once, twice, 3 times, 71, 42, and 6 seconds. He thinks about the messages he sent. Ren_draws. The ones what he told her about his father, his mother, the library he visited every Saturday, even though she could not read the books. The ones where he said he wanted to build something that lasted longer than he did. The ones where he said he did not know if he was good enough to be the person someone trusted with their dreams. All of it in an archive he can export and save. All of it in an archive she can export and save, and she will see his handle. She will see Northpaper attached to every message he sent, every comfort he offered, every confession she thought she was making to a stranger who understood her, and she will know it was him. The whole time. Him. Jack stares at the countdown clock. He has 71 hours before Draftlight goes dark forever. 71 hours to tell her the truth himself, or 71 hours until she opens her archive and reads every word he wrote her, knowing who wrote them, and draws her own conclusions. He does not have to guess what those conclusions will be. She is already counting the 23 pieces of herself he took. She already told him to stop building and start telling the truth. He has 71 hours. Maybe less. Mara opens her laptop at 6:13 a.m. The export is stalled at 34% because she closed the browser. She reopens the page. The system picks up where it left off. 85%. 38%, 42%. She watches the progress bars and thinks about the last message she sent Northpaper, the one she sent before she knew. I think I met someone who sees me, not the version I show people, the version I only show you. Tell me that is not dangerous. And his reply, the one she read after she knew, none of it was strategy. You were never a game to me. You were the only real thing. She closes her eyes. The export finishes. The file downloads. A small icon appears on her desktop labeled Draftlight Export Ren_draws.zip. 3 years of her hidden self, compressed into 2.4 megabytes. She opens a new message window. She types, Northpaper. Draftlight is shutting down in 71 hours. I do not know if what we had was real, or if it was just words on a screen that let me pretend I was safe. But I am not going to let it end in an export file. If you are who I think you are, meet me. Harbor Cafe, Friday at 8 p.m., before the site goes dark. If you do not come, I will have my answer. She hits send before she can stop herself. The message leaves her outbox. She stares at the screen, her heart hammering, her breath shallow, her fingers shaking over the keyboard. The countdown clock on the Draftlight homepage reads 71, 14, and 8 seconds. 71 hours until the forum where she loved a stranger fades to static. 71 hours until she knows if he will come. 71 hours to find out if the man she has been fighting, wanting, hating, and longing for is the same person who made her feel whole in the dark. Chapter 28. The war room is too warm for the number of bodies packed into it. 8 people. 5 from Mara's side, 3 from Jack's. Elena stands at the head of the table with a laser pointer she has not used once. Arms crossed, posture already carved into refusal. Mara finishes her pitch for the revised accessibility corridor. A grade-level entrance at the southeast corner. Continuous path from the bus stop through the main lobby. No stairs, no steps. No threshold differential wider than a credit card. Elena smiles. The smile that says, interesting proposal. Now let me tell you why it will not happen. The glazing adjustment alone adds 17% to the east facade, Elena says. And the structural work for the grade change requires repouring the lobby slab. We are not reshuffling the budget for a door that opens 3 feet lower. Mara keeps her voice even. It is not a door. It is the primary public entrance. If the library cannot be entered by someone in a wheelchair without going around the loading dock, we have already failed the brief. The brief is a library, not a civil engineering project. The brief is a public building in a neighborhood with a 40% rent-burdened population and a median income of $32,000. The people who live there do not have cars. They arrive on foot, by bus, or pushing strollers. If the entrance treats them like second-class users, they will stop coming before the first anniversary. Elena's expression does not shift. The budget is fixed. Then we shift the allocation. Take it from the donor lounge finishes. Take it from the executive office wood paneling. Take it from the waterfall feature in the lobby that no one asked for. A low murmur moves through the room. Someone shifts their weight. Someone else clears their throat. Jack speaks. He, her. The room goes still. Mara turns. Jack is leaning against the window frame, arms loose, shirt sleeves rolled past his elbows. The silver watch catches the fluorescent light. He is not looking at the board. He is looking at Elena. The grade-level entrance is not aesthetic, he says. It is structural. If we do not fix access at the foundation, we spend the next 30 years adding ramps that look like afterthoughts. That costs more in the long run. And it looks like what it is, an apology for not thinking of everyone on day one. Elena's jaw tightens. That is not your budget to reallocate. It is not hers either, Jack says. But someone in this room has to ask what the building is actually for. If the answer is donor photo opportunities, we should say that out loud so everyone knows where they stand. The silence stretches. Mara watches the muscles in Elena's neck, the way she holds her breath for a fraction of a second, the calculation behind her eyes. Keep it in the notes, Elena says finally. Subject to final review, but I am not approving a report today. She leaves. The door clicks shut behind her. The room exhales. Mara does not. She stands at the board, marker still in her hand, and she is looking at Jack the way you look at someone who has just done something you cannot afford to be grateful for. Because it was her fight, her revision, her argument. She had it won on substance, even if Elena would have buried it in process. She did not need him to step in, but he stepped in anyway, and now she feels something warm and treacherous blooming in her chest, and she hates it. She catches him at the coffee station 2 hours later. The war room is empty. The afternoon light is gray and flat through the windows. He is stirring a cup he has not drunk from, staring at nothing. "You did not have to do that," she says. "Which part?" "The part where you backed me in front of Elena and made it sound like your idea." He looks at her, those blue eyes, the scar along his palm visible where his sleeve rides up. "It was your idea," he says. "I just said it louder. That is not the same as staying out of it." "No," he agrees. "It is not." She wants to leave. She has her coffee. She has her escape route. She can walk back to her desk and pretend the last 2 hours did not happen. But she stays. "Why?" she says. He sets down the cup. "Because you were right. And I am tired of watching good ideas die because someone in the Roan is more worried about the donor lunch than the people the building is supposed to serve." "That is not a real answer. It is the only one I have." She holds his gaze. The fluorescent hum fills the silence between them. "Say it," she thinks. "Tell me you are Northpaper. Tell me now before I start believing you are someone I can trust." He does not say it. She turns and walks back to her desk. At 11:47 p.m. she opens Draftlight. The countdown reads 68:12 and 44 seconds. She stares at her sent message, the one she wrote asking Northpaper to meet her at Harbor Cafe on Friday, the one that said, "If you are who I think you are." He has not replied. She types, "I do not know what I am doing. I thought I would feel clearer by now. Instead, I feel like I am standing on a floor that keeps shifting under me. Someone did something today that I should not be grateful for. But I am, and I am furious at myself for it, because I do not know if the person he is in the war room is real or just another version of the performance. And I do not know if I am asking you because I want your advice or because I want you to tell me I am wrong about him." She closes the laptop before she can add anything else. The phone is still dark. No notification. No reply. She stares at the ceiling and counts the minutes until morning. Chapter 29. The drafting studio is dark except for the lamp over Jack's board. He has been tracing the same line for 20 minutes, a curve on the south elevation that does not need changing. His hand keeps moving because stopping means thinking, and thinking means the countdown. 67, 41, and 3 seconds. The door opens without a knock. Theo stands in the threshold, arms crossed, the fluorescent light from the hallway carving shadows under his eyes. He does not step inside. He just stands there, filling the frame like a man who has decided he is not leaving until something breaks. "You are still here," Jack says. "No, I am still here." The difference lands between them like a dropped tool. Jack sets down the pencil. "Say it." Theo steps in. The door clicks shut behind him. He does not sit. He walks to the window and stands with his back to the city, the rain-streaked glass making his reflections swim. "You are not the same architect who walked into this merger." Jack says nothing. "The first 3 weeks you were sharp, you were hungry, you were winning because you were better." Theo's voice is flat, not angry, which makes it worse. "Now you are surviving because you are fast. That is not the same thing." "Thanks for the performance review." "Stop." The word is quiet, final. Jack stops. "I have watched you trace the same elevation line for 6 days, Theo says. "I have watched you pull Mara Ellison's arguments out of your mouth like they are yours. I have watched you stand in front of Nadia Bell and not know the neighborhood you are building for." He turns from the window. "That is not you, Jack. You know people. You feel buildings. That is why I followed you from Calder Ward. That is why I believed you when you said the merger would not bury us." The air in the room changes. Jack feels it like a pressure drop before a storm. 12 years, Theo says. 12 years I have been in your blind spot, catching what you miss, believing you when you say you have it handled. And I have never seen you like this." "Like what?" "Like you are carrying something you are afraid to put down." Jack's hand moves to his silver watch, a habit, a grounding point. The scar along his palm catches the lamplight. "You want to tell me what it is?" Theo says. "Or do you want me to keep guessing until I guess right?" The question hangs in the air between them. Jack can feel it. the shape of the confession pressing against his teeth. I am Northpaper. I recognized her day one. Her dreams are in every line of my proposal, and I cannot tell her because the longer I wait, the worse it gets. He opens his mouth. What comes out is, the terrace extends 3 feet over the property line. Theo blinks. I know. I told you to fix it. It is not a survey error. I knew. I submitted it anyway. The silence that follows is worse than shouting. Theo's face does not change, but something in his posture shifts. The trust in his shoulders loosens. Why? Because the proportions did not work inside the legal boundary. The courtyard felt wrong. The circulation tightened. I made a call. You made a call that could get the permit pulled and the project delayed by 6 months. I know. And you did not tell me. No? Theo stares at him. Jack watches the calculation behind his eyes, the way he is measuring 12 years of partnership against this one breach. That is not all, Theo says. It is not a question. Jack does not answer. Jack, drop it. You are hiding something bigger than a property line, and whatever it is making you wrong on things you used to be right about by instinct. Theo steps closer. I am not asking for your sacrix. I am asking you to remember that if you go down, you do not go down alone. You take Owen, Thomas, me, everyone who believed you when you said the merger would not bury us. The weight of it settles on Jack's chest. He thinks of his father, charming and hollow, making promises he could not keep while the firm bled out around him. You are not him, he tells himself. But the thought does not land. Theo waits. 10 seconds. 20. No more surprises, Theo says finally. Fix the terrace. Tell me if something else is coming. And figure out who you are building for, Jack. Because right now, your design does not look like you. He leaves. The door clicks shut. Jack stands alone in the dark, the lamp casting his shadow long across the board, and he thinks of Mara's voice at the coffee station. The way she said, "Tell me you are Northpaper," without saying it. The way she walked away when he did not. He pulls out his phone. Draftlight. One new message from Ren_draws. He opens it. I have been thinking about silence. What it means when someone chooses it. What it means when someone does not. Have you ever kept quiet because you thought you were protecting someone, and then realized later you were only protecting yourself? Have you ever mistaken silence for mercy? Jack reads it 3 times. The studio is silent. The rain has stopped. The city beyond the glass is a grid of wet lights and empty streets. He types, "Yes, I am doing it right now." He stares at the words. His thumb hovers over send. The cursor blinks. 67:38 and 52 seconds. He does not press send. He does not delete it. He leaves it there, unsent, in the dark. Chapter 30. The hotel room is gray with early light when Mara finally moves. She has been sitting on the edge of the bed since 4:47 a.m., the exported archive file, a dark icon on her desktop. 2.4 megabytes of everything she trusted to a stranger. She has not opened it. Cannot. Because once she sees Northpaper's handle confirmed in black text, she cannot unsee it. Cannot pretend the next hours hold any possibility except the one she has been refusing since she saw Jack's phone glow with her own name. Instead, she reaches for her sketchbook. The pages flutter under her thumb. Old drawings, early concept studies from before the merger, before the war room, before she knew the man she hated was the only person who ever saw her clearly. She stops on a page from 18 months ago, courtyard with layered screens. She traced it after a late-night forum exchange where Northpaper asked what safety looked like in Poklabuko. She had drawn trees, light, angled walls that let you see without being seen. She turns another page. Underground connection to housing block. She drew it after describing to Northpaper the rain-slick walk to her own childhood apartment, the way public buildings never considered how people got home. Another page. Flexible learning spaces with movable partitions. She stops. Her hand freezes over the sketch. The ink is smudged from years of handling. She remembers the message she sent with it. What if a library could change shape depending on who walks in? She looks up at her own face in the dim mirror across the room. 23 elements. She counted them on Jack's board. 23 pieces of her hidden self translated into his hand, his elevations, his section cuts. The mechanism still eludes her. How did he get from Draftlight messages to proposal boards? The forum does not link real names. No one knows who Ren_Draws is except her, unless he recognized her first. The thought lands like a blade. He knew. Before the war room, before the first sketch, he knew who I was, and he read every word I ever wrote to Northpaper as research. Her stomach turns. She closes the sketchbook, opens her phone. Priya will be awake by now. Priya is always awake by 6 o'clock. The call connects on the first ring. "Tell me you slept," Priya says. "No. Tell me you are not about to do something alone that you should not do alone." Mara's throat tightens. "I need you to find out how Jack could have accessed my Draftlight identity before day 1 of the merger." Silence on the line. Then, "You are sure?" "I am sure enough to ask. That is not the same as sure enough to act." "I know." "Good." Priya's voice shifts, the softness replaced by steel. "Because if you go into that war room today with an accusation you cannot prove, you hand them everything. Elena will bury you. Gideon will help her. And Jack will walk away clean because the one person who could prove he stole from you never showed her face." Mara presses the heel of her hand against her eye. "Then what do I do?" "You win. You finish the proposal that beats his cleanly. You let me keep digging, and when we have the proof, we decide together how to use it." "And until then?" "Until then, you treat him like any other rival. Sharp, professional, unreadable." A pause. "Can you do that?" Mara thinks of Jack's face at the coffee station. The way she begged him silently to name himself, the way he did not. "Yes." "Then get dressed. I will be at the office in 40 minutes with coffee and the server logs from the merger week." The line goes dead. Mara stares at her phone. She should get up, shower, change, walk to Devos Calder and look Jack Roan in the eye without letting him see the wound he carved. Instead, she opens Draftlight. The countdown reads 65, 12, and 8 seconds. She has not checked since last night, has not opened the thread where she wrote to Northpaper about silence, about mercy, about the space between withholding and protection. But there is a notification. One new message. Her thumb moves before her brain catches up. Northpaper. Silence can be mercy. It can also be the longest form of cowardice. The problem is that the person holding it often cannot tell the difference until it is too late. I am learning that now. I do not know if I will learn it in time. Mara reads it 3 times. The words are careful, balanced. They say everything and nothing. They could be about anything. The competition, a personal relationship, a mistake at work. But she knows. She knows this is about her. He is telling me he knows, she thinks. He is telling me he is sorry without saying what for. She types a response, deletes it, types again, deletes again. In the end, she writes, "Then stop holding it." She sends it before she can stop herself. 3 dots appear, disappear, appear again. Then, "I will." Friday, before the light goes out. Mara's pulse slams against her ribs. Friday. That is the Harbor Cafe deadline. The one she set. The one she sent to Northpaper's handle without knowing if it would reach him. He is coming. Or he is telling her he will meet her before the forum dies. She does not know which interpretation is worse. She types, "I will hold you to that." No reply. She waits 30 seconds. 60. Nothing. Mara locks her phone, sets it face down on the nightstand, stands, walks to the bathroom and turns the shower to cold. She stands under the spray until her skin numbs and the shaking stops. By the time she reaches Voss Calder at 7:30, she has rebuilt her face into something functional. Priya meets her at the elevator with 2 paper cups and a folder thick enough to suggest the server logs yielded something useful. Priya does not ask about Mara's eyes. The red rims are visible despite concealer. "Conference room C," Priya says. Elena called a 9 o'clock status meeting. Both teams. Both teams. Together. Mara takes the coffee. The bitter heat seeps through the cup into her palms. "That is new." It is deliberate. Priya's voice drops as they round the corner toward the war room. "Elena wants to see how you and Jack behave in the same room after last week. She is testing whether the rivalry still serves her, or whether it has become something else." Priya's look is sharp. "Has it?" Mara does not answer. She pushes open the war room door. Jack is already there. He stands at the drafting table, back to the door, studying something on his board. His shirt sleeves are rolled. The silver watch catches the fluorescent light. The crescent mole near his jaw is visible in profile. He turns when he hears her. Their eyes meet. For 1 second, one bare, suspended second, the mask drops. She sees something raw in his face. Guilt, want, fear. All three tangled together and bleeding through his composure. Then he blinks, and it is gone. "Morning," he says. "Jack." She sets her coffee on the table, pulls out her chair, opens her laptop. She does not look at him again, but she feels him watching, feels the weight of whatever he plans to say on Friday pressing against the air between them. 65 hours, and she still does not know if she will survive what comes next. Chapter 31. The review room has been rearranged. Mara stops in the doorway and counts the difference. Extra chairs along the back wall. A second table near the window with water pitchers and glasses. Name cards where the donor representatives will sit. 3 of them are already there. A woman in a cream silk blouse who looks like she has never waited for anything in her life. A man with a dead expression and a watch that costs more than Mara's rent. A younger associate who types notes on a tablet without looking up. Nadia Bell sits at the center table, thin leather folder closed in front of her. Sophia is 2 seats down, messenger bag still slung across her chest, dark hair pulled back so tight it pulls at her temples. Elena Voss stands near the window, coffee cup in hand, talking to a donor in low, practiced tones. Gideon Ward is not here yet. Priya finds her elbow before Mara can step further inside. "Different energy today," Priya says. Quiet, controlled. Her thumb presses against Mara's sleeve. "They brought the money into the room. I see them." Sophia and Nadia are the only ones who will ask real questions. The rest want to hear about the waterfall feature and the donor lounge. Mara thinks of the budget numbers from the coffee station argument. The finished wood paneling, the lobby waterfall, the grade-level entrance that cannot be repoured because 17% glazing increase is too expensive. The room fills around them. Jack arrives 3 minutes later. Dark shirt, sleeves rolled. The silver watch catches the overhead light as he sets his portfolio on the table nearest the door. He looks at her exactly once. Brief, unreadable. Then he turns to the donors and starts the charm. Smile, handshake, name repeated twice to lock it in memory. Mara watches him work the room and feels the split again. The polished surface he gives these people. The raw edge in his unsent Draftlight message. She still does not know which version of him shows up when the archive opens. Elena calls the room to order at 9:04. "We are here for the penultimate concept review. 2 weeks from today, the jury selects the final design direction. Today is the last chance for substantive revision." She lets that land. Mara feels the weight settle across her shoulders. Presentations are set at 15 minutes each, followed by open discussion, followed by scoring. Mara draws first position by alphabetical order of the project files. Ellison before Roan. She has never been grateful for alphabetical cruelty until today. Jack gives her a clear lane to the front of the room. Steps back, eyes on her. She can feel his attention like pressure on her spine. Mara opens her boards. 11 minutes. That is how long she has to make them understand what the library could mean to the people behind the excavation fence. The ones with 32 Kelvin median income and 40% rent burden and 214 children under 12 who deserve a building that does not ask them to prove they belong. She walks them through the elevation, points to the covered southern walkway, the continuous grade-level entrance that connects bus stop to housing block without a single step or threshold. "The building does not sit on the site," she says. "It grows from it. The public access point starts at the sidewalk. The entrance threshold is the same for a donor, a child from the housing block, and a senior walking from the bus stop." The woman in cream silk interrupts. "Forgive me, but what about the ceremonial approach? The harbor-facing entrance. Donors will arrive by car." Mara does not let her face shift. The harbor-facing entrance exists. It is beautiful. It has glass and water views, and a lobby that makes people feel like they have arrived somewhere important. But it is not the only entrance. That is the point. Nadia's pen stops moving. Explain that, Nadia says. Mara turns to face her directly. A library that only works for people who arrive by car is not a public building. It is a private amenity with a public tax exemption. I am designing for the people who live in the 14 existing service buildings within 1 mile of this site. The ones who walk, the ones who take the bus, the ones who need the legal aid office and the after-school space and the community resource wing more than they need a second glass atrium. The donor woman's smile stays fixed, but her eyes go flat. Mara finishes her presentation with the cultural competency rooms and flexible program spaces that can shift use by time of day. Morning senior programs, afternoon youth workshops, evening adult literacy. She names the data, the population numbers, the community assets her research uncovered. Nadia writes something down. Sophia nods once, small and precise. Jack's tone comes without a gap. Elena thanks Mara, the room shifts, and Jack steps to the front with the ease of someone who has been presenting to hostile rooms since he was old enough to reach the podium. His boards are polished, rendered in warm tones. The harbor elevation catches light through the window, and Mara watches the donor woman lean forward as Jack explains the glass curtain wall and the way the building will reflect the water. He talks about the underground pedestrian connection, the weather-safe corridor between basement levels, the screened courtyard that provides acoustic separation. He does not name who contributed those ideas. She watches him use her words with different inflections and wonders if the donors can feel the theft bleeding through the gaps. Sophia interrupts Jack mid-sentence. You have community resource space in the basement. Jack stops, turns. Correct. Why is it in the basement? The program adjacency, legal aid office next to the intake room, privacy for sensitive conversations. Is that where the donors will sit? The room goes quiet. Jack's jaw tightens, almost invisible. But Mara sees it. The donor lounge is on the second floor, he says, with the harbor view. Yes. So the people who need legal aid go underground, and the people who write checks get water views. That is the design. Sophia does not make it a question. Jack holds still for 3 seconds. Mara watches him decide which version of himself answers. The polished one, the honest one. I am redesigning the vertical distribution, he says. The donor lounge can be relocated to the east wing. The second floor can become mixed-use community space with harbor access. Elena straightens. The donor lounge was approved in the program brief. Then the brief needs to change. Jack says it flat, no challenge in his voice, just calm, architectural certainty. Mara sees the donor woman and the dead-eyed man exchange a look. Leo calls for scoring before the tension can fracture further. The partners retreat to a side room with the jury. The donors stay at their table, water untouched, phone screens bright. Priya appears at Mara's elbow. The spreadsheet just updated. Her voice is sandpaper. Mara looks at the phone Priya holds angled toward her, a column she has never seen before, weighted at 15%. Donor experience integration, Mara reads. Slid in between the last closed door meeting and this one. Read about it in the server logs 10 minutes ago. Priya's thumb swipes. The scoring rubric from last week. The rubric from today. The new row highlighted in red. Elena added it. Mara stares at the screen. The scoring spread in the side room will show her leading on community integration, public access hours, and housing adjacency. She will be behind on donor experience integration by a margin that matters, because she did not know it existed until now. Priya, I know. Can we prove the timing? Not yet, but I am keeping every version. Mara looks toward the side room door where the partners have disappeared. 2 weeks to final presentation. Jack looked at her when she mentioned the new criterion, watched his face, the flicker of surprise, the lack of calculation. He did not know either, she realizes. The door opens. Elena steps out. Nadia follows. Then Gideon. Then the third juror. Their faces give nothing, but the donor woman and the dead-eyed man hold very still as the partners cross back to their seats. Elena stops at the front of the room. The scoring is not final. We will reconvene on Tuesday with revised weighting with the final submission. She looks at Mara, then at Jack. I expect both of you to account for the full program brief in your next iteration, including donor experience. The room empties in stages. Donors first, then jury, then partners. Mara does not move from her seat. Priya stands behind her, phone still in hand, the red highlighted columns seared into both their memories. Jack approaches. He does not stop close enough to be overheard by Priya, but close enough for Mara to see the exhaustion carved into the corners of his eyes. I did not know, he says. I believe you. Something shifts in his face, relief, or surprise that she gave him that much. It does not matter, Mara says. The rubric can change again tomorrow, and the day after, and the day after that. Jack's hands are in his pockets. The silver watch catches the sinking afternoon light. Then we stop reacting to their rules? He does not finish the sentence, but Mara hears what he does not say. We find our own. Priya clears her throat. 60 hours and change, she says. Mara knows she does not mean the competition deadline. Jack knows too. He holds Mara's gaze, blue eyes like harbor winter, the crescent mole near his jaw, the raw thing he let her see in the war room this morning. Friday, he says. Not a question. The countdown Mara has been carrying since the hotel room flashes through her chest. 58, 10, and 33 seconds. Friday, she says. Jack leaves. Priya waits until the door closes. Then she turns to Mara. Are you going to wait until Friday, or are you going to open the archive? Mara thinks of the 2.4 megabytes zip file sitting on her desktop. 3 years of confessions. Every word she typed to Northpaper, every word he typed back. She could open it right now, find out for sure, eliminate the doubt and the hope and the dread at the same time. She pulls out her phone. The Draftlight countdown reads 58:07 and 41 seconds. I will open it, she says. Priya waits. When my hands stop shaking. Chapter 32. Mara closes her laptop at 9:47 p.m. The zip file sits on her desktop. 2.4 megabytes. 3 years of her hidden self compressed into data she could open in seconds. She has not touched it since the hotel room. Priya's question still echoes. Are you going to wait until Friday? Or are you going to open the archive? Mara does not know the answer. She walks to the window of her hotel room. Greyport spreads below her, harbor dark except for the crane lights at the excavation site. The library that does not exist yet. The competition that keeps changing shape. The man who is either her enemy or her only possible ally, or both. Her phone buzzes, a Draftlight notification. Mara's chest tightens before she looks. Northpaper is typing. She watches the dots pulse. Once, twice, 3 times. Then the message appears. I will be there, Harbor Cafe, Friday, 8 p.m. Mara reads it 4 times. She should feel relief, certainty, the confirmation that he will show up, that she will finally know that the waiting will end. Instead, she feels the floor tilt beneath her, because if Jack Roan walks into Harbor Cafe on Friday, everything changes. Every conversation they have had in the war room gets rewritten. Every moment of tenderness in the hotel room, every sharp exchange, every grudging respect, every time she caught him looking at her and told herself it meant nothing. She types a response, deletes it, types again. I will be there too. She sends it before she can stop herself. The dots appear again, then stop. Northpaper has read her message. Mara stares at the screen until it dims. Across the hotel, 4 floors up, Jack Roan sits on the edge of his bed with his phone in his hands. He sent the message. He confirmed the meeting. There is no way back now. Theo's warning echoes in his skull. You sink, you take Owen, you take Thomas, you take everyone who believed the merger would not bury them. Jack closes his eyes. He sees Mara's face in the war room this afternoon, the moment she said, I believe you about the new criterion. The raw trust in her gray eyes before she masked it over. She gave him that. He has not earned it. His phone buzzes again, a Draftlight notification. Ren_draws has sent you a message. He opens it. I keep thinking about the first time you wrote to me, about buildings that feel like they grew there instead of being imposed. You said architecture should not have to justify its existence to the people who use it. I have never forgotten that sentence. Jack's throat tightens. He remembers typing that. 2:14 a.m., 3 years ago, responding to a stranger who had posted about feeling unwelcome in Civic buildings. He did not know then that the stranger was Mara Ellison. He did not know that 3 years later he would be sitting in a hotel room counting down the hours until he had to tell her he was the one who wrote those words. His fingers move before he can stop them. I remember writing it. I meant every word. The response comes fast. I know you did. That is what makes this so hard. Jack stares at the screen. She knows. Not the details, not the full shape of the betrayal, but she knows enough to know that Friday will hurt. He types. Mara. He deletes it. Types again. Ren. Deletes that too. Finally, I am sorry. The dots appear, disappear, appear again, then save it for Friday. Jack sets the phone face down on the nightstand. The countdown reads 57, 42, and 18 seconds. Frenching, Friday morning arrives gray and wet. Mara wakes at 5:30 a.m. with her heart already pounding. She lies still for a full minute, letting the dread crystallize into something she can carry. Tonight, she will know. She showers, dresses, chooses black jeans and her red boots, the same ones she wears to construction sites. Armor for walking into the unknown. Priya texts at 7:14 a.m. You ready? Mara types back. No. Priya. Good. Being ready would mean you already know the answer. You do not. That is the point. Mara almost smiles. She arrives at Vast Calder at 8 o'clock a.m. The war room is empty. Jack's side of the drafting table is clean, his drawings stacked, his pencils aligned. He is not here yet. Mara sits at her desk and opens her laptop. The zip file stares at her. She could open it now, find out for sure, eliminate the suspense before tonight. Her hand hovers over the trackpad. Then she closes the laptop. She will wait. She will let him tell her himself, if he shows up. Jack does not sleep Thursday night. He lies awake listening to the rain, replaying every Draftlight message he ever sent to Ren_draws. The late-night confessions, the design brainstorming. The moment he admitted he was afraid of becoming like his father. She has read all of it. She has carried those words inside her for 3 years, and now he has to look her in the eye and explain why he kept the truth from her for 8 more weeks. At 6 o'clock a.m. he gives up on rest. He showers, shaves, stands in front of the mirror and does not recognize the man looking back. His phone buzzes. A Draftlight notification. 12 hours until shutdown. Export your data before the archive closes permanently. 12 hours. He will meet Mara at 8 tonight. The forum will die at midnight. Timing that feels like fate. Jack types a message to Ren_draws. His last is Northpaper. I am on my way. He presses send. Then he puts on his coat and walks out into the rain. Mara sees the notification at 7:23 a.m. Northpaper. I am on my way. She reads it standing in the war room, coffee half cooled in her hand, the harbor gray beyond the window. 12 hours until Draftlight dies. 10 hours until she walks into Harbor Cafe. She does not know if she is walking toward the truth or toward the end of something she has not yet admitted she wanted to keep. Priya appears in the doorway. Elena moved the Tuesday review up to Monday. Mara turns. What? Email just went out. Final presentations moved to Monday at 9 o'clock a.m. We lose a full day of preparation. Mara stares at her. The countdown in her head shifts. Monday is 3 days away. Friday is tonight. She has to survive the weekend after Harbor Cafe, after the truth, after whatever breaks when Jack Roan walks through that door. I will be ready, Mara says. Priya holds her gaze. I know you will. She leaves. Mara stands alone in the war room, coffee cooling in her hand, and watches the rain streak down the glass. Her phone buzzes one last time, a Draftlight notification. 12 hours until permanent shutdown. 12 hours until everything she thought she knew about the past 3 years meets the man who lived them beside her. She does not look away from the window. She waits. The rain keeps falling. And somewhere across Greyport, Jack Roan is walking toward the same future she cannot see. Chapter 33. The war room feels smaller today. Mara stands at her drafting table, coffee cooling in her hand, watching the harbor through rain-streaked glass. Every sound is too loud. The fluorescent hum, the click of the thermostat, the distant murmur of the office waking up. Jack is at his desk. She feels him there without looking. The weight of his presence has changed. Before it was opposition. Now it is a question she has to wait 12 hours to answer, and she is not sure she will survive the waiting. Priya appears in the doorway with a folder. Elena wants final section elevations by noon, and the community wing renderings need another pass. The lighting reads flat. Mara nods. Priya hesitates. You okay? Fine. Liar. Mara almost laughs. Almost. I am holding it together, she says. That counts. Priya studies her for a moment longer, then sets the folder on the edge of Mara's desk. Theo asked me to give this to you. Said your original residential adjacency diagram got misfiled. Mara opens the folder. Her own drawings stare back at her. The covered southern walkway she sketched weeks ago, the pedestrian corridor connecting bus stop to housing block. She knows those lines. She knows the night she drew them, hunched over her laptop at 2:00 a.m., typing to Northpaper about how a library should feel like it grew there. That memory does not belong in this room. But here it is. She closes the folder. Thanks. Priya leaves. The silence settles back like dust. Someone in the war room lives. One of Jack's drafters, Owen maybe, telling a story about a client meeting gone wrong. The sound is wrong, out of place. Like joy has no business here while the countdown to midnight. Mara hears Jack's voice responding. Low. Controlled. A joke she does not catch. She glances up without meaning to. He is already looking at her. Their eyes meet across the drafting tables. Just a second. Just long enough for something unreadable to pass between them. Then he looks back at his board, and she looks back at hers, and the moment dissolves into the fluorescent hum. But her hands are shaking. She sets the coffee down before she drops it. By noon, the war room is emptied for lunch. Mara stays. She tells herself she needs to finish the lighting pass on the community wing renderings, that the deadline matters, that work is the only thing keeping her from standing still long enough to feel the fear. She is halfway through adjusting the window exposure when the door opens. Jack. He walks in and stops at his desk. Does not sit. Just stands there, hand resting on the edge of his drafting board. Mara. His voice is quiet, careful. She does not turn around. Not here. Where then? She finally looks at him. He looks worse than she expected. Dark circles, the silver watch catching the light as his fingers press into the wood grain. You chose to wait this long, she says. You can wait 8 more hours. His jaw tightens. I am not trying to. I know what you are trying to do. She keeps her voice even. She has practiced this. The words, the tone, the armor. You want to say it now so you can control how it lands, but I have been carrying this for 3 days. I can carry it for 8 more hours. Jack holds her gaze. What if I do not want you to carry it alone? Mara's chest tightens. She refuses to let it show. Too late for that. She turns back to her rendering. Behind her, Jack does not move. She does not look at him again. The door opens again, faster this time. Elena Voss strides in holding a tablet, heels clicking against the floor. She takes in the empty room, the silent tension, the 2 architects standing at opposite ends like boxers in separate corners. Good. Both of you are here. She does not wait for a response. Final presentation instructions. Monday, 9:00 a.m. main conference room. Jury will include myself, Gideon, Nadia Bell, Sophia Alvarez, and 2 donor representatives from the Harbor Civic Trust. Mara nods. Jack says nothing. Elena continues. You will each have 30 minutes. 15 for presentation, 15 for Q&A. No extensions, no interruptions. She looks between them. I expect clean work, no surprises, no emotional arguments dressed up as design philosophy. This is a professional review, not a confessional. The word it lands like a slap. Confessional. Mara feels Jack go still beside her. Elena's gaze lingers on him. Is that understood, Jack? Yes. She turns to Mara. And you? Mara meets her eyes. Crystal. Elena smiles, thin, professional. Good. I expect both of you to be ready. She walks out. The door clicks shut. Silence presses back into the room. Jack is the first to speak. She knows. Mara does not answer. She knows about tonight, about everything. That is why she moved the review up. That is why she said, I heard what she said. Mara finally turns to face him. But it does not change anything. She picks up her coffee. It is cold now. She drinks it anyway. I will see you at 8. She walks past him, past the drafting table, past the boards covered in drawings that belong to both of them now. At the door, she stops. Do not be late. She leaves. The war room lights hum behind her, and she does not look back. The afternoon stretches like something pulled too thin. Mara moves through meetings, reviews, corridor conversations. She nods at the right moments, says the right words, signs off on the revised elevation sheets like none of this matters, like her entire world is not balanced on the edge of 8 o'clock. Priya catches her at 4 o'clock p.m. It is almost time. Mara looks at her phone. 4 hours until Harbor Cafe. I know. You want me to come? Mara shakes her head. This is mine. I have to do it alone. Priya holds her gaze. And if he does not show up? Mara thinks about the zip file on her desktop, the archive she has refused to open. Then I will open it myself, and I will know either way. Priya nods. She touches Mara's arm once, withly, and walks away. Mara watches her go. Then she checks her phone one more time. No new messages. The rain keeps falling. And somewhere across Greyport, the clock is counting down to the moment everything changes. Chapter 34. The rain has settled into something quieter by the time Mara pushes open the Harbor Cafe door. A mist now, more than a storm. The kind that soaks through coats slowly, like it has time. The cafe is nearly empty. 2 tables occupied near the back. A barista wiping the counter with a gray cloth. Low light. The smell of old coffee and wet wool. Mara chooses a booth near the window, harborside. She can see the water through the glass, dark and restless, the pier lights reflecting in long, yellow streaks. She sits. She puts her notebook on the table, the one filled with questions she swore she would ask calmly. Neat handwriting, bullet points, as if she can control this the way she controls a presentation. She does not open it. The clock above the counter reads 7:52, 8 minutes. Her hands are flat on the table. She makes them stay there, does not let them curl into fists, does not let them shake. The door opens at 7:58. Mara looks up, and the world goes quiet. Jack Roan stands in the doorway, rain darkening his shoulders, his hair wet, his silver watch catching the light as his hand stays on the handle. He is wearing the same shirt from this morning, the same coat, the same expression she has seen 100 times in the war room. Controlled, careful, afraid. Their eyes meet. The floor of her inner life gives way. She knew. She has known for 3 days. Since the hotel room. Since the notification on his phone. Since the board covered in her sketches. She has known. But knowing is not this. This is him. Here. In the place where Northpaper was supposed to be. In the booth where she has imagined a stranger's face for 3 years. Jack lets the door close behind him. He walks toward her. He stopped at the edge of the table. Mara startminously. Mara tresses her palms flat against the table. The pressure grounds her, keeps her from doing something she cannot take back. Screaming, walking out, breaking the glass between her and the harbor. You knew, she repeats. Yes. Before the merger, before we ever shared a room. Before. She thought she was ready for this answer. She is not. How? Jack's hands are on the table too, close enough to touch. He does not reach for her. The stairwell light. The phrase you used in the first review. Borrowed from the sea, not stolen. Borrowed. The exact words she typed to him at 2:14 a.m. 3 months ago. "I knew it was you," he says. "Not immediately, not until I heard you say it. But that night, I knew." Mara's vision blurs. "And you said nothing." "I told myself I needed time, to be sure, to find the right moment." 8 weeks, Jack. "I know. 8 weeks of watching me trust Northpaper, of reading my messages, of taking my sketches and putting them on your board." She hears her voice rising, does not care. 8 weeks of sitting across from me while I told you things I have never told anyone, and you said nothing. Jack's hands are still. "I thought if I told you too soon, you would believe every word I ever wrote was strategy, that I had been playing you from the start." "Were you not?" "No. The word is sharp, certain. That first message I sent you, 3 years ago, I did not know who you were. I did not know you existed outside that forum. I wrote to you because you understood something about buildings that no one else in my life understood." Mara's throat burns. "And when you found out who I was?" "I should have told you immediately. I know that. Every day I did not, the lie got heavier." He meets her eyes. "But I never used Northpaper to hurt you. I never used what you told me to get ahead. The design I built, it came from what we built together, not from strategy, from believing in the same things." Mara stares at him, the man who held her after the scaffold fell, the man who defended her in front of Elena, the man who sent her messages at 2 a.m. about libraries that feel like they grew there. The same man who watched her break over a proposal board and did not say a word. "You should have told me," she says. "I know. That first day, the moment you recognized me, you should have said something. I know. And instead you let me keep writing to you, let me keep trusting you, let me fall in love with a stranger who was sitting right across from me the whole time." The words hang between them. Mara feels them land, feels the weight of what she just admitted. 3 years of Draftlight messages, the only man who ever saw her clearly, and he was here, the whole time. Jack's voice breaks. "I love you, Mara. I have loved you since before I knew your name, since before we ever shared a room, since the night you wrote to me about the stairwell light, and I realized someone in this world spoke the same language I do." He swallows. "I should have told you. I should have told you 100 times, and I was too afraid." Mara's chest is hollow. "Afraid of what?" "Afraid you would look at me the way you are looking at me now." The rain presses against the window. The clock reads 8:07. "Draftlight shuts down in 4 hours, she says. "I know. When it goes dark, everything we wrote to each other goes with it." Jack holds her gaze. "Then we keep it somewhere else." Chapter 35. "Then we keep it somewhere else." The words hang between them, fragile and impossible. Mara stares at Jack across the scarred cafe table. Rain streaks the window behind him. Harbor lights bleed through the water. She wants to believe him, wants to take the thread he is offering and pull it into something whole. But she knows, with a clarity that burns, that threads can also hang you. "You knew for 2 months, she says, "and you said nothing." Jack's hands stay flat on the table, open, unarmed. "Every day I told myself it would be the day. Every day I found a reason to wait. Reasons. The timing, the review, the merger, what you would think of me." Mara's chest tightens, his voice lower now. "I was afraid." "Of what?" "Of exactly this, of you looking at me like I am someone who played you." Mara laughs. It is not a happy sound. "You did play me, Jack. Maybe not intentionally, maybe not the way Elena would. But you watched me trust you as Northpaper while you built a proposal from the dreams I shared with him, and you never once stopped to ask if that was okay." The cafe hums around them. A waitress approaches. Mara shakes her head without looking away from Jack. The woman retreats. "I told you things," Mara says, her voice breaking. "I told you about the library I wanted to build when I was 12. The one with windows that caught the morning light and reading rooms that felt like trees. I told you I was afraid of being invisible. I told you I was afraid no one would ever see the real me. She presses her palm flat against the table. And you saw me. You saw all of me. And then you used it. Used it. Jack's voice sharpens. I did not use it, Mara. I carried it. Every word you wrote me, I carried it into that war room because it made me believe the library was possible. Because you made me believe the library was possible. Then why did not you tell me? Because you wanted to win. The accusation lands. Jack's face goes still. That is not it? You had the winning proposal in your hands the moment you recognized me. All you had to do was keep your mouth shut and let me keep bleeding into Draftlight while you refined every line from my sketches. I did not nod your sketches to win. No, you just needed me to keep trusting you so you could sleep at night. Silence. The rain drums against the glass. Jack's voice is barely audible. You asked me once, in a message, whether I was afraid of being found out. Do you remember what I wrote back? Mara does not answer. I wrote that I was afraid of being seen too clearly. That if someone really saw the shape of me, they would know I was building with borrowed materials. She feels the echo of her own words. Words she typed at 2 a.m. during a night she could not sleep. Words about fear and exposure and the danger of letting something close enough to couch your cracks. Jack reaches into his pocket, pulls out his phone, slides it across the table. The archive is still live. Check the timestamps. That message was from February, 2 months before the merger. I was already afraid of you before I ever saw your face. Mara's hand hovers over the phone. She does not pick it up. You recognized me the first day, she says, in the review, when I said, borrowed from the sea. Yes, and you said nothing. I thought if I told you, you thought you could control when the truth came out. The word lands like a blade. Control. She sees it now. His careful pauses. The way he let her talk first in every Draftlight exchange. The way he defended her in meetings and then watched her at night, knowing exactly how she would react because he had been studying her for 3 years. Not as a rival, as data. You did not want me to hate you, Mara says slowly. That is what you said. But the truth is, you did not want me to love you less. You wanted both. The war room and the forum, the rivalry and the intimacy. You wanted to win, and you wanted to keep me. Jack's face goes quail. That is not it? She hears her voice rising. Does not care. You could have told me the first day. You could have said, Mara, I am Northpaper, and I have loved you from 1,000 messages away. You could have let me decide what to do with that. But you did not. Because if you told me, you would lose control. The war room would shift. I would have the power to walk away. Jack's hands are shaking. I did not want to lose you. You did not want to lose a single advantage. The cafe lights flicker. A neon sign across the street hums against the dark. Jack's voice is raw. I love you, Mara. I have loved you since the night you wrote about the stairwell light. I love you in ways I did not know I could love anyway. And I was too afraid to risk losing that love by telling you the truth. Then you do not understand love. The words leave her mouth before she can stop them. They are not something you protect by hiding. They are something you protect by being honest, even when it costs you, especially when it costs you. Jack's eyes are wet. I am sorry. Sorry you did it or sorry you got caught? He does not answer. Mara stands. Her hands are steady now. The shaking has passed. I need to think. About what? About whether the man I loved on Draftlight ever existed, or whether he was just the mask you wore while you waited for the right moment to show me the face underneath. She turns toward the door. Mara, she stops. I never wore a mask with you. Not once. Not in the war room and not on Draftlight. Every word I wrote you was true. Every defense of your work in that office came from believing in you, not from strategy. I failed you by staying silent. But I never lied about who I was when I was with you. Mara looks back at him over her shoulder. Then why does it feel like I am meeting a stranger? She walks out into the rain. The door swings shut behind her. Through the glass, she sees Jock still seated, his hands flat on the table, his head bowed. The harbor glows through the mist. The cafe lights glow behind him, and somewhere in the cloud, Draftlight's shutdown clock ticks toward 0. They have 3 hours. Chapter 36. The rain does not wash her clean. Mara stands on the sidewalk, hands at her sides, water streaming down her face. Through the cafe glass, Jack is still seated, both hands flat on the table, head down like a man who has been holding something too long and just let it go. She should walk. Her feet will not move. 3 hours. The countdown lives in her pocket, in her phone, in the compressed weight of everything she has not said. 3 hours until Draftlight dies and takes their history with it. 3 hours until the only proof of what they were to each other becomes memory. Her hand finds the phone. The Draftlight app glows. 2:47 and 18 seconds. 18 seconds have passed since she walked out. 40 since she left him at the table. She has not moved more than 3 steps from the door. Through the glass, Jack raises his head. He sees her. She sees him see her. Neither moves. Then he does something she does not expect. He pulls out his phone, types, sets it face up on the table. Her phone buzzes. A Draftlight notification. Northpaper is typing. She stares at the screen. I meant every word. I am not asking you to stay. I am asking you to know that it was real. All of it. The stairwell light. The library that grew there. The night you told me you were afraid of becoming hard. I carried those words like they were mine to keep. They were not. They were yours. I should have told you before I used them. Mara's chest caves. She types. Why did not you? 3 dots appear, disappear, appear again. Because if I told you, you would know I had nothing of my own. The admission lands like a fist. She looks up. Jack has not moved. His hands are still on the table. The phone lies between them like evidence. She walks back inside. The door chime announces her return. Jack does not look surprised. He looks like a man who has been waiting for the verdict and knows it will not be kind. Mara does not sit. The community wing, she says. The legal aid office, the flexible learning space, the connection to the housing block. Did those come from me too? Jack's jaw tightens. The idea for a library that serves the whole neighborhood came from both of us, but the specific configuration, the courtyard with the screened partitions, the way the housing corridor connects at basement level without breaking the street facade. Those were mine. Yes. You built your proposal from my dreams. I built it from conversations we had together. You did not just send me sketches, Mara. You sent me a vision. And I believed in it. I still believe in it. That is not theft. That is agreement. Agreement requires consent. You took my private work and fed it into a competition you knew I was trying to win against you. Jack's hand moves to his watch. The silver band catches the cafe light. I did not enter it as a weapon against you. I entered it because it was the best idea I had ever heard, and I thought, if I could build it well enough, maybe you would see that I understood you, that I was not just fighting you, that I was fighting for the same thing. Mara laughs. The sound has no warmth. You wanted me to admire your theft? I wanted you to see that we wanted the same building. We wanted the same building because you read my mind and called it yours. The cafe is empty except for them. The waitress has retreated to the back. The rain continues against the windows. The harbor lights blur through the water running down the glass. Jack stands. I will withdraw. The words stop her. What? I will withdraw from the competition. Tell Elena and Gideon that my design was developed from conversations with you that I should have disclosed. Give you the directorship? Mara stares at him. That is not a solution. That is a confession you are making because you think it will fix us. It is not about fixing us. It is about doing the right thing. The right thing would have been telling me the first day. The right thing would have been saying, Mara, I am Northpaper, and we need to figure out what that means for this competition. You did not do that. You waited until I caught you. Jack's voice drops. I am trying now. Too late. The word hangs between them. Her phone buzzes again. Draftlight notification. 1 hour until shutdown. Please export your data before the archive closes permanently. 1:02 and 31 seconds. Jack sees her face change. What? 62 minutes. The entire history of Ren_draws and Northpaper, every late-night confession, every sketch she sent him in confidence, every doubt she trusted him with, about to become static. Mara's hand moves to her pocket. She still has the exported archive, 2.4 megabytes, on her desktop, unopened. She has never read the full record of what she shared with him, and now she will never have to, because she can let it burn. I am not opening the archive, she says. Jack's brow furrows. If you do not, you lose the proofs. You lose the timestamps. You lose the evidence that I took your work. I do not need evidence. I was there. She steps closer. You want to know what hurts most, Jack? It is not that you used my ideas. It is that I trusted you with the part of myself I protect from everyone. The part that dreams about buildings that belong to people, not architects. The part that believes a library can save a neighborhood if someone builds it with care instead of ego. Her voice breaks. I gave that to you because I thought you were safe. And you were never safe. You were just waiting. The countdown ticks. 0:47 and 12 seconds. Jack's phone glows on the table. Mara's phone glows in her hand. 2 screens, 2 archives, 2 years of conversations that are about to become ashes. Jack reaches for his phone. Let me show you something. I do not want to see your phone. Then read this. He turns the screen toward her. A Draftlight message, timestamped 14 months ago. Ren draws. I do not know who you are. I do not know if you are young or old or building towers or drawing houses, but I know this. You see buildings the way I hear music. You do not design them. You listen to what they want to become. I am afraid of failing, of building something hollow and calling it great. But when I read your words, I think maybe hollow people do not write like this. I would like to meet you someday, not to see your face, to see if the world you describe exists, and if it does, to help you build it. Northpaper, Mara reads it again. The rain drums against the glass. I would like to meet you someday. He met her, and he built her dream before she could build it herself. Her hand closes around her phone. I am not reading the rest. She turns toward the door. Mara, please. I will see you Monday. At the review. Yes. You are still competing? I am still standing. That is all I can promise. She walks out. The door swings shut behind her. Behind the glass, Jack watches her go. Chapter 37. Dawn comes gray and wet. Mara stands under the war room window at 6:17 a.m., watching the harbor swallow light. Rain streaks the glass in diagonal sheets. Her coffee has gone cold in her hand. She has not slept. She has not opened the archive. She has not done anything except stand here since the keys turned in the lock 40 minutes ago. The door opens behind her. Priya does not speak at first. She sets a paper cup on the drafting table. Fresh coffee, steam rising. Then she pulls the door shut and the latch clicks home. You look like you walked through something. Mara does not turn around. I did. The cafe? After. A pause. Priya waits. I told him I loved him, Mara says, and I told him he does not understand what love means. She turns from the window, sees Priya's face, sees the quiet patience there, the absence of shock. Of course, Priya is not shocked. Priya has been holding the pieces for days. He is Northpaper. The words land flat. Mara, he knew. From day one, he knew who I was before we ever shared the drafting table. He sat across from me for 8 weeks, knowing everything I ever told Northpaper. Every fear, every sketch, every dream about a library that could actually save a neighborhood. He read it all, and then he used it. Priya's hand moves to the edge of the table. And you confirmed this yourself? At the cafe? He confirmed it. I did not need the archive. Did you open it? No. Why not? Mara looks at the cold coffee in her hand, sets it down. Because I did not need proof to know I was right. And because if I opened it, I would have to read every message I ever sent him. Every time I said I was afraid. Every time I told him I did not know if I was good enough. Every time I said his words were the only ones that made me feel like I was not building alone. Her voice catches. I cannot read those right now. Priya studies her for a long moment. Then she moves to the table and sits in the chair across from Mara's drafting station. What did he say when you confronted him? He said he loved me. He said he was afraid. He said he stayed silent because he did not want me to think every word was strategy. And do you think that? Mara closes her eyes. I do not know what I think. I know he took my ideas. I know he watched me trust a stranger while he sat across from me in person. I know he had 8 weeks to tell me the truth, and he chose silence every single time. She opens her eyes. But I also know he wrote to me 14 months ago saying he wanted to meet me, that he wanted to help me build whatever I was dreaming. That message existed before the merger, before he knew my name, before any of this was possible. Priya is quiet. Does that change anything? That is the question I cannot answer. Across the building, in the corner of the third-floor break room, Jack sits with his back to the window. His phone is dark. The Draftlight app is gone. The countdown reached 0 at midnight, and the forum dissolved into static. Theo closes the door. Jack does not look up. Tell me I am wrong, Theo says. You are not wrong. Tell me it is not what I think. It is. Theo pulls the chair opposite Jack and sits hard. The scrape of the legs against tile sounds like a line being drawn. You are Northpaper. Yes. And she found out. She found out. And your proposal. Jack's jaw tightens. I used her work. Theo's hand goes flat on the table. Jack, I know. You used her private work. Work she trusted you with. Work she never showed anyone except the one person she believed was safe. I know. How much? 23 elements. The community wing, the courtyard, the housing corridor, the screened partitions, the circulation path, the legal aid office placement. Theo exhales like he has been struck. 23. Yes. Jesus Christ. Jack does not defend himself. There is nothing left to defend. Does anyone else know? Theo asks. Elena suspects. She knew about the cafe meeting. She used the word confessional when she gave us the final review instructions. So she is waiting. Yes. For what? For what? For whichever one of us breaks first. For the scandal to surface on her timeline instead of ours. For leverage. Theo leans back, stares at the ceiling. This is not just you anymore, Jack. Owen, Thomas, the drafters who left Calder Ward because I told them you were worth following. I know. Do you? Because if this breaks at the final review, if Elena or Gideon decides to use it against you, they are not just firing you. They are clearing the team. Everyone who tied their career to yours. Jack meets Theo's eyes. Then I will tell them before the review. Tell them what? Everything. That I used her work, that I hid my identity, that I manipulated the competition even if I did not intend to. And what does that accomplish? It clears the ledger. It clears nothing. It burns everyone standing near you. Jack's phone vibrates, a calendar notification. Final review. Monday, 9:00 a.m., War Room 4, 30 minutes plus Q&A. 26 hours until he stands in front of the jury and decides how much truth the room can hold. Priya is still watching Mara across the war room when Mara's phone lights up with the same notification. 26 hours, Mara says. Are you ready? No. Will you be? Mara looks at the board across the room. Jack's proposal. Her proposal. 2 visions of the same library, tangled together by threads no one else can see. I will stand in that room, she says. I will present my design. I will answer their questions. And if they ask me about the overlap, I will tell them the truth. The whole truth. Mara's hand moves to the edge of the table. The paper cuts on her fingers have healed into pale lines. She traces one with her thumb. I do not know yet, but I will decide before I walk in. Priya stands. Then I will be behind you. Whatever you decide. Mara looks up at her. Even if what I decide destroys everything? Priya's smile is thin and tired, especially then. She moves toward the door, pauses with her hand on the latch. One more thing. What? Layla is being recruited. By Gideon. Mara goes still. Since when? At least 2 weeks. He has been offering her a senior role on a different project if she jumps before the merger settles. Did she accept? She has not said yes. She has not said no, but she is still here, which means she is still deciding. Mara feels the floor tilt beneath her. 2 weeks. You have known for 2 weeks. I wanted proof before I told you. I have it now. And if she leaves? Then the team is 9 people with 8 slots. Someone gets cut no matter what you do. Mara's hand tightens on the table edge. The notification glows on her phone. 25 hours, 43 minutes. A knock at the door. It swings open before either of them can answer. Theo stands in the frame. He looks at Priya, then at Mara. We need to talk, all 3 of us, before tomorrow. Behind him, at the far end of the hall, Jack steps out of the break room and stops. His eyes meet Mara's through the glass. 25 hours and 42 minutes until the room decides everything. Chapter 38. Theo stands in the doorway, one hand braced against the frame. Behind him, Jack has not moved. His silhouette stays frozen at the far end of the hall, caught in the fluorescent glow like a man waiting for a verdict. You knew, she says. You knew what he was doing. I knew he was hiding something. I did not know it was you. The distinction lands like a blade between ribs. Then why are you here? Theo pulls a thin folder from his jacket. He does not open it. He holds it out like a ceasefire. Because I have been watching the same pattern you have. The budget cuts, the criteria changes, the way the partners keep moving the finish line. He sets the folder on the table. This is everything I have found. Review comments, score sheets, partner edits, the full trail from the day the merger was announced. Pia reaches for it. Mara stops her with a look. Why now? Mara asks. Because I thought if I gave Jack enough rope he would find his way back. He did not. And now the final review is 25 hours away, and the people who built this trap are going to use whatever breaks first. The trap, Mara repeats. The competition, the duel, whatever you want to call it. It was never about finding the better architect. It was about creating a controlled outcome. Theo opens the folder. The first page is a budget memo from week 2. Mara recognizes the formatting. Voss Calder letterhead. Elena's initials in the approval line. Community wing. Reduce square footage by 40%. Relocate legal aid to basement level. Reallocate savings to donor lounge finishes and lobby waterfall feature. The date is 3 days before the competition was announced. They cut the community wing before either of us submitted a single drawing, Mara says. Yes. The second page is a scoring rubric from week 6. The community integration category has been adjusted. The weighting shifted from 30% to 20%. A handwritten note in the margin reads, Adjust after donor feedback. HCT wants visibility, not accessibility. Harbor Civic Trust, Plia says. The donor reps on the jury. Theo nods. Third page, the criteria modification from week 8. Mara does not need to read it. She knows what it says. Donor experience integration, 15%. All of it, Mara says. Every change, every shift, every time the finish line moved. Designed to produce a winner the partners could control, Theo says. Someone who would not fight the cuts. Someone who would accept the donor priorities. Someone who would smile and sign. Pio's hand moves to the edge of the table. Someone like Jack. No, Theo's voice is flat. Someone like anyone who won. The partners did not care which one of you came out on top. They only cared that the person standing at the end would be manageable. Mara's chest tightens. Then it does not matter what I design. It does not matter how hard I fight. The outcome was fixed before I walked into the war room. Yes. And if I win, you lose the library. And if Jack wins, he loses it too. The silence stretches. Mara stares at the folder. The pages inside hold the architecture of a trap she has been running through for 8 weeks, blind to the walls closing around her. Why are you telling me this? Theo meets her eyes. Because I have watched Jack destroy himself trying to protect people, and I have watched you do the same. If one of you breaks alone tomorrow, the partners win. If you stand together, they might not. Together. You have 23 of his design elements in your proposal. He has 23 of yours and his. You are already tangled. The question is whether you untangle alone or burn the lip frame down. Plio speaks first. He is right. Mara turns to her. You are asking me to trust the man who stole my work, the man who hid his identity, the man who watched me fall in love with a stranger while he sat across from me. I am asking you to look at the building, not the builder. Mara's jaw tightens. Then what you suggest? Theo reaches into the folder again. He pulls out a single sheet. The original program brief. Before the partners cut it. Before the donor lounge. Before the waterfall. Mara takes it. Her eyes scan the lines. Community Resource Wings, 8,000 square feet. Legal Aid Office, ground floor, east entrance. After-school lab, 2,400 square feet. Housing corridor, covered walkway connecting to transit. It is the library she designed. The library Northpaper helped her refine. The library Jack built into his proposal. This is what we were supposed to build, she says. Yes. And tomorrow, if I present what I have, the partners will say it does not fit the budget. Yes. And if I present what I have with this, then the room sees the lie. Mara sets the paper down. Her hands are steady now. And Jack? He will stand beside you, or he will fall alone. She looks at him. Through the glass at the end of the hall, Jack has not moved. His eyes are still on her. 25 hours, she says. 24 and a half now, Theo says. He will need to see this. He will. You will tell him. Theo nods. And if he refuses, then you decide how much truth the room took hold. Mara picks up the folder. The weight of it is heavier than paper. Thank you. Theo's smile is tired and thin. Save the library. That is thanks enough. He turns and walks out. The door clicks shut behind him. Prio is still watching Mara. You are going to do it. Yes. And Jack? Mara looks at the glass, at the man on the other side. He will follow, or I will leave him standing in the rubble. She steps towards the door. Prio catches her arm. Mara. What? If you burn this down, there is no coming back. The partners will not forgive you. The donors will not forgive you. The industry will not forgive you. Mara's eyes are steady. Then I will build something better in the ashes. She pulls open the door. The hallway is empty. Jack is gone. But the folder is warm in her hands, and the truth inside it is the only weapon she will carry into that room. 24 hours and 17 minutes. The countdown has begun. Chapter 39. The war room is quiet at 11:47 p.m. Mara sits alone with Theo's folder spread across the drafting table, the pages arranged like evidence at a trial. Community wing cuts, score sheet modifications. The original program brief with its 8,000 square foot resource center, ground floor legal aid, after-school lab. She traces her finger along the line that should have been the housing corridor. A knock. She looks up. Nadia Bell stands at the glass door, thin leather folder pressed against her chest, silver hair catching the fluorescent light. Working late? Always. Nadia enters without asking. She sets her folder on the table and does not open it. I heard about the evidence you collected. Mara's hand stops moving. From who? From Theo, who told me because he trusts I will not use it against you. I am not here to stop you. Then why are you here? Nadia pulls out a chair. She sits with the same straight-backed precision she brings to every review. Because tomorrow, you will stand in front of a room full of people who have already decided what story they want to tell about you. If you speak, you must do it cleanly. Mara's jaw tightens. I know how to present. I know you do. But this is not a presentation. This is an exposure. And exposure without precision is just noise. Nadia opens her folder. Inside, a single sheet of paper, handwritten notes in her precise script. You have the evidence. You have the timeline. You have the original program brief. But you do not have a single, unbroken thread that ties the manipulation to a person who can be held accountable. The IP trace from Gideon's office is suggestive, not conclusive. The budget cuts could be explained as cost control. The score sheet modifications could be blamed on administrative error. Mara's chest tightens. You are telling me my case is not strong enough. I am telling you that if you throw everything at the wall, the partners will pick apart the weakest piece and use it to discredit the rest. You need one thing they cannot explain away. The original program brief. Exactly. The library as it was meant to be built. Before the cuts, before the donor lounge, before the waterfall. That document is your anchor. Everything else supports it, but the brief is what they cannot rewrite. Mara looks at the page, at the vision of the library she designed, the one Northpaper helped her refine, the one Jack built into his proposal. And Jack? What about him? If he stands with me, does that strengthen the thread or weaken it? Nadia's eyes hold hers. That depends on what he says. If he confesses to using your work, it confirms the theft. If he only supports your clones without acknowledging his own role, it looks like collusion. He will confess. You sound certain. I am. Nadia studies her for a long moment. Then you have a chance, but only if you hold the line. Precision first, emotion second. Let the evidence speak before you let your heart into the room. She stands, closes her folder. And Mara? Yes. Nadia Bell does not give advice lightly. What I gave you tonight cost me something. Do not waste it. She walks out before Mara can answer. The room feels smaller now. Mara stares at the original program brief, at the lines that should have been real. She is still staring when the door opens again. Sofia Alvarez steps inside, messenger bag smung across her chest, dark hair loose around her shoulders. You look like someone who has not slept in a week. I have not. Sofia sets her bag on the floor and sits across from Mara. Nadia came to see you. Yes. She tell you to be precise? Yes. Sofia's mouth curves into something that is not quite a smile. Good. Precision matters, but opposition without courage is just a well-organized surrender. Mara meets her eyes. I am not surrendering. I know. That is why I am here. Sofia reaches into her bag and pulls out a folder of her own. She sets it on the table. Community testimony. 47 residents who came to the advisory meetings. 12 who brought their children. 8 who read statements about what the library means to them. 1 who drove 40 minutes each way because the bus does not run to her neighborhood. Mara opens the folder. The pages are worn, marked with highlighter and margin notes. Why are you giving me this? Because tomorrow, when you stand in that room, I need you to remember who the library is for. It is not for Elena Voss. It is not for Gideon Ward. It is not for the donors in cream silk. Sofia leans forward. It is for the woman who drove 40 minutes. For the children who do not have a quiet place to do homework. For the elderly residents who will lose the only indoor space within walking distance if this project becomes another monument to elite vanity. Mara's fingers rest on the testimony. I know. Knowing is not the same as feeling. Tomorrow, when the partners try to make you doubt yourself, when they try to reframe your argument as bitterness or jealousy or wounded pride, you need to feel the weight of those 47 names. Sofia stands. You have the evidence, you have the precision. Now you need the courage to speak it cleanly and let the consequences fall where they may. She moves toward the door, pauses, and Mara, yes. Do not let Jack Roan decide your story. Let him stand beside you if he earns it. But do not let his presence or his absence define what you say. She leaves. The war room is empty again. Mara sits alone with 2 folders and the weight of everything she is about to do. A sound behind her. She turns. Jack stands in the doorway. His shirt is rumpled, his eyes are red. The silver watch catches the light. I saw Nadia leave. She came to warn me about precision. And Sofia? Courage. He steps inside, leaves the door open behind him. Mara stands alone in the war room. 22 hours and 43 minutes until the final review. The weight of 47 names in one folder, the ethics of a preservationist in another, and the truth of a man who finally chose honesty over control, spread across the table. She does not know if it will be enough, but she knows she will not walk into that room alone. The harbor glows through the window, rain beginning to streak the glass, and somewhere in the building, Elena Voss is waiting for the scandal to break to her timeline. Mara picks up the original program brief. She is ready. Chapter 40. The morning of the final review. Mara walks into War Room 4 at 8:57. 2 folders pressed against her ribs, the property line documentation folded inside her jacket pocket. The room is already full. Partners at the long table, jury members in their assigned chairs, donors in cream silk and charcoal wool. Staff packed against the back wall, 23 people who know their futures hang on what happens in the next hour. Priya is near the door. Their eyes meet. Priya nods once. Jack stands across the room, near the window. His shirt is pressed. His jaw is tight. He looks at Mara and does not look away. Elena Voss rises at 9 o'clock exactly. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for being here. Over the past 8 weeks, we have watched 2 extraordinary architects push each other, challenge each other, and produce work that will define this firm for years to come. Her voice is smooth, polished, the voice of someone who has already written the ending. Ms. Ellison will present first. Mr. Roan will follow. The jury will deliberate after both presentations. We expect a decision by noon. She sits. Nadia Bell does not open with pleasantries. Ms. Ellison, you have 15 minutes. Mara steps forward. Her hands are steady. She opens the first folder and pulls out the drawings she has been refining for 8 weeks. The covered southern walkway, the community resource wing, the after-school lab, the legal aid office on the ground floor where it belongs. She walks the room through her concept with clean precision. She does not rush. She lets the drawings speak. The housing corridor, the flexible learning spaces, the stairwell light that feels borrowed from the sea. The donors shift in their seats. The staff lean forward. She finishes her presentation with 1 minute remaining. Questions? Gideon Ward smiles. Impressive work, Ms. Ellison. Truly, your attention to community integration is commendable. The pause is deliberate. The knife is coming. But I wonder if you have considered the long-term maintenance costs of such a distributed program. The donor experience track suggests that concentrated resources create more sustainable funding streams. Have you modeled that trade-off? Mara does not answer the question. She pulls the second folder. I have something else to show you. The room goes still. She opens the original program brief, the one Theo gave her, the one the partners cannot rewrite. I want to read you some numbers from the original brief. 8,000 square feet of community wing, ground floor legal aid, after-school laboratory, covered housing corridor connecting the library to the residential block. She sets the paper on the table. Those numbers were in the brief 3 days before the competition was announced. Then they were cut. 40%. The legal aid office moved to the basement. The donor lounge finishes added. Gideon's smile hardens. Program adjustments are routine in any competition, Ms. Ellison. Routine or strategic. She pulls another page. The scoring rubric was modified after donor feedback from Harbor Civic Trust. Community integration weighted dropped from 30% to 20%. A new criterion was added. Donor experience integration, weighted at 15%, added between closed-door meetings. A murmur ripples through the room. Sofia Alvarez's voice cuts through. Who added it? Elena Voss speaks for the first time. The criteria adjustments were discussed among the partners and approved unanimously. That is not what I asked. Sofia's voice is quiet, precise. I asked who added it. Silence. Mara holds up her phone. Server logs show the rubric was modified at 4:17 a.m., 3 weeks before the competition was announced. The credentials used were Elena Voss's. The IP address traces to Gideon Ward's office. The room detonates. Donors lean toward each other. Staff whisper. Gideon is on his feet. This is a gross misrepresentation of internal processes. Sit down, Gideon. Nadia Bell's voice cuts through the noise like glass. He does not sit, but he stops talking. Nadia turns to Mara. Continue. Mara takes a breath. This competition was rigged from the start, not to produce a specific winner, to produce a controllable one. Someone who would accept the cuts, the donor priorities, the hollowing out of community need. She looks at Jack, and the partners had an ally they did not know about. The room shifts. Jack's hands are flat on the table. His face is unreadable. Jack Roan and I have been anonymous correspondents on an architect's forum called Draftlight for 3 years. He knew me as Ren_draws. I knew him as Northpaper. Elena's face goes cold. Because if the competition criteria were manipulated, and if one architect had private access to another architect's design ideas before the final presentation, then the contest is void. She turns to the jury. I move to recess for deliberation. Elena stands. This is not how decisions are made in this firm. This is how decisions are made when the integrity of the process is in question. Nadia's voice does not rise. It does not need to. Ms. Ellison, Mr. Roan, you will remain in the building. She leaves. The jury follows. The door clicks shut. The room erupts. Staffs pressed against the walls break into clusters. Donors confer in tight circles. Gideon Ward is shouting at Theo. Elena Voss stands motionless, her eyes fixed on Mara. And across the table, Jack Roan is still standing, still looking at her. His hands are no longer flat, they are shaking. Chapter 41. The room is still chaos. Voices layer over each other. Donors confer in sharp whispers. Staff press against the glass walls like survivors on a deck. Gideon Ward's arm is extended toward Theo, his face dark, his words lost in the noise. Jack Roan is still standing. His hands are shaking. Mara watches him across the table. She has said everything. The evidence is out. The server logs, the program brief, the property line, the 23 elements, the name she never wanted to speak in this room, Northpaper. Jack's throat moves. He looks at the jury door where Nadia Bell disappeared. He looks at Elena, frozen at the head of the table. He looks at the donors, the staff, the partners who built this cage and called it a competition. Then he looks at Mara. I have more to say. The noise does not stop. I said, I have more to say. His voice cracks on the second try, but the third lands hard enough that the room falters. Conversations cut. Heads turn. Jack straightens. His hands find the edge of the table and hold it. I am Northpaper. He says it again, slower, as if the first time did not take. I am Northpaper. I have been Northpaper for 3 years. I knew Mara was Ren_draws on the first day of the merger. When she said the stairwell light should feel borrowed from the sea, he stops. His jaw works. I did not tell her. I let her believe she was competing against a stranger. I let her trust me in that war room every day, knowing I had access to her private thoughts, knowing I had already used them. Someone in the back exhales, a sharp sound, almost a wound. I told myself I was protecting her, that I needed time to prove my intentions were honest, that if I confessed too soon, she would never believe the 3 years meant anything. His voice drops. But that was not the truth. The room is so quiet now that the hum of the projector sounds like machinery. The truth is, I wanted control. I wanted to win. I wanted to be the one who decided when she found out so I could manage the damage. To myself, to my position, to the version of me that needed to be the hero of this story. He looks at Mara. I was wrong, and I am sorry. But I know sorry does not fix what I took from her. Elena moves for the first time. Her hand goes to the back of her chair, gripping it like a rail. The contest was rigged. Jack's voice cuts through. That is not collateral. That is not an emotional misunderstanding between rivals. The criteria were changed before any of us drew a line. The community wing was cut before Mara or I ever saw the program brief. This competition was built to produce a winner who would not fight the donors. He turns to face the room. I did not know about the rigging until Theo showed me, but I knew about my own silence, and I chose it every day for 8 weeks. Gideon steps forward. This is a coordinated attack on firm leadership. These two have clearly, Mr. Ward. Nadia Bell's voice comes from the doorway. She has returned. The jury is behind her. They file in slowly, their faces unreadable. Nadia does not sit. Mr. Roan, you said you have more to say. Finish. Jack's hands are still on the table. His knuckles are white. I used 23 of Mara's design ideas, the community wing configuration, the courtyard with screened partitions, the housing corridor connection, the grade-level entrance, the legal aid office on the ground floor. He names them like wounds. Every one of them started in a Draftlight message she sent to Northpaper, thinking she was speaking to someone who would never use her vulnerability against her. He stops. I am responsible for that. Not the partners, not the rigged criteria. Me. The room holds. Nadia Bell waits a full beat, then she turns to the jury. Thank you, Mr. Roan. She faces the room. I have one question, and I want it answered before we deliberate. Her eyes sweep across the partners. Who else knew this contest was built to fail people from the start? Elena's face is stone. I resent the implication. That is not an answer, Elena. Nadia's voice is cold. Who knew? Gideon's jaw tightens. He looks at Elena. She looks at nothing. The silence stretches. I did. Theo's voice comes from the wall. Every head turns. Theo Mercer is standing against the glass, arms crossed, his face pale but steady. I did not know about the Northpaper secret, but I knew the criteria were weighted against community needs. I knew the program brief had been altered. I knew the donor lounge was prioritized over the legal aid office. He looks at Jack. I suspected. I did not act. I told myself it was not my place. Nadia's voice is quiet. Anyone else? The room is still. Then the door at the back opens. Layla Sato steps through. She is holding a folder. I can answer that. Chapter 42. Layla steps through the door, holding the folder like a shield. The room shifts. People who were pressing against the glass moments ago are now pressed forward, craning to see what she carries. Layla does not look at Gideon. She does not look at Elena. She crosses to the center table and sets the folder down with a flat sound. I can answer who knew. Gideon's face darkens. Layla, you do not have to. I have the recruitment emails, Mr. Ward, the ones you sent me. The ones where you told me Mara's team would be dissolved regardless of who won, and that I should position myself before the cut started. She opens the folder. I also have the meeting notes from your office. The ones where you and Elena finalized the scoring criteria before the program brief was released to either architect. Elena's voice is sharp. That is enough. No. Nadia Bell steps forward. It is not enough. It is the beginning of enough. She takes the folder from Layla and opens it. Reads. Her expression does not change, but something in her posture hardens. The jury will review this documentation. We will recess until Ms. Bell. Sofia Alvarez is standing now. Her messenger bag is slung across her chest, and her voice carries the weight of someone who has been silenced in rooms like this before. The jury has been reviewing documentation for 8 weeks. The community has been waiting for a building that might never serve them. I have 47 testimonies from people who showed up to meetings, filled out surveys, trusted this process. She pulls a second folder from her bag, and every single one of those testimonies was filed under community feedback, non-binding, in the project records. Not one was incorporated into the scoring rubric. She sets the folder next to Layla. The contest was not rigged by one person. It was rigged by a system that treated public input as theater. Elena's hand tightens on the chair back. Ms. Malves, this is a closed deliberation. You are an advisory panel member, not, I am a resident of Greyport. I am the person who will use this library. I am the one who has to explain to Delia Martinez why the legal aid office was moved to the basement so a donor could have harbor views. Sophia's voice does not rise. It does not need to. So I will stay, and I will speak, and you will listen. The room is silent. Nadia Bell looks at the 2 folders on the table, then at Elena, then at Gideon. I am calling an indefinite recess. The jury will review all documentation before any further decisions are made. This is absurd. Gideon's voice is loud now. You cannot void a competition because 2 architects had a personal relationship and some community advocate has complaints. This is a business, not a therapy session. Nadia's eyes do not leave his face. This is a public trust, Mr. Ward. The Harbor Library is funded by city bonds, donor contributions, and the tax dollars of every resident who walks past that construction site. If the selection process was compromised, the outcome is void. You have no authority to. I have the authority the city charter gives me, and I have the evidence. She taps the folder. Now, we will discuss what happens next in a room that does not contain 23 staff members who deserve to hear their futures decided in public. She turns to Mara. Ms. Ellison, you will remain. Mara does not move. Jack stays. Elena's head snaps up. Absolutely not. He has confessed to theft and deception. He has confessed to everything. That is exactly why he stays. Mara's voice is flat. You want to separate us so you can control the story, so you can frame this as me versus him, a lover's quarrel that got out of hand. That is not what this is. She looks at Jack. He knew. He stayed silent. He used my work, but he is also the only person in this room who told the truth when it cost him everything. Jack's hands are still on the table. His knuckles are white, but he does not look away from her. Nadia studies them both. Mr. Roan stays. Ms. Ellison stays. Ms. Alvarez stays. The partners stay. The donor representatives may remain if they wish. She gestures toward the side door. Everyone else, please clear the room. The staff begin to move, slowly at first, then faster as if released from a held breath. Priya catches Mara's eye through the crowd. Her expression is unreadable, but she nods once. Theo follows her out. Layla lingers at the door. I left the recruitment emails on the shared drive, in case anyone needed to see them. She is gone before anyone can answer. The room empties until only the key players remain. The donor representatives, a man in charcoal and a woman in cream silk, have chosen to stay. They sit at the far end of the table, faces carefully neutral. Nadia closes the door. Ms. Ellison, you said you have more evidence. Mara reaches into her bag and pulls out Priya's review trail, the timeline, the server logs, the budget cuts documented across 3 versions of the program brief. She lays them on the table. Everything is here. The date the community wing was cut, the date the donor lounge was added, the date the scoring rubric was changed, the IP address that made the change, the credentials used. She slides a page toward Elena. Or credentials, Elena, from Gideon's office at 4:17 a.m. Elena does not look at the page. I have nothing to say. You do not need to say anything. The server logs say it for you. Nadia picks up the page, reads it, passes it to the donor representatives. The man in charcoal examines it for a long moment. Then he sets it down. This is a problem. The woman in cream silk's face tightens. We did not authorize anything of the sort. Then you have a problem with how your contribution was used. Gideon slams his hand on the table. Enough. This is a coordinated attack. These 2 architects, they had an affair. They are trying to spin a personal betrayal into a professional scandal. Nadia's voice cuts through. There is no affair, Mr. Ward. There is a rigged competition, stolen intellectual property, and a pattern of deception that begins with you and Ms. Voss. She turns to face both partners. You will provide full access to your email records, meeting notes, and financial correspondence. The jury will review everything, and we will reconvene when we have a decision. She looks at Mara. You and Mr. Roan are not to discuss this case with anyone outside this room until we have ruled. Mara's jaw tightens. And the library? The library will wait. Nadia's voice is final. The building will still be there when we are done. She stands. This meeting is adjourned. The donor representatives rise first. They leave without speaking. Elena follows, her heels sharp against the floor. Gideon hesitates, looking at the folder on the table, then follows. The door closes behind them. Sophia is the last to move. She looks at Mara, then at Jack. I will be outside. She leaves. The room is empty except for the 2 of them. Mara does not sit. She stands at the table, her hands flat on the surface, her breathing slow. Jack stays where he is. We should talk. No, Mara's voice is quiet. Not yet. She looks at him. I need to think. She turns and walks toward the door. Wait. Jack's voice stops her. She does not turn around. The property line documentation, the permit delay. If you use it, the whole project gets. I know what it does. She still does not turn. But you gave it to me anyway. She opens the door. The hallway is full of people. Staff from both legacy firms clustered in small groups, their faces turned toward her with a mix of hope and dread. Priya is leaning against the wall. What now? Mara looks at the faces around her. The team she promised to protect. The people who trusted her. She does not know the answer. Behind her, the door clicks shut. Jack is still inside. The hallway waits. Chapter 43. The hallway is a pressure cooker. Faces turn toward Mara the moment the door clicks shut behind her. 23 staff members, maybe more, pressed against the glass walls of the corridor, their voices a low hum that cuts off when they see her. She has no words. Priya pushes off the wall and moves close enough that her voice stays low. You okay? Mara shakes her head. No. She does not elaborate. Cannot. The words are still lodged somewhere beneath her ribs, tangled with the look on Jack's face when she told him she needed to think, with the weight of the property line documentation still in her bag, with the donor representatives walking out without speaking. The crowd parts slightly. Tomas Arend stands near the water cooler, his arms crossed, his face unreadable. Owen Vale is next to him, phone in hand, already typing. The rumor mill is spinning before the door fully closed. The whole thing is void. The whisper comes from somewhere behind Mara. She does not turn to see who said it. They voided the competition. That is not what happened. Mara's voice cuts through. She turns. The jury recessed to review evidence. They did not rule yet. She does not know why she is correcting them. Damage control, reflex. The part of her that still believes she can protect her team by managing the narrative. A man from Calderwood's side, name she cannot remember, speaks up. But they are going to rule. Against us. Against the partners, not against the staff. The voice is Theo's. He emerges from the crowd, his face pale but steady. He stops beside Priya, not quite touching, but close enough that everyone in the hallway reads the alignment. The evidence is about the competition criteria, Theo says. Not about anyone's work, not about anyone's future. Silence. Then a woman from Mara's team, one of the junior drafters whose name Mara definitely knows but cannot recall right now, fix. Ms. Ellison, is my job safe? Mara opens her mouth. Nothing comes. She cannot answer that question. She does not know. She has spent 8 weeks trying to secure those jobs, and right now, all she has is a folder full of evidence and a jury that recessed without a decision. Not yet. The honesty is brutal, but false hope will destroy faster than the truth. I cannot promise anyone anything right now, but I can promise you I will tell you the moment I know. The junior drafter nods slowly. She does not look reassured, but she looks steadier than she did a moment ago. Another voice from the back. Roan is coming? The crowd shifts again. Jack steps through the door. He looks worse than he did in the room. His collar is loose, his hair disheveled, his eyes reddened as if he has been rubbing them. He stops at the threshold, looking at the gathered staff, looking at Mara. No one speaks. And Dios. He walks past Priya, past Mara, and stops in front of Jock. Say it. Jack's voice is raw. Theo. Say it in front of everyone. Jack looks at the faces around him. His team. Mara's team. People who followed him from Calderwood, who trusted him, who believed he would protect them. I used her ideas. The words land like broken glass. 23 design elements, from her private conversations. I took them and I put them in my proposal. He does not look away from Theo. I did not tell her. I did not tell anyone. I let the competition proceed as if those ideas were mine. Silence. Then Priya's voice, quiet but sharp. And the partners? Jack shakes his head. The partners rigged the criteria, but I made my own choices. I own them. Owen Vale lowers his phone. He looks at Jack with something between understanding and disappointment. Why? Jack's laugh is hollow. Because I was afraid. Because I thought winning would protect everyone who came with me. Because I convinced myself the end justified the means. He looks at Mara across the hallway. It was wrong. Theo steps back, closer to Priya. Then we deal with it together. The words are simple, but their weight shifts the room. A senior drafter from Calderwood, standing beside a project manager from Voss Atelier, refusing to let the fight flow through the staff level. Elena Voss appears at the end of the hallway. She stands in the mouth of the corridor, her heels silent on the carpet, her face unreadable. She does not approach. She simply looks at the gathered staff, at Theo standing beside Priya, at Jack and Mara separated by 3 feet of charged air. Mr. Mercer, her voice carries. A word. Theo does not move. I will be with you shortly, Ms. Voss. I am with my team right now. Elena's expression does not change, but Mara sees it, a flicker. The recognition that the staff are not aligning where she expected. That Theo's public stance, Priya's quiet authority, the way the junior drafters are watching Mara instead of the partners, this is not recoverable with a private conversation. Elena nods once and turns away. The corridor feels lighter without her. Priya exhales. Okay, everyone. We do not have answers tonight, but we have something better. We have a clear record of what happened. We have people who told the truth, and we have a jury that is taking this seriously. She looks at the gathered faces. Go home, sleep, check your phones tomorrow for updates, and do not talk to the press without consulting me first. The crowd begins to disperse. Tomas catches Mara's eye as he passes. I did not know. I know. You should have. The words are not accusatory, just factual. I should have. Mara agrees. I am sorry. He nods once and walks away. Owen pockets his phone. Someone is going to leak this. I know. Do you want me to? Mara looks at him. No, not yet. Let the jury rule first. Owen nods and follows Tomas. The hallway empties until only Mara, Priya, Jack, and Theo remain. Jack looks at Mara. I am not going to pretend I know what happens next. Good, because neither do I. Mara's voice is tired. Not sharp, just empty. But I need you to know something. Jack waits. You told the truth. In there. In front of everyone. You did not have to. I did. You did not have to. You could have blamed the partners. You could have minimized. You could have let Theo take the fall. She meets his eyes. You did not. Jack's voice is barely audible. I spent 8 weeks lying to you. The least I can do is spend the rest of my career telling the truth. Theo clears his throat. We should move, before Elena decides to try again. Priya nods. My office, in 10 minutes. She looks at Mara. You coming? Mara does not answer right away. She looks at Jack, at the man who was Northpaper, who was her enemy, who is standing in a hallway full of fallout because he chose truth over control. I will be there. Priya and Theo walk away. The corridor is empty now, save for the two of them. Jack. He stops. I do not know what comes next either, but I know I am not done with you. She leaves before he can respond. Behind her, Jack stands alone in the empty hallway, the words settling into his chest like something fragile and bruising. His phone buzzes, a message from an unknown number. Heard what happened. You have 1 day to get ahead of it before I go public with the rest. Jack reads it twice. Then he looks at the empty hallway. The game is not over. It is just beginning. Someone wasn't. Let the jury rule first. Owen nods and follows Tomas. The hallway empties until only Mara, Priya, Jack, and Theo remain. Jack looks at Mara. I am not going to pretend I know what happens next. Good, because neither do I. Mara's voice is tired, not sharp, just empty. Chapter 44. The empty hallway settles around Jack like cold water. His phone glows in his hand. The unknown message burns. Heard what happened. You have 1 day to get ahead of it before I go public with the rest. He reads it 3 times. No context, no signature, just the threat, clean and surgical. He pockets the phone and walks back toward the war room. His feet carry him without permission. The corridor stretches past empty cubicles, darkened monitors, chairs pushed in by people who left hours ago and might not have jobs to return to. The war room door is open. Mara stands at the drafting table, her back to him, her hands flat on the surface. The original program brief is spread beneath her palms, the paper yellowed and soft from handling. Her gray streak catches the overhead light. Jack stops in the doorway. I need to say it. She does not turn. You already did it, in front of everyone. That was the summary, not the record. She turns now. Her gray eyes are hollow. Not angry, just empty, the way buildings look after demolition crews clear the rubble. Then say it. Jack steps inside. He leaves the door open. No privacy tonight. No more secrets between them and the glass walls. I recognized you during the first design review. You were explaining the stairwell circulation. You said, borrowed from the sea, not stolen. Borrowed. His voice catches. I knew those words. I had read them at 2:14 in the morning, in a message from Ren _ draws about how light should feel like something the building is holding, not something it owns. Mara's hands curl on the paper. That was the moment. Yes. Why did you not tell me? Jack holds her gaze. Because I wanted to win. Because I wanted to protect my people. Because I told myself that if I told you too soon, you would think every Draftlight message was strategy. I convinced myself that silence was restraint. He shakes his head. It was not restraint. It was control. I wanted to control when you found out. I wanted to control how you saw me. I wanted to control the damage. Mara's voice is quiet. And the design elements? 23, I counted. After you left the cafe, I went through my proposal board and marked every element that came from our conversations. He does not look away. The courtyard orientation, the screened partitions, the flexible learning spaces, the underground connection, the legal aid office, the circulation path, the way the community wing opens onto the southern walkway, the housing corridor alignment. Each word lands like a nail. Some of them I've adapted, some I translated, some I drew exactly as you described them in your messages. Mara's jaw tightens. You built your entire proposal on conversations I thought were private. Yes. She takes a breath that shakes. And you knew you were doing it. Yes. The word hangs between them, clean and brutal. Jack's voice drops. I told myself it was synthesis, that I was transforming the ideas, not stealing them, that the best architecture comes from shared language, but that was a lie I told myself so I could keep using your work without confessing. Mara's hands release the paper. Why are you telling me this now? Because I want you to hear it from me, not from the partners, not from the press, not from whoever just sent me a threat. He pulls out his phone and shows her the message. Mara reads it. Her expression does not change. Who sent this? I do not know. Someone connected to the firm. Probably. She pushes the phone back toward him. You kept documentation. Yes. Of everything. Yes. Mara studies him, the exhaustion in his eyes, the raw edge in his voice. After everything that is broken between them tonight, after every armor he has shed in public confession, she searches for the lie. She does not find one. Gideon is going to destroy you. Jack nods. I know. He is going to argue that your confession protects me at the firm's expense, that you are a liability, that the only way to salvage the merger is to cut you loose. I know. Mara steps closer. If he cuts you loose, your team goes with you. Not all of them. Theo stays. He has seniority. Owen and Thomas might survive if they distance themselves. And you? Jack meets her eyes. I start over, or I do not. Depends on whether anyone hires an architect who publicly admitted to stealing design ideas from a rival. Mara holds still. Was it worth it? The question hits like glass. Jack does not answer for a long moment. I do not know yet. The war room door swings open. Gideon Ward stands in the frame, his face carved with fury. Behind him, Elena Voss waits in the corridor, her arms folded, her expression unreadable. Roan. Gideon's voice is clipped. You are done. Jack turns. I just gave a full account of what I did. I heard. And now you are going to understand what that costs. Gideon steps inside. He does not look at Mara. The partners are meeting in 30 minutes. We are discussing whether your confession constitutes gross misconduct and whether Voss Calder has legal grounds to terminate your contract without severance. Jack does not flinch. I expected that. Did you also expect that your team's positions are being reviewed? That Theo Mercer's transparency with the jury may have compromised his standing? That the entire merger integration is now in question because you decided to confess in front of donors? The donors needed to hear it. The donors needed to see stability. Gideon's voice rises. Not a public execution of the firm's credibility. Elena speaks from the doorway. Gideon? He stops. Not here. Not now. Gideon turns to her. He just handed the jury everything they need to void the entire selection. Do you understand what that means? Elena's voice is cool. I understand exactly what it means. And I am telling you not to have this conversation in front of an open door and a witness. Gideon's face hardens. He looks at Jack. You have 1 hour to decide whether you want to cooperate with the partner's statement or let the firm issue its own version. I already told the truth. Then live with the consequences. Gideon walks out. Elena follows, but pauses at the threshold. She looks at Jack. Your father built a firm that collapsed because no one believed in his substance. I hired you because I thought you had substance behind the polish. Silence. I was wrong. She walks away. The corridor is empty again. Jack stands in the war room, the echo of her words settling into his chest like concrete. Mara watches him. You heard him. 1 hour. I heard. Are you going to cooperate? Jack looks at the drafting table, at the original program brief still spread beneath Mara's hands, at the evidence of what the library was supposed to be before the partners cut it apart. No. He pulls out his phone. I am going to find out who sent that message, and I am going to get ahead of it. He looks at Mara. Will you help me? She does not answer. She does not walk away. The choice hangs in the air between them. Her phone buzzes. She pulls it out. A message from an unknown number. You should know what he did before the merger. Ask him about the property line. Ask him when he first submitted the east elevation. Mara looks up. Her eyes meet Jack's. The corridor lights flicker, and the silence between them fills with everything neither of them is ready to say. Want of a tribble to our parts. Listening here waytude. The jury doors open at 4:17 p.m. Mara has been counting the minutes on the war room clock, the second hand dragging through the longest hour of her professional life. 23 staff still fill the hallway. Priya stands near the water cooler, arms crossed. Theo has positioned himself at the far wall, his back to the glass. Jack sits on the edge of the drafting table, palms flat on the surface, not looking at anyone. Nadia Bell emerges first. Her silver hair is undisturbed. The thin leather folder is pressed against her chest like a shield. Behind her, the rest of the jury files into the corridor. The man in charcoal, the woman in cream silk, 2 preservation advocates Mara barely knows, and Gideon Ward with his jaw locked so tight the muscle jumps beneath his ear. No Elena. Mara notices for miles it. The hallway goes silent. Nadia stops at the war room threshold and looks at the assembled staff. Her gaze moves across them slowly, as if measuring which ones will still be here tomorrow. The jury has reached a decision. No one breathes. The selection process for the Harbor Library design director is voided in its entirety. A murmur ripples through the crowd. Someone exhales sharply. A Calder Ward drafter puts a hand over her mouth. Nadia continues before the noise can build. The scoring criteria were manipulated before the competition began. The program brief was altered without the knowledge of either competing architect. Those facts are not in dispute. She looks at Mara. The jury also finds that the authorship of certain design elements in both final proposals cannot be cleanly separated, given the documented exchange of ideas through the Draftlight forum prior to the merger. Mara feels the words land in her chest like stones. Cannot be cleanly separated. Nadia turns to address the full hallway. The Harbor Library will proceed, but it will not proceed under a single design director. The project will be led jointly, under a shared directorship structure, with oversight from the Harbor Civic Preservation Board and mandatory community hearings before any final program is approved. The pause stretches. No immediate staff reductions will be tied to this project. The merged firm's integration timeline will be reviewed independently by an outside consultant, not by the partners who designed the competition. Gideon makes a sound. A clipped breath, almost a laugh. He turns and walks toward the glass wall, his back to the room. The man in charcoal steps forward. The donors have agreed to maintain our commitment to the Harbor Library, provided the final program includes the community resources outlined in the original brief. We will be reviewing all future theme communications for accuracy. The woman in cream silk adds nothing. Her face is unreadable. Nadia closes her folder. The joint directorship begins immediately. Mara Ellison and Jack Roan will share authority over the design team, the budget, and the public engagement process. Any dispute that cannot be resolved between them will be brought to the oversight board. She looks at Mara. Not to the partners. The weight of that statement settles into the room like a second verdict. The partners have been bypassed. Gideon turns from the glass. His voice cuts through the murmuring. This is not sustainable. Nadia meets his gaze. It is the jury's ruling under the city charter. You are welcome to appeal through the courts, but I would advise against litigating the fact that your own firm rigged a public competition while you stood in the room and watched. Gideon's face goes still. The woman in cream silk touches his arm. He shakes her off. No one speaks. Nadia walks to Mara. You have 48 hours to submit a unified concept sketch that incorporates both of your strengths. Not a compromise, a synthesis. She holds Mara's gaze. Figure out how to work together. The city does not care who is right. It cares about what gets built. She walks away. The hallway begins to dissolve. Staff break into clusters, whispering. Priya catches Mara's eye and tilts her head toward the war room door, a question without words. Mara nods. Priya starts moving people. Everyone, I need you back at your desks in 10 minutes. No calls to press, no statements. We regroup first. Theo joins her, his voice low, repeating the same instructions to the Calder ward side. Within 2 minutes, the hallway is almost empty. Gideon is gone. The donors are gone. Mara stands alone at the war room threshold, the original program brief still spread across the drafting table behind her. Jack is still sitting on the edge of the table. He has not moved since the verdict. She turns to face him. Well, he looks up. You heard her. Drank directorship. I heard. He stands slowly. His hands are steady, but there is something in his eyes she has not seen before. Not guilt, not relief, something quieter. Are you going to fight it? The ruling, the shared authority. Mara considers the question. The evidence still spread across the table. The original program brief with its 8,000 square feet of community wing. Sophia's folder of 47 testimonies. Theo's documentation of the rigged criteria. She thinks about the 9 people on her team, the 7 on his, the 16 futures that just got a reprieve because the jury refused the single victor game. No. She steps inside the war room. I am not going to fight it. Jack exhales, a sound she has never heard from him before. Something between surrender and relief. Good. Good does not mean easy. I know. Mara moves to the drafting table. She pulls the original program brief from beneath the stacked drawings and holds it up. This is what we build. Not what the partners wanted, not what the donors expected, what the brief said before anyone cut it apart. Jack studies her. And me? You share the authority. You share the liability. You share the credit if it works and the blame if it fails. That is not what I asked. Mara lowers the brief. I know. The space between them fills with the weight of everything still unresolved. The Draftlight messages, the 23 elements, the weeks of silence, the public confession, the threat messages on both their phones. Jack speaks first. I am still going to find out who sent that text, and I am still going to get ahead of whatever they plan to release. The property line. Yes. Mara looks at her phone. The anonymous message glows on the screen. Ask him about the property line. Ask him when he first submitted the east elevation. When did you submit it? Jack's jaw tightens. The week before the merger was announced. Before you knew I was Ren? Yes. Before you recognized me? Yes. Mara holds his gaze. Tell me exactly what you submitted. He does. The words come in a flat, measured stream. The terrace extension, the 3-foot overhang, the permit application that did not mention the boundary issue, the knowledge that a full review would trigger a 6-month delay. When he finishes, the room is silent. Mara sets the brief down. Elena knew. Jack's head comes up. What? The hotel rooms at the donor trip, the storm, the way she scheduled it. She knew about the permit. She knew you had a vulnerability that could be exposed at the worst possible moment. Jack is quiet. She played us both. Yes. The war room door opens. Gideon stands in the frame. His face is no longer furious. It is something colder, something calculated. The partners' meeting is in 20 minutes. I suggest you both attend. The joint directorship may protect your jobs for now, but it does not protect your futures. He looks at Jack. And it does not protect you from the consequences of whatever else you have hidden. He leaves the door open. Mara and Jack stand on opposite sides of the drafting table, the original program brief between them, the weight of the next 48 hours pressing down like a roof about to collapse. Jack reaches into his pocket and pulls out his phone. The anonymous message is still there. One day. He looks at Mara. 24 hours. Then whoever sent this goes public. I know. Whatever happens, I want you to know the truth before anyone else does. There is more. Mara waits. The property line was not the only thing I submitted before the merger. Her blood goes cold. Jack meets her eyes. There is a second permit application for a different project, one that has nothing to do with the Harbor Library. He pauses. One that has your name on it. Chapter 46. Jack's words hang in the air like smoke. There is a second permit application for a different project, one that has nothing to do with the Harbor Library, one that has your name on it. Mara's hand finds the edge of the drafting table. The wood is worn smooth from years of pressure, from architects who braced themselves against bad news. Explain. Jack does not move closer. He stays on his side of the table, the original program brief between them like a ceasefire line. The Harbor Ridge residence, 8 units, mixed income. I submitted the initial zoning application 8 weeks before the merger was announced. I know the project. Then you know the zoning variance it needed. Mara's stomach drops. You used my name on a variance application without telling me. No. The answer comes too fast, too clean. I used your name on the entire application. Silence. The fluorescent lights hum. Somewhere in the building, a door closes. Footsteps echo through a corridor that feels miles away. Tell me exactly what you filed. Jack's voice is flat, controlled. The voice of a man who has already rehearsed this confession in his head 100 times. Full zoning package, site plan, elevations, statement of community benefit. The permitting office requires a lead architect of record for projects over 8 units. That should have been you. It was both of us. Mara's fingers press harder into the table edge. I never signed anything. You did not need to. The firm had a joint attribution clause in the pre-merger partnership agreement. Any architect could list another firm member as co-applicant on preliminary submissions. So you listed me? Yes. When? 7 weeks ago, before I knew you were Ren. Mara feels the shape of it now. The trap he built before he understood who he was building it against. You submitted a zoning application with my professional license attached to it, without my knowledge, without my signature, and without telling me. Yes. And if the zoning board flags that application for review, if someone questions the attribution, if the donor controversy pulls the permit into the light. Jack finishes the sentence for her. It comes back to both of us. Mara pushes away from the table, walks to the window. The harbor is dark beyond the construction site, the water flat and black, the city lights reflecting in long, wavering streaks. Why? Because I was trying to protect your project. My project. Harbor Ridge was Calder Ward's last independent submission before the merger closed. I knew the partners would bury it if they could. I wanted a second architect on record so it could not be quietly reassigned. You wanted a shield. I wanted a co-owner. Mara turns. You wanted someone else to share the liability if it failed. Jack does not flinch. Yes, that too. She studies him. The shadows under his eyes, the set of his jaw, the way his hands stay still at his sides. No gestures, no deflection. Did anyone else know? No. Not Theo. No. Not your drafting team. No. Mara looks at the phone in her jacket pocket. The anonymous message waiting there. The 24-hour deadline counting down. Your texter knows about this. It is the only thing left that I have not disclosed. You are certain. Jack's mouth tightens. I have spent the last 3 hours trying to figure out who else could have access to that filing. The only people who saw the complete package were the permit office clerk and the partner who approved the submission. Which partner? Gideon. Mara closes her eyes. Of course. Gideon. So either he is the texter, or he gave the information to someone who is. She opens her eyes. Or Elena. Eleni did not know about the application. She was not part of Calder Ward pre-merger filings. She knows everything, Jack. She knew about the property line. She knew about the harbor donor trip. She knew about the hotel booking. She played us both before we understood the game was rigged. Jack is quiet. Mara crosses back to the drafting table. The original program brief is still there. The evidence folders, the community testimonies, the server logs. The raw material of a truth that cost them both everything. Here are the terms. Jack waits. First, you find out who sent those messages. You find out by tomorrow morning, or I start my own investigation, and I do not promise to protect you from what I find. Understood. Second, the joint directorship is a working agreement, not a personal one. We share the drafting table. We share the budget. We share the liability. We do not share anything else. Jack's jaw works. Understood. Third, you do not touch my name again. Not on a permit, not on a design submission, not on an email. If you need something from me, you ask, in writing, before you act. Yes. Mara holds his gaze. Fourth, the second permit application. You disclose it to the oversight board before the texter does. You own it. You explain why my name is on it, and you accept whatever consequences come from that explanation. Jack nods slowly. And if the board decides to investigate, then we cooperate. Both of us. No hedging, no controlling the narrative. You trust me to do that? Mara lets the question sit. I trust you to understand that you have no other option. The war room door is still open. The hallway beyond is empty now. The staff sent home. The rumor mill spinning through text chains and phone calls. Jack reaches into his pocket, pulls out his phone, reads the message again. One day. He looks at Mara. The partners will not wait 24 hours. Gideon already scheduled the termination meeting. Elena will use the next 48 hours to rebuild her position while we are distracted. I know. By morning, they will have a narrative. Mara Ellison and Jack Roan manipulated the contest together. The joint directorship was a cover for a personal relationship that compromised the integrity of the selection process. Mara's hands tighten on the table edge. Let them. Jack looks up. What? Let them tell that story. Let them put it in the press. Let them file their complaints with the oversight board. She reaches for her own phone. The anonymous message is still there. Ask him about the property line. Ask him when he first submitted the east elevation. Because if they come for us, they have to explain how the competition was rigged. They have to explain the deleted program brief. They have to explain the donor leverage. She meets Zach's eyes. And they have to explain why Gideon Ward's office computer was used to change the scoring criteria at 4:17 in the morning, 3 weeks before we ever drew a single line. Jack is quiet. Mara crosses back to the drafting table screen up, the countdown visible. I am. Then we have work to do. Mara reaches for the original program brief. The paper feels thin and fragile, years of folding and handling wearing its edges soft. 48 hours. Unified concept sketch. I remember. She does not look at him. Start drawing. Jack moves to the drafting table. His hand finds a pencil, hesitates. Mara. She stops. Thank you. She does not answer. The fluorescent light buzzes. The pencil touches paper. Somewhere in the building a phone rings once and goes silent. And Mara Ellison begins to build something new from the wreckage of everything she thought she knew. Her phone vibrates in her pocket. She pulls it out. The message is from an unknown number. You have 23 hours. Then everyone sees the permit. Both of them. Chapter 47. The first call comes at 6:47 a.m. Mara's phone buzzes against the drafting table. She does not recognize the number. She lets it ring. The second call comes at 6:49. Then a third at 6:51. Priya appears in the war room doorway. Phone pressed to her ear, expression unreadable. She ends the call without saying goodbye. The Greyport Business Journal is running a piece in their morning digest. Mara sets down her pencil. How detailed. Enough. Conference room leaks from Monday. The rigged criteria. The voided competition. Quote from an anonymous source close to the partners. Does it name Jack and me? Names both of you. Mentions the joint directorship. Calls it a compromise that leaves the project's future in question. Priya steps into the room. Her phone buzzes again. She silences it without looking. I have 11 more emails from journalists, 3 from industry blogs, 1 from a city council aide asking for confirmation. Mara stares at the original program brief spread across the table. The thin paper catches the fluorescent light. Sophia will love this. She already called, Priya says. She is scheduling a press conference for this afternoon. Wants you there. The war room door opens. Jack stands in the threshold, phone in hand, fatigue carved into every line of his face. You saw? I saw. Mara turns the sketch she has been working on toward him. I am trying to figure out if the unified concept is even possible when the whole city is watching us fail. Jack crosses to the drafting table. He does not touch the sketch. He studies it. You pulled the legal aid room. Temporary. The housing corridor takes precedence in the drawings. The legal aid can go above it if we shift the structural bay. The structural bay is already optimized for the residential loads. Shifting it adds cost. Then we find the cost somewhere else. Jack's jaw works. He reaches past her for a red pencil and draws a line through the southeast corner of her plan. You cut the mechanical penthouse. Put the HVAC in the interstitial space above the corridor. That frees the corner for the legal aid room without touching the bay. Mara looks at the revision. That is structural gymnastics. It is cheaper than moving the bay. The silence between them is not comfortable. It is functional. Two people who know how to build, testing whether they can still build together. Priya's phone buzzes again. 12th email. This one is from a national architecture publication. They want comment on the authorship question. Mara looks up. Authorship question? They want to know who designed what, which elements belonged to which architect, whether the Draftlight exchange constitutes shared authorship or stolen work. Jack sets the red pencil down. It was stolen. Mara watches him. I am not going to let them frame it as collaboration, he says. I used your ideas without credit or consent. That is not shared authorship. That is theft. The press will not care about that distinction. Then we make them care. Priya clears her throat. Sophia is calling again. She wants to coordinate a statement before the press conference. Mara checks the time. 7:03 a.m. We have 41 hours to submit a unified concept sketch. The oversight board will review it before any public hearings. If we miss that window, the project goes into limbo. And the texter? Jack asks. Mara feels her phone vibrate in her pocket. Another message. 22 hours now. She pulls the phone out. The message is from the same unknown number. You are running out of time. The permit office opens at 9. Someone will be there. Mara shows Jack. He reads it. His thumb hovers over the screen. We go to the permit office ourselves. Before 9. We pull the Hardler Ridge filing ourselves. And if we do, the texter still has the property line violation. That is a separate disclosure. Then we disclose both, before the press conference. We control the narrative. Mara studies him. His eyes are steady. His hands are not shaking. That will end your career. It might, and you are willing to do that. Jack meets her gaze. I am willing to stop lying. The fluorescent light buzzes. Priya watches them both, silent. The war room door opens again. Theo stands in the threshold. He looks pale. We have a problem. Mara turns. What kind of problem? The Greyport Architecture blog just published a piece, 15 minutes ago. It includes screenshots of Draftlight messages. Mara's chest tightens. Which messages? The ones where you talk about the library, the community wing, the housing corridor, the ones where Northpaper responds with design suggestions. Jack goes very still. They are framing it as evidence of collusion, Theo says. Two architects using an anonymous forum to coordinate their competition entries. Mara feels the floor tilt. That is not what happened. I know, but that is how it reads to someone who does not know the whole story. Jack reaches for his phone. The blog is already loading. The headline reads, The Secret Draftlight Blueprints. Did Greyport's architects fix their own competition? The article is long. It includes timestamps. It includes comparisons between Ren_Draws' sketches and Jack's final proposal. It includes a quote from an anonymous source close to the partnership. The jury may have avoided the competition, but the damage is already done. The question is not whether Mara Ellison and Jack Roan influenced each other. The question is whether anything in the Harbor Library design belongs to anyone at all. Mara sets her phone down. Sophia's call comes through again. Mara answers. I saw it, Sophia says. The blog. So did half of Greyport. The press conference is now not negotiable. We go public at 2 o'clock. You, me, Jack, and the oversight board representative. We tell the full story. We show the original program brief. We show the server logs. We show everything. And if the partners try to stop us, Sophia's voice is steel. They already lost control. The only question is whether we let them keep pretending otherwise. The line goes dead. Mara looks at Jack. He is already pulling the permit documentation from his bag. 9 o'clock. We go to the permit office. Then the press conference. Then we draw. The room is quiet. The fluorescent light hums. The city outside is waking to the first honest story Greyport has seen about what happens when buildings become weapons. Mara's phone vibrates again. She does not need to look. She knows it is another message. Another deadline. Another piece of the trap closing. She looks at Jack. 22 hours. He nods. Then we get to work. Chapter 48. The war room feels smaller now. Mara stands at the drafting table. Jack's permit documentation spread across the surface like a wound she keeps pressing. The blog post glows on her phone. Priya leans against the wall, arms crossed. Theo stands in the doorway, still pale. Jack is quiet. He has not moved since Theo spoke. Mara checks the time. 7:11 a.m. We need to move. Jack nods. He pulls the Harbor Ridge file from his bag. Permit office opens at 9. I can be there by 8:30. I will go with you. You do not have to. I know. Priya clears her throat. You cannot both leave the building right now. The press is already circling. If someone sees you walking into the permit office together, they will assume the worst. Then let them assume. That is not strategy, Priya says. That is defiance. There is a difference. Mara looks at her. Priya's jaw is set. She is not wrong. Fine. Jack goes alone. I stay and prepare the press statement with Sophia. Jack hesitates. If the texter is watching the permit office, then you call me the second you have the file. We disclose everything at 2 o'clock before anyone else can. Jack holds her gaze. He does not argue. Theo steps into the room. There is something else. Mara turns. I just got an email from Elena Voss. Say to the entire firm. He holds up his phone. Subject, Integration Review Notice. Mara feels the temperature drop. She reads the message over Theo's shoulder. Dear Voss, Calder Collective. In light of recent developments concerning the Harbor Library selection process, firm leadership has initiated a comprehensive integration review to ensure alignment across all departments and project teams. This review will examine staffing allocations, project assignments, and operational redundancies to determine the most sustainable structure for the merged organization moving forward. Effective immediately, all non-essential hires and travel are suspended pending review outcomes. Department leads will receive individual assessment schedules by end of week. We appreciate your patience and professionalism during this transition. Elena Voss and Gideon Ward. Mara reads it twice. There is nothing in here about the competition, about the rigging, about anything. That is the point, Priya says. She steps closer, reading over Mara's shoulder. They are not responding to the accusations. They are changing the subject. By freezing hires and travel. By making everyone afraid, Priya says. That is not an integration review. That is a pressure test. They want to see who panics and who stays loyal. Jack reads the email over Mara's shoulder. His hand tightens on the permit file. They are going to use this to cut people. Of course they are, Theo says. The language is designed to go vague enough that no one can prove it is retaliation, but specific enough that everyone knows what it means. Non-essential hires, operational redundancies, those are code words for layoffs. Mara looks at Theo. You heard something. Theo hesitates. I have a contact in HR. She says there is already a list. It is not final yet, but the names are there. Whose names? Some from your team, some from mine. They are not calling them layoffs. They are calling them alignment corrections. Mara feels the old rage surface, cool and familiar. They are moving fast. They have to, Priya says. The longer the spotlight stays on the rigged competition, the harder it is for them to control the narrative. They need to change what everyone is talking about. If the whole firm is worried about their jobs, no one has time to ask why the criteria were changed at 4 in the morning. Jack sets the permit file down. So, we fight 2 battles. 3, Mara says. The permit disclosure, the press conference, the integration review, and we have 41 hours to submit a unified concept sketch. And the texter. And the texter. The war room feels like a pressure chamber. Priya pulls out her phone. I can start tracking the HR list. I have contacts in payroll who will talk if I ask the right questions. What do you need? Permission to tell them the truth, that we are fighting the cuts, that if they help us, we will protect them when the dust settles. Mara looks at Priya. For a long moment, neither of them speaks. Do it. Priya nods. She steps into the hallway, phone already ringing. Theo looks at Jack. What do you need from me? Stay here. Keep the team calm. If anyone asks about the blog post, tell them we are addressing it at 2 o'clock. And if the partners call me in, tell them you are with your team. Theo almost smiles. You sound like her. Jack does not answer. Mara's phone buzzes, another message. She pulls it out. 9 o'clock. The permit office. Do not be late. She shows Jack. He studies the screen. It is not a threat this time. No, it is a warning. Jack meets her eyes. Someone wants us to find that file before they do. Or someone wants us to be seen pulling it. The room goes quiet. Jack checks his watch. 7:19 a.m. I need to move. I know. He gathers the permit file. He stops at the door. Mara. She looks at him. When this is over, when the press conference is done and the permit is public and the dust settles, I am going to spend the rest of my career making sure you do not regret standing next to me today. Mara does not answer. She does not need to. She watches him walk into the hallway. Theo shifts his weight. You trust him? Mara stares at the door. I trust that he is done lying. That is not the same thing. I know. She turns back to the drafting table. The unified concept sketch is due in 41 hours. The press conference is at 2. The texter's deadline is closing. And somewhere in the building, Elena Voss and Gideon Ward are deciding whose names go on the alignment correction list. The war room door is still open. Mara's phone buzzes one more time. She picks it up. The message is not from the texter. It is from an internal number she does not recognize. 5th floor, conference room C. They are meeting now. If you want to know who is on the list, you have 15 minutes. Mara looks at the message, then at Theo, then at the door Jack just walked through. She does not have 15 minutes. She has a press conference, a deadliner, a build-offing of scared people, and a partner meeting happening 5 floors up without her. She stands. I need to make a detour. Chapter 49. Mara finds Nadia Bell already standing at the drafting table, thin leather folder open, silver hair catching the fluorescent light. Close the door. Mara does not argue. She pulls the war room door shut and hears the latch click like a seal breaking. The room feels smaller than it did an hour ago. The walls are closer. Jack is already there. He must have come straight from the permit office. His shirt sleeves are still rolled, his hands empty, no file in sight. When he looks at Mara, she reads nothing useful. Nadia taps the table. You have 38 hours for a unified concept sketch. I am here to make sure you use them. Mara sets her bag down. You do not trust us to do it alone. I trust you to fight each other instead of building. I have seen this before. 2 talented architects who cannot decide whose name goes first on the title block. Nadia pulls a roll of trace paper from her bag and spreads it across the table. So, I am here to referee. Jack steps forward. We have a press conference at 2. Then you have until 1:30. After that, you can figure out how to tell the world you are working together. But first, you have to actually work together. Nadia unrolls the trace paper. It is wide enough to cover the entire drafting table. Start combining. Mara looks at Jack. He looks at her. Neither of them moves. Now. Mara pulls her east elevation drawing from the flat file. She lays it on the left side of the table. Jack places his section cut on the right. The 2 sheets do not touch. There is a gap between them like a fault line. Nadia folds her arms. That is not combined. We have different line weights, Jack says. They will look wrong if we just overlay them. Then adjust. Mara picks up a marker. She looks at Jack's section cut. The proportions are clean. The vertical circulation reads well. But the community wing he has placed on the basement level, tucked under the donor lounge like an apology. She caps the marker. If we are combining, the legal aid office goes on the ground floor. I already moved it after the review. Moved it where? East side, adjacent to the covered corridor. That puts it next to the loading dock. It puts it next to the accessible entrance. Mara looks at his drawing again. He is right. The corridor runs from the street entry straight to the legal aid intake desk. No stairs, no threshold. She did not expect him to have solved that. She picks up the marker again. Okay. Jack watches her. Okay? I said okay. The east side works. He almost looks surprised. Then he reaches for a roll of drafting tape and starts fixing her elevation to the board. They work in silence for 10 minutes. Nadia does not speak. She stands at the edge of the table, arms folded, watching. Mara moves Jack's section 3 inches to the left. He moves her elevation 4 degrees to match the sightline she drew. He adjusts the glazing ratio on the south face. She recalculates the structural bay spacing to accommodate the legal aid room he already integrated. The clicks happen without thought. Line weight matching, reference planes, shadow studies. Mara catches herself reaching for a scale ruler at the same moment Jack does. Their hands almost brush. She pulls back. Jack does not look at her. He takes the ruler, draws the dimension line, and hands it back. Do not let me forget the fire egress. Mara takes the ruler. I will not. It takes 45 minutes to produce a single combined floor plan. When they step back, Mara sees what they have made. A building that reads as one voice. The east elevation carries her rhythm. The section carries his bone structure. But the joint between them is seamless in a way she did not expect. Nadia walks around the table. She studies the plan from 3 angles. Then she looks at both of them. That is the first pass. Now do the section. Mara wants to say something sharp. That it took her 3 years to develop that section logic. That Jack already used parts of it without asking. That she is standing in a room with a man who took her private dreams and called them his own. She says nothing. She reaches for the drafting tape. Jack hands her a fresh sheet of trace paper. The second pass is harder. Mara wants to keep to a community wing configuration. Jack wants to reorient it for solar gain. They argue for 12 minutes about whether the after-school lab should face west or south. Mara says west gives bitter afternoon light for extended hours. Jack says south is more consistent year-round. Nadia lets them fight. Then she says, which one serves the kinder? Mara answers first. West. Jack does not argue. Mara wins the argument and feels hollow about it. They move to the housing corridor. Jack's hand in the structure is visible, the way he has framed the circulation to allow future reconfiguration. Mara sees what he did with the load-bearing wall, how he shifted it 2 feet to create a wider entry for the residential entrance. It is elegant. She hates that she notices. Where did you get that detail? Jack stops. What? The reconfigurable bay spacing. Did you learn that from someone or did you figure it out yourself? He goes still. I figured it out. During the competition? Yes. Not from Draftlight. No. She nods. That is the first thing he has claimed as purely his own, that she does not want to dispute. We keep that, she says. The bay spacing. It is the best solution. Jack looks at her. Okay. Nadia watches them. An hour and 20 minutes later, the combined section is pinned to the board. Mara's hands are stained with marker ink. Jack has tracing paper powder on his collar. The plan is not finished, not by a long shot, but the bones are there. The community wing on the east, the legal aid intake adjacent to the corridor, the housing access separate from the library entrance but visually connected. The after-school lab facing west with afternoon sun. Nadia steps forward. She traces a finger along the line where the community wing meets the public plaza. Who drew this corner? Mara looks. It is hers. The curve of the plaza entry, the way the building opens instead of gates. I did. Nadia turns to Jack. And the structural transition at the north elevation? Me. You did not discuss it. We did not to, Jack says. Nodding at both of them. You are still speaking the same language, even after everything. The room goes quiet. Mara feels it in her chest, the truth of it, the damage of it. They built something together that reads as a single voice, and that voice is the one that lived on Draftlight, the one she thought belonged only to her and Northpaper. Nadia closes her folder. You have 36 hours. This is a good start, but a good start is not a finished building. She walks to the door. You will need to decide who carries the final presentation. Mara looks at Jack. Nadia pauses at the threshold. And you will need to decide whether you are building a library or a monument to grievance, because I can see both in this room. The library is on the board. The monument is in the air between you. She leaves. The door clicks closed. Mara stares at the combined plan. Jack is standing 2 feet away. She can feel his presence without lulling. The heat of him. The weight of everything unsaid. We have a press conference in 40 minutes. I know. I should change. You should. He does not move. Neither does she. Finally, he says, the permit office was empty when I got there. What? The permit office. No one was waiting. No texter, no ambush. The file was still on record. I pulled a copy. He reaches into his back pocket and pulls out a folded document. It is in my name. The property line violation. My signature. My phone. Mara takes the document. She reads the date, the location, the legal description. Why are you showing me this? Because you asked for the truth. All of it. She looks at him. I did not think you would actually bring it. I said I was done lying. The paper feels thin in her hands. Evidence of a choice he made before he knew who she was. Before any of this, a new message. You're not the only one with a file, Mara. Ask Jack what else he left on record at City Hall. She looks up. Jack is watching her. What is it? She shows him the screen. His face changes. Chapter 50. Jack's face goes pale under the fluorescent light. He takes the phone from Mara's hand, reads the message twice. His thumb moves to the screen, almost typing, then stops. There is nothing else. Mara watches him. You sound like you mean that. I do. He looks up. I checked everything before I pulled the property line file, the Harbor Ridge application, the East Elevation permit, the zoning variance. That is the complete record. Then who is sending this? Jack shakes his head. Someone who wants me to think there is more. Mara takes the phone back. She reads the message again. Ask Jack what else he left on record at City Hall. We have 36 hours on the sketch, she says, and a press conference in 40. We do not have time for another ambush. I know. Then we find out what they mean. Jack pulls out his own phone. I can call the permit office, asked if anything else was filed under my name. And if the clerk is the texter, then I will hear it in their voice. Mara considers this. Her hand is still tight around the phone. The message glows. Make the call. Jack dials. He puts it on speaker. The line rings 3 times. City of Greyport Building and Permits. Hi, this is Jack Roan. I pulled a file earlier this morning. I wanted to check if there are any other open records under my name. A pause. What kind of records? Permits, variances, violations, anything active or pending. Another pause, longer. Just a moment. Muffled voices in the background, the sound of a keyboard. Jack looks at Mara. She does not look away. The clerk comes back. I do not see anything else under Roan, Jack. Just the property line file you pulled this morning. Nothing pending? Nothing. Jack's shoulders release slightly. Thank you. You are welcome. The line goes dead. Jack looks at Mara. Clean. She reads the message again. The texter is not bluffing about the first 2 permits. That means they have real access, real information. Then either they are wrong, she says, or they know something you do not. The war room door opens. Priya enters. She is carrying a laptop and a folder. Theo is behind her with a second folder and a notebook. You need to see this, Priya says. She sets the laptop on the drafting table. The screen shows a spreadsheet, numbers, columns, color-coded cells. What is it? Theo and I spent the last hour comparing notes from both legacy firms. Priya points at a column. Revenue projections, staffing costs, overhead allocations, the numbers the partners used to justify the 40% restructuring. Mara leans in. And they do not match. Theo steps forward. He opens his folder. I pulled the quarterly filings for Calder Ward from the last 2 years. Priya pulled Crass Ateliers, same period. He lays 2 sheets side by side. Your firm was carrying higher overhead. We knew that, but the margin assumptions in the merger proposal are based on projections, not actuals. Priya taps the laptop screen. Look at this line. Projected billable hours after merger integration. They assumed a 15% efficiency loss across both firms. Standard assumption, Jack says. It is, except they applied it to the wrong baseline. Priya pulls up a second sheet. They used Voss Atelier's pre-merger billable rate for both firms. Calderwood's rate was higher. If they had used the actual blended rate, the projected revenue loss would have been half of what they claimed. Mara feels it settle in her chest. They made the numbers look worse. Significantly worse. Jack is studying the sheet. His finger traces a line. This is not error. This is construction. Exactly. Priya closes the laptop. Whoever built this forecast wanted the restructuring to look unavoidable. They needed a number that made 40% cuts seem like the only rational option. Elena. Or Gideon, Theo says. Or both. Mara looks at the numbers, the clean columns, the color codes, the way the whole thing reads like math, like inevitability, like there was never another choice. Except it is not math. It is a story, and they were supposed to believe it. Show me the original merger documents, she says. Priya pulls up a PDF. Signed 6 weeks before the competition was announced. Before the program brief was released. Yes. Mara reads the timeline. Merger signed. Program brief released 3 days later. Competition announced the following week. Which means, she says slowly, they knew the restructuring target before they designed the contest. Theo nods. The duel was never about finding the best architect. It was about creating a winner who would accept the cuts without fighting. Jack is quiet. His hands are flat on the table. Show me the margin assumptions again, he says. Priya turns the laptop toward him. He reads the numbers carefully. Then he looks at Theo. These projections do not match anything I submitted to the partners during the merger negotiations. Theo frowns. What did you submit? Actual billables, actual overhead, actual utilization rates. Jack points at the screen. That is not my data. Priya looks at the sheet. Whose data is it? I do not know. They stand in the war room. The combined plan is still pinned to the board. The legal aid intake is in place. The after-school lab faces west. Mara looks at the numbers, the fabricated margins, the inflated overhead. Someone in the partner's office built a false forecast to justify layoffs that had already been decided. Who? Priya asks. Someone with access to both firms' financial records. Jack's voice is careful. The only person with full access to both ledgers before the merger was Elena Voss. The room goes still. Mara stares at the spreadsheet, the color-coded cells, the careful construction. She knew, Mara says. She knew the cuts were predetermined. She knew the duel was theater. Yes, and she let us tear each other apart for 8 weeks. Jack does not answer. There is nothing to say. Mara looks at the time. 35 minutes until the press conference. Print everything, she says. Every sheet, every projection, every email chain. Priya nods. We bring this to Sophia, Mara says. We put it on the record, before Elena has a chance to bury it. And Jack? Theo asks. Mara looks at him. Jack comes with me. She turns to him. You pulled your file. You showed me the truth. Now we show them the rest. Jack holds her gaze. Okay. They start moving. Priya is already at the printer, pulling pages. Mara's phone buzzes again. She checks it. The permit office told you the truth, but ask Jack about the meeting minutes from the first merger call, the ones that were never distributed. She shows Jack. His face changes again. I do not know what that means. She pockets the phone. The press conference is 33 minutes away, and the story is not finished. Chapter 51. The community center smells like old linoleum and wet coats. Mara stands at the edge of the room, watching residents fill folding chairs. 37 people, by quick count. More arriving. A woman with a toddler on her hip finds a seat near the front. An older man in a harbor worker's jacket settles against the wall, arms crossed. Sofia Alvarez is at the podium, adjusting the microphone. "We have 45 minutes, Sofia says. "The architects will present the current concept. Then we open the floor." Mara steps forward. Jack is beside her. They have not rehearsed this. There was no time. The press conference ate the morning, and the drive over was spent on the phone with Priya, who was tracking down the meeting minutes from the first merger call. But now they are here, in front of people who do not care about Draftlight or scoring criteria, or who betrayed whom. They care about bus routes. Mara pulls the rolled prints from her bag and spreads them across the table. "The Harbor Library has 3 entrances," she says. "The main entrance faces the plaza. The second entrance connects to the housing corridor entrance, so parents can drop off without going through security." "Why?" "Because a childcare space upstairs is a nice idea. A childcare space at grade is something people will actually use." The man considers this. Then he nods. Mara watches Jack's hands as he talks. The scar on his palm is visible when he gestures. The silver watch catches the fluorescent light. He is not performing. That is what unsettles her. An older woman in a knitted cardigan stands slowly. "I have a question for the woman architect." Mara meets her eyes. "Yes?" "I read the paper this morning." The woman's voice is steady. "About the contest, about the cheating." The room goes quiet. "My husband and I have lived in Greyport for 43 years, the woman continues. "We have watched 3 libraries get built. 2 of them are now condos. The third is a coffee shop with a plaque." She looks at Mara. "How do we know you are not just another architect who will promise us everything and then build something from the donors?" Mara feels the weight of the question. Jack's people would handle this with charm, with a deflection, with a story about his father's firm and the promises he learned to keep. Mara does not have that. "I cannot give you a guarantee," she says. "Guarantees are what the partners sold you before they cut the community wing. I can give you this. The program brief that was hidden from us. The scoring criteria that were altered. The forecast that was fabricated to justify layoffs." She pulls a stapled packet from her bag. "I brought copies." She holds them up. "These are the numbers the partners did not want you to see. The false projections, the inflated overhead, the predetermined cuts." The woman in the cardigan takes a packet. Someone passes them back through the rows. "The contest was rigged," Mara says. "The merger was designed to erase programs you fought for. I cannot undo that. But I can stand here and tell you the truth about what was done." The room is still. Jack speaks. "She could have buried this. She chose to bring it to the press conference this morning instead." "Sofia scheduled the press conference," Mara says. "Before you had the evidence, you still brought it." Jack turns to the room. "I spent 8 weeks hiding the truth from her. She spent 4 days exposing it. If you are going to trust one of us, trust her." The woman in the cardigan looks at them both. "That is a pretty speech," she says, "but you are standing together. So whatever he did, you are standing with him now." Mara feels the trap. She can distance herself. She can explain that this is a joint directorship forced by the jury. She can point out that she set terms, that trust is conditional, that Jack's silence cost her everything. But the woman is watching her. The room is watching her. And Jack just told them to trust her instead of him. "He took my work," Mara says. 23 design elements, from conversations I thought were private. He kept the truth from me for 2 months. And I am standing here with him because the library we built together in the last 36 hours is better than anything either of us could have built alone." She pauses. "That does not mean I trust him. It means I am not willing to let the best design for this community fail because of what he did." The woman in the cardigan holds her gaze. Then she nods. "That is the first honest thing anyone has said in this process." The tension breaks. Sofia takes control, guiding the conversation towards specific design questions. A man asks about the housing corridor's width. A teenager wants to know if there will be computers. A young mother asks about lactation rooms. Mara answers. Jack fills in the technical details. They do not step on each other. They do not have to. 30 minutes later, the room clears. Sofia approaches them as residents file out. "That went better than I expected." "Because she told the truth," Jack says. Sofia looks at him. Because she told the truth. You mostly stayed quiet. You told me to back her without cop-up-him language. That is what I did. Sophia studies him for a long moment. Keep doing that, and keep bringing copies of everything. She walks away. Mara is rolling the prints when her phone buzzes. She checks it. One message. From the same number. The meeting minutes from the first merger call. Elena Voss's office, 6:17 p.m., the day before the merger was announced. Ask yourself who else was in that room. Mara shows Jack. His face goes pale. I was not in that meeting. Who was? Gideon, Elena, the legal team. He pauses. And one person from each firm's executive leadership. Who from Calder Ward? Jack's jaw tightens. No one. I was the senior architect. They should have included me. Who did they include? He meets her eyes. No one. That was the meeting where the restructuring was finalized. I thought it was a preliminary discussion. I was told it was a preliminary discussion. Mara looks at the message. Ask yourself who else was in that room. She already knows the answer. The press conference is in 15 minutes, and Elena Voss has been ahead of them from the beginning. Chapter 52. The materials library smells of dust and solvent and the particular quiet of a room no one visits after 9. Mara chose it for that reason. 3 rolling racks of stone samples, a wall of glass chips tagged by light transmission percentage, shelves of binder-bound manufacturer catalogs no one has opened since the merger. A single drafting table pushed against the window where the harbor lights bleed through the blinds. No trace of Jack Roan, no memory of Draftlight. No coffee cup ring from the morning she walked in and found him waiting. She has been here for 2 nights. The security guard checks on her at midnight and 4, brings tea from the break room without being asked, and she has not had to explain herself to anyone. The unified sketch is due in 34 hours. She has the section working. The after-school lab resolves into the corner she fought for. The housing corridor connects at grade. The legal aid entrance reads clearly from the street. But the elevation still pulls wrong. The massing reads heavy at the east edge, and every time she takes the trace off, the proportion sags like a garment cut for someone else. She does not think about Jack. She does not think about the way he adjusted the bay spacing without a measurement, like his hand already knew where the load fell. She does not think about the coffee Priya mentioned at 6 that she had not asked for, that appeared on the war room table with a napkin underneath. That was 2 hours ago. Mara presses her palm flat against the section drawing and breathes. The materials library door is glass. The hallway is dark. She can see her own reflection doubled in the pane, gray streak catching the desk lamp, ink smudged across her knuckles. She turns back to the elevation. A sound in the hallway. Footsteps. She does not look up. The guard is early tonight, or it is someone passing through to the stairwell. The materials library is not on anyone's route. That is why she chose it. The footsteps stop. Mara's pencil stills. She waits. No knock. No voice. After a long moment, she hears something set down against the glass. Then the footsteps retreat. She counts to 10. Then she crosses to the door and looks out. A paper cup of coffee on the floor. Dark. No cream. The way she drank it in the war room before she learned to hate the mornings there. Next to it, a folded page from a code reference book, the corner marked with a silver pen. She picks it up without touching the coffee. The code reference is for fire separation in mixed-use residential commercial. Section 503.4. She has read it 12 times. But the margin carries a note in his handwriting, small and neat and pressed into the corner of the square. East elevation reads heavy because the firewall offset sits at 16 feet instead of 12. Shift the axis. The massing will follow. She stares at the note. He is right. She has been fighting the elevation for 6 hours, and he is right, and he did not knock. He did not ask to come in. He did not make her acknowledge that he found her here, that he tracked her to the materials library because Priya told him she had not gone home in 2 days, that he came anyway knowing she would rather throw the coffee at the wall than thank him. She does not throw the toffee. She takes it back to the drafting table and drinks it while she shifts the axis. The elevation resolves. The line relaxes into itself. She does not think about Jack Roan. She thinks about the way he marked the reference, like he knew she would be stuck on exactly this point, like he has been watching her work from inside the same building, even though she moved rooms to escape him. That is worse than an argument. An argument she knows how to counter. A kindness from across a boundary she drew herself leaves her with nothing to push against. She sets the empty cup on the edge of the table and reaches for a clean sheet of trace. Her phone glows. One message. She opens it. Not the anonymous number. Jack, 12 feet. Not 16. You would have got there. I just got there first. She reads it 3 times. She types nothing back, but she does not delete it. She is still looking at the screen when the corridor lights flicker and a new message lands. From the other number, he found you fast. You are not the only one being watched. Chapter 53. Jack writes the statement on the Thursday morning when the light through the war room blinds falls in gray bars across the table. He has been here since 6, before anyone else unlocked their floor, before the coffee machine finished its cycle, before Priya's footsteps echoed from the stairwell. The page in front of him carries 3 drafts crossed out, and one version he has not yet discarded. I, Jack Roan, acknowledge that I knowingly used design concepts developed in private correspondence with Mara Ellison, then concealed my identity after recognizing her as the originator of those concepts. This document is placed in the project archive as a permanent record of that ethical failure. The words sit on the page like evidence. He reads them again. The language is precise. The admission is complete. It does not explain, justify, or soften. That was deliberate. The oversight panel requested the statement yesterday afternoon. Nadia's call came at 4:47, her voice neutral, her instructions clear. Write what happened. Date it. Sign it. We will file it with the project records so anyone reviewing the Harbor Library in 10 years knows who made what choice. He did not argue. He has not told Mara he is writing it. He has not told anyone except Theo, who appears in the war room doorway at 6:23 with coffee he did not ask for, and a look that says, I know what you are doing, and I wish you would stop. You are sure about this? Theo sets the cup on the edge of the table, well clear of the ink. Not the question. The question is whether you have thought about what happens after. Jack looks at the page. The ink is dry. The words are not going to change no matter how many times he reads them. The panel asked for a statement. I am giving them one. The panel asked for a statement. Theo's voice carries an edge Jack has not heard since the night his father's firm folded. They did not ask you to write your own professional obituary. It is a record of fact. It is a weapon, and you are handing it to everyone who wants to use it against you. Theo steps closer, drops his voice. Elena's office called 10 minutes ago. They want to see you before noon. Jack's hand stills on the pen. He knew this was coming. The partners have been quiet since the jury ruling, regrouping, recalculating. A formal admission of ethical breach gives them something they did not have before. Grounds. Did they say what for? They do not need to say what for. You know what for. Theo gestures at the page. That document goes into the archive, and every partner who wants you gone has a permanent record of why. Jack sets the pen down, picks up the coffee. The heat burns his palm through the pepper cup. Theo, what? I have been lying for 2 months. To her, to myself, to everyone who trusted me to know the difference between winning and being right. He looks at the statement. This is the first honest thing I have put my name on since the merger started. If that costs me my career, then I should have a career that costs that much to keep. Theo was quiet for a long moment. Then he pulls out the chair across from Jack and sits. You understand that walking away from the firm is not the same as walking away from her. Jack does not answer. I am asking because I need to know which version of you I am betting on. The one who stops lying. Theo holds his gaze. Then he nods once, slow, and Jack signs the statement with his full name and the date. The pen scratches against the paper. The sound is small. It feels like the loudest thing he has done in months. He seals the envelope without reading it again. At 9:47, a junior associate appears at the war room door and says, Alain Lavas wants to see him now. Jack takes the stairs. The 5th floor is quieter than he remembers. Fewer voices, fewer phones. The reception desk is empty, and the corridor light is dimmed as the floor is already winding down. He knocks on Elena's door and waits. She opens it herself. Her office is bare. The shelves are stripped. The desk holds a single folder and a pen that matches nothing in the room. Jack. She does not invite him in. She stands in the threshold with the door halfway open, and he understands that this is not a meeting. It is a boundary. I heard about the statement. Her voice is flat. To the oversight panel? Yes. You did not consult anyone before filing it. It is my statement, my admission. It is a liability document that now belongs to the project archive. Elena's jaw tightens. Do you understand what that means for the firm? I understand what it means for me. And you are prepared for that. He meets her eyes. I made the choice. I am answering for it. Something shifts in her face. Not softening. Recognition, maybe. The look of someone who has just seen a calculation she did not expect. The partners will review your position at the close of business today. I understand. You may not have a position to review afterward. He does not flinch. Then I will not have one. Elena holds the door open a moment longer. Then she steps back and closes it without another word. Jack stands in the empty corridor. The overhead light flickers once. He walks back to the stairs, and as his hand reaches the railing, his phone vibrates against his ribs. He pulls it out. Not Mara, not Theo. The anonymous number. Statement filed. Good. Now they have proof. Question is whether you survive having it. Chapter 54. The corridor is empty. Jack stands at the top of the 5th floor stairwell, phone still in his hand, the anonymous text burning on the screen. Question is whether you survive having it. He locks the phone and descends. The 2nd floor war room door is closed. He does not open it. Mara is in the materials library, and he has already pushed as far as she will let him tonight. He needs coffee. He needs to think. He needs to understand what the texter gains from watching him document his own ruin. He makes it 3 steps past the break room before Theo catches him. Jack. Theo's voice is different than it was at dawn, tighter. The voice of someone who has been making calls while Jack was upstairs signing his professional death warrant. What? The partners want you in conference room C, now. The close of business review is not until... It's not the review. Theo steps closer, drops his voice. Elena called again. She wants to see you with Gideon, before the partners meet. Jack feels the weight of the sealed envelope still in his jacket pocket. The carbon copy. Did she say why? She does not need to say why. You know why. Theo's jaw works. They are going to offer you a way out, Jack, and you are going to have to decide whether you want to take it. Conference room C is the smallest room on the 5th floor. No windows, no glass walls, a table that seats 6, a whiteboard wiped clean, and the gray hum of fluorescent light that makes everyone look like they are already half gone. Elena and Gideon are seated on opposite sides of the table. There is no empty chair between them. Jack stands at the threshold. Sit down, Jack. Gideon's voice is controlled, not the fury of the jury room, something colder, something calculated. Jack does not sit. I have a statement to file with the panel before close of business. If this is about your future. Elena's voice is flat. Sit down. He sits. The chair is hard, the table is clean. There is nothing on it except a single sheet of paper, face down, and a pen that does not match anything in the room. Gideon leans forward. You filed a statement of record with the oversight panel this morning. Admission of ethical breach. Unauthorized use of another architect's concepts. Concealment of identity. He pauses. Do you understand what that document does to this firm? I understand what it does to me. It does not only do something to you. Gideon's voice sharpens. It creates liability for every project you have touched in the last 8 weeks. It gives the donors grounds to withdraw. It gives the city grounds to review every permit you have signed. You have handed the opposition a blade and asked them to cut where it hurts most. Jack holds his gaze. I should have filed it the day the contest was voided. I waited too long as it is. Elena speaks without looking at him. The partners are willing to offer you an alternative. Jack's chest tightens. An alternative. He knew this was coming. He felt it in the stripped office, in the flat voice, in the way Elena looked at him like he was already a line item being written off. What alternative? You withdraw the statement. You recast the Draftlight overlap as mutual professional exchange, standard in any collaborative environment. You attribute the shared elements to the natural synthesis of two architects working under the same roof. Elena's eyes lift. You distance yourself from Mara Ellison's narrative of theft and betrayal. The words land like a blade across the table. Jack does not move. You want me to lie. I want you to survive. Elena's voice carries no warmth. The firm can absorb a narrative of messy collaboration. It cannot absorb a senior architect admitting he stole from a colleague and concealed his identity for 2 months. That is a bullet the merger will not recover from. And if I refuse? Gideon answers before Elena can. If you refuse, the partners will move to terminate your contract by end of business. The statement will remain in the archive, but the firm will distance itself from you entirely. No severance, no reference, no protection from whatever else surfaces. No protection, Jack repeats, from the anonymous texter, from the donors, from the city review board. Gideon's voice drops. You think that statement is a shield? It is a target. And once you are outside this firm's protection, there is no limit to how many people will take aim. Jack looks at the face-down paper on the table. What is that? A draft of the revised statement, far enough along to show good faith. Uncirculated, of course. Gideon pushes it toward him. You sign that and the partners agree to a quiet transition. Your team is absorbed into the merged structure. No one is cut for your choices. The air leaves the room. Jack looks at the paper, the pen, the clean table, the two partners who have spent 8 weeks building a machine that was designed to discard him the moment he stopped being useful. He does not touch the paper. What about Mara? Elena's jaw tightens. Mara Ellison is not your concern. She is the person I lied to. She is the architect whose work I used. She is the reason I am sitting in this room instead of walking out. Jack's voice is quiet. If I sign that statement, I am telling the world that what I did was normal, that her private dreams were just raw material for a merger game. Yes, that is a lie. It is a survival strategy. Jack stands. The chair scrapes against the floor. The sound is small. It fills the room. I signed my statement this morning. It is sealed. It is in the archive. It will be there in 10 years when someone asks what happened to the Harbor Library. Gideon's face hardens. You are making a mistake. I am making the first honest choice I've made in 2 months. Jack meets his eyes. If the partners want to terminate me for that, then they should. But I will not stand in front of a panel and tell them that what I did was normal. It was not. And I will not let this firm pretend otherwise. He turns to the door. Elena's voice stops him. You understand what this means? He does not turn. I understand that I am no longer under your protection. You are no longer under anyone's protection. Her voice is quiet. And the people who have been watching you will not stop because you told the truth. Jack walks out. The door closes behind him. The corridor is empty. He reaches the stairwell before his phone vibrates again. Not the anonymous number. Priya. 1 hour. 5th floor east. They are moving on the layoff list tonight. Mara does not know yet. Chapter 55. The materials library smells of dust and old paper. Mara has been here for 3 hours, maybe 4. The unified sketch spread across the slanted table like a patient under examination. The east elevation is resolved now, the firewall shift doing exactly what Jack's note promised. She hates that he was right, hates that the coffee he left is still sitting empty beside her elbow, a debt she has not acknowledged and cannot return. Her phone buzzes. Priya. Where are you? Library, sketch. Stay there. Coming. The terseness is wrong. Priya does not waste words, but she also does not announce arrivals unless something has already gone sideways. Mara sets down her pencil and waits. The door opens 30 seconds later. Priya steps inside, closes it behind her, and stands with her back to the glass like she is bracing it shut. The budget review for the community wing was rescheduled. Mara blinks. It was on the calendar for tomorrow at 10. It was. Now it is not. Priya pulls out her phone, scrolls. No explanation. No new time. Just a cancellation notice from a calendar address I have never seen before. That could be administrative confusion. The merger integration is still settling. It could be. Priya's voice is flat. Except the structural consultant's coordination call was also moved to a time slot that conflicts with the donor briefing, and the landscape architect's office called me asking why their contract has been routed to a new approval chain that requires partner sign-off. Mara's chest tightens. That is not confusion. No, it is not. Priya steps closer and sets her phone on the table beside the sketch. The screen shows a string of emails, each one a meeting shifted, a contact rerouted, a timeline quietly bending. 7 changes since noon, Priya says. None of them dramatic enough to prove anything. If I complain to HR, they would tell me the integration is creating scheduling conflicts. If I escalated to the partners, they would say I am being paranoid about normal growing pains. But you are not. I am not. Mara looks at the sketch. The lines she has been pulling into coherence all morning. The community wing, the after-school lab, the grade-level entrance that gives the building its spine. None of it matters if the people who build it cannot coordinate. How far does it go? I do not know yet. Priya's jaw tightens. But I know who benefits from the joint directorship failing before it starts. And I know that the person who benefits also controls the calendar system, the consultant contracts, and the approval workflows. Elena. Priya picks up her phone. She cannot kill the project outright. The doors are watching. The city is watching. But she can make it impossible to deliver on time by starving us of coordination. If we miss the first community review deadline, the oversight board will have to intervene. Which gives her cover to restructure. The air in the library feels thinner. Mara presses her palm flat against the sketch, feeling the graphite ridges beneath her skin. How do we fight something that never looks like an attack? We document everything. Every cancellation, every rerouted call, every contractor who suddenly has a scheduling conflict. Priya's voice hardens, and we tell Sophia. Sophia. She wanted public reporting requirements. She needs to know why we cannot meet them if the partners are pulling the supports out from under us. Mara nods. The logic is clean. The problem is time. How long until the first consultant is supposed to appear? 40 minutes. Priya checks her watch. Structural coordination. The one who needs to sign off on the firewall offset before we can lock the east elevation section. The one Jack just corrected. Priya's mouth twists. If that consultant does not show, we lose today. If we lose today, the schedule starts slipping. If it slips far enough, the oversight board reviews the project timeline and recommends a temporary pause. A pause is a death sentence. Not officially, but officially enough that Elena wins without touching the knife. Mara stands. The sketch stares up at her, half-finished, waiting for a coordination session that did not happen. Then we make sure the consultant shows. How? The question hangs. Mara does not have an answer, not yet. Her phone buzzes again. Not Priya, the anonymous number. The consultant not be there. Check the contract amendment filed at 2:17 p.m. They were reassigned to another project. The words land like cold water. Mara reads them twice, hands the phone to Priya without speaking. Priya reads. Her face goes still. How did they know? I do not know. Who is this person? I do not know that either. Priya sets the phone down like it might burn her. If they know about the consultant reassignment before we do, we are inside the system. Not guessing, not monitoring from the outside. Inside. Mara stares at the message. The texter has been ahead of them for weeks. The permits, the meeting minutes, the statement. Now this. A reassignment filed 66 minutes ago that Mara has not even seen yet. Who inside the farm would want Jack destroyed and the project stalled, she says slowly, but also wants us to know we are being watched. Priya's eyes meet hers. Someone who wants both sides to lose. The door to the library opens. A junior associate stands in the threshold. Ningxun, nervous, holding a tablet. Mara Ellison? Yes. The structural consultant just called. They say their contract has been reassigned to the North Pier project. They will not be available for today's coordination session. Mara does not react. The associate waits. Thank you, Mara says. Close the door on your way out. The door clicks shut. The room is quiet. Priya is already typing. I am calling Sophia. If the partners are reassigning key consultants out from under us without notice, that is not administrative confusion. That is active obstruction. She needs to know before the oversight board hears a sanitized version. Tell her everything. I will. Priya steps toward the door, then stops. Mara. Yes. This is how they win, not with a single blow, with 1,000 small cuts that never leave a mark you can show anyone. Her voice drops. If we wait for proof that looks dramatic enough to matter, we will already be gone. She leaves. Mara stands alone in the library, the sketch spread before her, the phone warm in her hand. The anonymous message glows on the screen. The consultant will not be there. She should delete it. Should stop reading messages from someone who has been watching her for weeks and whose endgame she still does not understand. Instead, she types. What else do you know? The reply comes in seconds. Ask Priya about the 4th floor meeting at 6 p.m., the one not on any calendar. Mara's blood goes gold. She looks at the door that Priya just walked through. The clock on the wall reads 5:17 p.m., 43 minutes until a meeting that does not exist on any calendar and that Priya has not mentioned. The texter is not just inside the system. The texter is inside the room. Chapter 56. The materials library holds its breath. Mara stands with the phone in her hand, the anonymous message still glowing. Ask Priya about the 4th floor meeting at 6 p.m., the one not on any calendar. 43 minutes. The sketch waits on the table, half resolved, missing a structural sign-off that will not come. The consultant has been reassigned. The schedule is bleeding. And somewhere on the 4th floor, a meeting exists that no one recorded. She should go. Should find Priya, demand answers, force the truth out of the air like pressure treats a leak. Instead, she thinks about what Priya said before she left. 1,000 small cuts that never leave a mark you can show anyone. That is Elena's strategy. Disruption, confusion, paper trails that dissolve under inspection, meetings that never happened. If Mara chases every shadow, she loses the sketch. If she does not chase them, the shadows become walls. Her thumb hovers over the message. What else do you know? She already sent that. The texter answered. The ball is in her court. She types, whose meeting? The reply takes 12 seconds. Yours, if you want it. The clock reads 5:21 p.m. Mara pockets the phone. She does not go to the 4th floor. She goes to find Jack. The war room is empty when she reaches it. His jacket hangs over the chair. His coffee cup sits cold on the window ledge, rings staining the white paint. She knows the shape of that ring, has seen it form over 37 days of watching him drink in the same spot. She finds him in the model shop. He stands at the unfinished section, the east elevation propped on a sawhorse, his hands braced on either side of the firewall correction she already applied. His head is down. The fluorescent light cuts his shadow sharp against the plaster. He does not turn when she enters. The structural consultant is gone, she says. I know. Reassigned at 2:17 p.m., Bylander amendment filed without notice. I know that too. She steps closer. The model shop smells of glue and dust and the particular cold of rooms that never get enough heat. His shoulders are tight. The silver watch catches the light. How? Priya. His voice is flat. She told me before the associate confirmed it, wanted me to know what we are working against. Mara stops at the edge of the sawhorse. She also tell you about the 6 p.m. meeting? Now he turns. His face is worse than she expected. Not tired, something deeper. The kind of exhaustion that sits in the bone and refuses to move. What meeting? The one not on any calendar, 4th floor. The anonymous number told me Priya knows about it. Jack's jaw tightens. Priya did not mention it to me. Then either she does not know, or she is keeping it from both of us. The words land between them like dropped tools. Jack looks at the elevation, at the correction she made, at the section that still needs a structural signature before it becomes real. How long until we lose the coordination window entirely? About 6 hours, then the consultants go offline until Monday. 6 hours. 6 hours. He wipes his hand across his mouth. The gesture is raw, unguarded, the kind of motion a man makes when he thinks no one is watching. The firewall correction needs cross-section verification before the structural engineer signs off. I know. The landscape architect's soil report is still pending signature. I know. Without both, the phased package is dead until next week. And if next week starts with a pause, the oversight board reviews the timeline, recommends a temporary hold. Elena gets her death by 1,000 cuts. Mara sets her phone on the sawhorse. I know. I read the playbook. Jack stares at her. Then why are you here? She could tell him about the 6 p.m. meeting, could ask why Priya might have kept something, could pick at the thread of suspicion until the whole thing unravels. Instead, she says, because I cannot do it alone. The words are out before she stops them. Jack's breath catches. She sees it. The small break in his composure, the way his hand's still on the sawhorse edge. You have Priya. Priya is calling Sophia, running interference, tracking the paper trail. Mara pulls the roll of trace paper from the rack, spreads a clean sheet across the table. I need someone who knows the structural load path, who can rebuild the coordination schedule from memory, who has seen the full permit set and remembers where every bearing point lands. You need my notes. I need your eyes. He looks at her for a long moment. The fluorescent light buzzes. Somewhere in the building, a door closes. Then he picks up a pencil. They work in silence for the first hour. The rhythm returns like a language she forgot she spoke. He calls out a dimension. She adjusts the section. She flags a conflict in the east-west shear line. He traces the load path in 3 quick strokes, correcting the alignment before she finishes the sentence. No negotiation, no posturing, just the work. At 7:12 p.m., Priya texts. Sophia is drafting an oversight request. We'll have it by morning. Where are you? Mara types back. Model shop. With Jack. Rebuilding. Priya's reply takes 3 minutes. The 6 p.m. meeting was a partner review of the consultant reallocation. Elena's move. I did not know about it until Sophia's contact confirmed. You were not on the list. Mara reads it twice. Not a secret meeting about her. A meeting about the consultants. Elena pulling strings Mara was never meant to see. She shows the phone to Jack. He reads, sets it down, says nothing. Does that change anything? Mara asks. No. His pencil continues moving. Same fight, different angle. She nods, picks up her own pencil. At 9:47 p.m., the building goes quiet. The cleaning crew has come and gone. The hallway lights dim to emergency mode. The model shop becomes a capsule of yellow glow and sharp shadows and the smell of trace paper. Jack has loosened his collar. His sleeves are rolled past his elbows. The scar on his palm catches the light every time he reaches for a reference sheet. Mara's fingers are stained with ink. A paper cut burns along her index finger. She does not stop to tape it. They have rebuilt the structural schedule, remapped the consultant dependencies, drafted a phased delivery plan that shaves 2 days off the original timeline by front-loading the community wing approval. It is good work. It is work she could not have done alone. Jack sets down his pencil. The east-west shear line is the last piece. I know. If we resolve it tonight, we have a complete package by morning. She looks at the section. The shear line is wrong. Not by much, 3 degrees off true. Enough to create a resonance issue in the structural transfer at the mezzanine level. She knows the solution. She also knows she will have to admit she cannot see it clearly. I need another set of eyes. Jack moves around the table without asking permission. Stands beside her. His shoulder brushes hers. Neither of them pulls away. He looks at the section for 20 seconds. The transfer beam needs to rotate 12 degrees at the mezzanine connection. That pushes the load path into the north column line, which is reinforced for the community weight anyway. She sees it then. The geometry resolves. The weight finds its path. She picks up the pencil and draws the correction. Their hands almost touch. Jack steps back. Mara keeps drawing. At 11:23 p.m., the fatigue hits her like a wall. Not the exhaustion of working, the exhaustion of pretending. For 6 hours, they have worked together the way they used to talk on Draftlight. Seamless, trusting, knowing what the other will say before the words form. It feels like coming home to a house that has been demolished. She sets down the pencil. Jack looks up. She does not meet his eyes. "Do you remember," she says, "the night I told you about the library wrapped around the housing corridor?" His voice is careful. "Yes. You answered that the trick was not making the structure invisible. It was making the weight visible enough that people felt held." Silence. "The housing corridor load," he says slowly, "needs a transfer beam at the mezzanine. I calculated it 6 weeks ago when I first ran the structural estimate. Before you knew I was Wren. Before I knew." She nods. The truth lands somewhere between accusation and relief. He did not steal the community wing logic after discovering her identity. He ran the numbers because he believed in the same building she did. Because Northpaper believed in the same building Wren_draws drew at 2 a.m. "That makes it worse," she says quietly. "How?" "Because I cannot tell which parts of missing you are memory and which are present tense." The words hang in the yellow light. Jack does not move. "I think about you every day," he says. Not as Northpaper, not as the woman in the Draftlight messages. As you, the woman who corrects my firewall without asking. The woman who trusts me with the load path, even when she does not trust me with her name. "I do not trust you. You trusted me with the section tonight. That is different." "Is it?" She turns to face him. His eyes are the color of harbor winter. The crescent mole near his jaw, the scar on his palm. The man who betrayed her and the man who saved her present in the same body, looking at her like she is the only weight he can still carry. "I do not know how to separate you," she says. "Maybe you are not supposed to." Before she can answer, her phone buzzes. Not a text, a calendar alert. She looks down. The screen reads, "Integration Review, Final Staffing Determination, 8 a.m. tomorrow, 5th floor east." The meeting does not exist on any schedule she was shown, but someone added her to it. Jack's phone buzzes a moment later. He reads. His face goes still. "We are both on the list." Mara stares at the screen. The layoff list. The one Prue said was moving tonight. The one Elena wanted to execute without witnesses. Only now it is not happening in secret. It is happening at 8 a.m. with both of them in the room. The texter did not warn her about a meeting she needed to stop. The texter warned her about a meeting she needed to survive. Chapter 57. The article lands at 5:47 a.m. Mara sees it first because she cannot sleep. Coffee cold, sketch spread across the hotel desk, the unified section nearly complete except for the mezzanine connection she and Jack resolved at 9:47 p.m. last night. Her phone buzzes with a news alert from the Greyport architecture blog. She reads the headline twice. The architects who could not share a room inside the merger's most damaged pairing. The byline belongs to Carolyn Moss, a local architecture columnist who has spent 5 years covering harbor development with the cheerful cruelty of someone who never has to build anything herself. Mara scrolls. Sources close to the Voss-Calder integration describe Mara Ellison as brilliant but unstable, a lead architect whose sharp instincts are undermined by a pattern of emotional volatility that has made collaboration with rival Jack Roan nearly impossible. She blinks. The language is too specific. Brilliant but unstable. That exact phrase. She has heard it before. From Elena. In the partner's office 3 weeks ago, when Elena told her the board was worried about her ability to manage relationships under pressure. Roan, meanwhile, is described as compromised by an inappropriate attachment to the project and its senior figures, raising questions about whether his judgment can be trusted on a civic commission of this scale. Inappropriate attachment. The words land like a hand closing around her throat. She reads the rest of the article on automatic. It traces the competition collapse, the joint directive, the unprecedented breach of professional boundaries that led to the jury voiding the outcome. It quotes an anonymous source close to the partnership who describes the situation as a failure of professional discipline on both sides. No mention of the rigged criteria. No mention of the fabricated forecast. No mention of Elena Voss or Gideon Ward. The article is a surgical strike, wound Mara's credibility, undermine Jack's judgment, and leave the partners clean. The final line stops her cold. Multiple sources confirm that additional internal communications may surface in the coming days unless the project's leadership stabilizes and returns to standard operating procedure. Not a threat, a promise wrapped in polite language. Mara sets the phone down. Her hand is shaking. She finds Priya in the war room at 6:12 a.m., still in yesterday's clothes, a third coffee already cooling beside the drafting table. You saw it? Priya does not look up. Theo called me at 5. He is already tracing the leak. Carolyn Moss does not write that without a source inside the firm. Agreed. Priya turns from the board. Her face is tight, jaw locked in a way Mara has learned means she is holding something back. There is more. Tell me. The article quotes someone from executive communications, not a partner. Someone who processes internal notes, hears conversations, knows which language will land. Mara stares at her. Who? Priya hesitates. Theo is still confirming, but his source says the language came from a junior associate named Nina Okonkwo. She works in the executive communications office on the 4th floor. She approved the quote after a closed-door meeting with Elena. Mara feels the shape of the trap lock into place. Elena did not write the article. She found someone who could make it sound like an independent report. Someone whose name will appear nowhere in the story, but whose access to internal language made the frame credible. Does Nina know what she is doing? She approved the quote. She knows. Mara picks up the pencil, sets it down, picks it up again. The unified section is due in 26 hours. The 8 a.m. meeting is in 1 hour and 48 minutes. And someone on the 4th floor has already decided which narrative wins. Theo arrives at 6:37 a.m., moving like a man who has not slept and does not plan to. Nina Okonkwo, 24 years old, 6 months out of a communications degree. She started at Voss Atelier 3 weeks before the merger was announced. Mara watches him spread a printout across the table, a screenshot of an internal Slack channel. Nina's name highlighted. She did not write the article. She provided the language. Carolyn Moss cleaned it up and built the frame around it. Why would Nina do that? Theo's jaw works. Elena promised her a permanent position on the executive team if she played along. Permanent, meaning not cut in the next integration wave. The calculation is brutal in its simplicity. Threaten a junior staffer with layoffs. Offer protection in exchange for a leak. Let the leak sound like independent journalism. Does Nina know she is being used as a weapon in a fight that will destroy her career if it backfires? Theo shakes his head. She thinks she is protecting herself. She does not realize Elena will drop her the moment the article does its damage. Mara stands. The anger is not clean. It is tangled with exhaustion, with the memory of Jack's shoulder against hers last night in the model shop, with the weight of the unified section that she still does not know if she can finish. I need to see Jack. Priya looks up. He is in the model shop, has been since 4. Mara does not ask how Priya knows. She is already moving. Jack is standing at the mezzanine section, pencil in hand, when Mara pushes through the model shop door. He looks up. He has seen the article. Brilliant but unstable, he says. Inappropriate attachment. I am inappropriate. You are unstable. That is the frame. Mara crosses to the table. Fia traced the leak to a junior associate in executive communications. Elena promised her a permanent role. Jack's hand stills on the pencil. So Elena is burning any tools she can find to make us look like the problem. Yes. And the final line of the article. Mara feels the threat resurface. Additional internal communications may surface. It is a warning, she says. She has more, and she will release it if we do not quiet down. Jack sets the pencil down. His eyes are the color of harbor winter, and for a moment, Mara sees the exhaustion he has been carrying for weeks. The weight of a man who has already lauded his career and is now watching his reputation dismantled in public. What does she have? I do not know. Then we find out before 8 a.m. Mara looks at the clock. 6:49 a.m. 1 hour and 11 minutes. She looks at Jack. He is already reaching for his coat. Chapter 58. The model shop door swings shut behind them, and the corridor is empty. Gray light through the east windows. A custodian's cart parked against the wall. The building breathing around them. Jack's coat is half on, one arm through, the other stalled. Where? Mara stops, turns. I do not know yet. The admission lands between them like something fragile. 71 minutes to the meeting, and neither of them knows what Elena holds. Jack finishes with the coat. Theo traced the language to Nina, but the thread at the bottom of the article is not about language. It is about what else Elena has on file. The communications we sent through the firm system. Every email, every calendar entry, every meeting note. Mara feels the shape of it. Elena has been collecting for months. Not just the competition data, everything. Drafts, messages, the war room schedule that showed when they worked alone. Then we cannot respond to the article directly, Mara says. If we deny the frame, she releases the next piece. If we attack Nina, she releases something worse. Jack's jaw works. So we give them nothing. We give them something that changes the subject. Priya is waiting in the war room when they arrive. She has a legal pad covered in notes and a fresh coffee that she slides across the table to Mara without a word. Theo stands at the board, phone in hand. Carolyn Moss's editor wants a response by 8 a.m. for the afternoon edition. Mara sets the coffee down, looks at the clock. 7:02 a.m. Then we write it now. The four of them work in a rhythm that feels almost natural. Mara dictates. Priya edits. Theo checks language against what the oversight board and donors have already been told. Jack sits at the far end of the table, pencil moving over a scrap of trace paper, not looking at her. Start with the project, Mara says. The Harbor Library is on an independent oversight process. The criteria adjustment was identified and addressed before the final concept was approved. Priya writes. That makes it sound like we caught it internally. Keep the partners implicated, but do not name them yet. Use procedural irregularities. Theo nods. That is the language Nadia used in the jury findings. Consistent. Jack's pencil stops. Add that the integrated team has submitted a unified concept that exceeds both original proposals and community value. Give them something positive to print. Mara looks at him. He is still not meeting her eyes, but the line is good, practical. It turns the story forward instead of backward. Put that in the third paragraph, Priya writes. They work through the text line by line. The statement confirms the oversight process, affirms that both architects remain committed to the project, notes that the joint directorship was established to produce a stronger building for Greyport. Nowhere does it mention the red criteria. Nowhere does it name Elena. Nowhere does it address the personal frame Carolyn Moss built. By 7:18, the statement is finished. Theo reads it aloud. His voice is flat, tired, but the words hold. Signed by Mara Ellison and Jack Roan. Mara feels the weight of that last line. Theo sends it to Carolyn Moss's editor. The war room settles into the kind of silence that follows a decision made too fast. Priya is on her phone, scanning for responses. Theo has his head down, reading something on his screen. Jack is still at the far end of the table, the trace paper abandoned, his hands flat on the surface. Mara watches him. What? He looks up. The statement is clean. It will hold. But Jack's eyes meet hers for the first time since the model shop. But we just spoke in one voice about a project that everyone knows we were fighting over, and we said nothing about the fight itself. That was the point. I know. He leans back. The article calls you unstable and me inappropriate. Our response says the building is on track. That is going to land a certain way with people who read both. Mara feels the logic settle into her chest like a weight. The statement strengthens them professionally. It also makes them look like people who will lie about anything to protect the outcome. Elena's article frames them as damaged. The statement frames them as functional. Neither version contains the truth. So we look like we are hiding something, she says. We are. Everyone knows we are. Jack holds her gaze. That is what Elena wants, to make us choose between defending the project and defending ourselves. We chose the project. Mara looks down at her hands. The ink stains have faded. The paper cuts are healing. And what do we do about the part of us that is not the project? Jack does not answer. Priya's phone buzzes. Carolyn Moss's editor confirmed receipt. They will run the statement alongside a clarification that the article was based on anonymous sources and the firm has not commented. That is not a retraction, Theo says. It is not supposed to be. It buries the story one level deeper. Mara picks up the coffee Priya gave her. It is cold. What time? 7:36. 24 minutes. She sets the cup down. The meeting. Do we know who added us? Priya hesitates. I traced the calendar invite. It came from a generic executive assistant address, the kind used for mass scheduling. Someone wanted us there without leaving a signature. Yes. Jack stands. Theo, what are the odds Elena has something on the unified concept itself? Low. Nadia sealed the review notes. The partners only have what was shared in the regular integration reports. Then the meeting is about the layoff list. Mara looks at him. Or about making us watch it happen. Jack's hand moves toward his coat again. Then we do not watch. We bring what we have. Our statement is already filed. The article is answered. Not that. He reaches into his coat pocket and pulls out a folded document. This. Mara takes it, opens it. It is the statement of record he filed with the oversight panel. His signature, his admission, his name. Theo goes still. Jack, if you hand that to the partners at the meeting, you are terminating yourself. I am not handing it to them. I am showing Mara. Mara looks at the page. 23 design elements. Concealed identity. Deliberate silence. His confession. Why now? Because you need to know I am not holding anything back from you anymore. Not for this meeting. Not for the project. Not for whatever comes. She reads the document again. The confession is complete. It does not minimize, does not deflect. It simply states what he did and when he did it. She hands it back. Put it away. Jack takes it, returns it to his pocket. You did not answer the question. What question? The part of us that is not the project. Mara holds his gaze. There is nothing left to split. We are the same thing now, whether we survive the meeting or not. The clock on the wall reads 7:43, 17 minutes. Priya's phone buzzes again. Nina Okonkwo just sent a message to the executive communications channel. She says she is resigning effective immediately. Mara feels the ground shift. Why now? She says she cannot be part of a firm that uses staff as ammunition. Theo exhales. That is going to accelerate Elena's timeline. Mara looks at Jack. 16 minutes. The meeting is no longer about the layoff list. It is about who moves first. Chapter 59. The community workshop ends at 9:47 p.m., and Mara signs off on the revised access route without remembering a word of what she approved. She walks, not toward the office, not toward her apartment. Her boots carry her east along the harbor walk past the chain-link fence where floodlights bleached the excavation site into something surgical and exposed. The rain starts as mist, the kind that does not look like a thread until it soaks through everything she is wearing. Her pace does not change. She knows the feeling. The pressure building behind her sternum like a structural load she forgot to brace. She has been running on caffeine and anger and the mechanical rhythm of surviving meetings for so long that her body forgot how to stop. Now it is stopping. The rain thickens. Water runs down her neck, darkens her hair, turns her shirt collar into something heavy and cold. She reaches the end of the public walkway where the pilings break the harbor surface into black fragments, and she stops because she cannot feel her hands. She looks down at them. They are shaking. She looks up at the harbor cranes, their silhouettes frozen against the rain-hazed lights of the North Pier. The cranes do not move. The water does not move. Everything is still except her chest, which is doing something wrong. Mara presses her palm flat against the weathered railing. The wood is wet and rough, and splinters press into the scar tissue from 6 nights ago, when she pulled Jack clear of the falling rig and bled into his handkerchief. She breathes in. The air does not reach. She breathes again, deliberately. 1, 2. She counts the seconds. The count dissolves. She has been telling everyone she is fine. She has been defending the project, filing the statement, co-authoring responses, sitting through workshops where residents ask whether the library will survive the leadership turmoil. She has been functioning. Her body has other ideas. The rain is cold on her face and warm on her neck, and she does not know how long she has been standing here when she hears footsteps. She knows them before she turns. The rhythm is unhurried, a steady weight that does not try to sneak up on her. His soles find the gaps in the boardwalk without hesitation. She does not turn around. I am not fine, she says. Jack stops 3 feet away. She can tell by the sound. He is not close enough to touch her. He is not far enough to pretend he happened to be walking here at 10:12 p.m. in a rainstorm. "Priya noticed you left," he says. "Priya sends you to find me. Priya told me she lost track of you 30 minutes ago. The rest was my decision." Mara keeps her eyes on the water. The harbor looks black tonight. No moon, no reflection, just the flat dark of deep water absorbing everything about it. "You do not need to be here." "I know." She waits for him to argue. He does not. The rain keeps falling. "I came to a stop," she says, "and I do not think I can start walking again." "Then do not walk." The simplicity of it breaks something in her chest. She has been pushing forward for 8 weeks, 9 weeks, maybe for years, and the idea that she can simply stop, that the world will not collapse if she stops, is so foreign it feels like a language she has forgotten. "I cannot do the meeting tomorrow," she says. "Okay? If I walked into that room and Elena has something else, I do not have another move. I used everything, the criteria, the forecast, the joint statement. I have nothing left." Jack does not move. "Then you bring the nothing," he says. "You stand there with empty hands and let them see that you already gave everything. That is not a weakness. That is the truth of what this cost." Mara presses her forehead against the wet railing. "I do not know how to stop splitting myself in two," she says. "I have been doing it my whole career. The woman in the room and the woman on Draftlight. The one who fights and the one who feels. I do not know how to be one person." Silence stretches between them. Then Jack speaks. "I know." His voice is low, stripped of its usual control. "I know because I have lived the same split. I was Northpaper for 3 years before I met you. I know what it costs to keep parts of yourself sealed off from daylight." Mara feels tears mix with rain. "Tell me what you see," Jack says. "What?" "Tell me what you see right now. Not what you feel, what you see." She lifts her head. The rain streams down her face and she cannot tell where the crying stops and the weather begins. "The cranes," she says. "The Northpaper. The water is black. There is a light on the last piling and it is flickering like someone forgot to tighten the housing." "What color are the cranes?" "Rust, faded yellow. The color of something that has been out in the weather too long." "Keep going." The rain is hitting the water in sheets. There is a fog bank building past the breakwater. The wind is coming from the northeast. "Your hands." She looks down at them, still pressed against the railing, still shaking. "They are cold." "What are they holding?" "The wood, the railing." "Feel it." She presses harder. The splinters bite. The cold seeps into her palms. "I can feel it." "Good." She breathes. This time the air reaches. "You are not splitting," Jack says. "You are standing in the rain after a 12-hour day, on a harbor walk, in a city you are trying to build something honest for. The same woman who fought Elena in front of the jury is the same woman who logged onto Draftlight at 2 a.m. and told Northpaper she was afraid of failing her team. There is no split. There never was. You just believed there had to be one, because no one ever let you bring both versions into the same room." Mara lets the words settle. The shaking eases. She turns. Jack is standing exactly where he was, soaked, hair plastered to his forehead, his silver watch glinting under the floodlight that slices through the rain. His hands are at his sides. He is not reaching for her. 23 elements, she says. "I know. You knew I was Ren before the property line violation, before the second permit, before any of the damage. I knew the morning you said the stairwell light should feel borrowed from the sea. I knew 6 hours after the first review, and you stayed silent for 2 months. I did." Mara looks at him through the rain. "How am I supposed to hate someone who knows exactly where I break?" Jack's expression shifts. Something raw and unguarded moves through his eyes before he can stop it. "I do not want you to hate me. I want you to breathe. That is all I want tonight. The rest can wait until the meeting." The rain drums against the boardwalk. Mara's hands stop shaking. "How did you know where I would be?" "I looked at the harbor. I remembered what you told Northpaper once, that you go to water when you cannot breathe." She does not ask how many times he held that memory without telling her. She does not tell him that she hates him for knowing her. She stands in the rain beside a man who has seen both versions of her, who chose her in neither and both, and she does not walk away. "Coffee," she says. "There is a cot that stays open past midnight on Harbor Street." Jack stays where he is. Is that an invitation? It is a request for company. You can interpret it however you want. He moves towards slowly, leaving a deliberate space between them, as if he understands that proximity right now would undo everything he just gave back to her. "Then I will walk you." Mara turns back toward the street. She takes one step, then another. The rain does not stop, but her feet remember how to move. Chapter 60. Nadia Bell stands at the head of the model table at 7:14 a.m., her thin leather folder unopened, her silver hair still damp from the rain that has not stopped since midnight. The model sits in the center of the room, 3 feet by 5 feet, the unified concept Mara and Jack assembled across 6 hours in the model shop, now exposed under full fluorescent light for anyone to judge. Priya stands against the far wall. Theo is at the window. 2 junior drafters from each side hover near the door, unsure whether they are spectators or participants. Jack is on Nadia's left, Mara on her right. The space between them is deliberate, not hostile, careful. "The donor presentation is in 36 hours, Nadia says. "Right now, this model cannot survive a room full of people who know what they are looking at." She reaches into the model with both hands and lifts the community wing roof panel clean off. The children's floor reads as an afterthought. The sight lines from the reading room to the harbor are blocked by the mezzanine bulkhead, and the east elevation still has a firewall offset problem even after your correction. Jack's jaw tightens. The offset is within code. Code is not the standard. The harbor library will be looked at for 50 years. Code is the floor. I am asking about the ceiling. Mara steps closer to the model. Her hands find the edge of the table. She looks at the exposed interior, the tiny balsa wood shelves, the blue foamed topography of the site, the thread-thin railing along the harbor edge. "The sight lines can be fixed by rotating the mezzanine stair," she says. "Move the landing east by 4 feet. You lose 2 seats in the reading room, but the entire north wall becomes transparent." Nadia does not respond. She looks at Jack. "The circulation on the children's floor," Jack says. "It is sequential. You have to pass through story time to reach the makerspace. That works for controlled flow, but it reads as restrictive. We open a second corridor along the east edge. You get independent access to both zones." "Where does that corridor go?" "Into the community wing. It connects without crossing the adult reading room." Mara looks at him, a beat. He is not defending his original design. He is solving the problem in front of them, using her language, without checking whether she will let him. She does not step back. "If we open the east corridor," she says, "we lose the quiet buffer between children's programming and the adult reference section. Acoustic separation drops by roughly 15% unless we treat the corridor walls." "I calculated the STC rating on the partition assembly last night," Jack says. "Double stud with resilient channel. We can hit a 60 rating without changing the wall thickness." "When did you calculate that?" "After you left the model shop, around midnight." Nadia watches them. Her face gives nothing. The junior drafters shift by the door. "Fix the firewall offset," Nadia says. "You have the model shop until noon. I want the bulkhead resolved, the corridor routed, and the harbor sightline restored before I come back." She turns and walks out without looking behind her. The door closes. Silence. Then Priya pushes off the wall. "You heard her. We have 4 hours." The model shop becomes a machine. Jack at the saw table, cutting new foam core for the corridor knoll. Mara at the drafting desk, recalculating the stair landing rotation on trace. Theo feeds dimensions. Priya coordinates the glue schedule so nothing cures wrong. The junior drafters stop hovering and start working. One of them, a woman Mara does not know by name, holds the east elevation panel while Jack marks the new firewall offset with a red pencil. 12 feet, not 16. The correction he left for Mara in the materials library, now executed together. "Hold steady," Jack says. She holds. Mara watches his hands. the way he measures twice before cutting, the scar along his palm catching the light. She looks away before he catches her looking. At 9:47 a.m., the new corridor is routed. At 10:23, the stair landing is rotated. At 11:09, the firewall offset is corrected. At 11:34, Priya holds the roof panel over the community wing and waits for Mara to nod before she lowers it into place. The model is complete. Mara steps back. The harbor is visible through the north glazing. The children's floor reads as open, not crowded. The east elevation no longer betrays its structural compromise. It looks like one building. Jack sets down his pencil. "Better," he says. Mara does not argue. The junior drafters start cleaning up. Priya and Theo exchange a look that Mara chooses not to interpret. She walks to the window. The rain has not stopped. The harbor is gray and flat, the cranes motionless against the sky. The door opens. Nadia is back. She crosses to the model without speaking, circles it once, twice. Then she stops at the east elevation and runs her finger along the new firewall offset. "You resolved the corridor without compromising acoustic separation." "Jack's partition assembly," Mara says. Nadia nods. She looks at both of them. The model works. The donor presentation will hold. Relief, quick and sharp. Then Nadia's gaze settles on Mara alone. "Can I speak with you?" It is not a question. Priya catches Mara's eye, a warning in the look. Mara shakes her head slightly. She follows Nadia into the corridor. The door closes behind them. Nadia waits until they are past the copy room, past the break station, past the glass wall where anyone could see them. "Trust in work is a bridge," Nadia says. "You just proved that. You and Jack built something neither of you could have built alone. That is real. That matters." Mara waits. "But a bridge can also be a trap." Nadia's voice drops. "Because the same trust that lets you resolve a corridor in 4 hours can make you forget what happened in the months before that. You do not owe him forgiveness because your hands work well together on foam core and balsa wood." Mara feels the words land. "I know." "Do you?" Nadia holds her gaze. "The meeting tomorrow is not about this model. The meeting is about whether Elena Voss survives the week and whether the two of you survive each other. You have 36 hours to decide how much of what you rebuilt belongs to the project and how much belongs to something you are not ready to name." She turns and walks back toward the model shop. Mara stands alone in the corridor. The rain against the glass, the cranes on the harbor, the weight of a question she is not ready to answer. Her phone buzzes. She looks down. The message is from the anonymous number. "Elena just filed a restraining order against Jack Roan, effective immediately. He cannot enter the building." The poll was due. I'm absolutely resking. Saw days the kids on the studio Trid's advisor. A poracle for the evident bench. The greatest sleeps you're following passing through at a nust. A lot of likely this mediation. For this missity accountable wise datter bradiums. The mooses would colos for the world fix exactly. X with druids bloomining. With the starvis prophets that renated with that one. I have a swain the grath of coom. A fantal influtes. A scanty foam completely spitely. The glow case to be fastly employed, that we have, listening the country. The generative stations that he stops still stands. Take we do that too. I need to be out to effective. I will saw. She will see the spake batcher, if you think about the boardy, try something as 3 and 80. I can even see any way I may up recognize. The too many's. Its powerful security president. My own happiness did stringes detections, one of a diviver's powerful dune basement. My ones at Markle Holmes pathetically delip, tries to benchel the bon. Our san is the thecal. Or my noticing my doom. The Cleese head happens between those phobia. If you're nervous, which thinks are the toxics, but we are working for black. I have it once. I once the mew of Eva Bran, belead offices. Man was they first trues back. The good that I've bought about. Major heist to strust the few. I am very serious to they worst, Smakesly and the rest of station. Now, chapter 61. Priya finds her in the corridor. Not the model shop corridor, The one past the copy room, past the break station, past the glass wall where Mara stands alone with her phone still lit. Who is that? Mara slips the phone into her pocket, does not answer. Something happened, Priya says. It is not a question. Where is Jack? Packing up the saw table, Theo is helping him. Priya's voice tightens. Mara, he cannot enter the building. Priya goes still. Effective immediately, Mara says. Elena filed a restraining order. The words hang between them like a line in the account ledger, a new liability that no one budgeted for. Priya does not ask on what grounds. She is too sharp for that. Instead, she takes Mara by the elbow and pulls her into the stairwell where the echo swallows everything. The donation dinner is in 36 hours. I know. The donor presentation is at 9. The board expects to see him. The model has his hand on it. I know. Priya waits. Mara leans against the wall. The concrete is cold through her shirt. She thinks about Jack's hands cutting foam core, measuring twice, correcting her firewall offset without making her ask. We need to know what the order says, Priya says. What she filed, what she told the judge. We need to know if he saw it yet. The stairwell hums, HVAC, traffic below. The building breathing around them. Priya pulls out her phone. Where is the texter when you need them? Mara almost laughs. The sound dies before it reaches her throat. Theo is standing in the model shop doorway when they come back. Jack is gone. He was wrapping the foam panels, Theo says. He has his phone in his hand. Then he stopped, stared at the screen, then he walked out. Did he say anything? No. Theo's jaw tightens, but his face went white. That is not a man receiving good news. Mara looks at the half-packed saw table, the foam panels stacked neatly by the door. The red pencil Jack used to mark the firewall offset, still on the table. He would not have forgotten it, unless he had something heavier to carry. He knows, Priya says. Theo moves closer. Knows what? Mara tells him. Theo listens without interrupting. When she finishes, he takes a breath, holds it, then he says very carefully, There is a clerk in City Council who owes me a favor from the Harbor Ridge filing. Priya's eyes sharpen. You called them already. I called them 20 minutes ago. Theo does not look sorry. Because when a partner files a restraining order against a senior architect the night before a donor presentation, someone is either hiding evidence or building a case. I wanted to know which. They wait. The order cites workplace harassment, pattern of intimidation, unwanted advances. Theo's voice is flat. It claims Jack used his position to leverage personal access after she refused him professionally. That is not true. I know it is not true. Theo looks at her. But that is not what the filing says. And Elena logged three supporting statements from staff who will confirm saw Jack following her into rooms, standing too close, lingering after meetings. Witnesses, Priya says. Fabricated. Or paid. Or simply employees who know which side their severance is buttered on. Mara stares at the model, the harbor through the glazing, the children's floor open, the east elevation clean. Jack's hand on every line. He cannot set foot in this building without being arrested, she says. Silence. Then Priya straightens. Then we bring the building to him. They work in the break room. Priya pulls up the master file list for the donor presentation. Vinu calls his city council contact again. Mara opens her laptop and begins printing everything Jack touched. The partition assembly drawing, the corridor routing, the stair landing rotation. Every sheet with his initials on the title block. If the board sees him on every design document, they will ask why the harassment claim did not surface until now, Priya says. If the board sees him on every design document, Elena will argue he was trying to override her authority through sheer volume of work. Theo clicks his pen. We need proof that the scoring criteria changes were never logged. Priya stops scrolling. Say that again. The meeting minutes from the period when the Civic rubric shifted. The community integration weighting. The housing agency requirement. How many of those changes have official timestamps in the project management system? Priya's fingers move across her keyboard. She scrolls. Scrolls again. I have the meeting notifications, she says slowly. The agenda notices. The follow-up emails. And the approval logs? She scrolls. Theo waits. Priya's face changes. It is subtle, a tightening around the eyes, the way someone looks when they find a hole in data that should not exist. There are no approval logs. None? Between week 3 and week 5, the system shows 5 criteria revisions affecting scoring weight. 4 of them were entered without a formal change order. 1 of them has no entry at all. Theo leans in. Which one? The housing agency requirement. It appears in the rubric at 35% on April 14. There is no record of who submitted it, who approved it, or when it was implemented. The jury announced that change at the review meeting, Mara says. Nadia read it from a document. Then the document exists somewhere, but it is not in the system. Priya's voice is very quiet. Which means either the partners bypassed their own filing protocol, or someone removed the record after it was entered. Theo sets down his pen. That is the opening. Mara looks at her phone. No new messages from Jack. No new messages from the anonymous number. Just the one text, still open on her screen, burning in the dark room. City Council is requesting documentation, Theo says. He is reading from his phone. His voice is steady, but his hand shakes. I just got the email. Formal request. They want all records related to the competition scoring process, inciting change orders, approval logs, and meeting minutes from the entire review period. Priya goes very still. When? Now. They want it by noon tomorrow. Before the donor presentation. Before the donor presentation. Theo looks up. Someone told them where to look. The room shrinks. Mara thinks about the anonymous texter. The timing. The precision. The way every message lands exactly when the ground needs to shift. Whoever they are, she says, they are not on Elena's side. Priya meets her eyes. Then who are they on? The question does not have an answer, not yet. But the email from City Council is real. The missing approval log is real. Jack's restraining order is real. And in 36 hours, the donor presentation will either bury them or burn the building down around everyone inside. Mara picks up her phone. She types, Jack, where are you? The message sends. The blue dot appears, disappears, appears. He is reading it. The dots stop. No reply. Priya watches her. Theo watches her. Mara puts her phone face down on the table. Get everything printed. Every record we can find. If City Council wants documentation, we give them documentation. And if Elena tries to block the request? Mara looks up. Then we give them the one thing she cannot block. She is looking at the model on the other side of the glass. Jack's phone core. Jack's partition assembly. Jack's line on the firewall offset. She is looking at the building he will never walk into again. Chapter 62. The apartment is too quiet. Mara sits on the floor, back against the sofa, laptop open on the coffee table. The 2.4 megabytes file has been sitting on her desktop for 6 days. She has walked past it, opened the folder, and closed it. Told herself she did not need to read what she already lived. Now Jack is gone. The building is locked to him. City Council wants documentation by noon, and she needs to know what he knew, and when. She double-clicks. The file unpacks into a single folder labeled Draftlight Export 1809-2311. Inside, subfolders by year, by month, by conversation thread. Her hands are steady as she opens the oldest one. March 14, 3 years ago. Her first message to Northpaper. Did anyone else go into architecture because buildings felt safer than people? She remembers typing that. Remembers the wine glass next to her keyboard, the rain against the window, the way she almost deleted it before hitting send. His reply came 4 hours later. Buildings do not ask you to perform. They just hold you. She closes her eyes, opens them, scrolls. June, the same year. She had just lost a project to a man who took credit for her section drawings. She came home vibrating with fury and typed, I am so tired of being the sharp one, the one no one touches because they are afraid of getting cut. What if I want to be soft somewhere? What if I am soft somewhere and no one ever sees it? His reply, I see it, just that. No qualification, no attempt to fix her. She had stared at those 2 words for 10 minutes. She skips forward. 8 months. A year. 18 months. The messages get longer. The gaps between them shorter. They stop being about architecture and start being about the hours before dawn, the weight of carrying teams, the fear that ambition is just another word for running from something. She finds the thread from the night before the merger announcement. Ren_draws. Something is coming. I can feel it in my ribs, like the building knows before I do. Northpaper. Then we face it together. Whatever it is, you are not alone in this. She remembers reading that at 2:14 a.m., remembers the way her chest unlocked, remembers thinking, I do not even know his name, and he is the only person who has ever made me feel held. Mara's hands are not steady anymore. She scrolls to the messages from the week after the merger, the ones she sent after the first day in the war room, after Jack Roan leaned against that drafting table and smiled like he had already won. Ren_draws. There is this man. He is everything I fight against. Polished, charming, untouchable. And I cannot tell if I want to destroy him or if I am terrified he is going to destroy me first. Northpaper. Tell me about him. Ren_draws. He sees things in the work I did not put there. He finishes my sentences. He makes me feel like I am the only person in the room, and also completely invisible. Northpaper. That sounds dangerous. Ren_draws. It sounds like you. The cursor blinks. The message is still there. 3 years of intimacy compressed into a single sentence she sent without knowing who she was talking to. She keeps scrolling. The thread from the night after the first design review. She had come home humiliated, convinced she was going to lose her team, and she wrote, I am so scared. Not for me. For the 9 people who trusted me. What if I am not enough? His reply, you are enough. You have always been enough. The fear is not a sign you are failing. It is a sign you care about the right things. She had cried reading that. She is crying now. She finds the message from 3 weeks ago, the one she sent after the hotel room, after she heard the Draftlight notification on his phone and knew something was wrong but could not name it. Ren_draws. I think the person I trusted most in the world might be lying to me. And the worst part is, I still want to trust him. What does that make me? Northpaper. It makes you human. Trust is not a weakness. It is a risk you take because the connection is worth the cost. She stares at the words. He wrote that. He wrote that to her, knowing he was the one lying, knowing she was talking about him, knowing every word of comfort was also a wall he was building between them. She should be furious. She is furious. But beneath the fury, something else shifts. She scrolls to the last message he sent before the shutdown, the one she never replied to. Northpaper. I need you to know that whatever happens, the person I became in these conversations is real. Every word I wrote to you was true. I have loved you in every name I have ever had. She reads it 3 times. Loved, present tense or past, she cannot tell. The final message in the archive is from the night of the cafe. She sent it after she walked home in the rain. Ren_draws. I do not know if I can separate what we were from what you took, but I know I was real in every message. I was real when I was afraid, and real when I was soft, and real when I told you things I have never told anyone. That was not a performance. That was me. The archive ends. The cursor blinks. Mara sits on the floor with 3 years of her heart spread across the screen and realizes something that cracks her open in a new way. The bond was real. Every word, every confession, every late-night vulnerability. Jack was the betrayer, but Northpaper was not a mask. Jack was the one who held her in those messages. The same hands that drew the firewall offset. The same voice that guided her through the panic attack on the harbor walk. The same person. Not 2 men. 1 man who split himself the same way she did. She closes the laptop. Her hands are shaking. She looks at her phone. Jack's message is still unread. She picks it up, types 3 words, and presses send before she can stop herself. I opened the archive. His reply comes in seconds. What did you find? She stares at the screen. The answer should be simple. Theft, betrayal, proof. But that is not what she found. She found herself, unarmored and unafraid, talking to someone who saw her completely. She found love. She types, I found us. His reply takes longer this time. When it comes, it is 5 words that change everything. I was always Northpaper, Mara. Always. Chapter 63. The four of them gather around the model shop table at 9:47 a.m., the unified harbor library glowing under the task lights. Priya has laid out fresh sections for the children's floor, the southeast corner where the grade change creates a natural split between ages. Nadia stands at the head of the table with her leather folder closed. This is the last piece that reads like two buildings stitched together. She taps the section where the children's program splits between the ground-level read-aloud alcove and the elevated studio space. The connection between them is a narrow stair that flows into the adult reference corridor, forcing kids to pass through the quiet zone to reach their own area. It needs independent circulation. Mara sees it immediately. The stair should drop to the east, not the west, a separate entrance at the south elevation, shielded from the harbor wind, leading directly into the children's wing without crossing the adult threshold. The east elevation can take an exterior stair from the grade-level entry, she says. Tucked behind the retaining wall, the kids enter below the main lobby, rise into their own territory. The adults never have to see them unless they want to. Jack is already pulling the section drawing toward him. If we shift the retaining wall 2 feet south, the stair landing fits without breaking the foundation line. Then the bulkhead above the east corridor needs to cantilever to preserve the sightline from the mezzanine. 3-foot overhang, steel frame, glass floor panels. The kids can see the harbor through the glazing before they even reach the top of the stairs. The room goes quiet. Priya stops writing. Theo looks up from the dimensions he has been feeding. Because they did it again. The same seamless exchange that used to happen on Draftlight at 2 in the morning when Ren_draws would sketch a problem and Northpaper would solve the structural half without being asked. The same rhythm that made Mara's stomach drop now, because it came back on its own, without permission, without armor. Nadia's voice is dry. I did not realize you two had already resolved this. Mara steps back from the table, puts space between herself and the section drawing, between herself and the fact that Jack's hand is still resting on the edge of the paper, inches from where hers was. We have not resolved anything. Jack does not look at her. The exterior stair is the right solution, he says. Flat, professional, as if the last 30 seconds did not happen. If Priya can confirm the soil retention at the east property line, I can detail the cantilever by end of day. Priya's pen hovers over her notebook. I can confirm it by 3, but I need to pull the geotechnical report from the original harbor survey. Then we have time. Nadia closes her folder. End of day. Both pieces integrated, or the donor presentation goes forward with a note about the incomplete children's wing. I will not let perfect become the enemy of ready. She leaves. The door swings shut. The silence stretches. Theo clears his throat. I am going to find that geotechnical report before someone files it under the wrong project code. He exits. Priya stays. Mara feels her gaze like a weight against the side of her face. Jack reaches for the section drawing and rolls it carefully, his movements precise, controlled, as if the paper might shatter if he handles it wrong. He does not look at Mara. I will be in the drafting studio. He leaves. The door swings shut again. Priya waits 3 heartbeats before she speaks. That was not resolving a design problem. Mara picks up a red pencil she does not need, rolls it between her fingers, the same motion she uses to avoid looking at people when they ask questions she does not want to answer. It was a structural exchange. It was a duet. The pencil stops. Priya steps closer, her voice dropping so it does not carry through the glass. Mara, you finished his sentence about steel framing and cantilever loads without breaking stride. He shifted the wall 2 feet south because you suggested the exterior stair, and he already knew exactly where the foundation line was. You did not need to look at the soil report. You did not need to check his math. You just heard the shape of what he was saying and answered the part he had not said yet. Priya, I am not accusing you of anything. I am asking you a question. Mara sets the pencil down. What? Priya's eyes are steady. Can you survive pretending that connection is gone? The words land like a palm against glass. Mara opens her mouth, closes it. The answer should be yes. She has survived worse. She survived the cafe, the hotel room. The moment she saw her own private sketches reflected in Jack's proposal board, 23 stolen elements arranged like a love letter written in someone else's hand. But that was before she opened the archive, before she read 3 years of her own heart in black text and realized Northpaper was never a mask Jack put on. He was always Northpaper, the same person who held her through panic attacks and late-night despair and the fear that she was not enough. She does not answer. Pia nods once, as if Mara confirmed something she already knew. I will get you the geotechnical report by 3. She leaves. Mara stands alone in the model shop with the hardwood library glowing under the task lights and the ghost of Jack's hand still resting where hers was, inches away. Like a bridge neither of them knows how to cross. The drafting studio is empty when Mara finds him. Jack is standing at the far window, his back to the door, the rolled section drawing tucked under his arm. He does not turn when she enters. The children's stair does not need a full cantilever, she says. A partial beam extension at the mezzanine level would hold the glass floor panels without the steel frame. Lighter, cheaper, faster to install. He does not move. I know. Then why did you say steel frame? Because I wanted to see if you would correct me. Her breath catches. He turns. His face is pale in the gray harbor light. The crescent moon mole near his jaw sharp against his skin. He looks like someone who has not slept in days, maybe weeks. I needed to know if it was gone, he says. The thing between us, the way we work. We needed to know if I broke it so badly that even the architecture does not fit anymore. Mara's throat tightens. It fits. Then what do we do with that? She does not have an answer. His phone vibrates on the drafting table. Illuminates. A single number she does not recognize. Jack looks at the screen. All the color drains from his face. Mara. His voice is different. Hollow. Like something inside him just collapsed. I have to take this. He picks up the phone and walks out of the studio without the section drawing, without his jacket, without another word. The door swings shut. She stands alone with scrolled paper and the buzzing silence and the terrible certainty that whatever is on the other end of that call just changed everything. Chapter 64. Jack finds them in the model shop. Mara sees him through the glass before he reaches the door. The way he moves. Not the controlled stride from the drafting studio. Something looser. Something that looks like a man trying to hold himself together and failing by inches. Priya sees it too. She sets down the geotechnical report and straightens. The door opens. Jack does not enter. He stands in the threshold, one hand braced against the frame, the phone still clutched in the other. His face is the color of the harbor sky before a storm, ray and bruising at the edges. Theo, he says. Mara's chest goes cold. What about Theo? Jack's jaw works. He looks at the model, at the harbor library glowing under the task lights, at anything except her face. He is on the next wave, the integration restructuring. They are eliminating his role effective Monday. Priya makes a sound, low, sharp, the kind of sound that escapes when something breaks that you thought was already as broken as it could get. That is not restructuring, Mara says. That is retaliation. Jack finally meets her eyes. I know. He helped us. He traced the leak to Nina. He called his city council contact. I know. Mara crosses the distance between them before she decides to move. 3 steps that bring her close enough to see the tremor in his jaw, the red stain across his eyes that suggests he has not blinked since the call ended. Who told you? The partner's office, 47 minutes ago. They are framing it as a duplication of function, saying the merger means both legacy firms have overlapping senior drafting positions and Theo's seat is the one that does not survive the consolidation. Framing, Priya repeats. That word is doing a lot of work. Jack's grip on the doorframe tightens. The tendons in his wrist stand out. He is the reason I filed the statement. He is the reason I refused their deal. He stood beside me when I walked out of that meeting with nothing, and they know it. This is not about duplication. This is about cutting anyone who helped us expose the contest. Mara feels the shape of it settle across her shoulders. A weight she recognizes. The weight of consequences landing on people who did not choose the fight. Who else? Jack's breath catches. What? Who else is on the list? You said the next wave. That means there are names. Who else? He shakes his head. They did not show me the full list. Theo was the only name they mentioned. But they made it clear. They said, the first of several adjustments to align the merged workforce with projected revenue. First of several. Priya moves to the table, braces her hands on the edge. Her knuckles go white. That is a purge. They are going to pick off everyone who testified to City Council, everyone who knew about the scoring criteria, everyone who helped us build the evidence packet. Yes. Mara looks at the model. The harbor library. The children's wing they spent the morning fixing. The exterior stair that will never exist if the firm decides the people who designed it are liabilities. Do they know about the City Council request? Jack shakes his head. Theo kept that off any official channel. He called his contact from a personal line. But Elena is not stupid. She sees the pattern. She knows someone fed information to the oversight board, and she is cutting the people who could be sources before they are called to testify. Priya straightens. Her eyes are dry, but her voice has gone flat in a way Mara has learned to recognize. The flat of someone who has stopped hoping the institution will protect them and started calculating how to survive outside it. Then we do not wait. Mara turns. What do you mean? Priya meets her gaze. The donor presentation is in 30 hours. City Council needs the records by noon. Theo is not going to be in this building on Monday unless we make it impossible for them to cut him before the investigation lands. That means we accelerate. We give City Council everything we have tonight. We let the donors see what kind of firm they are funding. And we make sure that by the time Elena tries to eliminate Theo's role, there is no firm left for her to protect. Jack steps into the room. Finally. His hand drops from the frame, and he stands in the light with the library casting long shadows across his face. Priya is right. Mara watches him. The set of his shoulders. The way he does not look away from her. If we wait until Monday, Theo is gone. If we move tonight, we might lose everything else. But we keep him. Lose what else? Jack's throat moves. Any chance of staying at Vance Calder? Any chance of salvaging a career in this sea? Any chance of whacking away from this with a reference that does not say, fired for collaborating with an internal investigation? Priya laughs. No humor in it. They were never going to let us walk away clean. We already know too much. Mara looks at Jack. At the red pencil still lying on the table where she set it down. At the rolled section drawing ducked under his arm, the one he walked out without, the one he came back for. When do they plan to tell Theo? Monday morning, first meeting. Then he has the weekend to decide what he wants to do with that information. Jack shakes his head. He did not know yet. I came here first. Mara feels the weight of that. He came here first. Not to Theo, not to his own team. Here, to the model shop where she and Priya were standing. What are you asking me to do? Jack meets her eyes. I am not asking you to do anything. I am telling you what I am going to do. Chapter 65. The door swings shut behind Priya. The model shop goes quiet except for the hum of the task lights and the distant creak of the building settling around them. Mara stares at the phone in Jack's hand. The message. The emergency motion. How long do we have before the records are sealed? Jack's jaw works. Elena's lawyers filed at 6:47. Judge could rule by midnight. Could rule by morning. Depends on how fast the court moves. Then we move faster. She reaches for her jacket. The red pencil is still on the table. She leaves it. Where are you going? To find Sophia. If the records get blocked, we need another way to make the truth public. Jack catches her arm. Not hard, just enough to stop her. Mara, it is almost 8:30 on a Friday night. Sophia is probably home. Then I will call her. And say what? That we need her to burn her credibility on a story with no documentation? Mara pulls her arm free. I will tell her exactly what we have. The missing logs, the fabricated forecast, the termination list, all of it. She cannot run a story on server logs without verification. She can run a story on a joint team presenting a public progress report that ties library milestones to staffing continuity. Jack goes still. What? Mara turns back to face him. The donor presentation is tomorrow. We control the narrative. The donors see the building, the timeline, the community requirements, And they also see that Theo is listed as the lead structural drafter for the next phase, that Priya is the project manager, that the specific staff Elena is targeting are named as essential personnel in the project documents. Jack's eyes narrow. If we publish staffing assignments as part of the progress report, then cutting them becomes a visible disruption. Elena cannot lay off Theo without explaining to the donors why the lead structural drafter for the children's wing was removed. Exactly. She grabs her phone. Sophia can help us frame it. She has been pushing for transparency since day one. If we present the staffing continuity as part of the community accountability framework, then Elena kills the report at her own political cost. Jack is already reaching for his own phone. I will call Theo. Tell him to hold on to what he has. Good. Mara dials. The line rings 4 times before Sophia picks up. Ellison, it is almost 9 on a Friday. I know. I need your help. A pause. The sound of traffic in the background. Tell me. Mara explains. The emergency motion, the purge, the donor presentation, the report. Sophia listens without interrupting. When Mara finishes, there is a long silence. You want to turn the donor presentation into a public accountability document? Yes. Do you understand what that means? If you attach staffing assignments to specific construction milestones, you are essentially putting the firm on notice in front of their funding base. Elena will not be able to touch Theo or anyone else without the donors asking why. That is the point. Another pause. I will be at the war room in 30 minutes. Do not start without me. The line goes dead. Mara looks at Jack. She is in. Jack nods. Something shifts in his face. Not relief, not hope. Something harder. Something that looks like belief. Then we have until midnight to build the report. She checks her phone. 31 hours until the donor presentation. Then we use every one of them. Sophia arrives at 9:22 with a messenger bag slung across her chest and a laptop under her arm. She is wearing the same jacket from the community meeting. Dark hair pulled back, no makeup, eyes sharp and fully focused. Where is the current timeline? Priya, who returned from pulling logs at 9:17, slides a printout across the table. Milestones through Phase 2, foundation completion, structural shell, interior fit-out, occupancy. Sophia scans it. You need to add staffing requirements. For every milestone, list the minimum personnel needed to stay on schedule. Position titles, not names. That way the report does not look like you are protecting friends. It looks like you are protecting the project. Jack pulls a marker from the tray. Give me 10 minutes. He starts writing on the glass board. Fast, precise, the same hand that produces elevations under deadline pressure. Mara watches him map the timeline, the dependencies, the staffing gaps that appear if even one senior drafter is removed. Sophia turns to her. You understand what comes after this? What? Elena will let the report go through. She has no choice. But she will delay sign-off as long as possible. Make it look like she is reviewing for accuracy. Claim she needs legal approval. Push it to the last hour before the presentation. Then we push back. Sophia shakes her head. Pushing back is exactly what she wants. If you exhaust yourselves fighting the delay, you will show up at the donor presentation hollowed out. She is not trying to stop the report. She is trying to break you before you deliver it. Mara feels the weight of that, the precision of it. Elena is not fighting the truth. She is fighting the people who carry it. What do you suggest? Sophia meets her eyes. Let her delay. Do not fight it. Spend the energy on the substance. When she finally signs off, the report will be tight enough that nothing she does can undo it. And if she does not sign off, she will, but she will wait until you are desperate enough to accept conditions. Mara's throat tightens. Like what? Like removing Theo's name from the staffing continuity section. Like omitting the community requirements that tie the timeline to specific personnel. Like accepting a version that protects the firm more than the project. Priya sets down her coffee. Then we build the report so tight that removing a single name unravels the whole thing. Structural dependencies. If Theo goes, the milestone collapses on paper, and the donors see exactly what was removed. Sophia nods. Good. Jack finishes the timeline on the glass board, steps back. The children's wing is circled in red. I have the staffing for Phase 1. Mara moves to the board, picks up the marker, adds the personnel requirements next to each milestone. The numbers are clear, unavoidable. When she finishes, the board reads like a contract. Priya photographs it. I will send this to every oversight contact I have, off the record, so if the report gets buried, someone outside this room knows what was supposed to exist. Mara looks at the board, at the names, the timelines, the dependencies, at the line that reads, Children's Wing Completion, Lead Structural Drafter, current, Theo Mercer, and Project Manager, current, Priya Desai. Jack stands beside her. It is good work. She does not look away from the board. It is not enough. It is a start. She feels his presence beside her, the warmth of his arm near hers, the steadiness in his voice. We have until midnight to draft the full version. Priya and Sophia will handle the community language. I will write the structural dependencies. You focus on the design narrative. Mara turns to him. And Elena? Jack's jaw tightens. Let her delay. We will be ready when she signs. She holds his gaze. Okay. At 11:47, the draft is complete. Sophia prints 3 copies, one for the presentation, one for the oversight board, one for the donors. There. Now they have a choice. Mara looks at the stack of paper. The hours of work compressed into 23 pages. The timeline, the staffing, the community requirements, the structural dependencies, the term. No, now they have a deadline. Priya laughs, flat, exhausted. I am going to call it. Meet you at the presentation. She takes her copy and leaves. Sophia follows. The door swings shut. Mara and Jack stand alone in the war room with the task lights humming and the stack of reports between them. Jack sets his palm on the top page. You should get some sleep. So should you. I will, after I check the structural dependencies one more time. She shakes her head. Do not stay here alone. He looks at her. Something flickers in his eyes. Then do not leave. She does not answer, but she does not move toward the door either. The war room holds its breath, and then her phone vibrates against the table. She picks it up. The message is from a number she does not recognize. Elena just called an emergency partner meeting for midnight. She is going to demand the report be killed entirely, not delayed. You have 40 minutes. Mara looks at Jack. Change of plan. She shows him the screen. He reads it. His face goes pale. She cannot kill it. The donors would. She is not going to kill it. She is going to try to get the partners to vote to suppress it. That way, the responsibility is shared. She is not the villain alone. She is the leadership team making a unified decision. Jack's throat moves. If the partners vote to suppress the report, then presenting it anyway as insubordination. Grounds for termination. Grounds for the restraining order to hold. Mara looks at him. Then we do not let them vote. She grabs her jacket. Where are you going? To find Elena, before she finds the partners. Jack steps into her path. Mara, if you confront her alone, she is expecting that too. She wants me to come at her directly so she can paint me as unstable, as the architect who cannot separate her personal feelings from professional judgment. Then what do? Mara looks at the stack of reports. Sophia said the report is a deadline. Elena thinks she can kill it before it lands. She picks up the top copy. I am going to deliver it early, directly to the donors, before the partners have a chance to vote. Jack stares at her. You cannot. The presentation is tomorrow. The donors are not expecting. The woman in cream silk, the man in charcoal. They gave Elena a number. I am going to call it. She pulls out her phone, scrolls to the contact Priya added earlier, the donor's personal line. Jack watches her. If you call them now, there is no going back. Elena will fire you before the presentation. Mara meets his eyes. She was going to fire me anyway. This way, I choose when the truth lands. She presses dial. The line rings once, twice, 3 times. A woman's voice answers. Hello? Mara takes a breath. Mrs. Halston, this is Mara Ellison, lead architect on the Harvard Library. I have a document I need you to see before tomorrow morning. The line goes quiet. Send it. Mara exhales. I will have it in your inbox in 5 minutes. She ends the call, looks at Jack. Send the file. He does not argue. He opens the laptop, attaches the report, hits send. The war room is silent. Jack closes the laptop. Now what? Mara looks at her phone. Now we wait. She does not have to wait long. The screen lights up with a new message. Mrs. Halston is forwarding your report to the full donor board. They are reviewing it now. Elena does not know. Mara looks at Jack. We just cut the timeline in half. He does not smile. but something in his face shifts, something that looks like the beginning of hope. Then her phone vibrates again. Elena's emergency meeting just started. She does not know about Mrs. Halston yet. You have maybe 20 minutes before she finds out. Mara pockets the phone. Then we get ready for what comes after. She picks up the red pencil from the table, turns it between her fingers. The same motion she has used through every crisis, but this time, her hands do not shake. Chapter 66. The war room hums at 11:37 p.m., the task lights throwing long shadows across the model. Mara stands at the table with the red pencil still in her hand, the stack of reports squared and ready. Jack is across from her, phone face up, watching for the message that will tell them Elena knows. The room goes dark. Not gradual, not a flicker. 1 second the lights are on and the next they are not, and the silence fills with the low groan of systems losing power. Mara does not move. Tell me that was the building. Jack's voice comes from somewhere to her left. That was not the building. She hears him step around the table. The emergency lights kick in along the baseboards, casting everything in amber. The model sits half-lit, shadows pooling under the retaining wall. They are going to try to call me back in. Jack holds up his phone. No signal. Mara checks hers. The same. The war room is sealed. No windows that open. One door, 7 floors up. She sets the red pencil down. Backup generators should come online in about 5 minutes. Jack leans against the drafting table. And if they do not, then we sit here until someone realizes we are missing. The amber light catches the edge of his jaw, the crescent mole near the corner of his mouth. She has seen him in every kind of light now. Conference room glare, harbor gray, hotel dim. This is the first time she has seen him in the dark. She looks away. The silence stretches. I thought about calling you. Jack's voice is lower. The night of the hotel, after I walked out, I thought about calling you and telling you everything. Mara keeps her eyes on the model. Why did not you? Because I did not know how to say it without making it sound like an excuse. It would have been an excuse. Yes. He does not argue. The emergency lights hum. She turns to face him. What would you have said? Jack meets her eyes in the amber dark. I would have said that I loved you before I knew who you were. That every message I sent as Northpaper was real. That the night in the hotel room, when I lay on the floor and listened to you breathe, I wanted to tell you more than I have ever wanted anything. Mara's throat tightens. That is still an excuse. I know. She waits. Jack's hands are still, flat on the table. But I also would have told you the truth. That I was scared. Not of losing the competition, of losing the only person who ever made me feel like I was not performing. The words hang in the amber air. Mara picks up the red pencil again, turns it between her fingers. You should have told me at the cafe. I know. You should have told me in the hotel room. I know. You should have told me the first day you knew. Jack's jaw tightens. I know. She looks at him. And you did none of those things. No. He does not look away. I did none of those things. I kept the secret because I thought I could protect both of us by controlling when the truth came out. And I was wrong. The pencil still's in her hand. That is the first time you have said that without defending yourself. Jack's throat moves. Because I am done defending myself. The emergency lights flicker. Mara watches him. The man who was Northpaper. The man who held her in the dark of the harbor walk. The man who knew exactly where she broke and found her anyway. She wants to hate him. She cannot. She also cannot forgive him. Not yet. Maybe not ever. But she does not turn away. I miss her. The words come out before she can stop them. Jack's eyes sharpen. Who? Rand_draws. She says it like a confession. I miss the version of me that only existed in those messages. The one who did not have to be ready for battle every second. The one who could say she was scared without someone using it against her. Jack holds her gaze. I miss her too. He says it simply. Not like a negotiation. I miss watching her trust me. I miss earning it. Every night. One message at a time. The pencil presses into her palm. You made her real to me, Jack. And then you made her feel like a lie. I know. He does not flinch. and I will carry that for the rest of my career. The lights flicker again. The hum deepens. Mara sets the pencil down. I do not forgive you. I am not asking you to, but I am still here. She does not know why she says it. It is not strategy. It is not control. It is the truth, and it terrifies her. Jack's voice is barely audible. Why? She looks at the model, the library they built together, the one that belongs to neither of them. Because I am tired of pretending that the only thing between us is betrayal. The room goes quiet. The lights hold, and then Jack speaks. I have loved you in every name I have ever had. Mara's chest tightens. I know. She steps around the table. I do not know if that is enough. No. Jack's voice is raw. Neither do I. She stops beside him, close enough to see the white scar on his palm, the one she gave him when she pulled him clear of the falling rig. But I know what it feels like to be known. She looks at him, and I am not ready to let that go. The lights cut out, complete dark. No emergency hum, no baseboard glow, just the black of a building that has lost every system. Mara does not move. She hears Jack breathe, and then she feels his hand, not reaching for hers, his palm flat on the table between them, an offering, not a demand. Jack, I am here. She does not take his hand, but she does not step away. The dark holds, and somewhere in the building, 7 floors down, the emergency meeting continues without them. Chapter 67. The war room smells of coffee and spent adrenaline when the power returns at 6:14 a.m., lights flickering back in stages like a building learning to breathe again. Mara blinks at the fluorescent hum, her eyes dry and burning. She has not slept, neither has Jack. They have been sitting in the dark for 7 hours, his hand flat on the table between them, her palm inches from his, neither closing the distance. Now the light makes everything ordinary again. Jack's jaw is shadowed with stubble. His shirt sleeves are still rolled from yesterday, and there is a crease across his forehead where he rested his head on his arm at some point in the night. He looks at the model. She looks at the model. Neither of them speaks about the dark. Mara stands first, her joints stiff, and walks to the drafting table. The library sits half-integrated, the children's wing still separated from the main structure by a gap that screams unresolved. We need to fix the stair. Jack rises. No hesitation. I will redraw the retaining wall. She picks up the red pencil. Her hand does not shake. They work. The morning light crawls across the war room glass as Mara sketches the exterior stair, extending the landing to meet the tide-level walkway Sophia fought for in the community meetings. Jack adjusts the foundation line without being asked, matching her shift before she has to explain it. The building starts to change. Not by much. A few degrees of rotation on the entry axis, a wider public corridor that cuts through the donor lounge instead of skirting it. Community access points that do not require passing through a security checkpoint first. Jack stops at the 3rd revision. This is not the donor presentation scheme. Mara keeps drawing. It is the one that works. He watches her for a long moment. Then he pulls a fresh sheet of trace paper and starts recalculating the structural load for the widened corridor. I will need to recheck the shear wall spacing. Do it. He does. The rhythm returns. Not the duet of the review, not the charged back and forth of rivals finding common ground. Something quieter, something that does not need to be named. Mara marks the roof overhang for the children's entrance, a covered drop-off zone. Parents can stand dry while their kids run inside. Jack sees it and adds a bench. Not in the plan, just a note in the margin. Resident input, community request. He does not ask permission. She does not tell him to take it out. The building is becoming something neither of them designed alone. At 7:22, Mara's phone buzzes. A text from Priya. Meeting ended at 4:17. No decision announced. Partners went home separately. Elena did not speak to anyone. Mara reads it twice, passes the phone to Jack without comment. He reads it, sets it down. That means they are waiting. For what? For us to make the first move. She takes the phone back and types a single word to Priya. Report. The response comes in seconds. Halston confirmed receipt. Board received it at 2:03 a.m. No response yet. Mara sets the phone face down on the table. Then we keep working. Jack's pencil does not stop moving. What do you want this building to say? The question lands like a stone in still water. Mara looks at the half-integrated sections, the widened corridor, the children's entrance that now reads as an invitation rather than an afterthought. That it belongs to the people who need it. She says it without strategy, without performance. It is the truth, and it terrifies her. Jack's hand stills. Then that is what we build. He draws a line through the donor lounge and extends the puppet programming through the entire ground floor. Mara does not stop him. At 7:48, the war room door opens. Priya stands in the threshold, still in yesterday's clothes, her face drawn tight with exhaustion and something sharping beneath it. She knows. Mara's pencil stops. About the report. About everything. Priya steps inside, closing the door behind her. Elena called Gideon at 4:30. They found out Halston forwarded the document before midnight. The emergency meeting was knitting about the report. It was about how to punish you. Jack sets his pencil down. What did they decide? Priya's jaw tightens. Reorganization notice. Full restructure. Field with HR at 6 a.m. Your entire team, Mara. All 9 positions. Eliminated in the new structure. The room goes cold. Mara's hand grips the red pencil so hard the wood creaks. When? End of week. Jack is already reaching for his phone. We can stop this. How? The donors. If they back the report, if they demand the project stays with Mara's team, they will not. Priya's voice cracks. Halston called me at 6:22. She said the board needs to review, that they cannot act on a document sent outside official channels, that they need time. Mara stares at the library on the table, the building that belongs to no one. It is already decided. The sell it is. Jack's voice is raw. I have a permit violation that could bury this firm. I will trade it, my admission of record, everything. I will burn my entire career to stop this. Priya looks at him. And then what? You burn yourself. Mara still loses her team. The library still goes to whatever architect Elena appoints. Mara sets the pencil down. She looks at the building, the children's entrance, the widened corridor, the bench. She looks at Jack. I am not losing my team. Jack meets her eyes. Then we do not lose. He picks up the red pencil and extends it toward her. An offering, not a demand. Mara looks at his hand, the white scar across his palm, the one she gave him. She takes the pencil. The war room door opens again. Sofia Alvarez stands in the threshold, messenger bag across her chest, dark hair pulled back tight. Her eyes sweep the room, the half-integrated mate, the exhaustion written across all 3 faces. I just got a call from City Council. She holds up her phone. They are issuing a subpoena for all Vestskalder internal communications from the last 6 months. Mara's chest tightens. On what grounds? Sophia steps inside. On the grounds that someone just filed a whistleblower complaint with the City Oversight Board. Anonymous, with documentation. Jack's phone vibrates. He looks at the screen. A single word. Yours. The anonymous texter. Mara sees the name on his screen. She looks at Sophia. Who filed it? Sophia's mouth presses into a thin line. Someone who wants Elena's head on a table. She sets a folder on the drafting table. And they are not done yet. Mara looks down. The first page is a copy of a 4:17 a.m. computer log from Gideon Ward's office, dated 3 weeks before the competition began. The title reads, Competition Criteria Modification. Mercy Alternative. 35% Housing Adjacency. Approval. EW. Elena's initials. Mara's hand moves to the pencil Jack gave her. She picks it up and looks at the building that will survive them all. Chapter 68. The City Council investigator arrives at 8:47. 2 of them. A woman in a gray suit with a tablet, a man in wire-rimmed glasses carrying a leather-bound notebook. They move through the war room door like they own the threshold, and for a moment, everyone stops breathing. Sophia steps aside. Investigators Chen and Levitt, she says. They have authorization from the Oversight Board. Mara's hand is still wrapped around the red pencil. She sets it down slowly. What do you need? Chen, the woman, gray suit, scans the room. We need to interview everyone who worked on the competition, separately, starting now. Priya straightens. Her face is the color of concrete. Legal representation. You may have counsel present. Chen's voice is flat, procedural. But we are gathering statements, not taking testimony. At this stage, candor serves your interests better than obstruction. Jack moves before Mara can speak. He pulls a chair away from the table, sits, places his hands flat on his thighs. Then start with me. Levitt flips open his notebook. Mr. Roan, you are aware of the whistleblower complaint filed against Voss Calder Collective regarding the Harbor Library competition. I am. Did you participate in any modification of the scoring criteria? No. Did you have knowledge of any modification before the competition concluded? Jack's jaw tightens. Not before. I learned about it after. From whom? I would rather not say until I confirm they are safe. Chen's eyebrow lifts. Mr. Roan, you understand that protecting sources can be interpreted as obstruction. I understand. Jack does not look away. I also understand that 2 people on my team have already been terminated for cooperating with this investigation. I will give you everything I have, but I will not give you names that put targets on backs. Levitt writes something. Mara watches Jack's hands. They are still. The white scar across his palm catches the light. Chen turns to her. Ms. Ellison, your account. Mara tells them. She starts with the first morning in the war room, the drafting table, the 8-week deadline, the mounting pressure from partners who changed rules without documentation. She tells them about the criteria revision with no change order, the housing adjacency requirement that appeared from nowhere, the forecast that was fabricated to justify cuts. She does not name Jack's silence. She does not name Draftlight. That is not their business. Chen asks, do you have documentation supporting any of these claims? Mara picks up the folder Sophia brought, slides it across the table. Computer log from Gideon Ward's office, 4:17 a.m. Criteria modification approved under Elena Voss's initials. Meeting minutes from the first merger call that were never distributed. An amended forecast that does not match the original financial model filed with City Hall. Levitt pages through the documents. His face does not change. This is sufficient for a preservation order. Chen nods. We will need originals. They are copies. Mara's voice is steady. The originals are in a secure location. Priya steps forward. Mine is the next interview. The investigator shifts. Ms. Desai. Priya sets. Her hands are clasped in her lap, knuckles white. Ask me anything. The interview takes 38 minutes. Priya gives them everything. The consultant reassignments, the midnight meeting, the leave-off list that was drafted before the competition ended. She names names. She does not flinch. When she finishes, Theo takes the chair. He is quieter, calmer. The termination notice is in his bag, folded into his back pocket, and he sits with it like a weight he has already decided to carry. I was on the integration committee, he says. I saw the forecast revisions before they were approved. The numbers did not add up. I flagged it to my supervisor. I was told to keep quiet. Who told you? Elena Voss. Levitt's pen moves. Can you confirm the date? Theo pulls out his phone. I logged it the same night. I have a timestamp. He slides the phone across the table. For a moment, no one speaks. Chen looks up from the device. This is sufficient cause for a formal document observation order. She turns to Levitt. Call the clerk. I want every server, every hard drive, every backup logged before noon. Mara's chest tightens. Elena will know within the hour. Levitt steps into the hallway, phone pressed to his ear. The war room is quiet. Too quiet. Sophia breaks the silence. What happens next? Chen closes her tablet. We issue the preservation order. We collect the records. We interview the partners. If the evidence supports the complaint, we forward it to the City Ethics Board for formal investigation. And if the evidence disappears before you collect it, Chen's mouth presses thin. Then we treat the disappearance as corroboration. Mara looks at the building on the table, the children's entrance, the widened corridor, the bench. Ms. Ellison. Chen's voice is softer now. You understand the consequences of this process. For your career, for your reputation in this city. Mara meets her eyes. I understand. Chen holds her gaze for a long moment. Then she nods. Then we are done here. For now. She turns to leave. The door opens. Elena Voss stands in the threshold. She is dressed in charcoal silk. Her hair is perfect. Her face is marble. Investigators, she says. I was not informed you were on site. Chen does not slow. Ms. Voss, we will be serving a formal document preservation order within the hour. I suggest you secure your records. Elena's expression does not change, but something behind her eyes sharpens into a blade. On what grounds? On the grounds that a whistleblower complaint has been filed against Voss Calder Collective regarding the Harbor Library competition. Chen steps past her into the hallway. You will receive full documentation by end of day. Elena watches them go. Then she turns to the war room. Her gaze lands on Mara. You have no idea what you have done. Mara picks up the red pencil. I know exactly what I have done. Elena's laugh is quiet, hollow. You think this saves your team? She steps inside, closing the door behind her. It does not. It accelerates the reorganization. It gives the board cause to eliminate every position associated with this project. Every witness, every collaborator, every person who touched this investigation. Theo's hand tightens on his phone. Priya's breath catches. Jack stands. Then you will have to eliminate me too. Elena tilts her head. That can be arranged. She opens the door and pauses. Ms. Ellison, one more thing. Mara's hand grips the pencil. The anonymous source who filed the complaint. Elena's voice drops to silk. They are not on your side. She closes the door behind her. The war room holds its breath. Jack's phone vibrates. He looks at the screen. A single line. Luxt. The interview. Chapter 69. The crowd gathers at the harbor edge in the thin morning light. Residents, community board members. A few faces Mara recognizes from the workshop. The woman who asked about the children's entrance. The man who wanted to know where the budget for legal aid rooms would come from. They stand in clusters near the temporary barrier, coats buttoned against the wind. Sophia moves through them with practiced ease, pointing toward the excavation, explaining the sightlines. This will be the main entrance, grade level, no steps. Mara stands at the edge of the group. Her red boots are wet from the harbor spray. The ink on her fingers has smudged from the notes she took this morning, the revised elevations, the adjusted corridor widths. Jack is 2 meters away. He has not looked at her since the investigators left. She does not know if it is the anonymous text or the weight of Elena's threat that has pulled him inward, but she knows the shape of it. She has worn it herself. Sophia calls them forward. Mara, Jack, can you walk them through the children's wing alignment? Mara steps into the gap. She points toward the east edge of the excavation, where the temporary retaining wall meets the harbor access road. The children's entrance will be here, sheltered from the prevailing wind. The exterior stair will connect directly to the mezzanine level, so the floor can operate independently during after-hours programming. A woman in a gray coat raises her hand. Will it flood? This whole stretch goes under during king tides. Mara nods. We are designing for a 50-year flood projection. The finished floor elevation is raised 60 centimeters above the current grade. Current grade. The woman's voice is flat. Not the grade after the city finishes the seawall. Jack answers before Mara can. The seawall is scheduled for completion before the foundation work begins. We have confirmed the timeline with the Harbor Authority. The woman's eyes narrow. And if the timeline slips? Jack holds her gaze. Then we adjust the elevation before we pour. The design allows for it. Sophia's mouth twitches. She does not say anything, but she does not need to. The crowd shifts. Mara feels it before she sees it. A change in the air pressure, a drop in temperature that has nothing to do with the wind. She turns. The access road behind them is darkening. Water is rising through the gravel, not a wave, not the tide, something else. A drain blocked somewhere upstream, a culvert that should have been cleared before the walkthrough. "Move back," her voice cuts through the chatter. "Everyone move back from the barrier." Jack is already moving. He reaches the edge of the temporary access route where the gravel meets the harbor walk. The water is spreading fast, brown and opaque, carrying debris from the construction zone. An older man in a wool coat is standing at the edge. He does not see it. He's looking at the excavation, listening to Sophia, one hand resting on the temporary rail. "Sir," Jack's voice is low, controlled. "Step back." The man turns. The water is at his heels. He shifts his weight. His foot slides. Mara sees it in fragments, the loose gravel, the angle of his ankle, the way his arm reaches for the rail and finds nothing because the barrier has a gap at the base for drainage. Jack is already through it. He crosses the distance in 3 strides, grabs the man's coat at the shoulder, and hauls him backward as the water surges past the spot where he was standing. The barrier holds. Barely. Jack's free hand slams the access gate shut, sliding the bolt home with a wet, metallic sound. The water piles against the aluminum. It does not creep through. For a moment, no one moves. Then the man in the wool coat exhales. "I did not see it." Jack releases his shoulder. "You are all right." The man nods. His hands are shaking. Mara is already moving through the crowd, herding people away from the barrier, counting heads, checking for missing faces. "Everyone accounted for?" Sophia answers. "We are all here." A woman in a waterproof jacket points at the access road. "The drain has been blocked for weeks. We told the project manager." Mara turns. "Who is the project manager?" The woman shrugs. "They rotate. No one stays long enough to fix anything." The crowd is restless now, voices overlapping. Someone is calling the harbor authority. Someone else is taking photos of the water pooled against the barrier. Jack steps back from the gate. His shirt is wet at the shoulder. His hands are steady. He looks at Mara. The drain should have been cleared before the walkthrough. She hears what he is not saying. Someone did not want this to go smoothly. She looks at the water, at the barrier, at the man in the wool coat who is still standing close to Jack, as if proximity to the person who caught him is the only thing keeping him upright. "Can we fix it?" Jack shakes his head. "Not today. The culvert runs under the entire south end of the site. It needs a full inspection." "Then we walk around it." She turns to the crowd. "The walkthrough is moving indoors. We have the full drawings in the war room. Coffee is hot. Questions will be answered." Sophia catches her eye, nods. The crowd begins to shift, reluctantly, a few people still staring at the water. The man in the wool coat stays where he is. "Thank you." His voice is quiet. Jack nods, once. "Be careful on the way up." The man turns and follows the others. Mara watches him go, then she looks at Jack. "You reacted faster than I did." He does not meet her eyes. "I was closer." She does not push, but she sees it. The same reflex she had on the scaffolding that night. The body moving before the mind catches up. Instinct dressed as duty. She wonders if he sees it too. The water laps against the barrier. The harbor wind picks up. Sophia appears at her elbow. "The drain was reported 3 weeks ago. I checked." Mara turns. "Reported to whom?" "Elena's office." The words land like a second flood. Sophia does not elaborate. She does not need to. Mara looks at the water, at the barrier Jack shut with his bare hands, at the crowd disappearing up the ramp, safe, accounted for. She knew. The thought settles in her chest like a stone. She knew the drain was blocked. She knew the walkthrough would flood. She knew someone would get hurt. Jack is watching her. His face is unreadable, but his hand is still resting on the gate bolt. He does not let go. "Mara." She looks at him. "We have less time than we thought." She opens her mouth to answer. Her phone buzzes. She pulls it from her pocket. A single message. "You are not the only one who saw that coming." Chapter 70. The stairwell door swings shut behind them, cutting off the murmur of the crowd inside the war room. Mara's boots are wet. The hem of her coat drips harbor water onto the concrete riser. Jack is 3 steps below her, one hand on the railing, his back to the door. She watches his shoulders rise and fall once, a breath he is steadying. "The drain," she says. "You knew before Sophia told me." He does not turn around. "I saw the water pooling when we arrived, before the walkthrough started. I thought it was rain runoff." "But you did not say anything." "Because I was not sure." His voice is flat. "And because I am tired of being the person who sees problems and makes them worse by opening his mouth." The words land between them like a weight. Mara leans against the wall. Her shoulder aches where she wrenched it, pulling people back from the barrier. Her palm is raw from the gate bolt. "I told myself for 3 years that Ren_draws was not a mask," she says. "I told myself it was the real version of me, and the woman in the war room was the performance." Jack turns. His eyes meet hers. But Ren never had to face the consequences of anything she said. She never had to watch someone nearly drown because a drain was blocked and she missed it. He holds her gaze. "That is not the same thing as what I did." "I know," she says it without hesitation. "I know it is not the same. I am not comparing. I am trying to explain why I understand that being one whole person is harder than I thought." The stairwell is silent. A door opens somewhere above them. Footsteps cross a landing and fade. Jack releases the railing. "I told myself I was protecting you by staying silent. That knowing would hurt you worse than not knowing, especially with the competition still running. But that was not the truth." "No," his voice drops. "The truth was that I was afraid. Afraid that if you knew I was Northpaper, you would look at every Draftlight message and wonder if I was mining you for material. Afraid that I had already done exactly that, even if I did not recognize it at the time." She watches his hands. The scar along his left palm is visible where his sleeve pulled back. "You used my ideas." "I did, even if you did not recognize it at the time." Even then, he does not look away. "I can tell you the choices were structurally justified. I can tell you the housing corridor load was calculated before I knew you were Ren, and that part was clean. But the screen partitions, the flexible learning layout, the underground connection, those came from our messages, and I knew it by the time I submitted them, and I submitted them anyway." She feels the words settle into her chest. He is not defending himself. He is laying it out, clean, no shading. "Thank you." He blinks. "For what?" "For not smoothing the edges." She pushes off the wall, takes one step down so she is level with him. "When you told me in the dark that you loved me before you knew who I was, I believed you. But I also knew you were still keeping the full weight of what you took. Tonight, you gave it to me." He does not speak. "I needed that," she says. "I needed to know you could lay it down without being forced." His jaw tightens. "I should have laid it down months ago." "But you did not." "No. And I should have been willing to be seen in daylight instead of splitting myself in half for 3 years. He looks at her. "Is that what terrified you?" She holds his gaze. Being one whole person means every rejection lands on the same skin. Every failure belongs to the same woman. There is no escape hatch, no anonymous username to log out of. It means walking into your room and knowing that if someone dismisses you, they are dismissing all of you, not just the version you chose to show. She pauses. "It terrified me more than losing the competition ever did." The words hang in the stairwell air. Jack's hand moves toward her, stops, rests on the railing instead. "And now? Now I am standing in a stairwell with harbor water in my boots, trying to figure out who that woman is without the mask." A beat. "You are looking at her." She tilts her head. "I know." The silence between them shifts. Not the charged silence of the dark war room, not the defensive silence of the harbor cafe. Something else. A space where the truth has been spoken, and neither of them has run from it. Jack's phone buzzes. He pulls it from his pocket. The screen glows. She watches his face. He does not go pale, does not freeze, but something sharpens in his expression. "Who is it?" He looks up. The same number. He holds the screen so she can see it. 2 days. Then everyone picks a side. She reads it twice. 2 days until what? Jack slides the phone back into his pocket. Until the donor vote. Until the reorganization notice takes effect. Until Elena finishes whatever she is building. Mara's hand moves to the red pencil in her coat pocket, the one he gave her in the dark. She has carried it since. Then we have 2 days. He meets her eyes. To do what? To stop being people who wait for someone else to move first. She starts down the stairs. His footsteps follow. Behind them, the stairwell door opens, and a voice calls down. Ms. Ellison, Mr. Roan, the investigators are asking for a joint interview. They want to hear about the drain. Mara stops. She turns. Jack is 2 steps above her, her silhouette outlined against the bare concrete. Did they say why? The voice, a junior associate, breathless, answers. They said it is no longer about the scoring records. They said the blocked drain changes the classification of the case. Jack's hand finds the railing. What classification? The associate hesitates. They are calling it a safety investigation now. They want to know if someone in leadership knowingly endangered the public. Mara looks at Jack. His face is unreadable, but his hand is white on the railing. The harbor sound comes through the walls, distant, patient, carrying the same warning it has carried all night. 2 days. Her phone buzzes. Another message. She does not look at it. She already knows what it will say. Chapter 71. The conference room smells of coffee and tension. Mara stands at the window, watching the harbor through gray morning light, her fingers wrapped around a cup she has not drunk from. Jack is 2 feet to her left, equally still, equally silent. The Interim Civic board arrives at 9:47 a.m., 4 of them, 2 women in tailored jackets, a man with a tablet, another man carrying rolled prints that he lays across the table without asking permission. Nadia Bell enters last. She does not sit. She stands at the head of the table and looks at Mara, then at Jack, then at the prints spread across the surface. You have 30 minutes. Show us what you have built. Mara steps forward. She does not look at notes. She has been inside this scheme so long that every dimension, every elevation, every section line lives in her hands. She talks about the grade-level entrance, about the covered children's wing, about the public programming that runs through the entire ground floor where the donor lounge used to be. Jack picks up the narrative when she pauses for breath. He describes the structural logic, the firewall correction, the acoustic separation, the way the housing corridor load was calculated to support community space above parking. They are not performing. They are stating facts. The woman in the tailored jacket leans over the prints. She traces a line along the east elevation with her finger. This stair, the exterior one, it serves the children's floor independently? Yes, Mara says. Why? Because the library is not a fortress. Children should be able to enter without passing through donor checkpoints. Parents should not have to explain why they are here. The woman looks up. Who designed the circulation path? We did, Jack says. Together. The woman holds his gaze. That is not what I asked. Mara feels the room shift. Jack calculated the structural load, she says. I designed the user path. The integration was collaborative. The woman nods. Good, because the scheme reads as 1 mind, not 2. That is rare in a merger. She straightens. Substantively, this is the strongest proposal we have seen for this site. The room exhales. Jack's hand moves to the table, rests flat. The woman continues. The community access integration is thoughtful. The elevation adjustments for flood projection are realistic. The children's wing reads as belonging to the neighborhood, not to the institution. She pauses. None of that matters if the firm delivering it cannot survive its own leadership. Mara's grip tightens on the cup. The investigation into the scoring records, the woman says. The safety inquiry into the blocked drain, the whistleblower complaint. These are not distractions. They are structural risks to the delivery timeline. She looks at Elena, who is standing near the door in charcoal silk, face unreadable. We are not voting on the proposal today. We are deferring until the ethics review concludes. Elena's jaw tightens. With respect, Elena says, the proposal and the investigation are separate matters. The firm will deliver regardless of the inquiry's outcome. The woman does not blink. The firm is the inquiry, Ms. Voss. The scheme cannot outrun the people delivering it. She turns back to Mara. You have our provisional endorsement. Final approval requires the investigation to clear and the partners to demonstrate they can govern without interference. She gathers her prints. We will reconvene in 1 week. The board files out. Nadia Bell pauses at the threshold. She looks at Mara. Then she looks at Elena. You have 7 days to prove you can build this without breaking it. She leaves. The door clicks shut. Elena does not move. Neither does Gideon, who has been standing at the back of the room with his arms crossed, expression flat. Mara sets down her cup. Well, Elena's voice is ice. Do not mistake a provisional endorsement for a victory lap. The board likes the scheme. That does not mean they trust the people standing behind it. She turns to Priya. You, my office. Now. Priya's face goes still. Why? Elena does not answer. She walks out, leaving the door open. Gideon follows. Priya looks at Mara. What just happened? Mara is already moving. Stay here. She follows Elena into the hallway. Elena is at the elevator, thumb pressing the button with deliberate control. Elena does not turn. You are pulling her from the project, pulling her from the meeting channels. There is a difference. Bullshit. Elena turns now. Her face is smooth, marble, untouchable. Priya Desai gave a 38-minute interview to investigators. She named names. She provided a time-stamped log that implicates senior leadership. That makes her a legal liability to every conversation she participates in. Mara steps closer. She is also the person who knows every vendor relationship, every subcontractor contact, every sequencing detail required to build this library. Then she can hand them over. You are isolating her to make her disposable. Elena's eyes are cold. I am protecting the project from exposure to an active investigation. If you cannot tell the difference, that is not my concern. The elevator arrives. Elena steps inside. Do not confuse surviving this week with witting, Mara. The board likes the scheme, but schemes are paper. People are the problem. The doors close. Mara stands in the empty hallway. Behind her, Jack steps out of the conference room. She is going to cut Priya out of every coordination channel. I know. Can you work around it? Mara turns. I can try, but I cannot run a project of this scale without Priya's contact network. Jack's jaw tightens. Then we need to find out who else Elena is sidelining before she finishes the list. His phone buzzes. He pulls it from his pocket. The screen glows. Mara watches his face. The same number? He holds it up. She is not the only one being cut. Check the staffing roster before noon. Mara's blood runs cold. She pulls out her own phone, opens the HR portal. The staffing roster loads. Her breath catches. 9 names. Her team. Chapter 72. Mara stares at the HR portal until the numbers blur. 9 names. Her team. Reassigned to cost codes that have nothing to do with the Harbor Library. Projects that do not exist yet. Projects that will not exist until the restructuring is complete and the people attached to them have been managed out. Priya is still standing in the conference room doorway. What did Elena say? Mara looks up. She said you gave a 38-minute interview, that you named names, that you are now a legal liability to every conversation you touch. Priya's face does not change. I did name names. I named every consultant reassignment, every midnight meeting, every pre-drafted layoff list I could verify. You wanted the truth in the hands of investigators. That is what the truth looks like. I know. Then why does it feel like I am being punished for doing exactly what you asked? Mara crosses the distance. Because you are. Elena is not punishing you for the interview. She is punishing you for doing it without her permission. For proving that the firm's internal controls can be bypassed by someone she thought she controlled. Priya's jaw tightens. What do I do? Hand over every vendor relationship, every subcontractor contact, every sequencing detail you have. Put it in writing. Copy me, copy Jack, copy Sophia. Make it impossible for them to claim you are hoarding information. And then, Mara meets her eyes. Then you wait, and you trust that the investigation moves faster than the reorganization. She turns toward the war room. Jack is already there, phone in hand, scrolling. Theo's replacement, he says without looking up. Approved at 8:14 this morning. No interview, no notice. Just a name dropped into the system. Who? Someone from Elena's old firm. A project coordinator who has never touched a harbor project. Mara sets her phone on the table. She is cutting us off at every channel. Priya is being isolated. My team is reassigned. Yours is being hollowed out from underneath you. Jack looks up. She cannot gut a project this visible without consequences. She can try, and she will keep trying until someone stops her. Mara pulls out the red pencil from her coat pocket. His red pencil, the one he offered in the dark. Get me the meeting. What meeting? The partner meeting, the one Elena thinks she is running. I want to be in the room when she presents the reorganization as a fait accompli. Jack studies her. That meeting is in 40 minutes, 14th floor, Elena and Gideon only. Then we change the guest list. He does not argue. He pulls out his phone and types. Mara watches him. Who are you texting? Layla Sato. She still has access to Gideon's calendar. If she adds us as attendees before Elena locks the door, Elena cannot remove us without explaining why to the board. The reply comes in 17 seconds. Done. 14th floor, 11 o'clock. Do not be late. Mara pockets the pencil. Let us go. The 14th floor conference room is glass on 3 sides, the harbor visible through the east wall like a blue threat. Elena is already seated at the head of the table. Gideon stands by the window, arms crossed. Neither looks surprised to see Mara and Jack enter. Ms. Ellison, Mr. Roan, I did not realize you were invited. Mara pulls out a chair. I invited myself. She sits. Jack sits beside her. Elena's face is marble. This is a partner meeting. Then it should include the people whose teams are being dismantled. Gideon turns from the window. The reorganization is not a negotiation. It is a response to the investigation exposure. Every firm in this city would do the same. Then every firm in this city would be wrong. Elena's voice sharpens. You do not have the authority to make that call. I have the provisional endorsement of the Interim board. I have a design that the city has publicly approved. And I have the attention of every donor who read the report Mrs. Halston forwarded before your midnight meeting could stop it. Silence. Elena's hand rests on the table. What do you want, Mara? I want Priya Desai restored to her role. I want my team reassigned back to the Harbor Library. And I want the reorganization memo rescinded. You want 3 things I cannot give you. Then give me one. Elena's eyes narrow. Which one? Tell me who wrote the memo. Gideon shifts. The memo was drafted by HR in coordination with legal, standard restructuring language. Jack speaks for the first time. Then why does the financial appendix reference cost savings from eliminating positions that do not exist yet? Elena's gaze snaps to him. Excuse me? Jack pulls a folded printout from his jacket. He sets it on the table. The memo includes a projected savings line item for 9 positions. I checked the billing codes. 3 of those people are already fully allocated to the North Pier project. They cannot be eliminated without breaching the North Pier contract. He slides the paper toward Elena. So either the memo is based on inaccurate data, or someone is using restructuring as cover to cut people who are already revenue positive. Gideon's jaw tightens. That document is not public review. Then do not put lies in public documents. Mara watches the exchange. Elena's hand moves to the paper. She does not pick it up. This changes nothing. It changes everything, Mara says. If the memo is based on pretext, then every termination tied to it is wrongful. Every reassignment is retaliatory, and every person who signed off on it is exposed. Elena stands. The reorganization will proceed. Priya Desai will remain isolated from project communications. Your team will remain reassigned. And by the end of this week, every position tied to the Harbor Library will be evaluated for necessity. She walks to the door. Meeting adjourned. She leaves. Gideon follows. The door clicks shut. Mara sits in the silence. Jack does not move. She just confirmed everything. I know. She knows we know. I know. Mara looks at the harbor through the glass. Then we have until Friday to pull. She cannot do this without breaking the project. Jack picks up the printout. Get Priya on the phone. Tell her to hold nothing back. We are going to need every vendor relationship, every subcontractor contact, every sequencing detail she has. Mara meets his eyes. That was my line. I know. She almost smiles. Almost. Her phone buzzes on the table. A message from an unknown number. She just called a full partner vote for Thursday. The reorganization notice goes out Friday morning. You have 3 days. Chapter 73. The door closes behind them, and the corridor is empty. Mara does not slow down. She is already reaching for her phone, already typing the message to Priya, when Jack's voice stops her. She's going to accelerate the timeline. Mara looks at him. I know. She will not wait until Friday. The partner vote is Thursday. If she wins, the notice goes out Thursday night, not Friday morning. She said Friday to give herself a buffer. Mara considers this. Then we have 2 days, not through. Yes. They reach the stairwell together. The war room is 7 floors down, and the elevator feels too public, too visible. She takes the stairs. Jack follows. The concrete steps amplify every footfall, hollow and final. Mara counts landings. 3rd floor, 2nd. The fire door at the base of the stairwell is propped open with a rubber wedge, and through the gap she can see the war room door is ajar. Priya is already inside. She is standing at the drafting table with her back to the door, her phone pressed to her ear, her free hand tracing a line on the timeline board. She does not turn around when Mara enters. No, I do not care what the cost code says. If the Northpaper contract has a penalty clause for reassignment, I want the language in writing before end of day. A pause. Good. Send it to my personal email, not the firm account. She hangs up, then she turns. Her face is tired, but her eyes are clear. Elena called my vendor contacts, all of them. She told them Priya Desai is no longer authorized to coordinate project deliverables. Mara's stomach tightens. Did they believe her? Some of them. Most of them have worked with me long enough to call and check before pulling their bids. But the ones who are new, the ones who do not know me, they will wait. And waiting costs time we do not have. Jack closes the war room door behind them. Theo is not here yet. The table is covered in printouts, marked up sections, and a half-empty coffee cup that has been sitting long enough to develop a skin. Mara sets Jack's printout in the center of the table. This is the financial appendix from the reorganization memo. 3 of the 9 positions listed for elimination are already revenue positive on the Northpaper contract. If Elena moves forward, she breaches that agreement, and the penalty clause activates. Priya steps closer, reading. How much is the penalty? 18% of the contract value. Priya lets out a breath. She will not risk that. She will find another way to cut them. Then we make sure she cannot. Jack is already pulling up the Northpaper contract on his phone. The penalty clause requires written notification to the city within 72 hours of any staffing change that affects deliverable timelines. If Elena reassigns those 3 people without triggering the clause, she is in breach. Then we make sure the city knows. Mara looks at Priya. How many vendor contacts did you lose? 7, maybe 8. I am still counting. Get me their names. I will call them myself. Priya's eyebrows lift. You? Elena told them Priya Desai is no longer authorized. She did not say anything about Mara Ellison. A pause. Then Priya nods. I will send you the list. The door opens. Theo steps in. He looks like he has not slept. His shirt is untucked at one corner, and there is a coffee stain on his cuff that he has not bothered to hide. He looks at the 3 of them. That bad? That bad, Jack says. Theo pulls out a chair and sits heavily. I was going to say I have news, but I am guessing you have worse news. Elena called a partner vote for Thursday. Reorganization notice goes out Friday morning, possibly Thursday night if she wins. Theo lets out a humorless laugh. Mine went out Monday morning. They just did not tell me until yesterday. The room goes quiet. Mara looks at him. Theo, who spent a decade building Jack's drafting team from nothing, Theo, who flagged the forecast revisions and got terminated for his trouble. Theo, who walked into this war room anyway, knowing he was already gone. She does not know what to say. So she says the only thing that matters. Thank you. Theo looks up. For what? For holding the line? He holds her gaze for a long moment, then he nods. The rain starts. It hits the glass in needles, fine and hard, the harbor disappearing behind a veil of gray. Mara looks at the three of them. Priya standing at the table with her phone in her hand, vendor list already forming in her head. Jack, leaning against the drafting board, the Northpaper contract still open on his phone. Theo, seated, coffee-stained, firing. She realizes she is standing at the head of the table. She did not choose the position. She just arrived there. And no one in this room is from her side. Priya came from Voss Atelier, yes, but she stopped being Mara's employee somewhere around the 3rd midnight in the model shop. She is Priya now, not Mara's project manager. Theo is not Jack's drafter. He is Theo, who flagged the forecast and got fired for it. And Jack. Jack is not the enemy. He stopped being the enemy the night he put his hand flat on the table in the dark and waited for her to decide whether to take it. She opens her mouth. What comes out is not what she planned. I started this competition with one goal, win the directorship and keep my 9 people safe. I thought that meant beating Jack. I thought that meant proving I was stronger, faster, harder to dismiss than anyone else in the room. She looks at each of them. I was wrong. The target was never the directorship. It was not even the library. It was the idea that any of us had to lose for someone else to win. Elena built that frame because it serves her, but we do not have to stay inside it. Priya's hand stops moving. Theo sits up slightly. Jack says nothing, but his eyes are on her. We have 2 days, maybe less. Elena has a partner vote, a reorganization memo, and a network built over 20 years. We have a timeline board, a phone list, and a design the interim board already provisionally approved. She pauses. That is enough. It is not enough, Theo says quietly. Not if she controls the vote. Then we make sure she does not. Jack speaks. How? Mara turns to him. Mrs. Halson forwarded our report to the full donor board before Elena could stop it. The donors know the competition was rigged. They know Elena used their contribution as leverage. If they withdraw funding, the partners have nothing to protect. That would take weeks. Then we do not wait for them. We go to the city council directly. We deliver the evidence, the donor report, the Northpaper contract data, the timeline board, everything. And we ask for an emergency injunction to halt the reorganization until the ethics review concludes. Priya's phone buzzes. She looks at it. I just got the Northpaper penalty clause language. She reads it. Then she looks up. Jack was right. 18%. And the notification window starts the moment any of those 3 people are reassigned. If Elena moves them before Thursday, she triggers the clause automatically. Then we need her to move them. Jack frowns. Explain. If she thinks we are going to the city council, she will try to cut the positions before we can file. Reassignments happen immediately. But the moment she reassigns them, the clause activates, and the city council already has a preservation order on their servers. They will see the reassignment notice within hours. It is a trap, Theo says slowly. We bait her into triggering the clause, and the evidence documents itself. Not a trap, a consequence. The rain intensifies. The harbor disappears entirely. Mara's phone buzzes on the table. A single message. You will not debate her. She is already moving. She reads it aloud. The room holds still. Then Jack's pocket vibrates. He pulls out his phone, the same sender. Check the Northpaper staffing roster. He does. His face changes. She just reassigned them. Chapter 74. The rain hits the glass in needles, fine and hard. The harbor gone behind a veil of gray. Mara stands at the head of the table and does not know when she right. Priya's phone is still in her hand. Jack's face is still lit by the Northpaper contract. Theo's coffee is still steaming. Elena has already reassigned the 3 revenue-positive positions. The trap is already sprung. Mara looks at the message on her phone again. You will not need to bait her. She is already moving. She reads it 3 times, as if repetition will reveal who sent it. You should go home, Priya says. It is not a suggestion. I should. You should go home and sleep, or stare at a wall, or whatever you do when you are not running on emergency protocols. Priya's voice is tired but firm. She has been carrying this for hours longer than Mara has. Theo and I will map the vendor rebuild. Jack will stay and cross-reference the Penty Clause language against the contract terms. But you need to be functional tomorrow, not a shell. Mara wants to argue. She does not. She nods. Jack is already reaching for his coat. Not you, Priya says. He cases us exily. I am walking her to the door. The distinction lands like a blade, not to her apartment, not to safety, just to the door. He is offering nothing she did not ask for. Mara does not refuse. The hallway is empty. The elevator hums. They ride down in silence, watching the floor numbers drop. The lobby is dim, the security desk lit by a single lamp, the guard reading something on his phone. The glass doors open onto wet pavement. The rain has softened to a steady drizzle, fine and cold, the streetlights haloing in the moisture. Greyport at this hour is all reflection and shadow, wet asphalt gleaming like oil. Jack walks beside her. He does not match her pace. He matches her rhythm, a half step behind and to the left, close enough to be present, far enough to not crowd. The first block passes without words, the second. At the third, Mara stops under a streetlight where the drizzle beads on her sleeves. You are not walking me home. I am walking beside you until you tell me to stop. That is the same thing. Is it? She turns to face him. His coat is dark, the collar wet. The crescent mauve mole near his jaw catches the light. You could have asked. I could have. You did not. I did not want to give you something else to refuse. The answer lands wrong and right at the same time. He is not playing. He is not angling. He is standing in the rain at midnight because she let him, with no guarantee she will let him do it again. She starts walking. He follows. I was not forced to tell the truth in that jury room. The words come from somewhere she did prepare. She is not sure she meant to say them, but they are out now, hanging between them in the wet air. I know. Then why are you asking yourself whether you would have told it anyway? He is quiet. The street slopes down toward the harbor. The water is invisible but present, a dark mass bathing at the edge of the city. Because I do not know. She keeps walking. That is an honest answer. It is not a flattering one. She stops again. The rain is lighter now, barely more than mist. Tell me. What? If you had not been forced, if the jury had never learned about the criteria changes, if I had never found the archive, if the competition had ended clean, with you as design director and me gone, would you have told me the truth? The question sits between them. Jack does not look away. I want to say yes. But I do not know if I was brave enough then. I spent weeks telling myself silence was restraint, that I was protecting you from the timing, that I would tell you when it mattered most, when I could prove my intent was not manipulation. He exhales. By the time I realized I was lying to myself, I was already too deep to find an exit that did not cost everything. And now? Now I know the cost of silence is higher than the cost of truth. But I cannot give you the clean answer. The version where I was always going to tell you, I was just waiting for the right moment. That is a better story, but it is not the truth. Mara watches him. The rain has stopped. I would have let it keep going, Jack says. Maybe another week, maybe until the project broke ground, maybe forever. I was building a future on cowardice and calling it caution. And what changed? Being forced to answer did not make me honest. It made me visible. The honesty came after, when I had no leverage left and nothing to protect, except the chance that you might still believe I could be someone else. She hears what he is not saying. He is not asking for forgiveness. He is not promising he would have found courage on his own. He is giving her the unflattering truth because she asked for it, and because he has finally learned that flattery costs more than it buys. She turns and walks. He follows. The rest of the block passes in silence. The harbor grows closer. The dark shape of the construction site emerges through the mist, the crane standing like a skeleton against the sky. Mara stops at the edge of the barrier. You could have lied, she says. Just now. You could have told me you would have confessed anyway. I would have wanted to believe it. I know. I would have. I know that too. She looks at him. His face is half lit, the scar on his palm hidden, his eyes unreadable in the dark. That is why I cannot do it. She waits. Because if I lie to you now, even to make myself look better, even to earn an inch of trust I do not deserve, then nothing I said before matters. The confession in the cafe, the statement of record, the night in the dark war room, all of it becomes performance instead of truth. And this is not performance? This is me standing in the rain at midnight, telling the woman I love that I might have let her walk away believing I was someone else, because I was too afraid to let her see who I really was. The weirds land. She does not move. The harbor breathes beside them. Mara's phone vibrates in her pocket. She does not look at it. The woman you love, she says. Yes. The one who split herself in half for 3 years so no one could see her whole. Yes. The one whose ideas you used because you knew them better than anyone. His jaw tightens. Yes. And you still love her? More than I know how to carry. The harbor wind moves between them. Mara holds his gaze. Then she pulls out her phone. The message is from Priya. Elena just called an emergency partner meeting. Now, not Thursday. She is accelerating everything. Mara reads it. Then she hands the phone to Jack. He reads it. His face does not change. Then we go, he says. Where? Back. To fight a meeting we are not invited to. To be there when she makes her move. So she cannot claim we were not present for the outcome. Mara looks at the message again. The harbor is dark behind her. The war room is 7 floors up, sealed and waiting. She hands Jack back his red pencil. He takes it without ceremony. They walk. Chapter 75. They walk. The red pencil is in Jack's pocket now. Mara watches him slide it there without looking. A gesture so habitual, it barely registers as conscious. His hand knows where the pocket is. His fingers know the weight. They cross the street where the harbor wind cuts between buildings. Neither speaks. The silence is different from the one that sat between them in the war room during the blackout. That silence was a held breath, suspended, waiting for power to return or the boards to collapse. This silence is a thing that has landed and settled, a shape they are both learning to stand inside. Mara's boots hit the wet pavement. Jack matches her rhythm without checking. She thinks about what he said under the streetlight, the unflattering answer, the one that cost him something to give and cost her something to receive. I do not know if I was brave enough then. She wanted a better story. She realizes this now, walking through the mist toward a building that is trying to destroy them both. She wanted him to say that he would have found the courage on his own, that love would have won, that truth was always his destination, even if the road curved. But that is not what he gave her. He gave her the version where he might have let her walk away believing he was someone else, because silence was easier, because confession required a kind of bravery he had not yet grown into. And the wound of that answer is that she believes it. She believes it because it is ugly enough to be true. The building rises ahead of them, dark glass and lit floors. The 14th floor glows, Elena's floor. The emergency meeting is already in progress, 7 stories above the lobby where security guards watch them approach. Jack holds the door. Mara passes through. The lobby is empty. The reception desk is abandoned. A single security guard sits near the elevator bank, young, uncomfortable, clearly told to expect trouble or told nothing at all. Ms. Ellison, he stands. Mr. Roan, I have instructions. From who? Mara asks. Elena Voss. You are not authorized for the 14th floor tonight. Jack steps forward. Then we will wait in the war room. The guard hesitates. That is our floor, Mara says. Our project. You can check the access roster. The guard checks. His screen glows blue in the dim light. The war room is clear, he says. 7th floor, but I am told the meeting may continue late. Then we will wait late. The guard nods. He does not meet their eyes. The elevator doors open. They ride up in silence. The 7th floor is dark except for the emergency strips along the baseboards. The war room door is unlocked. Mara pushes it open, and the overheads flicker on automatically, revealing the drafting table, the model, the boards, the coffee cups from a lifetime ago. She stands at the threshold. The room looks exactly as they left it. The unified model sits in the center, complete, Donor ready. The children's floor has been corrected, the glass floor panels installed, the harbor sightline preserved. The east elevation shows the firewall adjustment, the exterior stair, the retaining wall shifted 2 feet south. It is a finished proposal, a building that could exist. Jack walks to the drafting table and pulls out his red pencil. He turns it over once, twice, then sets it down next to the section drawing. Mara watches him. "You left it behind," she says. "I know. That is why I kept it." He looks at her. "Because I left it?" "Because you never leave it. Theo told me. It was your father's." Jack's jaw tightens. "It was. So when I found it on your desk, I knew something had broken. You did not just forget it. You abandoned it." He picks the pencil up again. "I was not planning to come back," he says. The words hang in the air. "That night," he continues, "when I got the call, when the investigators arrived, I walked out thinking it was over, that Elena had won, that the best thing I could do was disappear so the damage stopped spreading. But you came back. Because Priya called. Because Theo showed up. Because you were still here." He sets the pencil down. "I am not planning to leave again." Mara holds his gaze. The room is quiet. Her phone buzzes. She pulls it out. A message from Sophia. "Library cleared, final civic approval. Unanimous. The building can proceed regardless of firm politics. Congratulations." Mara reads it twice. She does not feel relief. She feels something colder, a door opening that also closes another. She hands the phone to Jack. He reads it. "Then we wait," he says. "For what?" "For whoever comes down." The war room hums around them. The model catches the light. Mara sits at the drafting table, her hand resting near Jack's red pencil, not touching it, but not pulling away either. The elevator dings in the corridor. Footsteps approach. The door opens. Gideon Ward stands in the threshold, his tie loosened, his face gray, a folder in his hand. He looks at them. He does not enter. "The vote is done," he says. Mara stands. "And?" Gideon holds up the folder. "Elena is out. The board moved. Emergency resolution. She is stripped of authority pending full investigation." Jack steps forward. "Who called the vote?" "The donors, Mrs. Halston. The full board. They reviewed the report you sent, Ms. Ellison, and they found it credible." Mara's chest tightens. "Elena is gone?" "Effective immediately. Security is escorting her out now." The words land. But Gideon does not look relieved. He looks worse. "What else?" Mara says. Gideon opens the folder. The reorganization stands. The cuts were approved before the vote. Elena's last official act. The board cannot reverse them without a separate motion, and they will not convene again until Monday. Mara feels the ground shift. "Which positions?" "All 9 of your team. Theo's replacement. 3 of Jack's senior drafters. The entire Harbor Library staffing allocation is dissolved. Rebuilding it requires a new budget authorization." Jack's voice is flat. "When?" "The notices go out Friday morning, but the effective date is tonight. No one on the library staff is employed in that capacity as of midnight." Mara looks at the model, the unified scheme, the children's floor, the grade-level entrance, a building without builders. Her phone buzzes one last time. She does not need to look, but she does. "Sophia Alvarez, Emergency Harbor Board meeting tomorrow, 8 a.m. They want to discuss direct contracting, independent of Voss Calder. Bring Jack." Chapter 76. The morning sun cuts across the harbor at an angle that makes everything look provisional. The wet soil, the stacked barriers, the surveyor's tripod standing in the exact footprint of the children's wing. Mara stands at the edge of the marked ground, the spray hand still in her hand, watching the line she just laid dry to a pale yellow against the dark earth. Behind her, the community members press against the temporary barriers, coffee cups steaming, breath fogging in the cold air. 23 people. Sophia stands at the front of the crowd, her messenger bag slung across her chest, her face unreadable. Jack is 10 feet away, crouched at the corner marker, checking the alignment against the photocopied site plan. His sleeves are rolled, his hands are bare. The red pencil is in his breast pocket. You are 6 centimeters north of the survey stake, he says without looking up. I am exactly where the grade changes, Mara says. You are 6 centimeters north. I know. Jack looks up. She is standing in the exact spot where the retaining wall will meet the grade level entrance. No steps, no thresholds. The line she sprayed curves toward the harbor like a hand opening. He stands. That is the right place. I know. The crowd shifts behind the barriers. A child's voice asks what they are doing. Someone answers, building the library. Mara hands the spray can to the surveyor. She walks to the center of the marked ground, where the main reading room will rise. The harbor wind pulls at her coat. She thinks about what Gideon told them last night. The reorganization stands. Elena's last official act. Her team dissolved. Jack's senior drafters cut. A building without builders. But the building is real. The zoning is approved. The community vote is on record. And tomorrow morning, the harbor board will discuss direct contracting. Sophia climbs over the barrier and well toward her. 23 people, she says. They came to see the first line. Word travels fast. Word travels when people have been waiting 40 years for a library that does not treat them like an afterthought. Sophia stops beside Mara. The board is nervous. They know the firm is in crisis. They know Elena is out. They do not know what comes next. Neither do I. That is why they trust you. Mara looks at the crowd. She does not feel trustworthy. She feels like someone who spent 8 weeks fighting for a project that might be taken from her before a single foundation is poured. But Sophia is watching her. Jack is watching her. 23 people are watching her. She turns to face them. My name is Mara Ellison, she says. I am the lead architect for this project. That line on the ground marks the entrance to the children's wing. It will have no steps, no thresholds. Every child in Greyport will walk through that door at ground level. The crowd is quiet. I do not know what the firm will do next. I do not know who will fund the construction or who will pour the concrete. But I know this building is real. I know it belongs to this city. And I know I will not stop fighting for it until the last book is on the last shelf. She pauses. A woman in a gray coat steps forward. Will you be here when it opens? Mara considers the question. I do not know, she says. But I will make sure someone who cares as much as I do is standing in that doorway. The woman nods. Sophia's phone buzzes. She checks it. Her face changes. What? Mara says. Sophia holds up the screen. The Harvard board meeting has been moved up. 10 minutes. They want you both there now. Mara looks at Jack. He is already walking toward her. 10 minutes, he says. Then we go. They cross the wet ground together. The crowd parts for them. The child who asked about the library waves. Mara waves back. Jack holds the barrier tape for her. They walk toward the harbor board building, the marked ground behind them, the water ahead, the sun breaking through the cloud cover like something has finally decided. They are 5 steps from the entrance when a black sedan pulls up. The door opens. Elena Voss steps out. She is wearing charcoal silk. Her hair is perfect. Her face is marble. Behind her, 2 men in suits step out. One carries a briefcase. The other is on the phone. Mara stops. Jack stops beside her. Elena looks at them. Ms. Ellison, she says. Mr. Roan. Her voice is flat, controlled, the voice of someone who has lost everything and is not finished telling the world she has not lost anything yet. Mrs. Voss, Mara says. I heard about the board's decision. I am sure you did. You helped arrange it. I shared evidence. The board made its own choice. Elena steps closer. The harbor wind pulls at her hair. This is not over, she says. It is over for you. Today. Elena's eyes are cold. But tomorrow, the reorganization stands. Your team is gone. The staffing allocation is dissolved. The library has no builders. The board will vote on an all-budget authorization Monday. Monday is 3 days away. A lot can happen in 3 days. Elena gestures to the men behind her. This is legal and HR. They are here to document the transition. What transition? Jack says. Voss Calder retains the Harbor Library contract. The project will proceed under new leadership. Interim directorship has been assigned to someone with no ties to the recent investigation. Mara's chest tightens. Who? Elena does not answer. She turns and walks toward the harbor board building. The men follow. Mara looks at Jack. He is staring at the entrance, his jaw tight, his hands still. She is bluffing, he says. She does not bluff. No, but she is running out of time. The harbor board building looms in front of them. Inside, the board is waiting. Inside, Elena is making her move. Inside, the future of the library hangs on the next 10 minutes. Mara takes a breath. She walks forward. Jack follows. They step through the doors together. Chapter 77. The harbor boardroom smells like old wood and rain. Mara stands at the table with Jack beside her, the board members arranged like a jury, Sophia at the far end with her messenger bag still strapped across her chest. The meeting lasted 43 minutes. Elena sat through the first 12. Then the board chair, a woman with silver glasses and a voice that does not rise, told Elena her presence was not required for the discussion of future contracting. Elena left without looking back. The men from legal and HR followed. Now the board chair is speaking, something about an interim review period and a proposal deadline, and Mara hears the words, but they slide off her like water off a coat. What sticks is the end. You have until Monday, the chair says. Present a direct contracting framework. If the board approves, the library proceeds under new governance. If not, Voss Calder retains the project and we work within the reorganization. Who is the interim director? Mara says. There is no interim director. That claim had no standing. The room exhales. Mara nods. She walks out. Jack catches up in the corridor, the windows gray with late afternoon, the harbor visible through the glass at the end of the hall. It is not over, he says. I know. But we have a path. She stops, turns, looks at him. The light catches the crescent moon near his jaw. He is watching her the way he watched her in the war room before everything broke open, like she is the only fixed point in a room full of moving parts. I want to meet you tonight, she says. At the harbor, not the cafe, the actual harbor, where the entrance line is. What time? When it gets dark. He does not ask why. He nods. She spends that afternoon in her apartment, not working. She showers. She changes clothes. She sits at the kitchen table with a glass of water she does not drink. The harbor line at 6:47. She walked it this morning with a spray can, marking where the children's wing threshold would go, where she sprayed white chalk into wet ground and told the crowd she might not be standing here when the doors open. The woman I love, he says, is standing in front of me. She is not Ren_draws. She is not the version I met in a black window at 2:14 in the morning. She is Mara Ellison, who marks ground 6 centimeters north of the survey stake because she refuses to make a child climb a single step to reach a library. Her throat tightens. She is who I choose, not the handle, not the memory. Her. She reaches for him. Her hand finds his coat, the fabric damp from the harbor air, and she holds him at the edge of distance, not pulling, not pushing, just holding. You will have to keep choosing truth, she says, every time, even when it costs you. I know, even when you want to protect me from it. That is the part I am worst at. She almost smiles. I know. She steps closer. Her forehead touches his shoulder. They stand like that, at the marked line, the dark harbor behind them, the city lights across the water, neither of them speaking. It is not forgiveness. It is not completion. It is a start. Her phone buzzes. She does not want to look. But it buzzes again, and she pulls it out, and the screen reads, Priya. She answers. Mara. What? Priya's voice is tight. The partners just issued the first retaliatory reorganization list. It is not just Elena's cuts. They are expanding it, targeting everyone who cooperated with the investigation. Mara's hand goes still. Who? Mercer is on it. 2 of Jack's drafters. 3 people from my vendor network. And your name, Mara. They are not hiding it. The list is going to the city council in the morning. The harbor wind picks up. Jack is watching her. The future is barreling toward them. They have 48 hours until Monday, and the partners are already firing back. Chapter 78. Jack answers without reaching for her. His hands stay in his coat pockets. The harbor wind pulls at his collar, and he stands at the marked line where the children's wing threshold will go, 6 centimeters north of the survey stake, where she refused to make a child climb a single step. "I do not know how to earn it back," he says. She is close enough to touch his coat. She does not. "I am not asking you to know how. I am asking you to keep trying. That is the part I can promise." The water shifts against the pier. The city lights blur across the harbor surface, and somewhere a buoy tolls once, a low metallic sound that carries through the dark. "I will not ask for forgiveness," he says. "I will not pretend I deserve it faster than I do, but I will keep choosing truth where you can see it, every time, even when it costs me, even when I want to protect you from it." She watches his face in the half-light. "You will fail sometimes, I know." That is not permission to stop. It is not. She steps closer. Her hand finds his coat, the fabric damp from the harbor air, and she holds him at the edge of distance. Not pulling, not pushing, just holding. "You will have to tell me when you are scared," she says. "Not after, before. I know, even when it makes you look weak. That is the part I am worst at." She almost smiles. "I know." The harbor wind pulls at her hair. She does not move away. "Jack." He waits. "When I saw you across that conference table on the first day, I thought you were the most dangerous person in the room. And now? Now I know you are not dangerous because of what you can do to me. You are dangerous because of what I feel for you despite everything you did." His breath catches. She sees it. "That is not forgiveness," she says. "That is a fact. I am giving you a fact because I am tired of hiding facts." "Then let me give you one." She waits. "I would burn this whole city down before I let anyone use you as collateral again." The words land hard. She does not step back. "Promise me something else. Anything. Promise me you will not burn anything down. Promise me you will stay and build, even when it is harder, even when the partners make it unbearable." He looks at her. "I promise." She holds his coat a moment longer. Then she releases it. They stand at the marked line, the dark harbor behind them, the city lights across the water, neither of them speaking. It is not forgiveness. It is not completion. It is a start. She looks past him, toward the harbor board building, and something catches her eye. A light. On the 14th floor of Foss Calder, across the water, a single window is lit. She points. "Who is working at this hour?" Jack turns. He stares at the lit floor. "The partner's floor," he says. "Elena is gone. Elena is gone, but someone is up there." They watch the light. It does not move. It does not go dark. She pulls out her phone. Priya answered immediately. "Priya, who is still in the building?" A pause. "I do not know. I left at 9. Building should be locked." "There is a light on the 14th floor. Another pause. Longer. "I will check the security log." "Do it." She hangs up. The harbor wind picks up. Jack is watching the light. "Someone is digging," he says. "Someone is preparing." "For Monday." 48 hours, she says. "That is all we have." The light flickers across the water. She looks at Jack. He looks at her. And the future barrels toward them, dark and unbuilt, while someone who wants them to lose works late in a lit room on the other side of the harbor. Chapter 79. They fall into a rhythm without deciding to. Sunday morning, Mara arrives at the war room at 6:47 with coffee and finds Jack already there, his sleeves rolled, a fresh set of cost projections spread across the table. He does not apologize for being early. She does not thank him for staying. She sets a cup beside his elbow. He nods. That is the shape of it now. The hours pass in small, deliberate acts of transparency. Jack shows her every contact he reached out to about the direct contracting framework before sending a single email. Mara opens her calendar and shares it with him. Every meeting, every block, every note. She watches him check it. He watches her check his. It is not trust. It is the scaffolding around trust, the temporary structure that holds while the real thing cures. At noon, Priya arrives with takeout and a printed security lock from Saturday night. "Fourth floor," she says, dropping it on the table. "Not the 14th. Mara reads the log over cold noodles. A single badge swipe at 11:14 p.m. on the 4th floor, the floor where Elena's interim team was supposed to be assembling. The name on the swipe belongs to a junior associate who has not been in the office since the merger was announced. "Someone borrowed a badge," Jack says, "or cloned one." Priya pulls out her phone. "I already flagged it with building security. They are reviewing the camera footage." Mara looks at the log again. The junior associate's name. A floor that should have been empty. A Saturday night with a Monday deadline. "Whoever it was," she says, "they knew the building would be empty. They knew the security desk would be understaffed." Jack meets her eyes. They are not done. Sunday afternoon blurs into evening. Mara works through the direct contracting framework line by line, building the budget from scratch because the old one is poisoned. Jack handles the staffing projections, calculating how many people they need to rebuild the team if the board approves. Priya coordinates with the vendors who are still willing to work with them, the ones who have not been scared off by Elena's calls. Theo sends a message from his personal phone. "If you need me Monday, I will be there. I do not care what the paper says." Mara reads it twice. She types back, "Then I will make sure the paper does not matter." At 9:47 p.m., they are the only ones left. Jack is standing at the window, his back to the room, his hand resting on the frame where the city lights blur across the glass. His red pencil is tucked behind his ear. Mara watches him. She has watched him for 8 weeks, across drafting tables and conference rooms and jury presentations, across betrayal and confession and the long dock of a power-out war room. She has watched him as an enemy, as a suspect, as a stranger wearing the face of someone she loved. This is the first time she has watched him as someone who chose to stay. "Jack." He turns. She does not know what she is going to say until she says it. "I do not want to go home tonight." The words hang between them. He does not move toward her. "Then do not." They work until midnight, side by side at the drafting table, passing sketches back and forth without comment, their shoulders close enough that she can feel the warmth of his arm through his shirt sleeve. She does not pull away. He does not push. At some point, she reaches for a pencil and her hand brushes his. He stops. She stops. The pencil lies between them on the tracing paper. "Tell me," she says, "if that makes you uncomfortable." "Does it make you uncomfortable?" "I asked first." He almost smiles. "No, it does not make me uncomfortable." "Good." She takes the pencil. He goes back to the section drawing, and that is the shape of it now. Monday arrives gray and wet, the harbor fog pressed against the windows like a held breath. They meet at the loading dock at 7:47 a.m. because the main entrance is still locked on weekends and neither of them wanted to wait for security to open the lobby. Jack has coffee. Mara has the printed framework in a waterproof folder. They are both wet. They are both tired. They are both standing. "We have 4 hours, she says. "I know. Less if the board starts early." "I know." She looks at him. His hair is dark with Roan. His collar is turned up against the cold. His hand is holding the coffee cup like it is the only warm thing in the world, and he is looking at her the way he looked at her that night in the hotel room, before the Draftlight modifications shattered everything, before she knew who he was and what he had done and how much it would cost them both. But this time, there is no secret. This time, he is not hiding anything. This time, he chose to stay. She steps forward. She does not think about it. She does not plan it. She is just tired of the distance, tired of the scaffolding, tired of waiting for trust to finish curing before she lets herself feel what she has been feeling since the first day he walked into the war room. She kisses him. It is brief. Rain cooled. Her hand on his wet coat, his coffee cup tilting dangerously in his grip. His free hand finds her waist. He does not pull her closer. He does not push her away. He just holds her there, in the narrow space between the loading dock and the rain, like he is learning the shape of her. When she pulls back, his eyes are still closed. "Now I know," he says, his voice rough, "what I was too afraid to let myself want." She feels the words in her chest. Was it worth the wait? He opens his eyes. You tell me. She does not answer. She does not need to. They walk into the building together, wet and quiet, and the 14th floor is already lit. The board meeting starts in 3 hours. Priya is waiting in the war room with a folder full of vendor confirmations and a look that says we need to talk. But for a moment, before she crosses the threshold, Mara stands in the hallway with Jack's round-cooled kiss still on her lips, and she lets herself imagine what it would feel like to walk through the rest of her life without splitting herself in two. She thinks it might be possible. She thinks she might be ready. She steps into the room, and the morning begins. Chapter 80. The rain holds off. Not by much. The clouds hang low and heavy over the harbor, the kind of gray that promises a downpour within the hour. But for now, the ground stays dry where Mara stands at the edge of the marked line. The spray paint has faded overnight, dulled by dew and foot traffic, but she still sees it. 6 centimeters north of the survey stake, the children's wing entrance, the first line of something that has not been built yet. Jack stands a step behind her, his hands in his pockets, his red pencil tucked behind his ear. He is not looking at the ground. He is looking at her. You did not sleep, he says. Neither did you. I asked first. She almost smiles. Almost. The corner of her mouth twitches, and she catches it before it becomes anything real. I slept enough. That is not what I asked. She turns to face him. His hair is still damp from the morning, his collar turned up against the cold, his blue eyes carrying the same exhaustion she feels in her own bones. He looks like someone who has been through a war and is not sure the ceasefire will hold. 3 hours, she says. You? About the same. Then we are even. We are not even, he says, and the weight in his voice makes her stop. We are not even close to even, but I am not keeping score anymore. She holds his gaze. The harbor shifts behind him, gray water and gray sky, the line between them blurred by the coming rain. Somewhere across the water, a ferry horn sounds, low and distant. I do not know what comes next, she says. Neither do I. That is not reassuring. I am not trying to reassure you. He steps closer, close enough that she can smell the rain on his coat. I am trying to be honest. That is what you asked for. That is what I am going to give you. She feels the words land somewhere deep, in the space between her ribs where she has been holding her breath for 8 weeks. Then tell me, she says, what comes next? He looks past her, at the marked ground, at the harbor, at the building rising across the water where the 14th floor window is already lit. First, the board meeting. 3 hours. We present the framework, we fight for the library, and we see if the direct contracting holds. And if it does not, then we find another way. Another way where? Anywhere. He meets her eyes again. I told you before, I will build something else somewhere else if I have to, but I would rather build it here, with you. The words settle into the space between them, heavy and real. She wants to believe him. She is terrified of believing him, but she is more terrified of not trying. Jack. Yes, if you lie to me again, if you hide something because you think it will protect me, or because you are afraid of what I will do when I find out, I will not. You do not know that. I know. He holds her gaze. I know because I have already lost everything I was afraid to lose. My team, my reputation, the only person who ever saw me without the armor. He pauses. There is nothing left to protect except the truth, and I am done protecting it from you. She looks at him for a long moment. Then she turns back to the harbor, and he steps up beside her, close enough that their shoulders almost touch. The rain begins. Not hard at first, a thin mist drifting across the water, beating on her coat, catching in his hair. The harbor goes soft and silver, the edges of the buildings blurring into the gray. They stand together in the rain, looking at the ground where the library will rise, and Mara lets herself feel it. The hope, the fear, the bone-deep certainty that this is going to cost them everything, and that she is going to choose it anyway. Jack. If we lose this, if the board says no, if the partners bury us, if we end up building this library in a parking lot with our own hands, we will. I am not done. He waits. She takes a breath. I need to know that you will still be standing beside me when it falls apart. Not because you promised, not because you owe me, because you want to be there." He turns to face her fully. The rain is falling harder now, streaking down his face, darkening his shirt collar. "Mara." His voice is low, rough, stripped of everything except the truth. "There is nowhere else I would rather be." She believes him, not because it is easy, not because it is safe, but because he said it without hesitation, without calculation, without the careful weighing of words that defined every conversation before the truth broke open between them. She reaches for his hand. His fingers close around hers, warm despite the cold, and they stand together in the rain, on the ground where the library will rise, while the city of Greyport shifts around them like a held breath. Her phone buzzes. She does not want to look at it. She wants to stay here, in this moment, with his hand in hers and the rain on her face, and the impossible hope that maybe, just maybe, they can survive what is coming. The phone buzzes again. Jack's does too. They look at each other. She pulls out her phone. Priya's name flashes on the screen. The message is short, 6 words. They filed the list. It is worse. Jack's phone lights up with the same message, forwarded from Priya. He reads it. His jaw tightens. "How many names?" she asks. He scrolls. 23. The number lands like a blow. 23 people. Not just them, not just Theo, not just the investigation cooperators. 23 people who worked on the Harbor Library, who believed in the project, who trusted that doing the right thing would not cost them everything. "There is more," Jack says, his voice flat. She waits. It goes to City Council at noon, but Priya says the partners already approved it. The cuts start tomorrow. Mara looks at the harbor. The rain is falling harder now, drumming against her coat, running in rivulets across the marked ground where the children's wing entrance will be. The spray paint is washing away, dissolving into the wet concrete. 23 people. And 3 hours until the board meeting. "Jack." "Yeah. We are not going to let this happen." He looks at her. "How?" She lets go of his hand. Not because she wants to, because she needs her hands free for what comes next. "I do not know yet, but we have 3 hours, a framework, a board that might still listen, and 23 people who are about to lose everything if we do not find a way to stop it. That is not a plan. It is a start." He looks at her for a long moment, then he nods. "Then let us start." He holds out his hand. She takes it. They walk together, out of the rain, toward the building where the 14th floor is still lit, toward the board meeting that will decide everything, toward a fight neither of them is sure they can win. But they walk together, and that is enough. For now,